A rural miracle doctor's meteoric rise to wealth. A simpleton's invincible success tea. O protects Xu Taohua from being bullied. The simple-minded Song Qian is brutally beaten by Wang Matzi and thrown into the infamous demon cave. Unexpectedly, the demon in the cave, according to legend, is actually the Lotus Immortal Emperor from the Celestial Realm. To obtain Song Qian's help in returning to the Celestial Realm, the Lotus Immortal Emperor expends her energy to impart all her cultivation to him. With this inheritance, Song Qian embarks on a path of extraordinary success. He possesses the 18 Needles of Yama, capable of reviving the dead and healing the wounded. His martial arts skills are unfathomable, easily defeating any grandmaster. He has the Lotus Heavenly Eye, capable of seeing a person's past and future. The simple-minded boy transforms into a wealthy and handsome man, step by step reaching the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. Sister Peach Blossom in Peach Blossom Village. Peach Blossom Village, nestled at the foot of Longquan Mountain, boasts a crystal-clear stream that winds gracefully down the mountainside, culminating in a small waterfall that cascades 5 to 6 meters high. Beneath this waterfall, the enchanting widow, Xu Taohua, is taking a bath. The scenery is exquisite, and the woman in the water is even more captivating. Her garments lay in a nearby bamboo basket, drawing attention with their minimal fabric. The village's simpleton, Song Qian, approaches with a bamboo basket slung over one arm and a tree branch in the other, a mouthful of straw dangling from his lips. He reaches the bamboo basket belonging to Xu Taohua and, with childlike curiosity, picks up a scant piece of clothing, admiring its pattern before setting it down and choosing another. Startled by the sudden presence, Xu Taohua turns to see a figure and lets out a sharp scream, hurriedly covering her body with her hands. Who is rummaging through my things? Upon hearing her scream, Song Qian looks up, grinning foolishly. Taohua, sister, it's me, Song Qian. Relieved to see that it is merely the simpleton, Xu Taohua breathes a sigh of relief. I thought someone was spying on me while I bathed. What are you doing messing around with my things? Song Qian, still holding the small garment, holds it against himself. Red, pretty, I want to wear it. Seeing his foolish demeanor, Xu Taohua chuckles, her body swaying with laughter. Silly boy, that's for women. How can a grown man wear women's clothing? Put down quickly. With a silly grin, Song Qian complies. Okay, that Xu Taohua can't help but feel a twinge of regret at his foolishness. If he were a normal man, she might have felt the need to cover up, but with Song Qian, whose intellect resembles that of a 5 or 6-year-old, she feels free to let her guard down. Aside from food, Song Qian understands little else. Yet despite his simplicity, he possesses an undeniably handsome appearance that is quite pleasing to the eye and not at all off-putting. Xu Taohua, a normal woman who has been widowed for over 2 years, harbors her own desires. With Song Qian's unexpected arrival, a daring thought begins to form in her mind. The parched land is in dire need of rain. Stepping out from behind the waterfall, she glances around to ensure no one else is present before flashing a mischievous smile at Song Qian. Come over here, sister has something delicious for you. Upon hearing the word delicious, Song Qian's eyes light up. Delicious? I want to eat candy. Xu Taohua's smile grows brighter, relishing the thrill of her scheme. Silly boy, I have grapes and fresh peaches. Would you like some? Song Qian looks around, unable to spot any fruit, and bends down to rummage through the bamboo basket. Where are the grapes? Where are the peaches? Xu Taohua, slightly exasperated, internally scolds Song Qian for his foolishness. How can he not see the beauty right before him, just a few meters away? If it were Wang Matzi, he would have understood immediately. Come here, sister, and I will conjure up the fruit for you. Song Qian, blissfully unaware of Xu Taohua's double entendre, simply thinks that the peaches and grapes are hidden away. He grins foolishly and walks toward her. At 23, Song Qian was not always a simpleton. His parents named him with the hope that he would grow up to attract fortune, yet the name always seemed odd. 2 years ago, he graduated from the provincial medical college and was poised to secure a position at Jiangxing Hospital. However, an unexpected incident occurred just days before his employment. While dining out with his girlfriend, a man harassed her, leading to a violent altercation. The assailant struck him violently with a wooden stool, and from that moment on, he became a simpleton. Now standing beside Xu Taohua, he gazes at her with a foolish smile. Taohua, I want to eat peaches. Conflicted emotions swirl within Xu Taohua as she regards the handsome young man before her, grappling with the idea of leading the simpleton astray. Is it right to deceive him into such acts? After a moment's hesitation, she decides to take the plunge. After all, he is merely a fool, and as long as he keeps quiet afterward, what harm could it do? Turning away, she steps into the water beneath the waterfall, presenting her back to Song Qian, exposing only a delicate shoulder. Today, I worked hard and my shoulders ache terribly. Could you please massage them? I'll buy you candy afterward. Good. Song Qian nods eagerly, placing his hands on her shoulder, gently kneading as he continues to think about food. No lying, I want candy. Xu Taohua glances back at him. Sister won't deceive you. If you massage well, you'll get both peaches and grapes, and I'll even buy you candy. With thoughts of food dancing in his mind, Song Qian beams with a silly grin as Xu Taohua savors the sensation of his large hands kneading her shoulders. She finds herself lost in reverie. Ever since her husband departed, she has truly longed for a man's touch. The pressure is acceptable. Xu Taohua breathes, her heart racing like a startled deer. Silly boy, let's play a game. You'll do whatever I ask, and if you behave well, I'll buy you anything you desire in the future. How does that sound? With a coaxing tone, Xu Taohua feels her body grow weak, her enchanting eyes becoming slightly glazed. I'll obey, I want candy. Song Qian stutters, still fixated on food. Yet before him lies a scene of such beauty, and he remains blissfully unaware, utterly oblivious to the world around him. If only he would lower his gaze, he would see the splendor that surrounds him. Xu Taohua turns again, her heart pounding as she looks at Song Qian. Go wash off in the waterfall, you smell terrible. She contemplates how to entice the simpleton, understanding that one must be patient and gradual in their approach. Song Qian hesitates slightly, shaking his head. I want to help, sister, with your shoulders. Xu Taohua raises an eyebrow and glares at him. No need to massage anymore. Hurry and take a shower. Only after you wash up will you get candy. If you don't listen, you won't get anything. Panic sets in Song Qian's heart as he quickly releases Xu Taohua. All right, sister, I'll go wash up. He steps back a couple of paces, swiftly shedding his shirt. His muscular body, robust and powerful, is revealed. Xu Taohua turns to watch him as he approaches the water, her heart racing at the sight of his well-defined physique. She licks her lips. Silly boy, you look incredibly strong. Her little plan is about to come to fruition, and Xu Taohua's heart flutters as she narrows her eyes, her lips slightly parted. Silly boy, be quicker. Okay, just a moment. With a foolish grin, Song Qian carelessly tosses his outer garment aside. Little does he know, the pinnacle of his life is about to unfold. Chapter 2. Do not bully Sister Taohua. Song Qian was entirely unaware that his blissful moments were soon to unfold. At that very instant, footsteps echoed behind him. Oh, Xu Taohua, how lonely must you be to entice a fool here? Allow me to keep you company. Gazing at the enchanting figure in the water, Wang Mozi's eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as he rubbed his hands together and swiftly approached the pair. After a long search, he had finally discovered Xu Taohua in this secluded spot. Her beauty was as refreshing as the water, and Wang Mozi had long coveted her. Today, he was determined to claim her. Stay away, Xu Taohua screamed, submerging herself in the water. Ever since the man had departed, the lecherous Wang Mozi had been eyeing her with insatiable desire, yet she had refused his advances. The reason was simple. Wang Mozi was exceedingly unattractive. Despite his fear, Song Qian trembled as he extended his arms to shield Xu Taohua, declaring, do not bully Sister Taohua. Wang Mozi took 2 steps forward and seized Song Qian, pulling him backward until he collapsed into the damp underbrush. Go roll in the dirt. As Wang Mozi approached, Xu Taohua was engulfed by fear. She retreated to the center of the small pond, only her head visible. If you dare to overstep, do not blame me for being unkind. What do you mean by overstep? Wang Mozi retorted, tearing at his clothes in preparation to leap into the water. Your mother has already accepted 180,000 as my bride price. You are my wife, so let us consummate our union. Seeing Wang Mozi's intentions, Song Qian scrambled to his feet and rushed towards him from behind, wrapping his arms around Wang Mozi in an attempt to pull him back. You villain! Do not bully Sister Taohua. Furious, Wang Mozi twisted around, breaking free from Song Qian's grasp. You foolish idiot! Dare you thwart my plans? He cursed, delivering a kick that sent Song Qian sprawling to the ground. Ow! Song Qian cried out in anguish, curling up and clutching his head. Do not hit him! Xu Taohua screamed, preparing to emerge from the water to assist him. However, as she surfaced, she was met with a gaze that left her feeling exposed, and she reluctantly retreated back into the water. Yet, the clarity of the water rendered her curves undeniably alluring, even when submerged. Wang Mozi, Song Qian is merely a fool. Do not torment him. Wang Mozi's anger intensified at her words. Xu Taohua would rather entice a fool than be with him. Did that mean he was inferior to an idiot? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Torment him? I wish to end his life. Approaching Song Qian, Wang Matzi lifted him by his feet and slammed him headfirst onto the rocks. With a sickening thud, Song Qian's cries abruptly ceased, blood oozing from his head. Witnessing Wang Matzi's brutality, Xu Taohua could no longer ignore her own safety. She lunged from the water and forcefully shoved Wang Matzi aside. You scoundrel! You are committing murder. Wang Matzi fixed his gaze upon Xu Taohua, his throat tightening at her perfect physique. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to capture her. Having long desired her companionship, an idiot's death matters little. I am not killing him. I am freeing him from his torment. Ha ha. Wang Matzi laughed maniacally as he lunged towards Xu Taohua. Taohua, this fool knows nothing, but I am experienced. Let me be with you. Panicking, Xu Taohua struggled against Wang Matzi's grip. Yet, as a frail woman, she was no match for his strength. Despite her desperate resistance, it proved futile. In a critical moment, she bit down hard on Wang Matzi's arm, causing him to howl in pain and release her. Damn you, how dare you bite me? Wang Matzi snarled, rushing to Xu Taohua's basket, seizing her clothing, and swiftly binding her hands and feet. You wretched woman. Once I toss that fool into the devil's cave to feed the demons, I will return for you. Stay put. The devil's cave, as it was known, was rumored to be home to demons. It was an unfathomably deep abyss where eerie sounds echoed, and those who fell within never returned. Hence, Longquan Mountain was also referred to as Demon Mountain, and Taohua Village as Demon Village. Just a few hundred meters from the small waterfall lay the entrance to the Devil's Cave. Generally, people avoided that entrance at all costs. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua's heart raced with dread. If Song Qian were to be thrown into the Devil's Cave, it would spell his doom. Help! Wang Matzi is a murderer, she cried, straining against her bonds as she shouted for assistance. Panicking, Wang Matzi snatched a piece of cloth from Xu Taohua's basket and stuffed it into her mouth to silence her. He hoisted Song Qian over his shoulder and made his way toward the Devil's Cave. After about 10 minutes, Wang Matzi returned, panting. Taohua, I'm back. Now I shall take you on a journey. Xu Taohua continued to struggle, emitting muffled cries. However, no matter how fervently she fought, it was to no avail. After Wang Matzi's departure, she had attempted every means to free herself, but her efforts were in vain. With her hands and feet bound and her mouth gagged, escape was impossible, and calling for help proved futile. Xu Taohua was engulfed by despair. Wang Matzi approached her, lifting her and directing her toward the pond. Come, let us frolic in the water. Chapter 3. The Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor. Xu Taohua whimpered, struggling with all her might. Yet the more she fought, the more exhilarated Wang Matzi became, particularly at her desperate cries, which he found to be music to his ears. Be compliant, do not resist. Within the depths of the Devil's Cave, Song Qian gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he was astonished by the sight before him. The cave radiated a faint light, and at its center stood a stunning woman in red, exuding an enchanting allure. Where am I? Song Qian queried, his voice trembling as he beheld the captivating figure. The woman parted her lips, speaking softly. Foolish boy, you are in the Devil's Cave, cast here by someone. Are you the legendary demon? Song Qian inquired. Suddenly realizing that his mind was clear, he was no longer a fool. The woman smiled and nodded. I suppose one could consider me a demon. Taken aback by her confirmation, Song Qian exclaimed, those who fell into the Devil's Cave, including livestock, were devoured by you? The tales from the outside world are true? The woman chuckled softly, refraining from a direct answer. You question me after I have cured your foolishness? Let us set that aside for now. You and I share a bond, and I shall grant you a great fortune that will elevate your life. You shall have wealth and beauty. Do you wish for this? What man does not desire wealth and beauty? Song Qian finally comprehended that this woman had cured his foolishness, and since he was no longer a fool, he eagerly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. I cannot ask for more. The woman smiled approvingly, saying, before I bestow upon you this fortune, allow me to share a story. My name is Hong Lian, known in the celestial realm as the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor. 2,000 years ago, a calamity struck the celestial realm, resulting in countless casualties among cultivators. I was betrayed and defeated, cast down to your planet, ultimately finding myself trapped in this cave. During my descent, my essence and divine consciousness scattered upon your world. As she spoke of the lotus, Song Qian glanced down at his lotus pendant, only to realize that the lotus had already been claimed by the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor. The lotus jade pendant, a treasured heirloom from my ancestors, is said to be a gem that fell from the heavens, passed down through generations to Song Qian. At this moment, The Lotus Immortal Emperor continued. The lotus around your neck is my original lotus, and my divine consciousness lotus has shattered into 9 pieces, each acquired by 9 stunning women. I am prepared to impart all my knowledge to you, but I have one condition. You must help me retrieve the fragments of my divine consciousness lotus. Having endured great hardships over the years, Song Qian, regardless of his ability to fulfill this task, hastily nodded with a smile. I will agree to any request you have. Satisfied with his response, the Lotus Immortal Emperor nodded approvingly. With a wave of her hand, an abundance of wondrous knowledge surged into Song Qian's mind, causing him excruciating pain. As if his head were about to burst. Techniques such as the 9 Heavens Qinquan art, the 18 Yama needles, the Lotus Heavenly Eye, the Lotus Space, hypnosis, curse techniques, and beauty preservation methods flooded his consciousness, overwhelming him. You possess inadequate roots, she remarked. I have implanted the supreme dragon bone within you, and your blood has been transformed into that of the 9 Heavens golden phoenix. On your blue star, you are now invincible. I have detected from your consciousness that you are not foolish, but rather have been rendered so by someone. Go seek vengeance upon that person. Clutching his head, Song Qian felt as though it might explode from the pain. He could hardly process what the Lotus Immortal Emperor had said. After a while, the agony began to subside. Thank you, Lotus Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Master. Kneeling before her, Song Qian bowed 3 times, then rubbed his eyes to glance up at the Lotus Immortal Emperor. To his shock, he found that the enchanting figure in red had transformed into a frail old woman, her hair white as snow and her form frail and trembling. Were it not for her crimson attire, he would scarcely believe she was the same person. Master, how have you come to look like this? The Lotus Immortal Emperor, with a weary tone, replied, Song Qian, I have expended the remnants of my essence to impart all my ultimate skills to you. Our fates are now intertwined. Within 3 years, you must locate my divine consciousness lotus fragments and reassemble them, or else we shall both perish. Within the lotus space lies a treasure pavilion where I shall enter into a slumber. It is filled with vast knowledge. Should you encounter any confusion, your consciousness may enter the pavilion to seek understanding. Her voice grew faint, and the lotus in her hand began to enlarge, swallowing her form. In Song Qian's astonished gaze, the lotus gradually shrank to the size of a thumb and then flew into his dantian. This scene left Song Qian utterly dumbfounded. He touched his abdomen, finding no anomalies. After a long moment, he regained his composure. Rest assured, Master, I will find your lotus fragments and reassemble them, awakening you once more. As the Lotus Immortal Emperor's essence merged into the lotus space, the entire cavern plunged into darkness. Oh no, how will I escape? Song Qian found himself paralyzed by the encroaching shadows. The legendary demon cave was said to be bottomless, and he had no idea where he was within it or how to find his way out. Wait, do I not possess the Lotus Heavenly Eye? He attempted to activate the eye with his thoughts. After a few simple trials, joy filled his heart. My heavens, the power of the Lotus Heavenly Eye is astonishing. It can pierce through the inky darkness. How remarkable! Unable to contain his excitement, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cave, the reverberations fading into the distance. Does this mean that all the teachings bestowed upon me by the Lotus Immortal Emperor are indeed authentic? Am I truly destined for greatness? Clenching his fists, he struck forward with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the mountains trembled violently. Countless boulders plummeted, revealing a massive pit ahead. How terrifying! He gasped, astonished that such strength could be unleashed with a mere flick of his hand, nearly causing a landslide. I must learn to temper my power with a casual punch. I could shatter an elephant into mincemeat. Amidst his jubilation, Song Qian was awed by his newfound strength. However, a question lingered. If the Lotus Immortal Emperor had bestowed such power upon him, she must be even more formidable. Yet why could she not escape? After a brief contemplation, he understood. Without the divine consciousness lotus, her abilities were curtailed. Song Qian was resolute to find the Lotus Immortal Emperor's divine consciousness lotus in the shortest time possible to restore her to life. Soon after, he spotted a glimmer of light. If he could see the light, he could locate the exit. Quickly, he made his way toward the source of illumination, finding the area damp and covered in water stains. Looking up, he saw the opening was no larger than a mung bean, leading him to conclude that the demon cave was at least 1,000 meters deep. How could he escape such a profound abyss? Quietly, he invoked the 9 Heavens Qinquan art and leapt into the air. To his astonishment, he soared out of the cave, able to control his speed and direction while airborne. Is this what it means to fly to the heavens? How formidable! He exclaimed, elated. At that moment, he fully grasped the significance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor's words. You are now invincible. With such unparalleled skills and a wealth of knowledge. Song Qian believed his life was about to take flight. After a mere 10 seconds, he emerged from the demon cave. Oh no, Sister Taohua is in trouble. I must save her. Chapter 4. The absurd request of Brother Taizhu's Sister Taohua. Please be safe. At that moment, Song Qian recalled Xu Taohua's predicament. With a leap, he traversed the distance in mere seconds, arriving beside the small waterfall. However, he found no trace of Xu Taohua or Wang Matzi. By now, the sky had darkened. Searching fruitlessly, he picked up his bamboo basket and headed toward Taohua village. Perhaps Xu Taohua had returned home. He needed to check personally to ascertain the situation. He could only hope she was unharmed. Half an hour later, he returned to Taohua village. Just as he entered the village, he saw Zhao Taizhu sitting on a stone bench at his doorstep, his face clouded as he smoked silently. As Song Qian opened his mouth to speak, Zhao Taizhu interjected. Foolish Song Qian, where have you been? You look filthy. Song Qian handed over the basket and brushed the dust from his clothes. I went up the mountain to forage for mushrooms and nearly got lost. Zhao Taizhu took the bamboo basket and glanced inside. Not a bad haul. Yet his expression darkened again. For years prior, he had married the stunning Zhou Chunhua, a union that had stirred envy among the villagers. However, their bliss was short-lived as troubles soon followed. A year later, noticing that Zhou Chunhua had not yet shown any signs of pregnancy, the couple went to the hospital for a checkup. The diagnosis revealed that Zhao Taizhu had fertility issues. In essence, conceiving a child was nearly impossible for them, and the doctor suggested they consider in vitro fertilization. Desperate for a child, Zhao Taizhu threw caution to the wind. Over the next 3 years, they worked tirelessly, saving every penny for IVF, spending a staggering 150,000 yuan on 2 attempts. Yet, despite their investment, the procedures failed, leading to ridicule from others who accused them of being duped by unscrupulous clinics. Disheartened, the couple abandoned their hopes for IVF. 2 months prior, they had a fierce argument. Zhou Chunhua threatened Zhao Taizhu, declaring that if he could not perform, she would seek another man to bear her child, or else she would divorce him. Zhou Chunhua was exceptionally beautiful, and Zhao Taizhu had no desire for a divorce. In this era, finding a wife was no small feat, especially one as stunning as Zhou Chunhua. The entire region was aware of his infertility. If he divorced her, he would have no hope of marrying again. Upon seeing the simpleton Song Qian, an unconventional thought struck Zhao Taizhu. If Zhou Chunhua intended to find another man for a child, why not choose this naive fellow? He was blissfully ignorant and would not speak of it afterward. Noticing Zhao Taizhu's grim expression, Song Qian inquired, "Did you argue with your sister-in-law again?" Zhao Taizhu, feeling distressed, failed to recognize that Song Qian spoke with surprising fluency, no longer the fool he once was. He exhaled a puff of smoke, discarding the half-burnt cigarette on the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and sighed deeply. "Indeed, even you are aware." Changing the subject, Zhao Taizhu said, "Song Qian, do me a favor and help Chunhua conceive. I will reward you with delicious food and a generous red envelope." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, producing 200 yuan to hand to Song Qian. "Take this for some sweets." Song Qian was taken aback. In Taohua village, Zhou Chunhua was a true beauty. If something were to transpire, it would indeed be enticing. Yet, he chastised himself for such thoughts. What was he thinking? Zhou Chunhua was Taizhu's wife. How could he entertain such improper notions or engage in such absurdities? "Taizhu, I fell and hit my head on the mountain, and suddenly I'm not a fool anymore. This isn't right. Don't act recklessly." Hearing this, Zhao Taizhu burst into laughter. "Is that so? That's wonderful. Brother, you truly aren't foolish anymore?" Song Qian nodded earnestly. "I'm genuinely not foolish, and I was studying medicine. I can help treat your condition. Please don't burden me further." With Song Qian's affirmation, Zhao Taizhu grew even more elated, placing his strong hands firmly on Song Qian's shoulders. "Brother, since you've recovered, that's splendid. You must assist me. I will give you a substantial red envelope." Zhao Taizhu glanced back at the house, noticing Zhou Chunhua had not yet emerged, and then conspiratorially embraced Song Qian's shoulders. "Let us discuss this over there." Reluctantly, Song Qian followed Zhao Taizhu to a secluded corner. "Taizhu, this matter seems inappropriate." Zhao Taizhu, feeling distressed, replied, "A few months ago, Chunhua insisted on seeking another man to bear her child. If she is to find someone, why not you?" Song Qian felt embarrassed. Yet his mind could not help but wander to Zhou Chunhua's charming visage. Each smile and frown was a beautiful sight. "Taizhu, I can treat your ailment. Please don't make this difficult for me. I can help you recover quickly." Although Song Qian was educated in medicine, he had never worked in a hospital, and Zhao Taizhu dismissed his words. After years of medication with no improvement, How could Song Qian possibly cure him? Ignoring Song Qian's suggestion, Zhao Taizhu insisted. Let us not discuss treatment. Just answer me. Will you help or not? If you refuse, you shall no longer be my brother. Zhao Taizhu spoke with unyielding conviction, leaving no room for refusal. Brother, I'm pleading with you. I won't let you suffer. If this is successful, I'll give you 2,000 as a reward. Zhao Taizhu's determination was unwavering, for Zhou Chunhua had mentioned this several times, and she might truly follow through. He could not bear the thought of divorce. Rather than face that, seeking Song Qian's help seemed the better option. Faced with Zhao Taizhu's request, Song Qian felt tempted. After all, at 23, he was still a novice. Taizhu, let us not focus on the money for now. Will Chunhua be willing? I wouldn't want this to create discord between you two. Hearing a hint of acquiescence in Song Qian's voice, Zhao Taizhu breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped a reassuring hand on Song Qian's shoulder. Rest assured, I have my methods. Still, I find this unsettling. Enough with the hesitations. Zhao Taizhu replied cheerfully. Trust me on this. I guarantee she will agree. Pulling Song Qian into a small courtyard, he instructed, wait here, I will speak with her now. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Do not leave, understood? All right, I'll await your good news. Chapter 5, Why You? All right, I'll await your good news. Song Qian murmured softly, settling onto a small wooden bench in the corner. Watching Zhao Taizhu's retreating figure, he felt both anxious and hopeful. The proposition Zhao Taizhu made genuinely intrigued him. When Zhao Taizhu and Zhou Chunhua married, Song Qian was present, and at that moment, he vowed that when he found a wife, he would seek one as beautiful as Zhou Chunhua. Not only was she lovely, but she was also understanding. He never imagined Taizhu would ask him for such a favor. After pondering, he concluded that if Zhou Chunhua agreed, he would go for it. After all, he had nothing to lose and no reason to be coy. His heart raced with anticipation. Inside the house, Zhou Chunhua donned her sleepwear, exuding confidence, yet wearing a frown. Over the years of marriage, she had grown weary. While her friends were already having their second child, she remained unable to conceive. Taizhu, it seems impossible for us to have children. Perhaps you should let me go. I don't wish to burden you any longer. Zhao Taizhu approached her, taking her delicate hand. Darling, I have been taking medication. My health has improved significantly. Please give me 1 more year, and I assure you, it will work. Zhou Chunhua brushed his hand away and rolled her eyes. I'll give you a maximum of 3 months. If I'm still not pregnant, we'll divorce and go our separate ways. Zhao Taizhu had no choice but to nod silently. Darling, let us try once more. Perhaps a change in approach or a better mood will yield success. He rose and retrieved a roll of plastic tape and a dark silk scarf from the cabinet. Let us play a romantic game. You'll wear this over your eyes. And we want to speak. Who knows, it might just work. Though hesitant, Zhou Chunhua eventually agreed. All right, let us do it for fun. Zhao Taizhu secured the scarf over her eyes, wrapping the tape around it to ensure she could not see. Let us see if you can peek. Zhou Chunhua tugged at the tape and scarf, realizing they were too tight to allow any vision. Perfect. Zhao Taizhu grinned. This is our first time playing such a game, so we must treat it seriously. You must cooperate fully and remain silent. If you do well, I'll reward you with 600 yuan. Zhou Chunhua smiled. That is what you promised. I guarantee it, he affirmed, causing her heart to race with excitement. Zhao Taizhu guided Zhou Chunhua to the bedroom. With his assistance, she prepared herself. Taizhu, I'm so nervous. Relax. Zhao Taizhu reassured her, but then he shifted the conversation. I'll step out to close the door. I'll be back shortly. Come back quickly. I'm scared, Zhou Chunhua urged, her excitement palpable. I'll return at once. Zhao Taizhu exited. Outside, in the courtyard, Song Qian sat on the bench, perspiring from nervousness. He genuinely anticipated this auspicious turn of events. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu re-entered, approaching Song Qian. Here is the plan. Zhao Taizhu explained the situation to Song Qian and how to proceed, without Zhou Chunhua discovering the truth. Upon hearing this, Song Qian gave a thumbs up. Brother, that is a brilliant strategy. Remember, Zhao Taizhu reiterated, please refrain from speaking. Do not give anything away. Once this is accomplished, I promise to reward you with a red envelope of 2,000. Perform well, and do not let me down. My happiness relies on you. Song Qian, feeling a sense of urgency, nodded silently. Soon, he entered the room. The moment he laid eyes on Zhou Chunhua, a rush of excitement surged through him, leaving him parched and swallowing hard. Zhou Chunhua's figure was simply stunning. Her graceful curves and skin as smooth as jade captivated Song Qian, setting his nerves ablaze. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Chunhua turned and said, Taizhu, hurry up, I'm afraid of the dark. Her sudden words caught Song Qian off guard, leaving him at a loss for response. Any sound could betray him. After a few moments of hesitation, he shushed her softly. Zhou Chunhua understood and nodded gently. I forgot. You said I shouldn't speak. From now on, I won't say a word. At that moment, beads of sweat dotted Song Qian's forehead. He was exceedingly nervous. Wiping his brow, he hung his outer garment on the coat rack. However, as he withdrew his hand, he nearly toppled the rack. Quick to react, he steadied it. But the noise was still considerable. Zhou Chunhua furrowed her brow, anxious at the commotion. Hurry up, stop being so clumsy. Shoo. Song Qian repeated his earlier action. Hushing her again, Zhou Chunhua found it peculiar, thinking to herself that Zhao Taizhu was being overly serious about this. Why not utter a single word? Taizhu, I'm nervous, she said, her voice sweet and soft as she swayed her figure. Her repeated attempts to engage in conversation left Song Qian completely flustered. What was he to do? In his panic, he leaned closer to Zhou Chunhua. Yet, in his clumsiness, he stumbled over a slipper and fell forward. Though quick to react, he still collided with Zhou Chunhua. She gasped in surprise and cried out. Upon realizing it was Song Qian, she froze. Song Qian, is that you? Chapter 6. She agreed. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Song Qian found himself unable to tear his gaze away from Zhou Chunhua. Sister-in-law? It's Taizhu who sent me, he stammered, lowering his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, standing dumbly by. Seeing his foolish demeanor, Zhou Chunhua's tone softened. You should go out and call Taizhu in. All right, he nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu returned to the roadside, smoking a cigarette. Leaning against a tree by the door, he exhaled smoke rings. To prevent a divorce from Zhou Chunhua, he was willing to go to great lengths. While this plan seemed absurd, he was aware that similar situations had occurred in the neighboring village. Zhao Taizhu extinguished his cigarette and thought silently, Song Qian, I hope your name can bring me a child. Just then, he heard the door open behind him. Turning around, he saw Song Qian approaching with his head bowed. Is this it? Zhao Taizhu mused. This boy was truly disappointing. Song Qian wore an awkward expression, shaking his head helplessly. It hasn't he even started. And I've already been discovered. I think it's best to forget it. He turned to leave. Wait. Zhao Taizhu grabbed Song Qian. Don't rush off. I will talk to her. You need to stay here and wait for me. Song Qian shook his head vigorously. Brother, please don't put me in a difficult position. She won't he agree. Just let me go. As he spoke, he attempted to push Zhao Taizhu away, but Zhao Taizhu held on tightly. Brother, I have no other choice but to think of this idea. Give me a few minutes to persuade her. She will surely agree. You must wait for me. I beg you. Caught in a dilemma, Song Qian could only nod silently. He longed to rush to Xu Taohua's house to check on her situation. But this predicament left him torn. Neither leaving nor staying felt right. As Zhao Taizhu entered the house, Zhou Chunhua sat at the edge of the bed. A frown etched on her face. Zhao Taizhu, is this what you call a game? She hurled tape and a scarf at him. In response to her accusations, Zhao Taizhu remained calm, catching the items and sitting beside her. Chunhua, you once said you wanted someone to help us. Song Qian is a gifted medical student with excellent qualifications. That's why I considered this. Please agree to it. Zhou Chunhua was unyielding to Zhao Taizhu's reasoning. How could you think of this? A fool is hardly a suitable choice. If we must proceed, we shouldn't resort to someone like him. Rather than being disheartened by her complaints, Zhao Taizhu chuckled. After his fall today, he has recovered. I confirmed that before bringing him in. Is that so? Zhou Chunhua glared at him. If that's the case, it's worth considering. In Taohua village, Song Qian was known for his handsome appearance, standing tall at 1.78 meters with a muscular build. Indeed, such a charming young man could be considered. Taizhu, if we go through with this, you won't resent me, will you? I'm quite scared. Zhou Chunhua asked tentatively. Zhao Taizhu quickly shook his head. How could I possibly resent you? I would be delighted. He continued. He waiting outside. I had to put in considerable effort to convince him. If he changes his mind and leaves, it would be a shame. I'll call him in. Please cooperate. Zhou Chunhua, her face flushed with shyness, lowered her head and fell silent. After several seconds, she emitted a soft sound, signaling her agreement, then turned away. Unable to look at Zhao Taizhu. Seeing her consent, Zhao Taizhu smiled and stood up. Wait here, I will fetch him. As he took a few steps, Zhou Chunhua grabbed him again. Taizhu, you won't resent me, will you? Zhao Taizhu embraced her gently, patting her shoulder. How could I ever resent you? It's settled. Just cooperate. To reassure her, he offered an example. Do you remember the old man Wang from the neighboring village? He raised a child he found with great difficulty, only for that child to grow up and forget their adoptive father. You see, sometimes, those we raise do not appreciate our efforts. Zhou Chunhua nodded thoughtfully. All right, let him in. Relieved that Zhou Chunhua was understanding, Zhao Taizhu felt a weight lift off his shoulders. I'll bring him in. As he turned to leave, Zhou Chunhua added, wait, Please close the door behind you and take a stroll outside first. Such matters can be quite awkward. She felt she could not cross that threshold with Zhao Taizhu present. Understood. Zhao Taizhu turned back, pulling Zhou Chunhua into an embrace, gently patting her shoulder to encourage her. Perform well. Outside the door, as Zhao Taizhu failed to emerge, Song Qian sensed that things had likely taken a turn for the worse, feeling a mix of emotions. This situation was undeniably absurd. Caught in a dilemma, Song Qian found himself at a crossroads, to leave or to stay. If he left, what would happen if Zhao Taizhu came out and found him gone? Yet if he stayed, what if Zhou Chunhua refused? Should Zhou Chunhua agree, he would not mind. After all, it was an act of kindness. Moreover, even if he helped, success was not guaranteed. As a medical student, he understood the nuances of timing. If the critical days passed, his efforts would be futile. Just then, as Song Qian's thoughts spiraled, the door creaked open and Zhao Taizhu appeared. Grinning as he approached Song Qian. You may enter, she has agreed. I think it's best to forget it. Song Qian hesitated, expressing his persistent discomfort with the situation. Enough of the chatter, just go inside. I recently discussed this with her, and now you present me with this dilemma. Am I to kneel and beg? Zhao Taizhu remarked. Mimicking a kneeling posture, Song Qian swiftly grasped his arm. Don't do that. I assure you, I will comply. Releasing Zhao Taizhu, he turned to leave. But Zhao Taizhu swiftly caught up with him. Just perform well. I have high hopes for you. Chapter 7. Aunt Wang Air Song Qian was momentarily puzzled, unsure of Zhao Taizhu's intentions. What kind of performance was expected? Wasn't he at all rather straightforward? Zhao Taizhu, seeing his confusion, took the time to explain. Upon hearing him, Song Qian suddenly realized the implications. As he entered the room, Zhao Taizhu finally breathed a sigh of relief, producing a cigarette and lighting it with a smile. After years of troubling uncertainty, he finally glimpsed hope. Despite numerous setbacks, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Chunhua was beautiful, gentle, and considerate. It was indeed rare for such a woman to choose to reside in a place like Peach Blossom Village. If he were to divorce Zhou Chunhua, Zhao Taizhu was certain he would never find another woman as lovely, potentially facing a lifetime of solitude. Furthermore, he grappled with infertility. What woman would ever consider him? Exhaling smoke in delicate rings, a faint smile adorned Zhao Taizhu's face. After a few puffs, feeling it inappropriate to linger outside, he placed the cigarette between his lips, closed the door, and strolled toward the west end of the village. Inside, Song Qian found Zhou Chunhua clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, seated on a small stool, a faint blush illuminating her cheeks. As he prepared to speak, Zhou Chunhua inquired, Little Qian, I heard from Brother Taizhu that you recovered your senses after a fall. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Zhou Chunhua hesitated to address the central matter. She diverted the conversation, feigning concern for Song Qian, rubbing the back of his head. Song Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment. I fell today, and somehow, I just stopped being foolish. I don't know if it will happen again. Zhou Chunhua stood, taking hold of his arm. Oh, you silly child. If you're better, then you're better. How could you possibly regress? You must cherish this newfound clarity. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I will cherish it, Song Qian replied, his demeanor childlike and earnest. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Chunhua asked, Your brother didn't pressure you, did he? If you feel uncomfortable, please don't force yourself. Shaking his head, Song Qian replied, Brother Taizhu didn't coerce me. It's just that I feel uneasy about this and worry I might hurt you. Pausing slightly, he continued, Was it Brother Taizhu who urged you to do this? Perhaps we should reconsider. With a tremor in his voice, his heart raced like a drum. Zhou Chunhua, her arm entwined with his, emanated a subtle fragrance that enveloped him, intoxicating him with its allure. Was this the scent of femininity? Zhou Chunhua gently shook her head. Brother Taizhu did not compel me. I wish to pursue this, though I understand it may place you in a difficult position. What difficulty could a man like me possibly face? Song Qian responded, unable to suppress his quickening heartbeat. The scent wafting from Zhou Chunhua heightened his senses. Apart from his previous girlfriend, this was his first intimate proximity to a woman. Zhou Chunhua's small hand was warm and soft. Her voice, sweet and gentle, captivated him completely. Please turn off the light and lock the door, Zhou Chunhua instructed. Nodding, Song Qian rose to extinguish the light, plunging the room into darkness. Knock, knock, knock. Chunhua, are you home? Came the voice from outside, followed by Aunt Wang Air's persistent knocking. Curse it, what does Aunt Wang Air want? Zhou Chunhua complained, her expression darkening. Sister-in-law, what should we do? Song Qian asked nervously, feeling a surge of anxiety. If Aunt Wang Air were to discover their situation, it would undoubtedly become public knowledge. This must not be allowed to leak. Paralyzed with uncertainty, he stood awkwardly, contemplating his next move. just as he turned off the light. He flicked it back on. Xu Taohua, her face clouded with dismay, remarked, "Why does Aunt Wang Air come at this hour? I owe her nothing. What chaos is she trying to create?" Caught in a dilemma, Xu Taohua realized that if she did not answer the door, Aunt Wang Air's stubbornness would compel her to continue knocking. Opening the door would disrupt their moment. Why must she intrude now? Xu Taohua simply wished to accomplish something significant in her life. Why was it so challenging? Just when it mattered most, Aunt Wang Air barged in. Knock, knock, knock. Taohua, are you home? This is Aunt Wang Air. The knocking resumed, louder than before. Seeing no other option, Xu Taohua reluctantly opened the door. What do you need? I was already asleep. Aunt Wang Air squinted, scrutinizing Xu Taohua from head to toe. You're in your nightgown. Why are you sleeping so early? Rolling her eyes, Xu Taohua retorted, I've been feeling unwell and went to bed early. You woke me up. You really ought to be more considerate. Yet, throughout this exchange, Xu Taohua's mind remained fixated on Song Qian, blaming Aunt Wang Air for the interruption. Otherwise, their moment would have soared without hindrance. Aunt Wang Air jested. You in a nightgown. Don't tell me you and Taiju were about to get busy? Her bluntness was startling. Xu Taohua felt a cold sweat break out. Although Aunt Wang Air's guess was inaccurate, it was close enough. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her. How dare you speak such nonsense? Xu Taohua retorted, swiftly clarifying. Taiju and I had a minor disagreement, and he stepped outside for a smoke. He hasn't returned yet. If you have something to discuss, please come in. Seeing Aunt Wang Air had no intention of leaving, Xu Taohua stepped aside, permitting her entry. Once in the living room, Aunt Wang Air stated, Taohua, your eyesight is sharp. Could you help me check if I have a splinter in my hand? It hurts quite a bit. Xu Taohua felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. This old woman came knocking at this hour for such triviality? Why didn't she attend to this sooner? Yet, outwardly, Xu Taohua maintained her composure, striving to remain calm and expedite Aunt Wang Air's departure. She took Aunt Wang Air's hand and examined it closely. Indeed, there is a sizable splinter embedded here. I will fetch a needle to help remove it. Chapter 8. I will follow your arrangements. Indeed, there was a splinter, and the area had swollen. Thank goodness I came to you tonight. Otherwise, by morning, my finger would resemble a swollen radish. Aunt Wang Air complained, scrutinizing her injury while rubbing it with her other hand, wincing in pain. Xu Taohua retrieved a needle and deftly extracted the splinter. What a fuss over a mere splinter. It's hardly that painful. You're overreacting. After giving birth to several children, you never complained. Yet this little prick has you wincing as if your husband were reprimanding you. Xu Taohua teased, unable to resist the playful jab. Aunt Wang Air, feeling embarrassed, replied, Ever since I had the youngest, I've become particularly sensitive to pain. I can't explain it. As Xu Taohua applied a band-aid to the wound, she concluded, The splinter is out. You may return home now. We need to get some rest. Aunt Wang Air seemed as if she were glued to the sofa, unwilling to rise. What is the rush to send me away? Let's chat for a while. You look radiant, not at all like someone who's unwell. However, Aunt Wang Air was reluctant to leave, which made Xu Taohua somewhat anxious. I truly feel unwell. I just had a quarrel with Taiju and lack the spirit to engage in idle chatter with you. Please, go back. As Xu Taohua spoke, she pulled Aunt Wang Air to her feet. Go back, go back. I'm truly exhausted. The more she urged, the more stubborn Aunt Wang Air became. Child, your insistence is rather peculiar. Is there perhaps a man hiding in the room? Xu Taohua retorted, If you dare to speak such nonsense again, I shall tear your mouth apart. She berated, followed by a taunt. You're the one longing for a man. Why not seek out Wang Matzi? That old bachelor is quite robust. Get lost. Aunt Wang Air grimaced at the mention of Wang Matzi. That fellow, with his pockmarked face, was revolting to behold. He was short and dark, otherwise he wouldn't still be a bachelor. Even in the dark, it's the same, Xu Taohua jested. Outside, Song Qian listened intently, fully aware of the unfolding conversation. Aunt Wang Air's loose tongue could cause disaster if the old woman burst in. Cold sweat trickled down Song Qian's back. He wished he could dig a hole and escape. He contemplated slipping out the window, but feared making a noise that would expose him. At that moment, he fervently hoped Aunt Wang Air would leave quickly. Otherwise, the night promised to be dreadful. This Aunt Wang Air was notoriously chatty, and once she learned of the situation, she would surely spread it far and wide. Finally, after a few minutes, Aunt Wang Air departed. As the sound of her footsteps faded, Song Qian breathed a sigh of relief. 2 minutes later, he heard Xu Taohua close the door. Only then did he exhale a deep breath. He patted his chest, relieved he had narrowly avoided a significant issue. Upon seeing Xu Taohua enter, Song Qian inquired, Aunt Wang Air must be gone for good now, right? Xu Taohua smiled softly, her tone turning gentle. Certainly, she has left. Even if she were to return, she wouldn't be able to enter. I've secured the front door. And our man cannot come in either." As she spoke, Zhou Chunhua leaned closer to Song Qian. Outside, Zhao Taizhu checked the time on his phone. It had been nearly 20 minutes since he left home. Under normal circumstances, things should be progressing smoothly. He pulled out his last cigarette, tossing the pack onto the ground, and lit it with his lighter. During these 20 minutes, he had smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes. As a man, he found himself in such a predicament out of sheer helplessness. If there had been any other option, he would not have resorted to this. However, the deed was done, and there was no point in regretting it. To avoid divorce, this was his reluctant choice. Compared to that, this choice was certainly preferable. He even pondered that such actions should have been taken 3 years ago, which would have spared him the extravagant expenses of in vitro fertilization. Over 100,000 had vanished without a trace. Zhao Taizhu could only hope that tonight's endeavors would be successful. He exhaled smoke rings, his thoughts a whirlwind. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked the butt away, watching it arc through the air before it landed on the ground. Noticing it was still smoldering, he stepped on it a couple of times. Just then, his phone rang. "Taizhu, come back. It's done?" Hearing Zhou Chunhua's voice, Zhao Taizhu could not help but ask. Zhou Chunhua, breathless, replied softly, "Everything went smoothly. Hurry back." Upon hearing those reassuring words, Zhao Taizhu broke into a smile. The necessary actions had been taken, and all efforts made. Now, the outcome was in fate's hands. He fervently hoped for divine mercy. "I'm on my way back." After hanging up, joy filled Zhao Taizhu's heart. The task had finally been accomplished, and its success or failure was now left to fate. In the living room of Zhao Tieju's home, Zhou Chunhua still bore a rosy hue on her cheeks. "Little Qian, this matter is known only to the 3 of us. Please, do not let it slip out." Zhou Chunhua expressed her concern. After all, such matters, if disclosed, could be detrimental to everyone involved, especially to Song Qian, who was from the same village. Sitting up straight, Song Qian nodded earnestly. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I am no longer the fool I once was. I wouldn't dream of revealing this, as long as you and brother Taizhu do not cause me any trouble." Zhou Chunhua shifted closer to Song Qian. "Little Qian, sister-in-law understands that this endeavor has a certain probability of success. It is not guaranteed. If this attempt fails, I may need to rely on you until we succeed." Her doubts stemmed from the fact that today was not the most opportune moment for such an endeavor. Had they waited a couple of days, the odds would have improved. Yet, she had no choice but to make do with Song Qian. After all, he might not agree tomorrow, even if he did today. Zhou Chunhua's words made Song Qian smile. He was rather eager about this. Ideally, this attempt would fail, allowing for another chance next time. However, he also recognized that if several attempts ended in failure, it would become quite awkward, given their close proximity. "It will definitely succeed," Song Qian affirmed with a nod. At that moment, Zhao Taizhu entered through the door. Seeing the two seated on the sofa, he refrained from commenting, instead approaching Song Qian and giving him a knowing look. Noticing Zhao Taiju's return, Song Qian stood. "Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, it's getting late. You should rest early. I also need to head home." Zhao Taizhu held Song Qian back. "Brother, when I first entered, I heard you two chatting. I believe in this reasoning. Since we decided to do this, we must persist until we succeed. If this attempt doesn't work, you cannot refuse the next." After a moment's contemplation, Song Qian slowly nodded. "All right, I will follow your lead." Chapter 9. Are you a human or a ghost? "Come on, brother, I'll walk you out." Zhao Taizhu put his arm around Song Qian's shoulder as they headed toward the door, handing him the bamboo basket. "Don't stray too far. Your foolishness has just subsided. Get home quickly and share the good news with your parents." Song Qian nodded with a smile. "That's exactly what I plan to do." He carried the bamboo basket and walked towards his home, humming a tune. Today had brought an overwhelming number of experiences in a short span, marking a significant turning point in his life. His mind replayed the events at Zhao Taiju's house. Passing by Xu Taohua's door, Song Qian paused. Earlier, Wang Matzi had been aggressive towards him, trying to bully Xu Taohua. He wondered how she was faring. He approached Xu Taohua's house, the bamboo basket in hand. With his newly acquired hearing, he detected the sound of soft sobbing from inside, even before reaching the door. "Song Qian, it's all my fault. Your parents still don't know you have passed. I'll burn extra paper money for you. Whatever you want, don't deny yourself. Be well down there." Xu Taohua wept, burning paper money as flames flickered in the courtyard. Standing outside, Song Qian could smell the smoke from the fire. Listening to Xu Taohua's words, he found it amusing. This Xu Taohua was already burning paper money for him. What a drama. Why did she assume he was dead? Knock, knock, knock. Song Qian lifted the latch on the door and gently tapped. Just as he was about to speak, Xu Taohua's voice came from within, filled with distress. "Wang Matzi, What are you doing here? I've already promised to marry you. Why do you keep bothering me? Just leave. Xu Taohua mistook him for Wang Matzi, which made Song Qian both angry and amused. Sister Taohua, it's me, Song Qian. Open the door. In the courtyard, Xu Taohua was startled by the voice of Song Qian. Song Qian, do not frighten your sister-in-law. Was it Wang Matzi who caused your demise? Every grievance has its source. Seek vengeance from him. The modest wooden gate of Xu Taohua's home could easily be crossed by Song Qian with a mere leap. However, he refrained from doing so, aware that it would terrify Xu Taohua further, reinforcing her belief that he had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Dear sister-in-law, I am still alive, he reassured her. What? Not dead. Xu Taohua trembled, clutching a wooden stick, advancing cautiously to the gate, yet lacking the courage to open it. Are you human or ghost? With a smile, Song Qian replied, Of course, I am human, a living being. Stop crying and open the door. I wish to see you. Are you truly alive? Xu Taohua gripped the stick tightly, still hesitant. Although the voice belonged to Song Qian, it did not resemble the way he typically spoke. He had always been somewhat slow in speech, often stuttering, but now he spoke fluently. I am indeed alive. If you do not open the door, I shall leap inside. At the mention of jumping in, Xu Taohua was drenched in cold sweat. No, do not jump in. I shall open the door. But it was truly Wang Matzi who caused your death. Please do not harm me. The tremor in her voice almost made Song Qian laugh aloud. What kind of reasoning was this? Did she wish for his demise? Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? I am genuinely alive. Open the door quickly. I came to ensure Wang Matzi is not troubling you. Standing in the courtyard, Xu Taohua glimpsed a tall figure through the crack of the door. You are really alive? After a brief pause, she asked, You used to stutter. How can I trust you now? Song Qian chuckled. I forgot to tell you. I was fortunate amidst misfortune. After Wang Matzi's beating, my stupidity has vanished. You are no longer foolish? Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua's heart filled with joy, and she cast aside the stick, mustering the courage to approach the door and open it. Song Qian entered the courtyard, holding a bamboo basket, standing tall before Xu Taohua. Not only am I alive, but I am also no longer foolish. Xu Taohua, with a trembling right hand, reached out towards Song Qian. If she could touch him, it would confirm his vitality. If not, then the figure before her would indeed be a ghost. Song Qian remained still, and only when Xu Taohua's hand made contact did he smile and say, See, I am perfectly fine. Why do you not believe me? A warm sensation emanated from him, and Xu Taohua released a sigh of relief, overwhelmed with joy. Foolish Song Qian, I thought you were dead. She seized the bamboo basket from his hands and placed it on the ground, wiping her tears before embracing him tightly. You frightened me. I thought you were gone. Do not cry anymore, Song Qian said gently. Xu Taohua wiped her tears, gave him a couple of light pats, confirming he was indeed a healthy young man. And her tears transformed into laughter. Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you, Xu Taohua said, noticing his discomfort. Song Qian chuckled awkwardly. The recent commotion had indeed left him famished. However, he was eager to return home quickly, having already spent considerable time at Zhao Tieju's place. If he delayed too long, his parents would surely worry. Xu Taohua seemed to realize how her words could be misconstrued and quickly added, I will make you some noodles right away. Please, no trouble. I will eat at home, Song Qian said, waving his hand with a smile. Xu Taohua cast him a sideways glance. If I offer food, you should accept it. After you eat, you can return. I have yet to repay you for today. She pulled him into the house without further ado. Stay put. I will cook the noodles. Unable to refuse her hospitality, Song Qian complied. A few minutes later, Xu Taohua brought a bowl of 3 flavor noodles to him. You must be famished. Eat quickly. Upon seeing just one bowl, Song Qian paused. Sister Taohua, why aren't you eating? With a charming smile, Xu Taohua replied, I have already eaten. Indeed hungry. Song Qian grunted and began to devour the noodles. Sister Taohua, your cooking is quite impressive. Watching him eat with such fervor, Xu Taohua smiled. Do you remember what happened today on Longquan Mountain? What did I say to you? Looking up between bites, Song Qian responded, Of course. Sister Taohua promised me peaches and sweets, but we never got to enjoy them. Chapter 10. The dilemma facing Xu Taohua. Xu Taohua believed that Song Qian, being foolish at the time, would have forgotten their conversation on Longquan Mountain. Little did she know he remembered every word. Her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing Song Qian was no longer foolish, she found herself increasingly attracted to him. It seemed more prudent to bestow her affections upon him than allow Wang Matzi to benefit. Let me ask you, do you still wish to eat? Xu Taohua inquired, her expression coy and radiant. Seated across from him, she rested her chin on her hands. her enchanting eyes gazing intently at Song Qian. He nodded with a smile. If possible, I would certainly like to. Xu Taohua's heart raced at his response. Sensing that he had indeed acquiesced, she decided to be forthright. Little Qian, I implore you for a favor. You know my mother and brother have been pressuring me to marry Wang Matzi, yet I am unwilling. I wish for your assistance. You must promise me. The news of Xu Taohua being coerced to marry Wang Matzi was no secret in Taohua village. Do you wish to marry him? Song Qian asked, continuing to eat. Xu Taohua shook her head vigorously. Wang Matzi may possess some wealth, but his appearance is ghastly. He is short and sorrowful. If he were to sleep beside me, I would be haunted by nightmares. Her demeanor darkened as she sighed heavily. While on Longquan Mountain, I thought Wang Matzi was merely speaking empty words. But later, I learned my mother truly accepted an 180,000 yuan betrothal gift from him. Song Qian straightened up at this revelation. Wang Matzi, though unattractive, is quite generous. Indeed. Is it true he offered 180,000 yuan? Absolutely. Xu Taohua explained. My mother accepted his money and only discreetly informed him of my work near Longquan Mountain. That is how he found me by the waterfall. Recalling the events on Longquan Mountain, Song Qian felt a frown forming. After Wang Matzi knocked me out, did he bully you upon his return? If he dared, I would seek vengeance for you. He clenched his fists, unable to contain his frustration. Xu Taohua's expression darkened as she sighed again. She then recounted how Wang Matzi threatened her, binding her with clothing and silencing her with threats. After hearing her story, Song Qian's fists were clenched tightly. Wang Matzi, just wait, I shall deal with you. After uttering those fierce words, he inquired, does this mean your innocence has been tarnished by Wang Matzi? Xu Taohua shook her head, clarifying, I was nearly victimized, but I cleverly agreed to his terms. My mother had already accepted the betrothal gift, so as long as he did not force himself upon me, I would marry him in a few days. This statement proved to be remarkably effective. Upon hearing it, Wang Matzi relinquished his wicked intentions and ultimately refrained from bullying me. As I reminisce about that moment, I cannot help but sob again. Although the situation did not escalate to the worst possible outcome, I was still thoroughly scrutinized by Wang Matzi and taken advantage of. With tears streaming down my face, I feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow. After listening to my tale, Song Qian finally let out a sigh of relief. Grateful that a grave mistake was avoided. During the time when he was foolish, I treated him exceptionally well, often preparing delicious meals and even purchasing him a couple of garments. Now that he has regained his senses, I am determined to reciprocate his kindness and protect me from harm whenever possible. Why are you crying again when he didn't succeed? Song Qian, perplexed, could only offer me comfort. I stuttered through my tears, explaining that although he did not achieve his goal, I was still subjected to his gaze and held in his embrace. That wretched Wang Matzi, I truly despise him. One day, I will avenge you, so please stop crying. Song Qian declared as he devoured the last of his noodles and let out a contented burp. By the way, you asked for my assistance earlier. And it must pertain to Wang Matzi, right? How can I help you? Biting my crimson lip, I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dear Qian, I know this request may seem excessive and perhaps unfair to you, but I am at a loss and can only think of this idea. I sincerely hope you will assist me. I spoke at length, but failed to articulate how he could help. Song Qian, observing my hesitation, encouraged me to speak plainly. Just tell me what you need. I will undoubtedly help you as long as it is within my power. After a moment of contemplation, I bashfully uttered, Dear Qian, I genuinely do not wish to marry Wang Matzi. If you would accept me, I could openly refuse him if I were yours. My face flushed with embarrassment, and my breath became erratic. It was indeed difficult for a woman to utter such words to a man, but I felt compelled to do so. Sister-in-law is a widow, and I realize this may put you in an awkward position, but I see no better solution. I implore you to assist me. Rising from my seat, I swayed my slender waist and approached Song Qian, sitting closely beside him and resting my delicate hand on his knee. My cheeks flushed with a deep hue as I gazed at him. Song Qian was taken aback by my notion of assistance, and I appeared as enchanting as a star from the screen. Truth be told, he found himself quite fond of me. He could not deny his feelings. I was even more captivating than Zhao Tieju's wife, Xu Taohua, and significantly younger, with a melodious voice. Despite my rural origins, I was well-preserved, my skin smooth and fair, and my stature graceful. Such a charming woman would undoubtedly be a dream come true for any man. After some contemplation, Song Qian felt something amiss. Sister Taohua, as a man, I cannot claim to be wronged. Rather, it is you who deserves better. I took his wrist in my delicate hand. As long as I am spared from marrying Wang Matzi, I am willing to do anything. I genuinely harbor feelings for you, so please agree to my request. As I clutched his wrist tightly, I admired the tall and handsome man beside me, a brilliant scholar from Taohua village. Now that he was no longer foolish, I found myself increasingly enamored. Rest assured, I will not cling to you. Even without the issue of Wang Matzi, I hold affection for you. Will you not agree? Even if it means being your confidant, I am willing. My voice was sweet and endearing, stirring emotions within him. After pondering for a moment, Song Qian replied with a smile, as a man, I have nothing to lose. Of course, I am willing. He then shifted the conversation. However, even if we temporarily unite, Wang Matzi will still pursue you, which does not resolve our predicament. Hearing his inclination to agree, my heart soared with joy. In that case, let us not delay. We shall be together today. Once I belong to you, we will devise a strategy to confront Wang Matzi, as well as my mother and brother. Song Qian turned to gaze at the alluring Taohua beside him, feeling a rush of emotions. Her beauty was undeniably captivating. His gaze fell upon her delicate cheeks, which were as supple as a peeled lychee. Her slender eyebrows and long lashes framed her enchanting eyes that resembled autumn waters. Chapter 11. The shadow. Her luscious lips were full and alluring. Below them lay her elegant neck, delicate collarbone, and a glimpse of her fair skin, showcasing a subtle yet enticing cleavage. Noticing Song Qian's gaze upon her, I did not shy away. Compared to Wang Matzi, Song Qian was a diamond bachelor. Marrying him or having an affair with him was a prospect I willingly entertained. Moreover, faced with my current predicament, I preferred to willingly surrender myself to Song Qian rather than suffer at the hands of Wang Matzi in a few days. I adjusted my clothing, revealing a hint of my fragrant shoulder. Is it beautiful? I asked, playfully biting my lip as I looked at him. Is it beautiful? Song Qian found himself momentarily speechless. His cheeks flushed as he stammered. You seem dazed. Is your old habit resurfacing? I teased, rising from my seat. Come, let us retreat to the inner chamber. With determination, Song Qian dismissed his concerns about Wang Matzi and followed me, asking, is this wise? Turning around with a rosy complexion and a playful smile, I responded. Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, call me sister. With a mischievous grin, Song Qian replied, I will heed my sister's wishes. Since my brother has been gone for years, addressing you as sister-in-law does feel rather inappropriate. I had intended to call you Sister Taohua, yet I feared you would be upset. Now that you have expressed it, I shall henceforth refer to you as Sister Taohua. Hearing these words, I felt a peculiar sensation wash over me. My cheeks grew even warmer, and I playfully poked him. You and your playful tongue. Just then, a low voice called from outside. Wife, are you asleep? Upon hearing Wang Matzi's voice, I felt an immediate surge of anger. That wretched Wang Matzi had pursued me once at Longquan Mountain, then again in the village, and now he dared to return. In a hushed tone, I urged Song Qian. Wang Matzi is back to bother me. You should hide in my room for a moment while I deal with him. Song Qian seized my hand, preventing me from leaving. After a moment of contemplation, he wore a mischievous smile and whispered a few words in my ear, causing me to burst into laughter. You sly one. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Let us proceed as you suggested. It will surely frighten that scoundrel Wang Matzi. Wife, are you awake? Wang Matzi gently knocked on the door, inquiring once more. I, uninterested in his antics, returned to the living room, seizing some paper money from the cabinet before heading outside to the courtyard. In my family's courtyard, I muttered in annoyance at Wang Matzi's incessant calls. What are you shouting for? It's not an emergency. Hearing my reprimand, Wang Matzi remained unfazed and chuckled. I knew it. Your lights are still on, so you must be awake. Open the door. I need to discuss something with you. Why are you knocking on a widow's door in the middle of the night? What could possibly be so urgent? I retorted as I opened the door, paper money in hand. Upon seeing the paper money, Wang Matzi paused momentarily. Wife, what are you doing? I turned and returned to the place where I had just burned the paper money. With the aid of the lights in the courtyard, traces of burnt paper money could still be discerned, alongside scattered ashes throughout the yard. I dozed off on the sofa and dreamt of Song Qian, who lamented his suffering, attributing it all to you. I had just burned some paper money for him, yet it felt insufficient. I needed to burn more. Xu Taohua began to ignite the paper money, suggesting that since you had just arrived, you should also contribute to his offering. Wang Matzi surveyed the courtyard, where remnants of paper money lay scattered, causing an unsettling chill to creep down his spine. In a fit of rage, he had previously thrown Song Qian into the demon pit. Now, in retrospect, he regretted such actions. Why eliminate a fool? A careless mistake could lead to legal troubles, which was far from worthwhile. He tossed the paper money into the flames, one piece at a time. My dear wife, you are the only one privy to today's events. Please, do not speak of it recklessly, for we would both find ourselves entangled in dire consequences. Wang Matzi was restless and had returned to seek Xu Taohua. It was not merely a matter of discretion, but rather Song Qian's predicament. Moments ago, I had seen a shadow by the window in the living room. It appeared indistinctly like Song Qian, yet upon investigation, I found nothing. Were you by my window? Wang Matzi felt a cold shiver run down his back as he tossed the paper money into the fire, scanning the surroundings for any sign of a shadow. Was it not you? Xu Taohua provocatively inquired. I clearly saw a shadow by the window. I thought it was you lurking there, creating quite a commotion. The more she spoke, the more fear gripped Wang Matzi. Impossible. I did not enter. He protested. Truly, it was not you. Xu Taohua countered deliberately. No wonder the shadow resembled Song Qian. He was cast into the demon pit because of my actions. You must burn the paper money quickly. He is likely here to claim his due. Song Qian, it was Wang Matzi who wronged you. I bear no responsibility. If you seek vengeance, come for him. Despite his fear, Wang Matzi attempted to maintain composure as he continued to burn the paper money while scanning the area, finding nothing and finally breathing a sigh of relief. At that moment, however, Wang Matzi's pupils dilated. He beheld a tall figure standing in the light of the living room, a slender shadow cast through the window. Shadow! Shadow! Wang Matzi shouted, pointing towards the dark figure in the living room. Xu Taohua played along, immediately bursting into tears. Song Qian, it is indeed you. Wang Matzi is here. Come swiftly to avenge yourself, for it is he who has caused your demise. Xu Taohua wept, gripping Wang Matzi tightly, trembling uncontrollably. He could hardly suppress the twitching of his lips. Song Qian, I never intended to harm you. Before he could finish, Wang Matzi attempted to flee, only to discover that his feet felt as if they were glued to the ground. At that moment, Song Qian stood beneath the living room light, his face obscured by a dark garment. In the teachings of the Lotus Immortal, there exists a technique known as the 9 Heavens and Earth formula, which encompasses many formidable spells. Song Qian was currently employing a binding incantation. Under the spell's influence, Wang Matzi found himself utterly immobilized. To deal with someone like Wang Matzi, one must play cunningly, controlling him in such a manner that he is rendered powerless, which is far more effective than physical confrontation. In an instant, Song Qian vanished from the light and extinguished all illumination in the living room and courtyard. As the lights went out, Song Qian ambled towards the courtyard, and Wang Matzi trembled in fear at the sight. He yearned to escape, yet his legs refused to obey him. Taohua, I feel as if I am under a spell. Unable to move. Hurry, drive Song Qian away. Do not let him approach. Wang Matzi stammered, desperately struggling. Yet no matter how he fought, he could not break free. It felt as though his feet were weighed down by lead, glued firmly to the earth. As Song Qian drew nearer, Wang Matzi found himself at a loss. Song Qian, I never wished for your death. Please spare me. I shall burn paper money for you every day. I beg you, grant me mercy. Despite being a rough man, Wang Matzi, who typically dismissed spirits and deities, found it impossible to remain skeptical in such a moment. He had clearly seen the figure in the living room. The clothes matched those Song Qian had worn during the day. However, the dark garment was not his, as all light was extinguished. The flickering flames from the burning paper money cast eerie shadows throughout the courtyard. Your actions have caused me great suffering, Wang Matzi, Song Qian intoned, his voice deliberately slow. I fell into the demon pit, where a demon tore me to shreds. My death was horrific. He articulated each word with a chilling cadence as he approached the fire, instilling further dread in Wang Matzi. Seeing Wang Matzi quaking in fear, Xu Taohua fanned the flames of panic. Song Qian, it was Wang Matzi who caused your demise. He sought to torment me further. Take him away, do not allow him to remain, and bring me harm. As Song Qian drew closer, Wang Matzi's terror escalated. His pupils contracted, and his temples throbbed. His heart raced to his throat, and sweat poured from his back. Taohua, plead for mercy. Do not let Song Qian come near. I feel as though I am under his control. Observing Wang Matzi's terrified demeanor, Xu Taohua could hardly suppress a laugh. Finally, the wretched Wang Matzi experiences the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, Xu Taohua grew increasingly impressed by Song Qian. This fellow was truly skilled at pretense. His slow, deliberate speech sent shivers down her spine. Had she not been aware that this was a carefully orchestrated act between the two of them, she would have been thoroughly frightened by Song Qian's demeanor. What astonished Xu Taohua even more was Song Qian's unnaturally stiff gait, which he imitated with remarkable precision, rendering him eerily lifelike. In the flickering light of the fire, he resembled a malevolent spirit, and it was no wonder that Wang Matzi was so terrified. It was Wang Matzi who caused your demise. You must take him away swiftly. At that moment, Wang Matzi had lost all will to resist. Paralyzed with fear as he watched Song Qian stand before him, unable to move an inch. Song Qian, I implore you, spare my life, and I will take care of your parents and sister in the future, he pleaded desperately. A chilling laughter escaped Song Qian, as if it were summoned from the depths of hell. I met a tragic end. Repay me with your life. He tore off the clothing covering his head, revealing a visage that was truly horrifying. He had smeared dark sauce around his eyes, creating a hollow look that seemed devoid of pupils. Below his eyes, he applied a bit of lipstick, which, in the dim light of night, appeared akin to blood. This grotesque makeup had been hastily applied moments earlier in a fit of inspiration, and in mere seconds, he had crafted a terrifying appearance. At that moment, he indeed looked frightful. Upon witnessing such a scene, Wang Mozi let out a blood-curdling scream. Xu Taohua was equally startled by Song Qian's transformation. Had it not been for the moments earlier when she cooked noodles for him, held his hand, and shared tender moments, she might have mistakenly believed that Song Qian had perished and that the specter before her was indeed his ghost. I met such a tragic end. Song Qian extended his hands, poised to grasp Wang Mozi's neck. However, as he reached out, he hesitated in midair. If he were to truly make contact with Wang Mozi, his warmth would betray him, and Wang Mozi would surely notice. Repay me with your life. Wang Mozi trembled uncontrollably, his face ashen and devoid of color, appearing ghostly pale in the dim light. Please spare me, help. Xu Taohua stood behind Wang Mozi, gesturing for Song Qian to cease, imploring him not to frighten Wang Mozi to death. Understanding her intention, Song Qian held his hands in the air, mimicking the act of choking Wang Mozi, but refraining from doing so. Gradually, he retreated, deciding to let Wang Mozi go. Once he stepped back, he lifted the immobilizing curse he had cast upon Wang Mozi, who immediately collapsed onto the ground. Realizing he could move again, he scrambled to flee, rolling and crawling out the door while screaming in utter despair. Only after Wang Mozi had fled did Xu Taohua finally close the door. You filthy dog, urinating in my yard. Were it not for your pitiful state, I would have made you clean it up. Xu Taohua muttered under her breath as she approached Song Qian. Little Qian, I didn't realize your acting skills were so exceptional. Song Qian chuckled, moving into the living room to grab some tissues to wipe away the dark sauce and lipstick from around his eyes. I, too, was surprised that Wang Mozi was so cowardly that he urinated himself. Tonight will be a memorable one for him. He deserves it for bullying you. Xu Taohua scolded, her gaze fixed on Song Qian. By the way, you hit your head on a rock earlier. Let me see it. Song Qian intended to decline, but ultimately tilted his head. Though he had scraped the skin, the wound had already healed. Xu Taohua cradled his head, brushing aside his hair to inspect, relieved to find no visible injury. Thank goodness, the wound has indeed healed. Though she expressed relief, a sense of doubt lingered in her mind. She had witnessed the scene clearly. Song Qian's head had been severely injured, with blood flowing profusely. Under such circumstances, the wound should not have healed so quickly. But why was it that Song Qian bore no marks? Unbeknownst to her, Song Qian's injuries had been healed by the Lotus Fairy Emperor after he was thrown into the demon's cave by Wang Mozi. Had it not been for the lotus jade pendant around his neck, he might not have been saved at all. At this moment, it was conceivable that Song Qian could have already been in the realm of the King of Hell. Go wash your face, cleanse off the sauce and lipstick. We can continue what we were doing earlier. Wang Mozi should not return. Xu Taohua said, leaping into Song Qian's embrace. Little Qian, you're becoming increasingly handsome. I can't help but adore you. How did I not notice this before? Song Qian wrapped his arms around Xu Taohua, patting her shoulder gently. What are you saying? I have always been handsome, haven't I? Xu Taohua smiled brightly. You are truly thick-skinned. During their banter, they stepped outside, where Song Qian began to wash his face. Just as he finished, Xu Taohua's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was Song Qian's sister, Song Yao, calling. Sister Taohua, my brother went to pick mushrooms and hasn't returned yet. Since you're working near Longquan Mountain today, have you seen him? Song Yao asked urgently on the other end of the line. Xu Taohua paused for a moment, contemplating how to respond. If she informed Song Yao that Song Qian was with her, the ensuing situation might become complicated, and she was reluctant to do so. Conversely, she couldn't lie either. She could sense the worry in Song Yao's voice. It was evident that she was anxious about her brother. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xu Taohua replied, your brother is on his way back after picking mushrooms. He just passed by my house and is currently here. He'll be back shortly. So there's no need to worry. You scared me. I thought something happened to my brother. Song Yao sighed in relief. Since he is with you, I feel much better. At that point, Song Yao shifted the conversation. By the way, Sister Taohua, it's getting late now. It's not convenient for my brother to stay with you. Please have him come back quickly. Rest assured, I'll send him back right away. Xu Taohua hung up, letting out a long sigh. Little Qian, Your family is urging you to return. I want to keep you tonight, perhaps tomorrow or another day." Xu Taohua felt reluctant yet resigned. Song Yao was right. It was indeed late, and it would be inappropriate for Song Qian to remain with her alone. Moreover, with Song Qian's condition improving, he needed to return home promptly to share the good news with his family. "You're so eager to send me away. Surely I deserve some compensation?" Song Qian dried his hands and looked at Xu Taohua with a playful grin. Xu Taohua leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek. "Is this sufficient? Now hurry back." As she spoke, she opened her arms and embraced him tightly, reluctant to see him go. "Don't worry. There will be more opportunities in the future." Song Qian released Xu Taohua, offering one last piece of advice. "When you take a break, ensure you lock the doors and windows. Be wary of Wang Matzi. He is not a good person." Xu Taohua nodded gently. "He probably won't dare to come back. Even if he does, he won't be able to enter. I'll make sure to secure everything." Song Qian grabbed the bamboo basket and turned to leave. "Little Qian, come find me when you have the chance. I'll be waiting for you. Our story isn't over yet, don't forget." Xu Taohua watched him leave, her expression filled with longing. During her time of solitude, she had led a life of simplicity and restraint, and she truly yearned for a man, particularly one who was handsome and strong. Song Qian, with his tall and striking figure, was precisely to her taste. Through the recent events, Xu Taohua has come to realize that Song Qian is willing to be with her. Given this understanding, she must seize this opportunity without hesitation. In Taohua village, men like Song Qian are rare, especially considering that Xu Taohua is a widow. As Song Qian walks with a bamboo basket, he reflects on his day. Wang Matzi had given him a severe beating today, nearly sending him to meet the king of hell, and he feels that he hasn't yet avenged that encounter. Furthermore, Wang Matzi continues to harass Xu Taohua. If this issue is not resolved completely, Wang Matzi will undoubtedly persist. Chapter 14. A family in ruins. It is imperative to find time to address this matter thoroughly. On Xu Taohua's side, Song Qian is filled with anticipation. This beautiful widow, with her delicate and enchanting appearance, whose voice resonates like a melodious aureole, will inevitably become entwined in a story with him. Xu Taohua was right. He should seek her out whenever possible. Regrettably, it is too late tonight. Added to that is the concern for his family. Otherwise, he would have returned to her side, as her charming silhouette lingers in his mind. Especially during the day, the scenes beneath the waterfall remain vividly etched in his memory, and Xu Taohua's figure is simply captivating. As he arrives at his doorstep, he sees his younger sister, Song Yao, leaning against the doorframe, her head tilted as she gazes intently outside. "Brother, why are you back so late?" Upon seeing Song Qian, Song Yao rushes over to take the basket from him, her voice filled with playful reproach. "Honestly, you went out this morning and only just returned. I told you not to wander off, but you never listen. Mom and Dad have been so worried about you. Hurry inside. You must be hungry. I'll heat up some food for you." Hearing his sister's complaints warmed Song Qian's heart. He had gotten lost in the mountains today, which is why he returned so late. The events of the day, particularly regarding the inheritance he received, are too extraordinary to share with his family just yet. He can only fabricate an excuse about being lost. After all, during the past 2 years of his mental fog, he often roamed aimlessly and sometimes even stayed out late. This explanation should suffice. These past 2 years have been a burden on his family. Thankfully, through the efforts of his parents and sister, the 4 of them have managed to scrape by. Even in their poverty, looking at their destitute home, Song Qian feels a swell of emotion. The pain he endured back then had afflicted the entire family. Once he has settled matters at home, he will seek vengeance against the one who wronged him. He will repay the torment he suffered tenfold, ensuring that the scoundrel experiences his own suffering. Upon entering the house, Song Qian shuts the door behind him. Song Yao carries the bamboo basket toward the kitchen, but he quickly catches up to her and gently holds her back. "There's no need to heat anything. Sister Taohua made me a bowl of noodles, and I've already eaten." Song Yao turns back, astonishment evident on her face. "Brother, are you speaking without stuttering?" Since Song Qian's head injury, his responses have been slow, and he often stammered, struggling to form complete sentences. Yet now, she hears him speaking fluently, as if he has transformed into a different person. Song Qian affectionately ruffles her hair. "Little Yao, not only have I stopped stuttering, but I've also regained my faculties. You've worked hard these past 2 years. I will protect you from now on." As she listens to his smooth voice, Song Yao's eyes well up with tears. You truly are not foolish anymore?" She gazes up at him, her emotions overwhelming her. Song Qian nods emphatically. "I fell today, and suddenly my mind cleared. Come on, let us share the good news with Mom and Dad." Song Yao drops the bamboo basket and rushes into the living room, leaving a mess of mushrooms scattered across the floor. She burst through the door, exclaiming, "Dad! Mom! My brother is no longer foolish." Their father, Song Yongfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, glance at each other in disbelief at Song Yao's exuberance. Moments later, Song Yongfu regains his composure. "You silly girl, if your brother's mind is still muddled, why would you catch his foolishness? Hurry and heat up some food. He must be starving." Song Yao sits between her parents, exclaiming, "Dad! Mom! I'm not lying to you. My brother speaks so clearly now. He is really better. Ha ha." Tears of joy sparkle in her eyes as she dances with excitement. Just as Lu Shufan is about to respond, Song Qian walks in. "Dad! Mom! I'm back. Little Yao is right. My foolishness has vanished." The couple stands up in shock, exchanging incredulous looks as they hear their son speak with clarity. "Little Qian, is it truly you?" Song Yongfu approaches, limping towards him. Song Qian rushes to support his father. "Dad, I really am better now. You and Mom have suffered these past 2 years. From now on, I will take care of this family and provide for you." Tears well in Lu Shufan's eyes as she watches her son speak normally. "Thank goodness. Thank goodness." She moves closer, grasping his hand tightly. The four of them embrace, overwhelmed with joy and tears. After a few minutes, they finally manage to compose themselves. Song Yongfu wipes his tears and, with Song Qian's help, sits back down on their worn-out sofa. "Son, how did this miracle happen?" Song Qian concocts a story, claiming he fell and hit his head, and upon waking, he returned to normal. His parents, concerned, examine his head and find no injuries, allowing the family to breathe a sigh of relief. "Heaven be praised, you are finally well." Seeing his family beside him, Song Qian cannot contain his emotions. Memories of the past flood his mind, like a film playing in his thoughts. He recalls the moments when he was first beaten, still not fully lost to his mental haze. Sometimes he was sharp, while other times he struggled to comprehend. The day after he was beaten, his parents sought out the perpetrator, only to discover he was a privileged scion, arrogant and untouchable. Subsequently, he had his men attack his father, leaving him with a broken leg. To save money, his father sought the help of a barefoot doctor who merely wrapped his leg with herbs, neglecting proper treatment. His mother was also struck, sustaining injuries to her head and facial nerves, leading to frequent bouts of deafening ringing in her ears. Over time, her mouth and eyes would twitch uncontrollably. This incident had a profound impact on the entire family, nearly dragging them into an abyss of despair. In the past 2 years, his father, limping, has worked as a sanitation worker in the village, maintaining the garbage site. Earning a meager monthly wage of 500 yuan, they barely managed to survive. The village has a road approximately 1 kilometer long, often littered with stones and leaves, and his father's job is to sweep these away, a truly arduous task. At the village's western edge lies a garbage incineration site. Although labeled as such, it is merely a pit made of bricks where villagers dispose of their waste. Every few days, Song Yongfu would gather the refuse to set it ablaze. Earning just 500 yuan a month is a grueling existence. Meanwhile, his mother takes on odd jobs, sometimes picking vegetables for a meager 80 yuan a day, or laboring at construction sites for 120 yuan, a high wage but grueling work. Chapter 15. The 18 Needles of Yama. At times, she may even go unpaid. The memories of the past continually haunt Song Qian. Looking at his parents, their hair streaked with gray, he feels a deep pang of sorrow. All of this suffering stemmed from his own misfortune. Standing up resolutely, he sincerely apologizes to his parents. "Dad, Mom, I am truly sorry for everything. Had I exercised restraint at that moment, perhaps the current predicament could have been avoided. I feel deeply remorseful for burdening you all." Lu Shufan's eyes brimmed with tears as she hastily waved her hand. "My child, the important thing is that you have recovered. There is no need for such apologies." Song Yongfu nodded with a smile. "As long as you are well, that is what matters. Take a few days to rest. If your health remains stable, do seek employment soon. Our family's circumstances are dire. We scarcely manage to get by and are mired in debt, which is truly distressing." With a heavy sigh, Song Yongfu expressed the harsh realities of their deteriorating situation. Under normal circumstances, Song Qian should be allowed ample time to recuperate after his recovery. But the family's plight made that impossible. His actions stemmed from a place of necessity. "What are you saying?" Lu Shufan quickly interjected. "The child has just recovered. He should be allowed to rest for a while. Let him recuperate for 2 or 3 months until he is fully healed before seeking work." Presently, it was true that Song Qian had improved. However, 2 years prior, his condition had fluctuated, and who could guarantee that he would not relapse in a few days? Lu Shufan could only hope that fate would bless her child, ensuring that this recovery would be permanent. Regarding the family's financial struggles, given their current state of poverty, they had endured for 2 years and could withstand another year or so. Song Qian, having just regained his health, should not be burdened with pressure. As long as he remained well, Lu Shufan believed that enduring some hardship herself was a trivial matter, even if it meant taking on additional labor. Song Yao chimed in. We have survived for 2 years. A few more days won't matter. Let my brother rest. At this point, she turned her gaze toward Song Qian. Brother, you agree, don't you? Song Qian shook his head. I am fully recovered. You needn't worry about me. I will seek work in just a couple of days. You can trust me. Within a month at most, I will ensure our situation improves. After a brief pause, he changed the subject. Please continue your conversation. I need to use the restroom. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. The home of the Song family was a modest courtyard. The square yard housed 2 main rooms made of cement bricks, covered with asbestos tiles, which rendered it unbearably cold in winter and stifling in summer. In front of the main house, there were 2 small rooms on either side, similarly roofed with asbestos, offering little respite from the biting winter winds or the oppressive summer heat. The first room on the left was Song Qian's bedroom. Upon entering, he closed the door behind him. Inside the bedroom, there was a rudimentary wooden bed, upon which lay a tangle of tattered bedding. This was Song Qian's small sanctuary. A long bench at the head of the bed served as his wardrobe, laden with a few articles of clothing, epitomizing its simplicity. As he surveyed the Spartan room and contemplated his family's living conditions, Song Qian resolved to earn a substantial amount of money in the near future. He must alter their living conditions and elevate their standard of living. Such meager accommodations paled in comparison to the doghouses of wealthier families. Reflecting on his own bed and thinking of his parents and sister, he realized their situation was equally dire. Their familial circumstances were simply deplorable. Sitting at the edge of his bed, Song Qian focused his mind and entered the lotus space, where he was met with an astonishing sight. This realm was a miniature world, complete with mountains, water, and bizarre creatures. Yet, his thoughts were not on the scenery, but rather on the legendary treasure vault he sought. Soon, he spotted a small wooden cabin. Inside lay a woman clothed in flowing red, her hair white and skin wrinkled. She was the Lotus Sage. At that moment, the Lotus Sage lay with her eyes gently closed, her complexion pale, as if in a deep slumber. Song Qian stepped forward and knelt before her. Master, I am grateful for the inheritance you have bestowed upon me. I shall hasten to locate the 9 women and gather your consciousness Lotus to awaken you. Despite his words, his mind was clouded with uncertainty. Where were these 9 women, and what were they like? He had no inkling. The most pressing concern was the 3-year time limit. If he failed to gather the consciousness Lotus within that period, both he and the Lotus Sage would perish. 3 years felt all too brief. Rising, Song Qian began to search the small cabin. The Lotus Sage had mentioned the Yama's 18 needles, which required specific acupuncture needles for treatment. He needed to find these needles to aid his parents' ailments. The cabin was starkly furnished, containing only a few boxes filled with elixirs and peculiar items, the names of which eluded him. This was the treasure vault? It seemed exceedingly humble. Muttering to himself, he approached a shelf lined with various boxes. Upon opening them, he discovered some contained medicinal pills, while others held rare herbs. After a cursory glance, he spotted an ancient wooden box prominently labeled Yama's 18 Needles. Inside, he found 18 silver needles, varying in length and thickness, each adorned with a skull at the base. The skull symbolizing Yama, perhaps? Song Qian mused, his face breaking into a radiant smile. With these silver needles, his parents could be saved. With a flicker of thought, he returned to reality, clutching the silver needles. He attempted to command these treasures, and with a mere thought, the needles returned to the wooden cabin. Another mental effort brought them back into his hands. Overjoyed, he smiled broadly. This made things significantly easier. Henceforth, withdrawing items from the Lotus space would require only a thought. The same applied for returning them. After several successful attempts, he nearly laughed in delight. He had never imagined that he would possess something akin to the legendary spaces depicted on television, and his was even more advanced. However, at this moment, Song Qian could only access the space with his mind. He wondered if, one day, he could enter fully or if others could as well. For now, the priority was treating his parents' ailments. Everything else could wait for another day of careful exploration, which he was confident he would master. He held the silver needles as he walked back into the room. Approaching his father, he examined his father's foot. Father, I once studied medicine. Though these past 2 years have been aimless, I have not forgotten my medical knowledge. Allow me to administer a few needles. Perhaps it will alleviate some of your pain, or even lead to a cure. Song Qian spoke cautiously, adopting a tone of negotiation. Seeing the silver needles in his son's hands, Lu Shufan quickly shook her head. Little Qian, your father's condition is extremely serious. Please do not act recklessly. If it worsens, we will be in dire straits. Song Yao chimed in, yes. Dad's foot was broken by someone and was never properly treated. It has become a chronic issue that flares up often. If it worsens, we won't have the means to afford treatment. Their words were grounded in harsh reality. It was not merely a lack of funds. They were buried in debt. To finance Song Qian's education, the family had already endured significant hardship, and his own medical expenses after being beaten had drained their resources further. The resistance from his mother and sister was anticipated by Song Qian, as they spoke the truth regarding their current situation. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to tentatively propose, it's just a few needles. Even if it doesn't work, it shouldn't worsen Dad's condition. Let me give it a try. He turned to his father. Dad, it's merely acupuncture. There's no inherent risk. Please allow me to help relieve your pain for now. As Song Qian entered, he immediately noticed his father writhing in agony, evidently suffering from a recurring leg ailment, which he used as a pretext. Song Yongfu pulled up his knee and gently massaged it, hesitating over whether to allow Song Qian to use silver needles on him. After several moments of contemplation, he chose to place his trust in Song Qian. After all, his leg was a constant source of torment, a burden he could hardly bear, perhaps. If the needles could alleviate some of the pain, it would lessen his suffering. Very well, let us give it a try. But do be careful not to damage any nerves or blood vessels. That would lead to complications. Upon receiving his father's reluctant consent, Song Qian retrieved the silver needles, preparing to administer the treatment. His mother, Lu Shufan, hurried over, casting a disapproving glare at Song Yongfu. You are both being foolish. The child has been aimless these past 2 years. How could he possibly remember what he learned before? Don't encourage his reckless behavior. What if he accidentally punctures a blood vessel? There's no ambulance available now. Holding the silver needle, Song Qian turned to his mother. Don't worry, Mom. You know my academic performance. I understand what I'm doing with these needles. Song Yongfu chimed in. Let him try. My leg is already useless. And I can't walk. It's worth a shot. Lu Shufan longed to protest further, but seeing the determination in the pair, she relented, keeping her thoughts to herself. As Song Qian prepared to insert the needle, his sister reminded him, be careful. Do not make any mistakes. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. He replied. And with that, he inserted the first needle. I can't feel anything, Song Yongfu exclaimed uneasily moments later. That was intentional, Song Qian reassured him, smiling. This first needle is meant to numb your pain, so you won't suffer. Once I'm finished, you'll regain feeling. Just bear with it for now. He then bent down, lifting his father's leg. With the aid of the Lotus Celestial Eye, he could see the shattered bones within. Grasping his father's knee with one hand and pressing on the fracture with the other, he meticulously realigned each splintered piece of bone, some of which had grown haphazardly together. In a few instances, he had to resort to crushing the bones to separate them before reassembling them. Once all the bones were reconfigured, Song Qian took out another silver needle and precisely inserted it at the site of the fracture. One needle for pain relief, another to reconnect the bones. While others might perceive his father's injury as a dire predicament, Song Qian regarded it merely as a minor inconvenience. Just 2 needles would suffice for his father's recovery. Lu Shufan stood by anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Hearing Song Yongfu declare he had lost all sensation heightened her worry. Old Song, can you feel anything now? Song Yongfu shook his head, not a thing. It feels as if I've been anesthetized, and I can't sense my lower leg at all. Song Qian, you must stop. We need to find a way to take your father to the hospital. This isn't right. You could harm him. Lu Shufan wrung her hands, pacing nervously. Song Yao, her eyes glistening, added, I told you not to meddle. Now look, Dad has no feeling whatsoever. Observing the distress of his mother and sister, Song Qian sought to reassure them. Dad's leg was broken, and I've realigned it through my technique. I intentionally numbed his nerves to spare him pain. The treatment is nearly complete. There's no need for panic. He will recover in no more than 10 minutes. At this juncture, anxiety was futile. They could only wait patiently. Time ticked by, and amidst their tension and concern, over 10 minutes swiftly passed. Song Qian, noticing his father's leg appeared healed, carefully removed the silver needle and placed it in a box. Dad, try to move your leg. It should be fine now. With great effort, Song Yongfu attempted to control his leg. After a long 10 seconds, he finally felt a flicker of sensation. It seems I can feel something. As time progressed, a smile spread across Song Yongfu's face. My leg. It doesn't hurt anymore. Xiao Yao, help me up. Lu Shufan and Song Yao each took one of Song Yongfu's arms, carefully assisting him to stand. Tentatively moving, he grew increasingly exhilarated. It's working. I think it's truly healed. Let go. I want to try walking. Song Qian smiled gently, releasing his hold. Lu Shufan and Song Yao exchanged glances of trepidation, but slowly eased their grip on Song Yongfu. Under their watchful eyes, he took a tentative step, a small step that felt monumental to him as he discovered he could exert force with his foot. It's working. It's really healed. Overjoyed, Song Yongfu couldn't contain his excitement. This is miraculous, he exclaimed, trying to take a few more steps, his joy growing with each movement until he bounded forward. I'm truly healed. Laughing, he threw his arms open, sprinting around the living room, and, feeling invigorated, dashed out of the yard. The three of them hurried after him. Dad, take it easy. Don't overdo it and fall. Give it some time to adjust. Soon you'll be able to bounce around as you please. After 2 years of suffering, Song Yongfu was too elated to heed the caution. Chapter 17. Perhaps it was a scheme for 2 years. He had been unable to exert any strength in his leg. On good days, he could barely manage a couple of steps. On painful days, it felt like a burden. But now, not only was the pain gone, but he felt an extraordinary strength coursing through him. He had never felt such joy in all those years. This is fantastic. Take it slow. Lu Shufan stepped forward to block Song Yongfu's path. Listen to the children. Don't act recklessly. He paused, still not satisfied, and bounced in place a few more times, his heart brimming with delight as he bent down to inspect the area that had been injured. Upon examination, he screamed in astonishment. Not only was his leg healed, but the scars had vanished as well. The scars are gone, Lu Shufan exclaimed, puzzled, as she too knelt to inspect, her face lighting up in joy. This is unbelievable. The scars have truly disappeared. Song Yao rushed over, skeptical, and upon checking, she too burst into joyous screams. My goodness, my brother's medical skills are extraordinary. Indeed, Song Qian chuckled. You all know how well I performed in school, don't you? Watching his parents' elation, Song Qian joined in their laughter. After the laughter subsided, Song Yao questioned, Dad's leg seems healed, but I'm still skeptical. How can merely inserting silver needles yield such miraculous results? Brother, how did you do it? Song Yongfu echoed her curiosity. Yes. There's someone in town who does silver needle treatments. They've done it for me before, but it only alleviated the pain at best. Please explain the difference. Let us go inside and talk. Song Qian turned, leading the way. With his father's leg healed, it was now time to focus on treating his mother. Even then, Song Qian pondered. It was just silver needles, without any extravagant techniques or medications. What could account for such remarkable results? After much contemplation, he considered a possibility. These 18 silver needles were made of a unique material, possessing extraordinary properties. At that moment, he recalled the words of the Lotus Celestial Emperor. The 18 needles of Yama can resurrect the dead. Could it be that using the 18 needles of Yama could bring someone back from the clutches of death? How extraordinarily powerful that would be. Song Qian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the day he could test his technique on someone who had just passed. Once in the living room, the family settled down, and after some reflection, Song Qian spun a tale of creation from nothingness. Over the past 2 years, I have felt a decline in my intellect, frequently dreaming of a celestial being clad in red, named Hong Lian, who claims to be a deity. Throughout this period, she has imparted to me the art of healing and various martial skills, bestowing upon me a wealth of knowledge. Just earlier, while treating my father, I employed the medical techniques she taught me, approaching the task with a sense of trial and uncertainty. To my astonishment, these methods proved effective. The tale of Song Qian left my family in a state of disbelief. Such narratives are seldom portrayed in dramas. Nevertheless, with my father's leg now healed, curiosity waned, and they accepted whatever Song Qian claimed without further inquiry. After recounting his story, Song Qian turned his gaze towards Lu Shufan. Mother, your facial nerves are injured, causing your mouth to twitch uncontrollably. Allow me to assist you. A mere needle will suffice. Lu Shufan, smiling, inquired, can mine be cured too? Absolutely, Song Qian asserted with conviction. The techniques bestowed upon me by the celestial being can remedy any ailment. Your condition is as simple to treat as a common cold, and it shall be resolved in no more than 10 minutes. Hearing this, Lu Shufan's smile brightened further. If it could indeed be cured, she would be free from suffering. For 2 years, she had endured a constant buzzing in her ears, frequent tears, and uncontrollable twitching of her mouth, a torment that felt unbearable. There were even warnings that she might face a stroke. Terrified, yet powerless, Lu Shufan had persevered for the sake of her 2 children and her incapacitated husband. Sustained by a fierce determination, the thunderous noise in her ears was beyond what any ordinary person could endure. Lu Shufan had even contemplated that losing her hearing would be preferable to this incessant buzzing, which was simply intolerable. The din in her ears accompanied excruciating headaches. Many times, She had thought that ending her life might be a relief from her miserable existence, but the thought of her children and her husband kept her going, no matter how painful it became. Regardless of the outcome, let me give it a try, she said, leaning towards Song Qian, with a silver needle in hand. Song Qian pricked the acupoint behind her ear and then another on her cheekbone. Once the 2 needles were applied, the family resumed their conversation. However, a particular topic caused Song Qian to lose his composure. Song Yao mentioned that the person who had harmed Song Qian had begun a relationship with his ex-girlfriend shortly after his incident and that they were likely to marry soon. Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt an unsettling sensation. The timing suggested that they had known each other prior to his assault, which implied that the harassment of his girlfriend might have been a deliberate act to provoke him before the attack. That night's events replayed in Song Qian's mind. Before the barbecue, his girlfriend had insisted on going out, leading him to the very restaurant where the incident occurred. The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Sensing that everything had been orchestrated against him, he resolved to find his ex-girlfriend and uncover the truth, seeking retribution for the hardships he had endured over the past 2 years. At that moment, Song Yao's voice reached him. Brother, those 2 scoundrels have caused our family immense suffering. Now that you have just recovered, please stay away from them and do not seek revenge. Song Yongfu added, I have since heard that your ex-girlfriend's boyfriend is a wealthy heir. We cannot afford to offend them. It is best to keep our distance. To ease his family's concerns, Song Qian nodded. Rest assured, the priority is to improve our living conditions. I have no time for vendettas. Lu Shufan wished to speak, but with needles in her face, she merely shot a warning glance at Song Qian. To her astonishment, since Song Qian had applied the needles, her mouth had ceased its twitching, and her eyes were no longer weeping. In a mere 10 minutes, Song Qian removed the needles and stored them away. Mother, your ailment should be resolved for now. If discomfort returns in a couple of days, I shall treat you again. Lu Shufan nodded, her smile radiant. It seemed as if she had indeed improved. From that moment, her eyes had remained dry, and her mouth was at peace. As for the buzzing in her ears, she felt no trace of it. Without that noise, she felt as if she were as normal as anyone else. Chapter 18. Wang Matzi is terrified again under typical circumstances. The buzzing would recur every 2 to 3 days, so it would take a few days to ascertain whether her ears had truly healed. Lu Shufan beamed as she rubbed her mouth, hopeful that the ordeal had come to an end. After a few light exchanges, the family retired for the night. Song Qian returned to his room, feigning sleep, but soon after, he slipped out again. He entered the kitchen, pretending to pour himself a drink, and discreetly wiped some soot from the pot, stashing it in his pocket to confront Wang Matzi. Earlier, at Xu Taohua's house, Wang Matzi had been thoroughly frightened by him, and Song Qian felt it would be too lenient to let him off the hook. Additionally, he worried that Wang Matzi might return to harass Xu Taohua again, so he decided to check on the situation. Arriving at Xu Taohua's door, he noted the lights were off, and the house was quiet, which eased his mind. Activating his Lotus vision, he scanned the interior and confirmed that Xu Taohua was asleep before heading towards Wang Matzi's home. Wang Matzi, unpunished, would not be allowed to go unscathed. Song Qian could not rest until he had made him acknowledge his wrongdoing. However, he dismissed the idea of taking extreme measures against him. Wang Matzi had indeed been ruthless, throwing Song Qian to the ground and ultimately into the abyss. Yet, this very act had granted Song Qian the legacy of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Reflecting on it, Wang Matzi was both an enemy and a benefactor. A suitable lesson would ensure he no longer bullied Xu Taohua and ceased to trouble Song Qian in the future. At Wang Matzi's home, he had fled from Xu Taohua's place as if his life depended on it, expending considerable effort to roll and crawl back home. After a brief rest, he noted that Song Qian had not pursued him, which offered a semblance of relief, though worry lingered in his heart. Half an hour later, with no sign of Song Qian, he began to relax and proceeded to clean himself up. The pants he had worn still carried the scent of urine, so he changed and washed them in the yard. After several minutes, the pants were finally clean. Once hung up, Wang Matzi retrieved a kitchen knife and set it beside him, taking a seat in the yard to rest. He could not fathom the events that had transpired at Xu Taohua's house. Why had Song Qian approached him so closely, yet he found himself unable to move? As he reflected, it seemed as if a mysterious force had bound him, rendering him immobile. But where could such power have originated? After much contemplation, he could only conclude that it must have been Song Qian's spirit holding him captive. Otherwise, it was utterly inexplicable. The mere thought was terrifying. After a considerable time in thought, Wang Matzi took the kitchen knife back into the living room, gathering incense, paper money, and preparing an offering. With these items in hand, he returned to a corner of the yard. He arranged the offerings, lit the incense, and knelt down to burn the paper money, hoping to rid himself of Song Qian's ghost. Song Qian, I never intended to harm you. I apologize for what has transpired, and I beg you to cease your haunting. I offer you paper money, a generous amount, so that in the future, when you lack such currency, you may summon me in dreams, and I shall gladly burn it for you. I beseech you, however, do not linger around me any longer. The scene at Xu Taohua's abode remains vivid in Wang Mozi's memory. The paralyzing sensation of fear was so profound that for a fleeting moment, he felt as though death itself beckoned him. Even now, the recollection sends shivers down his spine. Kneeling on the ground, Wang Mozi burned the paper money while muttering to himself, imploring Song Qian to cease his haunting presence. Upon reaching Wang Mozi's doorstep, Song Qian glimpsed the flickering flames within. Peering through the courtyard wall with his celestial vision, he couldn't suppress a chuckle. It was amusing to witness the once arrogant Wang Mozi displaying such trepidation, burning paper money for himself as if he truly believed he had met his demise. Song Qian mused to himself, where is that bravado from earlier? Why this sudden cowardice? He chuckled lightly, using his clairvoyance to observe Wang Mozi's actions. With the inheritance he received, Song Qian possessed an unusually acute sense of hearing, and even through the wall, he could distinctly hear Wang Mozi's nervous murmurs. It was clear that fear had indeed gripped Wang Mozi. Taking out some soot from a pot, Song Qian darkened his eyes and smeared some on his face haphazardly. Once prepared, he leaped gracefully into the courtyard, his movements silent and ethereal, positioning himself in the shadows. Song Qian watched as Wang Mozi continued to burn paper money and ramble on, struggling to suppress a laugh and feeling an urge to spare him. I never intended to harm you. I implore you, let me be. These offerings are for you. Spend them leisurely below. I am truly sorry. Wang Mozi muttered incessantly as he burned the paper money. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. Wang Mozi, my death was so tragic. Song Qian's voice was slow and raspy, as if he were laboring through the depths of hell. Wang Mozi turned, stunned into silence. Song Qian, please. Do not haunt me. He instinctively grabbed a kitchen knife, rising quickly to press his back against the wall, brandishing the cold blade towards Song Qian. Do not approach. I have a knife. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the same immobilizing sensation he'd experienced at Xu Taohua's home returned, leaving him rigid and powerless. Despite the knife in his hand, it was rendered useless. Song Qian, I realize my mistakes. I beg you spare me. Wang Mozi's body was stiff, leaving only his mouth capable of speech. Song Qian advanced towards him, effortlessly snatching the knife from Wang Mozi's grasp and placing the gleaming blade against his throat. The binding spell worked wonders, allowing him to control Wang Mozi with ease. You have caused me great suffering. I shall seek vengeance. Wang Mozi trembled, a warm trickle dampening his pants. Please, do not kill me. I have learned my lesson. Song Qian merely frowned at Wang Mozi's pleas. The knife remained poised at his neck, inflicting no harm. Instead, Song Qian employed hypnotism, compelling Wang Mozi to slap himself repeatedly. After a sufficient amount of self-inflicted punishment, Song Qian relented. Wang Mozi, you must cease your pursuit of Sister Taohua. If I catch you doing so again, I shall ensure you are taken away. Below him, a puddle formed as the scent of urine filled the air. Wang Mozi, terrified, hastily promised, I will no longer pursue her. Tomorrow, I will retrieve the betrothal gifts and leave her in peace. Please, spare me. Remember your words, for the consequences will be dire, Song Qian warned, casting the knife to the ground before leaping into the air, disappearing from Wang Mozi's sight. The scene left Wang Mozi in a state of shock. A full minute passed before he could muster the strength to move, collapsing against the wall. Song Qian, I beg you spare me. At that moment, Wang Mozi was convinced that Song Qian had perished. How else could one explain the ethereal lightness with which he had floated away? Wang Mozi slumped in the corner for a long while before finally managing to stand. I must seek out a master to exorcise Song Qian's spirit, otherwise, I shall find no peace. He muttered to himself, unsteadily making his way back inside. In just a few hours, he had been tormented by Song Qian multiple times. The recent encounter being particularly harrowing. With the cold blade pressed against his throat, a mere flick could have spelled his demise. As he walked, he rubbed his aching cheeks, recalling the mysterious force that had compelled him to slap himself. This power was beyond his control, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. The more he pondered, the more fear consumed him. He needed to act quickly and find someone capable of dealing with Song Qian. Meanwhile, Song Qian returned home, brimming with cheer. He lay on his bed, contemplating his next course of action. First, he needed to earn money swiftly to improve his family's living conditions, though he had little idea how to go about it. Secondly, he sought the fragments of his consciousness. This task could be postponed, as he had 3 years. But earning money was an urgent necessity. After a considerable time of deep thought, Song Qian finally devised a plan. While it might not yield a fortune, he could still make a decent sum to address his immediate needs. The next morning, he awoke early, gathering a fishing net with the intention of catching fish. A stream flowed down from Longquan Mountain, merging into Longquan River, which then fed into Longquan Lake, abundant with large fish. Selling some fish should net him several thousand yuan. As he prepared to leave with his net, he noticed his younger sister, Song Yao, emerging from her room, rubbing her eyes. "Brother, where are you off to so early with that fishing net?" "I'm going to catch a couple of fish to improve our family's situation. I'll be back shortly," he replied as he walked out. Song Yao rushed over, handing her phone to him. "You shouldn't go alone. Mom and Dad will worry. Take my phone so we can keep in touch." Song Qian accepted the phone, tucking it into his pocket. "Once I have some money, I'll buy my own." Having inherited the ability to traverse great distances in an instant, Song Qian could have reached Longquan Lake in the blink of an eye. However, he refrained from doing so. If he were discovered by the villagers, he would be labeled a monster, potentially putting his parents at risk. For now, he had to act cautiously. With his fishing net in hand, Song Qian sprinted towards Longquan Lake. Soon, he arrived at the lakeside, ready to fish when he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "Silly Song Qian, are you here to catch fish?" To his surprise, he found someone who had risen even earlier than he. It was Zhang Yibei, the village chief's daughter. Known for her delicate beauty, the true flower of Taohua village. She was also Song Qian's classmate, having graduated from university together. "Zhang Yibei, are you here to fish as well?" he asked, taken aback by her presence. Zhang Yibei's charm rivaled that of Xu Taohua, and both were well known throughout the village. During their university days, there had been a brief period of mutual attraction, but circumstances had never allowed them to become a couple. "I did not come here to fish," Zhang Yibei stated. "I was at the lake yesterday, and I lost my necklace. I suspect it fell somewhere nearby, and I'm worried someone might have picked it up. I specifically came here to search for it. Have you found it?" Song Qian inquired. Zhang Yibei shook her head, a hint of disappointment evident on her face. "I arrived here before dawn and searched all the likely spots, but to no avail. I spent over 2,000 on it. Such a pity." As she spoke, Zhang Yibei turned to Song Qian. "Silly Song Qian, please help me look for it. If you find my necklace, I will help you catch fish later. And I promise to help you catch a big one." Today, Zhang Yibei donned a cream-colored blouse paired with jeans and sports shoes. Those fitted jeans accentuated her figure perfectly. She was indeed a sight to behold. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail that swayed behind her, and her bangs were slightly tousled. Zhang Yibei brushed her hair back and looked at Song Qian with hopeful eyes. "It may have been picked up by someone else. If you've searched for so long without success, even if I help, we might not find it. Instead of looking for the necklace, why not assist me in catching fish?" Song Qian suggested as he prepared to begin fishing. Zhang Yibei stepped forward and pressed down on Song Qian's fishing net. With her captivating, autumn-like eyes fixed on him, she remarked, "Why are you so eloquent today?" "Really? I hadn't noticed," Song Qian replied, feigning his usual stutter. "Perhaps it's because of the stunning beauty before me, causing my blood to rush and my speech to flow freely. Don't you agree?" he quipped, deliberately gazing intently at Zhang Yibei. Indeed, the more one looked at her, the more enchanting she appeared. Her well-proportioned figure was nothing short of perfection. She had curves in all the right places, with no excess flesh where it wasn't needed, simply stunning. Her long neck led to a fair expanse below, and her deep neckline further highlighted her exquisite physique. "What are you staring at, you lecher?" Zhang Yibei playfully scolded, quickly adjusting her collar. "I'm asking you a question. Why are you speaking so fluently today?" "I'm just teasing you." Song Qian chuckled. "My foolishness has been cured. From now on, don't call me silly Song Qian. If you dare to call me that again, I might just drool and stare at your chest." Zhang Yibei, with her ample figure, was indeed remarkable. During their school days, she had matured beautifully. Among their classmates, the boys had secretly dubbed her big-chested sister, illustrating just how stunning her physique was. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed, taken aback by Song Qian's playful banter. His newfound fluency and quick wit suggested that perhaps his affliction had truly been cured. With wide eyes, she incredulously asked, "Your condition is really better? When did that happen? Who treated you?" Chapter 20. An unusual fishing method. Song Qian casually replied, "It just suddenly got better." "Suddenly? Is that really possible?" Zhang Yibei expressed disbelief. She puffed out her chest, still struggling to accept it as she gazed at Song Qian. "That's too miraculous. You're not pulling my leg, are you? I healed myself. That should suffice, right? Don't forget, my academic performance in college was better than yours." Song Qian did not wish to delve into this subject. "Let us not discuss that. My family is quite impoverished, and I want to catch some fish to sell and perhaps make a sour fish soup. If you're willing to help, let us get to work. If not, please don't hinder me." From his demeanor, it was evident that Song Qian had indeed recovered. Zhang Yibei remained in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how Song Qian had overcome an ailment that had been deemed a complex issue, one that had cost his family dearly in medical expenses and consultations without resolution. Who had healed him? Surely it couldn't be as simple as he claimed. "Song Qian, you must tell me the truth. Who treated you?" Zhang Yibei implored, arms outstretched, eager for clarity. Being a medical student with her own small clinic in Peach Blossom Village, she was genuinely astonished. "My dear aunt, please don't block my path. I urgently need to catch fish. We can discuss this later." "Why not now?" Zhang Yibei queried. But the phrasing fell off to her. She sensed that Song Qian's mischievousness was influencing her thoughts. The word now could imply more than just the present moment. It could have special connotations. "Forget it. If you wish to fish successfully, it won't be that simple. I still haven't found my necklace. You must help me find it first before you can fish, or I won't allow you to." As she spoke, she began to act coy, pouting her lips and blocking Song Qian's path with her arms. "My dear, this isn't how you play the game. If you don't move, I might just have to strike at your weak points." Song Qian, extending his fingers like claws, replied, "If you're so capable, then go ahead and strike." With no other option, Song Qian conceded. "All right, let us make a deal. You take me on a quick search for 10 minutes. And if we don't find it, you can't obstruct me anymore, and you must help me catch fish." Zhang Yibei bit her lip, slowly opening her eyes. "I've searched for 20 minutes without success. You can't possibly find it in just 10. It should at least be 20 minutes. Zhang Yibei persisted, and Song Qian's expression darkened. "Fine, let us hurry then." He cast aside the fishing net and began to assist Zhang Yibei in her search for the necklace. With his keen eyesight, Song Qian utilized his enhanced vision to aid in the search. Simultaneously, he took a moment to admire Zhang Yibei's flawless form. Indeed, the moniker Big-Chested Sister was not undeserved. Following Zhang Yibei's recollections, they scoured the lakeside path, searching every nook and cranny, even the thickets, but to no avail. Before long, more than 20 minutes had elapsed. "Let us give it up, if you really care about it. I can promise to buy you one when I earn some money," he suggested. Given the dire financial situation of Song Qian's family, it was unlikely he could afford a necklace, let alone gift one to Zhang Yibei. To avoid discouraging him, she feigned a cheerful demeanor. "That is what you said, and I'll remember it. When the time comes, I'll personally select one worth 4,000 or 5,000, and I'll make sure to extort you a bit." All right. Enough with the chatter. Let us get to fishing." Approaching the fishing net, Song Qian picked it up and moved to a deeper area of water, casting it in. His net was a large dip net, containing some bait. Initially, he had no intention of using bait, but he had brought it along to divert attention. Now, it was proving useful. "You claim your condition has improved, yet you just tossed the net into the water like that? I have serious doubts," Zhang Yibei commented, hands on her hips, watching the spectacle. Song Qian's larger net was indeed the one he had just cast, but he also had a smaller net for catching fish. Longquan Lake was home to many grass carp, and during quiet times, they would graze near the shore. Using the smaller net was far more effective than the larger one for catching fish. However, simply tossing the large net into the water and waiting for fish to swim in was not a feasible approach. Zhang Yibei's skepticism did not faze Song Qian. His method of fishing was beyond her comprehension. "You may not comprehend this, but there exists a saying, Jiang Taigong fishes, and those who are willing take the bait. My bait has been specially treated, appealing to all kinds of fish, and within a mere 10 minutes, the net will be overflowing." "Humph," Zhang Yibei pouted, scoffing at the boastful claims, asserting that she could catch fish more effectively with her small scoop net. "Just stand aside and watch," she said. As Zhang Yibei prepared to catch fish, Song Qian quickly interjected. "Within the legacy of the Lotus Fairy Emperor, there exists an unparalleled technique known as hypnosis, which can induce a trance not only in humans, but also in plants and animals. By merely employing this hypnosis, Song Qian could lull fish within the designated area into a stupor, guiding them into the large net with ease." His assertion of an overflowing net was far from an exaggeration. "Ha ha ha, this is absolutely laughable. Why don't you claim that the fish in the lake are obediently swimming into your net?" Zhang Yibei chuckled, dismissing the notion entirely. Standing aside, Song Qian swiftly began to employ his hypnotic abilities. Soon, he noticed that several large fish, entranced by his magic, were approaching and ultimately entering the net. Truth be told, for Song Qian, the net was superfluous. He could simply hypnotize the fish and catch them barehanded. The net served merely as a facade. "If you don't believe me, just wait. In 10 minutes, we shall witness a miracle. It may even take less than that." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yibei observed that at the spot where Song Qian had cast the net, a flurry of activity erupted in the water. "Oh, it seems there really are fish," she exclaimed. "Shoo." Song Qian feigned mystery, hushing her. "If you scare the fish away, I shall sell you as a large fish on the street for money." "Keep your voice down," Zhang Yibei gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The splashes at the net's location grew increasingly vigorous. Chapter 21. Such large fish. She had often caught fish herself, and now, seeing the commotion, she realized there were at least several sizable ones in the net. Zhang Yibei tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with admiration, whispering excitedly, "It's truly remarkable that we can catch fish like this." Song Qian chuckled at her astonishment. "Do you think I am deceiving you? What is so strange about this? Now, lend me a hand. It's time to haul in the net." As Song Qian pulled on the rope, Zhang Yibei assisted from behind. During their efforts, Song Qian's elbow brushed against Zhang Yibei, and he felt a warm, soft sensation. Her cheeks flushed, and she muttered under her breath. Together, they exerted their strength and soon raised the net. Within the net lay a bounty of over 10 large fish. And upon inspection, Song Qian estimated their weight to be nearly 100 pounds, a truly impressive catch. "How about that? Are you convinced now?" he boasted proudly, reveling in their substantial haul. Zhang Yibei's cheeks reddened, a slight tremor coursing through her as she recalled the accidental contact. She understood it was unintentional and opted not to comment. "You were right. We truly caught so many large fish. I am curious, how did you prepare this bait?" "It's incredible," she exclaimed, her face flushed as she gave him a thumbs up. Afterward, she rubbed her chest, still feeling some discomfort. Noticing her embarrassment, Song Qian offered an awkward smile. "I apologize for bumping into you earlier." Zhang Yibei waved her hand dismissively, her clear eyes fixed on the thrashing fish. She looked back at Song Qian, her admiration evident, and pressed, "Your bait is extraordinary. How did you manage it? Would you teach me? If I could catch fish like this, I could make a fortune. Do you wish to learn?" Song Qian teased. "If you call me brother Song Qian, I might just be inclined to teach you." They had grown up in the same village, classmates since childhood, merely separated during university. As childhood companions, they shared a bond that allowed for such playful banter. Zhang Yibei giggled, tugging at his sleeve, then pouted, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue. "Brother Song Qian, please teach me. I'm barely scraping by with my dilapidated clinic, earning no money at all. If you teach me how to make the bait, I could earn some, and people will remember you for it." The scene of their fishing adventure had genuinely astonished Zhang Yibei, igniting a sincere desire to learn. Her voice was soft and sweet as she gently pulled on Song Qian's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with longing. If she could catch fish like this, with the abundant resources of Longquan Lake, she could surely prosper, leaving her struggling clinic behind. "Not quite sincere enough. Let us discuss it later," Song Qian replied, gathering the valuable fish into a protective basket while discarding a few that were of lesser value. Zhang Yibei, observing this, displayed her displeasure. "You rascal. After all the trouble we went through to catch them, why are you releasing the smaller ones? Those are grass carp, worth a good amount." Song Qian dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Releasing a few grass carp did not trouble him. With a little time and the use of hypnosis, he could easily catch more quality fish. Why bother with the smaller ones? His goal was to catch fish to sell for profit. Pursuing less valuable ones would only waste time and energy. What do you know? They are merely small fish. We will catch some larger ones shortly. Let these small ones grow. They will be ours in due time. After securing the net, Song Qian turned to Zhang Yibei. "Yibei, I recall you have a tricycle. Would you lend it to me? I am certain I can catch more fish, and without a vehicle, we cannot transport them to sell." Zhang Yibei pouted, reluctant. "If you use my tricycle to haul fish, it will reek of fishy odor, and you'll dirty my vehicle. How will you compensate me?" Song Qian grinned mischievously, fixing his gaze on her. "If you insist on compensation, I might just offer myself in return." Zhang Yibei playfully punched him, her cheeks flushed. "Go away." Song Qian ceased his teasing and returned to the matter at hand. "How about this? Since you called me brother, I won't let you lose out. Lend me your tricycle, and we can sell the fish together. After selling, I'll give you 20% as compensation for the wear and tear on your vehicle." Zhang Yibei pondered for a moment, rubbing her cheeks. The fish they had caught could easily sell for several hundred yuan, and given their rate of catch, earning over 1,000 yuan was certainly feasible. It seemed rather beneficial to lend him her tricycle. With a smile, she nodded in agreement. "Deal." However, her expression soon turned glum. "It will take at least half an hour to walk back to Taohua village. That's too exhausting. I want to watch you catch more fish. I don't want to go back just yet." "How foolish." Song Qian shot her an exasperated look. "Can't you just call your father to bring the tricycle over?" "All right. I really am a bit slow. Zhang Yibei's face flushed as she sheepishly scratched her head, pulling out her phone to call her father. Song Qian jested, their essay saying, "Big chest. No brains." Zhang Yibei glanced down, her face burning with embarrassment. "You're the one with big chest and no brains," she retorted, her cheeks crimson. Song Qian waved a finger playfully in front of her. "You are mistaken. That remark was directed at women. It would be implausible to apply it to men without a hint of intellect." Huh. Initially, Zhang Yibei was taken aback. However, after a moment of contemplation, her cheeks flushed crimson. How could Song Qian possess such a plethora of risque jokes? Without further ado, I must make a call. Zhang Yibei picked up the phone and dialed her father, Zhang Yukai. Upon hearing that many fish had been caught, he readily agreed and informed Zhang Yibei that he would arrive shortly. Moments later, after a few minutes, the two of them pulled up the fishing net, their harvest surpassing the previous one, with approximately 20 sizable fish. The net was nearly bursting. In a flurry of activity, they dragged the net from the water. "Such large fish. We have struck it rich." Zhang Yibei danced with joy, leaping as high as 8 feet. She bent down to lift a carp weighing over 10 pounds. "It's enormous. I reckon it's around 20 pounds. The fish struggled in her grasp, causing her to sway. Chapter 22. The village beauty falls into the water. Song Qian gazed around, instantly captivated by the splendid scenery. Indeed, it was magnificent, so large and pristine. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yibei felt an odd sensation. She looked up at Song Qian and noticed he was staring at her, making her blush even more. "I was referring to the size of the fish," Song Qian retorted playfully, asserting that the fish was indeed large, with a notably white belly, if he was not mistaken. "It must be a male." "Oh, stop it." Zhang Yibei put the fish down, feigning annoyance. Song Qian's mischievous gaze was unmistakably filled with mischief. They placed the fish into a fish basket, totaling nearly 30. As before, the smaller, less appealing ones were released back into the water. Zhang Yibei watched with a pang of regret. Each fish released meant a few less coins in her pocket. Relying on her father's position as the village head, Zhang Yibei was not short on money, but losing what she could have earned still stung. "Don't release them, it's a waste. Catch the large ones. Leave the small ones," Song Qian said, once again feigning seriousness as he lowered the net into the water. After several successful hauls, each net brimming with fish, more than half an hour passed. Upon checking the fish basket, Song Qian discovered they had accumulated over 100 pounds of fish, combining with the smaller pond's catch, totaling over 1,000 pounds, which delighted him immensely. These fish would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Moreover, they had caught 3 turtles. Each weighed around 7 or 8 pounds. Perfect for a nourishing soup. They decided to keep one for themselves, giving one to Zhang Yibei and the other to Xu Taohua. However, after this bountiful catch, Song Qian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, despite their impressive haul, the largest fish was merely close to 40 pounds. He recalled that Longquan Lake was home to much larger fish. With his hypnotic abilities, he should have been able to catch something grander. But where were the big fish? Zhang Yibei remarked that they had already caught enough to sell for a considerable sum, suggesting they stop before they caught too many and rendered them unsellable. Yet, Song Qian was determined. He pondered that perhaps the larger fish were deeper in the lake, beyond the reach of his hypnosis. To catch them, he needed to venture into the water. "You wait here. I'll dive in and bring up a large fish with my bare hands. If I don't catch something substantial, I shall feel unfulfilled." With that, Song Qian swiftly removed his shirt. Zhang Yibei's face flushed, and she quickly covered her eyes. "Scoundrel, why are you taking off your clothes?" Song Qian handed his jacket to Zhang Yibei. "What is the fuss? I'm only removing my shirt and trousers. I still have clothes underneath. How can I catch fish without shedding my outer garments?" Zhang Yibei turned away, unwilling to look at him. "You are such a rogue." "Oh dear, Miss Yibei is shy. This is not like you. If I remember correctly, when we were 5 or 6, we frolicked in Longquan River without a stitch on. Why be bashful now?" Zhang Yibei, with her back turned, felt a hint of embarrassment. "Back then, we were innocent children. Now we are adults. And there are distinctions between the sexes. Is it appropriate for you to undress in front of me? Stop with the nonsense. Just don't dirty my clothes." As Song Qian spoke, he tossed his trousers to Zhang Yibei. She caught them, but tossed them onto the grass nearby. If they get dirty, so be it. With a splash, Song Qian plunged into Longquan Lake. Behind him, Zhang Yibei called out a warning. "Be careful. If you can't catch anything, don't force it." Catching fish with bare hands is certainly possible, but to grasp a large fish and bring it ashore requires significant strength. Zhang Yibei had little faith that Song Qian could accomplish such a feat. A full minute passed without him resurfacing. Zhang Yibei, anxious, paced the water's edge. "Song Qian, if you can't catch anything, hurry back. Where are you?" she yelled, her voice ringing out. Yet, no matter how she called, Song Qian remained elusive. Panic set in for Zhang Yibei. Could it be that he had sunk? That seemed unlikely. They had grown up together, and she knew his swimming abilities well. Nothing untoward should have happened. But why had he not resurfaced? Song Qian, come back quickly. Zhang Yibei searched the surroundings, calling out towards Longquan Lake. Still, there was no sign of him. She was tempted to leap into the water to find him, but fear held her back. Although she enjoyed playing in the water, she could not swim. In the past, she had only ventured into the shallow areas of Longquan River. Should she jump in, it would spell disaster for her as well. In her frantic state, she noticed a series of bubbles approximately 5 or 6 meters ahead, and then Song Qian's head emerged from the water. Song Qian, hurry up. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yibei breathed a sigh of relief. As he swam closer to the shore, he retorted, I'm here now. Why are you so anxious? I thought you were eaten by a large fish. You've been down for 3 minutes. I nearly panicked. As he spoke, Song Qian reached the shore. He gently pulled up the head of a large fish, which slowly floated to the surface, easily weighing 70 or 80 pounds. Good heavens! Did he really catch a big fish? At the sight of the fish breaking the water's surface, Zhang Yibei gasped in astonishment, unable to contain her excitement. She rushed to the edge of the shore to assist him in pulling the fish up. However, in her haste, she slipped and fell into the water, inadvertently kicking Song Qian. Realizing that Zhang Yibei could not swim, Song Qian quickly grasped her to prevent her from drowning. With his help, she managed to keep her head above water. Soon, they returned to the shore, where she was drenched, her clothes clinging to her form, revealing her figure, which left Song Qian feeling quite flustered. My big fish. Although Song Qian referred to the fish as big, his gaze was fixed on Zhang Yibei. She had indeed blossomed remarkably. Zhang Yibei looked up, feeling slightly embarrassed as she met Song Qian's gaze. I just wanted to help you. I didn't mean to cause trouble. The loss of that fish is on me. You can keep my 20. I don't want it. Song Qian took off his outer jacket to help wipe the water from her cheeks, smoothing her tousled hair. You weren't frightened, were you? Zhang Yibei, still trembling, shook her head gently. I wasn't scared. It's just that your big fish is gone. It's all my fault for being careless. I'll forfeit my 20. As she spoke, Zhang Yibei gazed at Song Qian. Chapter 23. The necklace is found at this moment. Song Qian was clad only in a pair of shorts. His well-defined muscles quite the sight to behold. Please don't stand there like that. Put on your clothes quickly. If my father sees you, he might think you have ulterior motives, Zhang Yibei urged. Song Qian helped her to a seated position, instructing her to stay away from the lakeside. Just sit here and don't get too close to the water. You can assist me, and please don't create any trouble. I need to catch another one. Be careful, you worried me just now. Zhang Yibei twisted the water out of her clothes, offering a gentle reminder. Song Qian approached the lake and dove in once more. After approximately 3 minutes, he emerged from the water, triumphantly holding a large fish. Zhang Yibei's heart swelled with joy at his success. Song Qian, I didn't realize you were this capable. As Song Qian climbed ashore, he placed the big fish in a small pool beside him. If it weren't for your earlier interference, this would have been my second catch already. Haha, I'm going to strike it rich today. He never expected that the art of hypnosis would prove so effective. The legacy bestowed upon him by the Lotus Fairy Emperor was already perfected. He didn't need to undergo any arduous training. Even his muscular physique had developed rapidly since he received the legacy the previous day. It was my responsibility to catch that last one. I could have given you the 20, and I would help you sell the fish for free. Song Qian shook his head, smiling lightly. I was just joking. According to our earlier agreement, the 20 still belongs to you. Just be sure not to cause any more trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Yibei felt a sense of relief wash over her. He wouldn't complicate things further. Dressed in her damp attire, she settled back onto the grass, exuding an air of tranquility and grace. Song Qian initially considered catching another large fish, but ultimately decided against it. Catching fish was easy, but selling them posed a challenge. If they couldn't sell the fish, they would perish, and he would feel regret. Once dressed, Song Qian joined Zhang Yibei on the grass. Your clothes are wet. Are you cold? He inquired. I'm fine. My father will arrive shortly. We'll haul the fish back to the village and change. It should be all right. The two sat on the grass, happily conversing. Zhang Yibei even began calculating how much money they could earn from the unexpected haul of fish and what her share would be. As she tallied the figures, a smile spread across her face. Regardless of the outcome, she would at least have several thousand yuan. Song Qian was indeed impressive. He casually tossed the net into the water, and the fish eagerly swam into it. It was a fishing method that left her in awe. She would never have dared to attempt such a thing in her dreams, yet Song Qian had accomplished it. Zhang Yibei sensed a change in Song Qian. He appeared more handsome, and his demeanor had taken on a mischievous charm. A few minutes later, The sound of a tricycle approached from behind. Zhang Yukai arrived, weary from his journey. Upon seeing the large fish lying haphazardly in the pond, he gasped in astonishment. Did you catch all these? The fish they had caught filled a protective net that was too small, so they had temporarily housed them in the adjacent pool, which was bustling with activity. Zhang Yukai surveyed the scene and estimated they had caught at least 1,000 pounds of fish. What else is there? Zhang Yibei pointed to the net in the water. As they cautiously dragged the net to the shore, Zhang Yukai, noticing his daughter's wet clothes, expressed concern before inquiring about Song Qian's recovery from his previous ailment. While chatting, they loaded the fish onto the tricycle. The vehicle, powered by fuel, had a spacious cargo area, and Zhang Yukai had prepared it with a plastic sheet for transporting water. Thus, a temporary fish tank was created, making the transport of the fish remarkably convenient. Village Chief, I feel bad asking you to make this trip. Here is a soft-shelled turtle for you. Take it home and make some soup to nourish yourself. Song Qian said as he handed an already secured turtle to Zhang Yukai, who received it with a beaming smile. This is excellent for soup. I want one too. Zhang Yibei reached out for one of the 2 turtles Song Qian held. He stepped back, tossing the turtle aside. I'll give you one another day. I'm keeping these 2. Greedy. So stingy. Zhang Yibei pouted, pretending to be upset. What do you need it for? Zhang Yukai retorted. We have enough with this one. I'll make soup for you when we get back. Zhang Yukai drove the bumpy road back to Taohua village. After a short distance, Song Qian suddenly noticed a necklace lying in the mud by the roadside, seemingly brand new. Wait, he shouted, leaping from the tricycle. He sprinted over 10 meters to pick up the necklace, brushing off the dust and confirming it was a woman's necklace. Returning to the tricycle, he presented it to Zhang Yibei. Could this be yours? How did it end up here? Zhang Yibei took the necklace, her heart filled with joy. I can't believe it. I searched everywhere and couldn't find it. I'm so relieved to have found it here, haha. She cradled the necklace in her hands, overwhelmed with happiness. This outing had proven incredibly fruitful. Not only had she recovered her necklace, but she and Song Qian had also caught over 1,000 pounds of fish. What a fortunate day it had been. Song Qian smiled, suggesting, you should keep it safe for now. I noticed the clasp at the top is broken. After we sell the fish, we can find someone in town to fix it. You have such sharp eyes, thank you. Zhang Yibei replied, carefully tucking the necklace into her pocket. The tricycle continued its bumpy journey towards Taohua village. Before long, they arrived at the village chief's home. Song Qian carried 2 soft-shelled turtles, intending to deliver one home and give the other to Xu Taohua, while also changing his clothes. Taohua village was small, and the trip would take only a few minutes. During this time, Zhang Yibei could also change. Before reaching Xu Taohua's house, Song Qian took out his sister's phone, found Xu Taohua's number, and called her. Is Sister Taohua home? I have a big treasure to bring over to you. You're going to love it, he thought, wanting to keep the delivery of the soft-shelled turtle a surprise. Letting her guess what it was. After all, catching a soft-shelled turtle was no easy feat. They had teeth and could bite when threatened. Presenting one to Xu Taohua would surely be a delightful surprise. Upon receiving Song Qian's call, Xu Taohua felt an immediate thrill, especially upon hearing that he was bringing a big treasure. Her heart raced with excitement, and she couldn't help but think of a different kind of treasure she had longed for. I wonder how big it is. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Xu Taohua chuckled to herself, her heart filled with anticipation. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, she was interpreting his intentions in a rather different light, and he nodded earnestly. Of course it's big. I won't let you down. Xu Taohua thought to herself that the young man had finally wised up, boldly flirting with her and assuring her she wouldn't be disappointed. Her heart raced with excitement, though she felt a twinge of concern that since it was morning, it might be a bit inconvenient. If only he could come in the evening, that would be perfect. After a brief moment of hesitation, she parted her lips to speak. Hasten your arrival, dear sister. I have left the door ajar, awaiting your entrance. Upon stepping inside, kindly shut the door behind you. I shall take my leave for a brief bath, hee. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was left in a state of bewilderment, caught between laughter and tears. She suggested closing the door while she indulged in a bath. Truly, Xu Taohua possesses a vivid imagination. What might she be thinking? Sister Taohua, the treasure I speak of is not as you envision. You seem to have misconstrued my words. Once I arrive, all shall be revealed. After delivering the soft-shelled turtle to Xu Taohua, I must also attend to selling fish. What on earth is Xu Taohua thinking, bathing so early in the morning? Song Qian's explanation did not resonate with Xu Taohua. Sister knows, do not be shy. I shall forego my bath for now. Upon your arrival, I wish to behold your treasure first. With that, Xu Taohua's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she giggled, her heart racing with anticipation. Daylight is merely daylight. There is no harm in it. Very well. Song Qian, wishing to avoid further elaboration, decided to wait until her arrival to divulge more. Before she could end the call, Xu Taohua's voice chimed in again. Yesterday, by the waterfall, I was eager to see it. Hurry over. The more you speak, the more delighted I become. I can hardly wait. Song Qian, utterly speechless, hung up the phone. Upon reaching Xu Taohua's home, she found the door wide open. As she entered the courtyard, she beheld the adorable figure of Xu Taohua. You, my dear, have truly thought ahead, preparing the nourishing turtle in advance. Come quickly. Xu Taohua laughed, turning to close the door. Sister Taohua, what are you thinking? The turtle is a gift for you. The treasure I referred to is indeed the turtle. Xu Taohua's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she accepted the turtle from Song Qian's hands. You mischievous brother. How absurd of you to send a turtle without clarifying, leaving me to misunderstand. I thought it was something else entirely. Xu Taohua smiled sweetly, her gaze sweeping over Song Qian, lingering momentarily before she playfully poked him. Why not come in and sit for a while? There's no one else around. Let us chat about more pleasant matters. As she spoke, Xu Taohua gently linked her arm with Song Qian's. No. Song Qian protested. I need to take one home as well. Let us converse another time. Xu Taohua pouted playfully. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Regardless, you must come inside. With no choice but to comply, Song Qian shared his plans for fishing and selling with Xu Taohua. After listening, she relented. Sister will spare you for now. Go sell your fish, and once you're done, come to my house. I will prepare the turtle for you to replenish your strength. Very well, I shall return to find you. Xu Taohua clung to Song Qian, reluctant to let go. Her heart fluttering like a frightened deer, her face flushed. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he appeared. Their mother had already consented to marry her off to Wang Maji, and the bride price had been accepted. Who knows when that scoundrel would come to torment her again? It would be far better to marry Song Qian than Wang Maji, whose grotesque appearance was enough to make one shudder. After delivering the turtle home, Song Qian made his way to the village chief's residence. However, trouble was not far behind. Upon arriving at Zhou Chunhua's doorstep, she intercepted him with a smile. Little Qian, where are you headed? I have matters to attend to at the village chief's house, he replied honestly. Zhou Chunhua hesitated slightly. Could you spare me 2 minutes? My sister wishes to see you about something. Song Qian had intended to decline, but found himself unable to voice it. After a moment's contemplation, he stepped into the courtyard. Sister Chunhua, where's brother Taiju? The atmosphere grew a bit awkward, prompting Song Qian to change the subject. He has gone to the fields. He won't return until noon. Zhou Chunhua explained before quickly shifting gears. Little Qian, if it isn't too much trouble, could you please fetch some wound medicine from Zhang Yibei's clinic? I have a minor injury. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed. This predicament stemmed from Song Qian's actions the day prior, leaving her with a few scratches. Feeling embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. The fault lay with him, for his clumsiness and lack of experience led to the mishap. Sister Chunhua, I have silver needles with me. Perhaps it would be better for me to treat you instead of buying medicine. Zhou Chunhua hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, if the treatment doesn't work. You can still buy the medicine later. I hardly slept well last night due to the discomfort. Song Qian produced the silver needles and began to treat Zhou Chunhua. After 4 or 5 minutes, the treatment concluded. Zhou Chunhua stared in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. How miraculous! Your medical skills are extraordinary. Song Qian, with a hint of regret, replied, this is a matter of healing. Let it remain between us. It would be quite embarrassing if others found out. Zhou Chunhua hurriedly shook her head. What are you thinking? I would never disclose this to anyone, not even Taiju. Hee. As the conversation shifted, Zhou Chunhua continued. Little Qian, I still feel uncertain about yesterday's incident. How about you come over tonight, and we discuss it further? Song Qian understood her implication, but felt a bit shy. Let's not rush. You should talk it over with brother Taiju first. Once I finish my errands, we can revisit the matter. There's no need to consult him. Zhou Chunhua insisted firmly. He agreed last night. Trust me, come over this evening. With that, Song Qian turned to leave. Zhou Chunhua chased after him, tugging at his sleeve. If you can't make it tonight, now would suffice. Song Qian quickly shook his head. He still had fish to sell, and he couldn't afford to linger too long. If the fish were to perish, it would be a shame, and Zhang Yibei was waiting for him. Chapter 25. Prosperity breeds jealousy. Moreover, at this time, even if Song Qian had the inclination, complications could easily arise. What if Aunt Wang were to appear again? The events of the previous night were still fresh in his mind. It was wise to remain cautious. Peach Blossom Village was small, and if word got out, the entire village would know. Song Qian had grown accustomed to the disdain of others, but Zhou Chunhua was not as fortunate. While he could endure the scorn, he had no intention of dragging others into it. It's truly inconvenient at the moment. I'll come as soon as I finish my tasks. You should discuss it further with Brother Taizhu. Xu Taohua felt reluctant, but was left with no other options. To be honest, she found herself reminiscing about the previous night's events, never expecting Song Qian to be so formidable. Unbeknownst to her, Song Qian had gained a celestial inheritance, significantly enhancing his physical prowess and abilities. The outcome was important, but the journey held significance as well. Xu Taohua desired not only the result, but also the journey itself. Very well, come by when you have the chance. She cast a lingering gaze of longing as Song Qian departed. Upon arriving at the village chief's residence, Zhang Yibei had been waiting for quite some time. Why are you so late? If you delay any longer, by the time we transport the fish to town, they may very well perish. Who will buy them then? Zhang Yibei remarked, already seated on a tricycle, her eyes narrowing in discontent as she glared at Song Qian, who was notably slow in his endeavors. Little did Zhang Yibei know that Song Qian had been entangled with Xu Taohua and Xu Taohua, resulting in his tardiness. Let me take the lead, Song Qian said as he settled into the driver's seat. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brows slightly, deciding against it. I frequently ride this tricycle. I am more familiar with it and can navigate faster than you. Observing Zhang Yibei's insistence, Song Qian refrained from further objections. At that moment, his only hope was to reach the town swiftly and sell the fish. Their family was in dire financial straits, and he desperately needed money. Selling all these fish could yield over 10,000, a significant income that could temporarily alleviate their economic burden. As they traveled, Song Qian contemplated the path of catching fish for profit as merely a transient solution. To amass substantial wealth, he would have to explore other avenues. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the town. It was now 10 a.m., prime time for people to shop for vegetables. The town, Chicken Street, derived its name from the abundance of chicken vendors in the past. Nearby, there were Bull Street and Horse Street, names that were rather unpretentious yet held historical significance. The vegetable market in Chicken Street was bustling. Song Qian and his companion maneuvered their tricycle into the market, finding a relatively spacious spot to begin hawking their fish. Fish for sale, freshly caught from Longquan Lake, all at bargain prices. The smallest weigh 7 to 8 pounds. Come and get your fish. The pristine waters of Longquan Lake were well regarded by locals, known for their large, exquisitely flavorful fish. Upon hearing that they were selling freshly caught fish, several elderly individuals approached the tricycle, eager to verify the authenticity. How much for the catfish? And the grass carp? My goodness, this grass carp is enormous. Song Qian quoted prices according to the different species. For him, catching fish was a simple endeavor. If he set the prices too high, it would be challenging to sell them all. The principle of selling at a lower margin to increase volume was paramount. Thus, he slightly reduced the price of each fish by a couple of yuan, making them more appealing to buyers. With the fish being of excellent quality, substantial size, and relatively low prices, a crowd quickly gathered, inquiring about the prices. Some individuals were particularly fixated on the large fish. This grass carp must weigh at least 70 to 80 pounds. I've never seen one so large. Indeed, typically, a larger grass carp would weigh around 20 pounds. But this one was undoubtedly over 80. How did you manage to catch such a massive fish? It must be incredibly delicious. Surrounded by onlookers, Song Qian beamed with pride as he elaborated. Of course, the water from Dragon Spring Mountain is pristine, and the abundant aquatic vegetation along the shores of Longquan Lake allows the grass carp to grow so large. This fish could easily be dubbed the king of Longquan Lake. An elderly gentleman wearing a hat gave a thumbs up in admiration. Young man, you truly possess remarkable skill. How did you manage to catch so many fish? This grass carp is simply astonishing. Song Qian chuckled. We caught it using a net. It took 5 or 6 strong men to haul it up. I nearly fell into the water myself. He spun a tale seamlessly, knowing full well that if he claimed to have caught it single-handedly, no one would believe him. Thus, he resorted to storytelling to gain their trust. Zhang Yibei, overhearing this, rolled her eyes. This guy had no idea how much strength it took to haul such a large fish ashore, yet he exaggerated by saying it took a group of men. Thanks to the lower prices, they quickly sold over 10 fish, with the cheaper ones going for 5 to 6 yuan per pound and the pricier ones at 15 to 16 yuan per pound. As the money rolled in, a smile spread across Song Qian's face. Setting aside other methods of earning, simply catching fish from Longquan Lake for a month could potentially net them hundreds of thousands. However, a nearby fish seller, a hefty woman named Wang Guizhi, noticed the influx of customers flocking to buy the cheaper fish and became visibly displeased. How could she profit if they were stealing her business? She pulled out her phone and made a call. After hanging up, she approached Song Qian's stall. Young man, I can tell your fish are not from Longquan Lake. I've seen plenty of Longquan fish, And while there are large ones, there aren't so many of them. These must be farm-raised fish. Wang Guizhi's remarks caused potential buyers to hesitate, as her words held some merit. If the fish were indeed farm-raised, they might lack the desired flavor. Some farmed fish could be fattened using questionable methods, including hormone treatments. Fish that had been fed such substances would be unfit for consumption. As the crowd regained their composure, they began to voice their suspicions towards Song Qian. I think you're right. Longquan Lake fish aren't typically this large. Your fish must also be farm-raised. Exactly. I bought thinking they were from Longquan Lake, but now it seems impossible. Please refund us. Yes, please return our money. We don't want them anymore. Song Qian had not anticipated such a turn of events. The fickleness of people was disheartening. Even the seasoned fish seller had succumbed to jealousy, spreading falsehoods to undermine his sales. Nevertheless, justice would prevail, as there were discerning customers among the crowd. Song Qian remained undeterred, convinced that such quality fish, priced significantly below the market rate, could not go unsold. He raised his voice once more. Please listen. These fish are genuinely from Longquan Lake. I priced them lower simply to ensure they sell. Do not heed her baseless claims. Zhang Yibei joined in. We are both honest folks from Taohua village, not seasoned business people. How could we possibly acquire that many farm-raised fish? You can buy with confidence. We merely caught too many and are worried they won't sell, which is why we're offering them at lower prices. These are indeed fish from Longquan Lake. They both shouted explanations to the surrounding crowd. Yet, despite their earnest explanations, doubts persisted. After all, Song Qian's fish were undeniably inexpensive. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. Longquan Lake fish were known for their high quality, and the pricing from these two young individuals seemed suspiciously low, leading most to believe they were indeed farm-raised. If these are Longquan fish, there should be a mix of sizes, but all you have are large ones, which certainly aren't from there. Yes, I thought they were from Longquan too when I bought them, but now it seems impossible. Please refund us. Yes, please refund us. With the suspicion of farm-raised fish looming, several customers began clamoring for refunds. Despite Song Qian and Zhang Yibei's repeated reassurances, their efforts were in vain. Ultimately, they had no choice but to issue refunds. Within 2 or 3 minutes, half of the fish that had been sold were returned, and Song Qian's spirits plummeted. How could Wang Guizhi be so despicable? As she achieved her goal, she silently retreated back to her own stall, thinking that these young individuals were too naive. Competing with her in business was a fool's errand. And with such excellent fish priced so low, it only took a bit of persuasion for their sales to falter. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the crowd. Make way, make way. Everyone, step aside. Following the sound, Song Qian observed 4 individuals approaching from the outskirts. The leader, a burly man with a robust physique, donned a floral short-sleeve shirt, revealing a dragon tattoo coiling around his right arm. A thick golden chain adorned his neck, unmistakably marking him as a member of the underworld. The 3 thuggish companions behind him were similarly inked, brandishing rubber clubs, exuding an air of intimidation. Trouble, Song Qian thought, his heart sinking. He was merely selling fish, having done nothing to provoke these ruffians. This is problematic. These men are the local bullies from Chicken Street Town, notorious for collecting protection fees. And this market falls within their territory. Zhang Yibei leaned closer to Song Qian, whispering a warning. Song Qian furrowed his brow. Are they formidable? The leader, known as Wang Ergu, or Brother Dog, had no fixed rate for his extortion. He demanded whatever amount he pleased, given the superior quality of their fish. Today's protection fee would likely be in the thousands. Zhang Yibei's expression darkened as she spoke. They were merely fish vendors. How could they have attracted the attention of such local thugs? Don't worry. Just follow my lead. Stay behind me and be cautious. I will handle them. Song Qian urged Zhang Yibei to take refuge behind him. Just then, Wang Ergu and his entourage reached their tricycle. He leaned against the cart, lifting his foot to kick the wheel, producing a resounding thud. Who allowed you to set up shop here? Have you paid the stall fee? Song Qian replied honestly. Not yet. How much is it? Seeing Song Qian's compliance, Wang Ergu grinned slyly, his eyes widening as he caught sight of the fish in the cart. His gaze sparkled with greed, like he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. The tricycle was filled with at least 1,000 pounds of fish, easily worth over 10,000 yuan. The quality of these fish is exceptional. Not too much, Wang Ergu declared, a grin spreading across his face. The stall and parking fee is 20 yuan per day. Listening to Wang Ergu, Song Qian merely smiled in return. It's not as dire as it seems. These men may appear fierce and are adorned with tattoos, yet their actions lack true ferocity. It's merely 20 yuan, a trivial matter. Hand over the money and continue selling. Besides, it's a market. 20 yuan for a stall fee, though 10 yuan higher than normal, is still acceptable. When he had set up earlier, Song Qian learned that others were paying 10 yuan for their stalls, and given his additional tricycle, paying 20 seemed reasonable. He retrieved 20 yuan from the cash earned from selling fish and handed it to Wang Ergu. Wang Ergu raised an eyebrow, snatching the money and tossing it into the cart. Damn, you're treating me like a beggar. I said 20 a day, 30 days in a month, 600. 12 months in a year, 7,200. I can't be bothered to collect daily. This is an annual fee, 7,200. Fine, fine. Since it seems this is your first time setting up, I want to make it difficult for you. I'll let you off for 200, 7,000. Wang Ergu grinned, his companions chiming in. Kid, all the stalls in this market are contracted by Brother Dog. He's giving you a 200 yuan discount. Hurry and pay up. With such a large tricycle and this many fish, you can't possibly be charged daily. Your stall fee must be annual. Exactly. 20 yuan a day isn't steep. Hurry up and pay the stall fee, or get out of the market. Nearby vendors murmured among themselves. Brother Dog was clearly taking advantage of the situation, especially since his fish were of such high quality. Chapter 27. A subtle lesson for Wang Guizhi. The stout fish vendor, Wang Guizhi, was Brother Dog's cousin. Wasn't it obvious? Wang Ergu had been summoned by her. Given this, it was clear that these two young men were in for trouble today. With the power of inheritance coursing through him, Song Qian's physique had undergone a transformation. His bones replaced by supreme dragon bone, and his blood infused with the essence of the phoenix. Thus, both his sense of smell and hearing were extraordinary, allowing him to overhear the conversations of the surrounding vendors. No wonder Wang Ergu arrived so promptly. It was indeed a call from Wang Guizhi. In this small market, a vast underworld thrived. Observing Wang Ergu and his gang flaunting their power, Song Qian merely smiled. Brother Dog, I'm only selling today. You can collect your 20 yuan. But I can't afford 7,000. Wang Ergu leaned closer, greed glinting in his eyes as he peered into the cart. No money? Simple. Let's barter with fish. I see the fish in your cart can fetch over 10,000. To make it fair, give me half, and your stall fee is settled. You can use this stall freely from now on. Frowning, Song Qian responded, Brother Dog, I'm not a frequent vendor. I can't possibly set up every day. If it's manageable, I'll pay 20 yuan each time I come. If not, we'll leave now. With a glance at Zhang Yibei, he suggested, Yibei, let us find another spot. As they exchanged glances and moved toward the front of the tricycle, Wang Ergu barked, Stop. Did I say you could leave? Standing upright, he glared fiercely at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei, bellowing, You've already set up. You must pay the stall fee, whether you like it or not. You can't leave without paying. With their arrogance evident, Song Qian chuckled coldly. He discreetly cast a binding spell, rendering the group speechless and immobile, like wooden stakes. Let us go. Ignore them. He nudged Zhang Yibei, and they climbed onto the tricycle. Zhang Yibei was astonished to see Wang Ergu and his gang, once so boastful, now standing frozen in place. What is happening? Why are they so quiet? They aren't stopping us. Hesitant, they settled into the tricycle. The onlookers were equally perplexed. Wang Ergu stood motionless, feeling an invisible force binding him, unable to move or speak. His eyes darted around, filled with confusion and dread. He clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. What is going on? Why can't I move? Wang Ergu squinted at his companions, discovering that they too were entrapped, unable to utter a word or shift from their spots. This astonishing scene did not escape Wang Guizhi's notice. What on earth was happening today? Wang Ergu's approach to handling matters could hardly allow the two to depart so easily. After all, that tricycle loaded with fish was undoubtedly worth over 10,000 yuan. How could he simply watch them leave? Wang Guizhi cast a series of frantic glances at Wang Ergu, yet he and his companions stood there, seemingly frozen in place. Wang Guizhi, in her mounting anxiety, felt utterly powerless. It was hardly appropriate for her to openly urge Wang Ergu and his friends to stop the tricycle and find a way to extract some money. Seated atop the tricycle, Song Qian observed Wang Guizhi, his gaze drifting to her fish pond, whereupon he let out a derisive snicker. At that moment, he employed a form of hypnosis on the fish within the pond, and in an instant, they reacted as if electrified. The fish leaped from the pond in chaotic splashes, scattering water in all directions. Wang Guizhi was taken aback, scrambling to retrieve the fish that had jumped out, but every time she returned one to the pond, it would instantaneously leap out again. Cursing under her breath, she hastily attempted to catch the fish, but it was as if the pond had become a source of electricity. The moment the fish touched the water, they would jump back out. A well-meaning bystander quickly warned her that the pond might be leaking electricity and suggested she turn off the aeration machine. However, even after shutting it down, the fish continued to leap from the pond. Little did she know that this was the result of having offended Song Qian, who had cast a hypnotic spell that compelled the fish to escape. As Wang Guizhi flailed in a state of panic, Song Qian's countenance grew cold. This fish vendor, a rather unsavory character, had first contacted Wang Ergu, claiming her fish were farm-raised. Given that, she certainly deserved a lesson. The hypnosis he had cast on the fish would last at least half an hour, by which time many of them would be dead. The surrounding street vendors were equally astonished by the spectacle. How could Wang Guizhi's fish be so uncontrollably leaping out? Even more bewildering was the sight of Wang Ergu and his companions still standing idly by, despite the tricycle already having moved a considerable distance. What could possibly be the reason for this? Had Wang Ergu and his crew simply changed their nature? Wang Ergu was no pushover. He had just attempted to charge those two a hefty fee of 7,000 yuan for the stall. There was no way he would allow them to leave without consequence. The onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Meanwhile, Wang Guizhi was still in a frenzy, desperately trying to catch the fish that continued to jump out of the pond. After a chaotic struggle, many fish had lost their scales, some were barely alive, and their appearance was quite unappealing, which left Wang Guizhi distraught. Yet, she remained at a loss. Why were all the fish suddenly jumping out of the pond? Not far from the market, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei parked the tricycle by the roadside and began to hawk their wares. Although the crowd was sparse, they managed to sell a few fish in just over 10 minutes. However, Song Qian was far from satisfied with the pace. With over 1,000 pounds of fish, he anticipated sales exceeding 10,000 yuan. Yet, at this rate, it would be an eternity before they sold out. Without an oxygen supply on the tricycle, if they prolonged their sales efforts, the fish would suffocate and die, drastically diminishing their value, or worse, leaving them unsellable. The quality of the fish he had worked hard to catch was too good to waste due to unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Yibei, standing nearby, shared his concern. But her worries were not about the fish's price. She feared what would happen if Wang Ergu and his crew decided to pursue them again. Those men were not to be trifled with, and their earlier display of bravado indicated they would not simply let this matter go. Yet, Zhang Yibei could not fathom why those men had allowed them to leave so easily after their earlier arrogance. Song Qian understood Zhang Yibei's apprehensions. She was worried about the potential pursuit by Wang Ergu's group and what their next move might be. He reassured her, stating that they were on the roadside, not in the market, and he had faith they would be able to set up their stall without issue. Zhang Yibei acknowledged this reasoning, but she still had reservations. Wang Ergu and his companions were thugs. If they had any inclination to reason, they would have done so long ago. In this scenario, Wang Ergu was the stronger party. When a strong man speaks, his words are considered law. If he claimed dominion over this territory, then regardless of the arguments presented, the stall fee would still be demanded. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yibei voiced her concerns again, questioning how they would respond if they were pursued. Song Qian merely smiled at her worries. He had already taught Wang Ergu a lesson earlier in the market, and if they dared to follow, it would be their misfortune. He was confident that even against 40 or 400 of them, he would remain unfazed. With the legacy of the Lotus Blossom Immortal Emperor, he was no ordinary individual. He had no need to physically confront Wang Ergu and his ilk. He was already an invincible presence. He had no interest in engaging with such common thugs. I assure you, we will sell our fish without issue. If they dare to pursue, I have my own methods for dealing with them. Rest easy, he declared, resuming his call to sell fish. Fresh fish from Longquan Lake for sale. Although Zhang Yibei remained concerned about Wang Ergu's group, she knew they could not afford to waste time. She joined in the calling, wild fish from Longquan Lake, being sold at a bargain. With her stunning beauty and impressive figure, she naturally attracted attention. Her sweet and melodious voice further captivated those nearby. In the span of just over 10 minutes, they sold several hundred yuan worth of fish. Despite some skepticism regarding the fish's origin, the allure of the low price prompted many to make a purchase. As business began to pick up, Song Qian felt a sense of relief. However, just as he was engrossed in his work, Wang Ergu, accompanied by several of his underlings, stormed toward them, seething with anger. Upon seeing them approach, Song Qian furrowed his brow. It seemed he would need to teach them another lesson. Otherwise, they would continue to harass him indefinitely. Although he had intimidated them earlier, it appeared Wang Ergu and his companions had yet to fully grasp the situation, or they would not dare to approach again. Here they come again, Zhang Yibei murmured with a tremor in her voice. Do not worry, they pose no threat. Song Qian replied, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Yibei. By then, Wang Ergu and his crew had arrived, their arms crossed defiantly across their chests, glaring menacingly at Song Qian and Zhang Yibei. Who permitted you to set up a stall here? Wang Ergu demanded, his tone aggressive. In response to Wang Ergu's accusation, Song Qian merely smirked coldly. Wang Ergu, after standing in the market for over 10 minutes, It seems you remain unrepentant. What do you intend to do now? As Song Qian spoke, Wang Ergu began to sweat profusely. Just moments ago, after regaining the ability to move, the four individuals gathered in a corner of the market and, after some deliberation, unanimously concluded that they must have been possessed. Little did they expect that upon reaching Song Qian's stall, they would hear him utter words that suggested a connection between their earlier experience and him. Wang Ergu was perplexed, unable to fathom this possibility. Before leaving the market, someone had informed him that the two fishmongers were indeed from Taohua village, and that the male was named Song Qian, who had once studied medicine but had since become a fool. A fool, what prowess could he possess? Yet today, it seemed as though Song Qian was no longer foolish. Despite this realization, Wang Ergu was reluctant to accept that the events were linked to Song Qian. He remained convinced they were under some malevolent influence. He even considered that Wang Guizhi's fish might also be cursed, for it was inconceivable that such bizarre occurrences could transpire otherwise. Song Qian, the market in Jijia town, including the area outside, is under my control. If you wish to set up your stall, you will pay the full fee of 7,200 without any discounts. Hand over the money, Wang Ergu declared, placing his foot on the tire of a tricycle, gripping its side as he raised his voice, his intent to intimidate unmistakable. Unmoved by Wang Ergu's threats, Song Qian replied coldly, "Are you certain you wish to collect stall fees?" Wang Ergu straightened up, placing his foot down. "Do you think I jest? You are pushing me into a corner." In response, Song Qian employed hypnosis on Wang Ergu's three companions, who immediately clenched their fists. Wang Ergu laughed heartily, "I will force you." But before he could finish, one of his brothers swung a hand at him, nearly knocking him to the ground. The other two joined in, and amidst the sounds of punches and kicks, Wang Ergu erupted in curses. Chapter 29. We will help you sell fish. What the hell are you doing? Ouch! Wang Ergu cried out as he swung a fist at one of his brothers, knocking him down in an instant. However, the fallen brother, as if enchanted, sprang back up and aimed a punch at Wang Ergu. The other two also struck with force. Thus, the four became entangled in a chaotic brawl, the sounds of blows and anguished cries echoing around them. Wang Ergu struggled to defend himself against three attackers, his disbelief growing as he witnessed his usual obedient subordinates turn against him. Why are they fighting amongst themselves? Zhang Yibei, standing behind Song Qian, was engulfed in shock, unable to comprehend the sudden discord. Normally, Wang Ergu's subordinates would never dare to rise against their leader. Yet, inexplicably, they were mercilessly assaulting him. The crowd gathered around the tricycle, murmuring in confusion. What's happening? Why are they fighting? I heard those are Wang Ergu's brothers. How could they turn on him? Wang Ergu's notorious harshness must have provoked them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attacked him so fiercely. The spectators were eager for the unfolding drama, whispering warnings to be cautious. For Wang Ergu was not to be trifled with. The struggle lasted a full 5 minutes, leaving Wang Ergu and his brothers with various injuries. Engaged in a fight, he was astonished at the audacity of his former allies, who had always bowed to him. It felt like a rebellion against him. Just then, Song Qian retracted the hypnosis. In an instant, Wang Ergu's brothers awoke from their trance and, without hesitation, knelt before him. "Brother dog, we don't know what happened. Our bodies acted against our will. Please forgive us," they pleaded. "Indeed, we must have been possessed. We did not mean to attack you." Wang Ergu, however, paid no heed to their pleas, wiping the blood from his lips before kicking them back to the ground. "You fools, have you grown bolder?" "Enough," Song Qian interjected coldly. "You need not blame them. It is a consequence of your misdeeds. You truly are under a curse. I advise you to leave swiftly," or else he left the threat unspoken. Having suffered such humiliation, Wang Ergu was far from appeased. "Song Qian, you are merely a fool from Taohua village. Do you dare command us to leave? I'll end you today." He rolled up his sleeves and approached Song Qian. A sinister smile crept across Song Qian's face. Wang Ergu clenched his fists and aimed a punch at him. But in that critical moment, his arm froze in midair, gripped by an inexplicable stiffness that overtook his body again. "You three, why aren't you attacking him?" Song Qian commanded, gesturing towards the kneeling figures. To Wang Ergu's astonishment, the three men, as if bewitched, sprang up and resumed their assault on him, stiff and unable to vocalize his distress. Wang Ergu endured their blows in silence. In that moment, he finally comprehended the connection between the supposed possession at the market and the chaotic fight. It was all orchestrated by Song Qian. As time passed, Song Qian withdrew the hypnosis once more. Instantly, Wang Ergu's brothers knelt before him again, each slapping themselves in remorse. "Brother dog, we truly were possessed. Please forgive us. It was not our intention." Song Qian coldly regarded Wang Ergu. "Will you yield, or do you still wish to collect stall fees? What shall we do with these fish?" Wang Ergu dared not defy him. From Song Qian's gaze, he understood that everything that had transpired was indeed his doing. The reason behind Song Qian's newfound abilities eluded him, but he realized that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. Song Qian, no, brother Song, this was merely a misunderstanding. We won't collect stall fees. We were wrong to waste your time. Let us assist you in selling these fish. We promise to sell them all. We hope for your leniency. Wang Erge's tone shifted to one of sincerity and respect. Zhang Yibei, still hidden behind Song Qian, was filled with astonishment. What on earth is happening? She clearly saw Wang Erge clenching his fist, preparing to strike Song Qian, and it seemed inevitable that Song Qian would be injured. Yet, Wang Erge suddenly froze. To Zhang Yibei's astonishment, the arrogant Wang Erge unexpectedly changed his demeanor and addressed Song Qian as Brother Song. What is this all about? Song Qian, don't listen to them. If we go to the vegetable market again, we'll surely be swindled. We should just set up our stall by the roadside. Zhang Yibei urged, fearing that Song Qian might agree. Upon hearing this, sweat beads appeared on Wang Erge's forehead. The Song Qian before him was no longer the foolish one from before. It appeared he possessed some arcane knowledge, capable of easily manipulating others. If they failed to appease Song Qian, the brothers would surely face misfortune. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are wise. Before fully understanding Song Qian, they must align themselves with him. Wang Erge chuckled, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Chapter 30. Collision with a luxury car. The earlier incident was indeed a misunderstanding. I, Wang Erge, keep my word and will certainly help you sell all your fish. Please trust me, Brother Song. Wang Erge continued, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yibei. Miss, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Come with us to the vegetable market, my 3 brothers, and I will assist you in selling the fish. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brows, hesitant to agree. Just as she was about to refuse, Song Qian interjected, since Brother Go has said so, if we decline, it would be quite disrespectful, wouldn't it? As he spoke, he gave Zhang Yibei a gentle push. Let us get in the vehicle and head to the market. Hesitantly, Zhang Yibei climbed onto the tricycle. After 4 or 5 minutes, the two set up their stall at the vegetable market once again. However, to Zhang Yibei's astonishment, Wang Erge and his little brothers were genuinely helping, calling out to attract customers with great enthusiasm. With their assistance, a crowd quickly gathered around the tricycle. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei found themselves in a flurry of activity. Not far away, Wang Guoji stood before her stall, which was piled high with dead fish. Her face long and her mood exceedingly low. In stark contrast, the tricycle nearby, assisted by Wang Erge and his brothers, was experiencing a booming business. Wang Guoji could not fathom why Wang Erge and his companions, who had been summoned by her, were now aiding Song Qian instead. What was going on? She yearned to rush over and demand an explanation from Wang Erge, but after a moment's thought, she abandoned the idea. At the tricycle, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei were busily engaged. In no more than 20 minutes, they had sold more than half of the fish. Estimating the earnings, they had made over 7,000. At this rate, within half an hour, they would likely sell all the fish, amounting to around 15,000. While not a fortune, it would suffice for their immediate needs. The subsequent sales process went exceedingly smoothly. Some vendors at the market, eager to curry favor with Wang Erge, purchased more than 10 fish from Song Qian's stall. The 4 of them shouted to attract attention, while Song Qian and Zhang Yibei managed the weighing and payments. In just half an hour, all the fish were sold. Song Qian checked the total sales, which exceeded 14,000. At this pace, even without pursuing other endeavors, if they went to Longquan Lake daily to catch fish, they could earn hundreds of thousands in a month. However, this method of sales was somewhat unsustainable. To rely on catching fish for profit, they needed stable buyers, and on another note, the fishery resources at Longquan Lake were limited. If they fished daily, they would soon deplete the stock. The path of earning money through fishing was not a long-term solution. Having recently acquired unparalleled medical skills, Song Qian knew he needed to find more lucrative avenues for revenue. As he tidied up the tricycle, he turned to Wang Erge. Brother Go, I appreciate your brother's help, but let us call it a day. I wonder if we will need to pay stall fees next time? Wang Erge, lacking the audacity, shook his head vigorously. Brother Song, you can just bring your brothers to have fun. The stall will always be reserved for you whenever you come to sell fish. Wang Erge said, pulling out his phone. By the way, Brother Song, what is your phone number? I'll call you so that when you come to sell fish, I can organize my brothers to assist you. Grateful for the offer of assistance, Song Qian took out his sister's phone and saved Wang Erge's number. Wang Erge and his 3 brothers helped Song Qian and Zhang Yibei clean the tricycle before they stepped outside the market. Brother Song, take care. Remember to call me when you come to sell fish next time, and we will surely help you sell it all. Song Qian nodded. All right then. Zhang Yibei hopped on the tricycle while Song Qian sat beside her. The two of them wobbled their way toward Taohua village. Just as they had walked a few minutes, a red sports car suddenly darted out from an alley, and Zhang Yibei couldn't stop in time, crashing into it with a resounding thud. Oh no! As she realized they had collided with a luxury vehicle, Zhang Yibei's face drained of color. What a stroke of bad luck today. The other party was driving a sports car, worth at least $1 million. They had only made a little over 14,000 from their hard work selling fish. This paltry sum wouldn't even cover the repair costs. It was a disaster. Zhang Yibei, in a panic, was consoled by Song Qian, who urged her not to worry. We were driving normally. It's the other party's fault. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yibei felt a bit relieved. But soon, her anxiety returned. In this day and age, where could one find any sense of justice? Power and influence ruled. The other party drove a luxury car, and even if it was entirely their fault, they would likely demand compensation. Otherwise, the BMW lady driver wouldn't have dared to drive against traffic and assault someone. This was a complete catastrophe. Zhang Yibei sat on the tricycle, her eyes vacant and her expression dazed. Song Qian, uninterested in her thoughts, offered her a brief reassurance before jumping off the tricycle. Just then, the driver's door of the red sports car swung open, and the driver stepped out, momentarily stunned by the scene before her. The front of the sports car had collided with the tricycle. The tricycle appeared relatively unscathed, but the sports car's front was severely dented, indicating repair costs would be in the tens of thousands. The driver, Zhao Kiki, panicked upon seeing the damage. She glared fiercely at Song Qian. How could you ride that tricycle? In response to her inquiry, Song Qian remained composed, realizing it was the other party's responsibility. Miss, you may have misunderstood. Although we're on a tricycle, we were on the main road, and it was you who hit us. During his university days, Song Qian had learned about driving. Although he had never had the chance to drive, he remembered the basic theoretical knowledge quite well. He was correct. It was indeed the other party's fault. Zhao Kiki, upon hearing this, became displeased. You country bumpkins crashed into our young lady's sports car with your broken tricycle, and you still wish to evade responsibility? Seeing her unreasonable behavior, Song Qian was not inclined to relent. He glared back at her, preparing to reason with her. Just then, the passenger door of the red sports car opened, revealing a pair of long legs clad in red high heels. Following that, a beautiful woman emerged from the vehicle. She appeared to be around 25 or 26, with sparkling eyes, luscious lashes, and gracefully arched eyebrows. Her skin was fair and delicate, reminiscent of a baby's. Her lips were rosy, and her teeth gleamed like pearls. Every smile and frown was a picturesque scene. The woman sashayed forward, taking a few steps to examine the damage to the car, then shook her head. Chapter 31. Lu Jia and Lu Muyan Kiki. This is our responsibility. Compensate them with 10,000 yuan to buy a new tricycle. Let us leave quickly. Zhao Kiki listened, unwilling to be the scapegoat. It was clearly their responsibility. Why should we compensate them? This money cannot be given. They must pay for the car repairs. The young lady Zhao Kiki referred to as Lu Muyun, the general manager of the Lu Group in Jiangcheng, a beauty of unparalleled grace, akin to a celestial being descended to earth, particularly her oval face, with a chin so sharp it could pierce the very heavens. Faced with the helpless Zhao Kiki, Lu Muyun furrowed her brow. Kiki, these two are from the countryside, and their financial situation is likely dire. Let's repair the car ourselves and promptly compensate them with 10,000. Song Qian stood by the tricycle, feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing this reasonable woman propose to pay them 10,000. Since the other party was not being contentious, neither should they. The tricycle was not damaged. Why would they need their money? Miss, since you acknowledge your responsibility, let us forget this matter and part ways without any compensation. Seeing the other party decline payment, Zhang Yibei sighed in relief. She stepped down from the tricycle, positioning herself beside Song Qian. After all, it was their fault. If they were willing to compensate, why not accept it? Moreover, the front wheel of their tricycle was slightly deformed. In reality, the front wheel was entirely unharmed. The other driver was just overly arrogant, demanding compensation, which frightened Zhang Yibei, prompting her to wish to extract some money from them. This thought made her feel somewhat better, especially since the tricycle belonged to their family. Zhao Kiki took out her phone, ready to transfer money to Song Qian. Give me your payment code. I will transfer you 10,000 immediately. Once you receive the money, please leave. Song Qian stepped back 2 paces, unwilling to argue. I already stated that I do not want your money. He glanced at Zhang Yibei, signaling her with his eyes. Yibei, back the tricycle up a bit. Zhang Yibei turned her head, rolling her eyes at Song Qian, pouting somewhat reluctantly as she moved the tricycle backward. Noticing that these two were not seeking compensation and were preparing to return to their vehicle, Lu Muyun turned back, approaching Song Qian with her business card in hand. I am Lu Muyun. Here's my card. We are in a hurry today and sincerely apologize for colliding with your tricycle. I never leave a debt of gratitude unpaid. Since you do not wish for compensation, consider it a favor owed to you. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, come to the Lu Group in Jiangqing, and I will certainly assist you. Lu Muyun extended the card towards Song Qian. After a moment's hesitation, Song Qian accepted the card. At that instant, he noticed that although Lu Muyun was stunningly beautiful, she was afflicted with cervical cancer, and it was already at an advanced stage. Such a flower-like beauty. Stricken with a serious illness at such a young age, what a tragic circumstance. The likelihood of modern medicine curing advanced cervical cancer is minimal. Even if one were fortunate enough to recover, the arduous treatments of chemotherapy and radiotherapy could take months to a year, subjecting the patient to immense suffering. Often, even if recovery is possible, the patient may crumble under the pressure, ultimately succumbing to their affliction. Moreover, this was a beautiful young president. If she were to learn of her cervical cancer diagnosis, she would undoubtedly struggle to accept reality, ultimately enduring torment before meeting her fate. Song Qian glanced at the business card, then tucked it into his pocket, simultaneously as Lu Muyun approached him. The lotus flower of the Celestial Emperor within him began to rejoice. However, Song Qian paid it no mind. Miss Lu, seeing that you are a good person, I must share something with you. You are suffering from a severe illness and must seek treatment promptly. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun was immediately alarmed. How did this young man know about her condition? Just yesterday, she had felt discomfort in her abdomen and went to the hospital for examinations. The diagnosis results had only just arrived this morning. Moments ago, the hospital had called, informing her of the severity of her condition and urging her to return for further checks. This urgency had led her to request Zhao Kiki to drive faster, resulting in the unfortunate accident. Lu Muyun was about to speak when Zhao Kiki, with furrowed brows, pointed an accusing finger at Song Qian. How dare you curse our young lady? Are you tired of living? Before Kiki could finish her sentence, Lu Muyun quickly intervened. Kiki, do not be rude. After a brief pause, Lu Muyun inquired, Kiki, do you recall why we were driving fast? Upon hearing this, Kiki finally realized the gravity of the situation. It was indeed because Lu Muyun's medical report had come out, prompting them to hurry back, which led to the accident. Kiki hesitated, lowering her head. Young man. Lu Muyun pressed, you truly discern that I have a serious health issue? Song Qian nodded earnestly. Miss Lu, I see you are a good person, hence, I felt compelled to speak. Your condition is indeed serious, but there are certain truths I fear you may not wish to hear. Lu Muyun felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Just moments ago, the doctor had called her, indicating the severity of her condition and urging her to return for further examinations. Being a perceptive individual, Lu Muyun understood that if the doctor had said such things, her health was undoubtedly compromised. Can you tell me what illness I have? Song Qian pondered briefly before stating calmly, advanced cervical cancer. Advanced cervical cancer? Lu Muyun was taken aback. Nonsense. She had considered the possibility of having a rare illness, but could never accept a diagnosis of terminal cancer, especially cervical cancer. Avoiding the truth is the gravest error a patient can make. Miss Lu, I share this with you because I see you are a good person. As for whether or not it is advanced cervical cancer, you will soon find out after further tests at the hospital. That is all I can say. I take my leave. With that, Song Qian turned and hopped onto the tricycle. Wait. Lu Muyun stepped forward, blocking the tricycle. Let me make a call. If what you say is true, I will reward you handsomely. If you dare to curse me, I will ensure you pay the price. Song Qian, seated on the tricycle, smiled faintly. Then please make your call quickly. We need to head home. And just so you know, only I can heal your ailment. The reason for his statement was purposeful. Lu Muyun, the daughter of the Lu family, undoubtedly possessed wealth. If he could assist her in recovery, it would yield substantial profit. Song Qian was in dire need of money. Seizing any opportunity to earn was imperative. Lu Muyun did not respond directly to Song Qian's words. Standing before the tricycle, she retrieved her phone and began dialing. Earlier, the doctor had spoken hesitantly, avoiding clarity about her illness. This was the perfect opportunity to confirm her diagnosis. Lu Muyun made the call. Chapter 32. Lu Muyun's request for treatment on the tricycle. Song Qian and Zhang Yibei sat side by side. Zhang Yibei furrowed her brow, casting a fierce glare at Song Qian. What was going on with him today? He was only creating trouble for himself. It was one thing to refuse compensation, but now he had gone so far as to claim the other party had cervical cancer. Now, if they made a phone call and confirmed there was no illness, neither of them would be able to leave. After all, Lu Muyun was the daughter of the Lu family, a prominent figure in Jiangqing, and the general manager of the Lu Group. Why provoke someone of her stature? The more Zhang Yibei thought about it, the more distressed she became. Song Qian, what on earth were you thinking? You know she is Lu Muyun, yet you chose to curse her. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would not have come to sell fish with you today. You've put me in a terrible predicament. Zhang Yibei clenched her fists, wanting nothing more than to punch Song Qian. This fellow, inexplicably courting trouble. Zhang Yibei's warning elicited nothing more than a faint smile from Song Qian. Yibei, do not forget. During my university days, I was a top student. When I assert that she suffers from cervical cancer, it is certainly grounded in reason. The person on the other end of the line must have already undergone examinations. Song Qian's explanation was met with Zhang Yibei's disdain. Even if you know she is in the late stages of cervical cancer, what of it? With your rudimentary medical skills, how dare you boast before her, claiming that only you can cure her? Who are you trying to fool? At this juncture, Zhang Yibei added, Song Qian, we are but villagers. We cannot afford to provoke a female CEO. As soon as she concludes her call, we must promptly apologize. Observing Zhang Yibei's grim expression, Song Qian wished to avoid inciting her further. Fine, fine. If she finishes her call and is indeed unwell, I will apologize, and then we shall hasten home. Hearing Song Qian's willingness to concede, Zhang Yibei felt a slight sense of relief. When you apologize, make sure to be sincere. We must earn her forgiveness. Otherwise, we are both doomed. Zhang Yibei said this while gripping Song Qian's arm tightly. All right, I will be sincere. Zhao Qi stood nearby, arms crossed, her eyes blazing with fury, wishing she could remove her shoe and strike that young man. How dare that scoundrel curse our young lady, claiming she has late-stage cervical cancer. Such a thing is inconceivable. Once our lady finishes her call, we must teach that rogue a lesson. At that moment, Lu Muyun's complexion turned ashen, her strength fading as she hung up the phone. She nearly collapsed to the ground, but Zhao Qi was quick to support her. Miss, what is the matter? Lu Muyun's face was pale, her spirit deflated. With Zhao Qi's assistance, she struggled to steady herself. Breathing heavily, anxiety gripped her heart. It's over, I truly have late-stage cervical cancer. No wonder the hospital called for me to return immediately. It's finished. Lu Muyun lamented, feeling her strength wane once more. As a well-informed individual, she knew that of those diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer, 9 out of 10 would not survive. Wealth would be of no avail. Lu Muyun vividly recalled 3 years ago when the company's financial director had been diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. She had only lasted 8 months after her diagnosis. Did this not imply she would only live for a few months? Why must this be? The heavens are so unjust. Lu Muyun, resembling a celestial being, with a figure to match and an exquisite oval face, wondered how she could possibly be afflicted with cervical cancer, and in its late stages no less. As the general manager of the Lu Group and its future heiress, at the age of 28, she was in the prime of her beauty. Why? Why must she suffer from cervical cancer? Zhao Qi, supporting Lu Muyun, hurried to reassure her, do not worry, Mississippi. It could very well be a misdiagnosis. Nowadays, hospitals often exaggerate conditions for profit, labeling non-illnesses as minor ailments as serious maladies, and serious illnesses as terminal. However, Lu Muyun paid little heed to Zhao Qi's words. She forced herself to regain composure and turned to Song Qian. Young man, how did you know I have cervical cancer? And that it is in its late stages? I would appreciate your honesty. Lu Muyun thought. Given that he had just boasted about knowing her condition and claiming he could treat it, it would be prudent to inquire further. As she looked at Lu Muyun inquiringly, Song Qian offered a slight smile. Miss Lu, I am a medical student. Such a condition is one I can discern at a glance. If you doubt me, you may seek a second opinion. The legacy of the Lotus Immortal is no jest. Song Qian's medical prowess could revive even the deceased. Although he had yet to attempt such feats, he believed curing cervical cancer was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, his skills had already been validated through his parents' cases. When he claimed he could heal, he certainly meant it. Not only could he tackle late-stage cervical cancer, but he also believed he could even revive someone who had passed on. This young man, may I inquire your surname? At this moment, Lu Muyun, though somewhat skeptical of Song Qian, remained respectful, eager to learn his name for future contact. I am Song Qian, he introduced himself, gesturing to Zhang Yibei beside him. And this is Zhang Yibei. We reside in Peach Blossom Village. Lu Muyun retrieved her phone to obtain Song Qian's number. Mr. Song, can you truly cure late-stage cervical cancer? Song Qian nodded emphatically, absolutely. Although Lu Muyun harbored some doubts, a glimmer of hope flickered within her. If that is the case, I implore you to treat me. Should you succeed, I, Lu Muyun, will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Stepping down from the tricycle, Song Qian shook his head. Miss Lu, I must apologize. While your willingness to trust me is commendable, I require you to undergo a re-examination at the hospital before we proceed with treatment. My fees are substantial, 1 million. For Song Qian, 1 million was an astronomical figure. Even in all of Peach Blossom Village, no family could produce such a sum. He stated this to avoid complications. He was a clever individual. If Lu Muyun did not seek further examination and was not in a desperate situation, he was not inclined to treat her just yet. There was a risk he might not receive payment. Conversely, if he treated her now and she later learned at the hospital that she had no illness, believing it to be a prior misdiagnosis, he would not benefit from his efforts. Song Qian was unwilling to engage in endeavors that yielded no profit. Rest assured, Mr. Song. After my re-examination, if you can indeed cure me, the treatment fee will be no issue. Chapter 33. Wang Mozi seeks help to exorcise spirits. Lu Muyun stated as she turned to enter her sports car. Watching the car speed away, Zhang Yibei operated the tricycle, and they proceeded at a leisurely pace. Song Qian, why do you insist on stirring up trouble? Zhang Yibei could not help but express her grievances from the tricycle. You claim you can cure Lu Muyun's late-stage cervical cancer and demand 1 million for your services, setting aside whether you can actually heal her. She is not a fool. How could she possibly pay you? Song Qian merely smiled faintly at Zhang Yibei's complaints. Given the severity of Lu Muyun's cervical cancer, traditional treatments would undoubtedly prove ineffective. Only he, Song Qian, dared to assert his capabilities. He was confident Lu Muyun would seek him out, and the 1 million treatment fee would be fully honored. Yibei, remember this morning when we were fishing at Longquan Lake? You did not believe me. Yet look at how many fish we caught. Song Qian remarked, flashing a slight smile. Earlier at the market, you also doubted that Wang Ergu and his companions would assist us in selling fish. And yet, as Song Qian reminded her, Zhang Yibei's expression shifted. Indeed, as Song Qian had said, everything had been rather extraordinary, particularly the odd behavior of Wang Ergu and his companions, leaving her quite perplexed. The events of that morning were undeniably strange, but that did not imply he could treat cervical cancer. That was simply impossible. Zhang Yibei pondered for a moment before firmly shaking her head in denial. Song Qian smiled slightly, tilting his head toward Zhang Yibei. How about we make a bet? If Lu Muyun comes to me and pays the 1 million, you will lose, and you must henceforth address me as Brother Qian. Zhang Yibei pouted and huffed. What is so remarkable about that? You're older than me, so I'll just call you Little Brother Qian. What difference does it make? After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yibei countered, but what if you lose? Song Qian's lips curled into a wicked smile. If I lose, I will become your son-in-law. Zhang Yibei turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Song Qian. This mischievous fellow, how could he have such intentions? Has he become even more devious than before? Go away, don't think of taking advantage of me. If she weren't riding on the tricycle, Zhang Yibei would have loved to let go of the handlebars and punch Song Qian. This guy is truly wicked. To become the son-in-law at his own home. Wouldn't that mean she would have to marry him? Song Qian, honestly speaking, since you insist on this, I will not only gamble with you, but also raise the stakes. If you win, I will give you my small clinic, but if you lose, you must accompany me to catch fish for 3 consecutive days. And all the money from the fish sold will belong to me. Do you dare? Zhang Yibei pouted, looking quite certain of her victory over Song Qian. Lu Muyun is a female CEO. Even if she truly had cervical cancer, she wouldn't foolishly come to Taohua village to seek treatment from Song Qian, let alone give him 1 million yuan. It was simply a fantastical notion. If Song Qian were to lose, helping to catch fish for 3 days would at least yield over 30,000 yuan, and then she could firmly hold the reins over him. Not insisting on taking it all, sharing half would be quite reasonable. Zhang Yibei was confident that Song Qian would not dare to agree. Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Song Qian smiled and nodded. You said it, once I win. Not only will you have to call me brother from now on, but you will also have to give me your small clinic. Once the words were spoken, they were irrevocable. Zhang Yibei, fearing that Song Qian might retract his words, hurriedly nodded in agreement. A smile gracing her face as she secretly decided that she could finally have the upper hand over him. Upon reaching the streets of Jijia town, where several mobile phone shops were located, Song Qian asked Zhang Yibei to stop the tricycle. He entered a phone shop to purchase a new phone. Next to the phone store was a shop that recycled gold and silver jewelry. Song Qian took Zhang Yibei into the jewelry store, where he helped her replace a clasp on her necklace. Only then did they ride the tricycle toward Taohua village. On the way, Song Qian divided the fish-selling proceeds, giving Zhang Yibei 3,000, as he had promised her 20 earlier that morning. Zhang Yibei hesitated for a moment, accepting 2,000 symbolically. She also reminded Song Qian to be sure to invite her next time he went fishing. Song Qian agreed readily, and they both laughed, finally able to head home. Although today's earnings were modest, Song Qian felt a sense of accomplishment, having made over 12,000. More importantly, he had encountered Lu Muyun, the esteemed young lady of the Lu family. Song Qian was confident that she would call him, and he was sure he could make a significant profit from her. After a while, the two returned to Taohua village, specifically to Wang Mozi's home. At this moment, the gate of Wang Mozi's house was tightly shut. Inside the courtyard stood a Taoist priest in his 50s, clad in a yellow bagua robe, holding a talisman in his left hand and a peachwood sword in his right. In front of the priest was an altar adorned with yellow silk, incense burners, candles, and bells, with smoke swirling from the incense burner. The priest closed his eyes slightly, reciting incantations. Nearby, Wang Mozi wore a grave expression. Last night, at Xu Taohua's house, he had been possessed by Song Qian's ghost, and later, at his own home, he had felt a knife pressed to his neck. Recalling these events sent shivers down his spine. A hemp rope was tied up in the courtyard, usually used for hanging clothes, with several pairs of pants still hanging on it. Wang Mozi had been so frightened last night that he had urinated twice, and the pants had yet to dry. "Master, I trouble you. Last night it was in that corner where Song Qian held a knife to my neck. I almost lost my life." He trembled as he recounted the situation once more. The exorcist nodded slightly, indicating he understood. He picked up 3 incense sticks, chanted a few incantations, and placed the incense into the burner, then took several sheets of yellow paper, ignited them, and threw them into the corner. "By my command, disperse the evil spirits." Afterward, Song Qian and Zhang Yibei returned to her home. After parking the tricycle, Song Qian headed home alone. Passing by Wang Mozi's house, he heard the sound of bells inside, piquing his curiosity, and he activated his Lotus Heavenly Eye to take a look. He couldn't help but chuckle. In Wang Mozi's courtyard, the Taoist priest with his eyes partially closed held a peachwood sword in one hand and a bell in the other, chanting incantations, while Wang Mozi stood beside him, looking tense. Clearly, he had not yet overcome the shadows of last night. This guy is quick, it's only noon, and he has already summoned a Taoist to begin the exorcism. It seems Wang Mozi genuinely believes he is doomed. Serves you right, Wang Mozi, for being scared to death. Song Qian pondered briefly before approaching the door and knocking. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came Wang Mozi's voice from inside. Chapter 34. Am I still saved? Standing at the entrance, Song Qian remained silent, and after a moment's hesitation, Wang Mozi came to open the door. The moment the door swung open, Wang Mozi let out a blood-curdling scream. A ghost. His face turned pale as he stumbled backward. Song Qian stood quietly, saying nothing, but he could hardly contain himself from laughing at Wang Mozi's cowardice. Suddenly, the Taoist priest opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he looked at Song Qian. "Ghost? Where's the ghost? The person standing at the door is clearly a human. Could it be that this is the ghost Wang Mozi spoke of?" Sure enough, Wang Mozi scrambled behind the priest, squinting as he pointed at Song Qian. "The ghost is back. He is the ghost." Song Qian strolled into the courtyard. "Wang Mozi, you must have done a lot of guilty deeds, huh? Open your eyes and see clearly. Am I a human or a ghost?" He approached Wang Mozi, who retreated once more. Rubbing his eyes, he looked up at Song Qian. "No, this ghost doesn't look like the one from last night. The person standing before me. No matter how I look at it, doesn't resemble a ghost." However, he was still gripped by fear. Wang Mozi hesitated for over 10 seconds before managing to stand upright. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Song Qian took 2 steps forward. His face darkened as he glared at Wang Mozi. "What do you think? Am I a human or a ghost?" The priest could no longer bear to watch. Casting aside his talisman, he approached Wang Mozi and questioned him. "Is this the ghost you want to exorcise?" "It is." Wang Mozi nodded vigorously. "But last night, he didn't look like this. I saw him clearly. He floated out from that corner." Wang Mozi pointed to the corner of the courtyard. The priest's expression darkened immediately. The corner he referenced had a wall that was 1.5 meters high and 50 centimeters wide. Even the most skilled jumper would find it incredibly difficult to leap over. Floated out? That's pure nonsense. How could such a thing happen? Where would a ghost come from? He is clearly a living person. The priest emphasized the words living person. However, Wang Mozi wanted to argue a bit more, but the person before him, with a nose and eyes, was undeniably a living human. Yet, what truly transpired last night? At Xu Taohua's house, he had been unable to move and had urinated in fright. In his own courtyard, he felt the same immobility when he intended to brandish a knife at Song Qian. His body had gone rigid, and the knife was seized. It was all too bizarre. Why did it happen? Wang Mozi's lips twitched, and sweat dripped down his back. Utterly baffled. "Stop it. He is just a person." The priest widened his eyes, glanced at Song Qian once more, and then said to Wang Mozi, "We agreed on 3,000 for the exorcism. Hurry up and pay. I'm leaving. Song Qian wore a mischievous grin, casting a glance at Wang Mazi. Wang Maji. It seems you have engaged in nefarious deeds too frequently, causing you to hallucinate. I hope you reflect on your actions. Otherwise, these visions will recur. Song Qian remarked, secretly casting a paralysis spell. Wang Maji's expression froze, nearly causing him to soil himself. Fortunately, this stiffness lasted only a mere 10 seconds. And once Song Qian exited the courtyard, his body regained its mobility. A few minutes later, Song Qian returned home, where an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Upon seeing her brother, Song Yao hurried over. Brother, you said you caught a lot of fish. Did you sell them? How much did you make? Song Qian presented his phone for her to see. Do you think I would deceive you? You can see for yourself. I sold over 12,000. Most of it through mobile payments. Song Yao took the phone, and upon viewing the numerous transaction records, her joy was uncontainable. Oh my goodness, I have over 8,000 in earnings. The sum she mentioned was entirely from mobile payments, while the remaining over 4,000 was collected in cash, making the total slightly over 12,000. We've struck it rich. I've never had this much money in my phone before. This over 8,000 is mine. Ha! Song Yao exclaimed, clutching her phone in delight. The payment account belonged to her, naturally directing the funds to her name. Hearing the siblings' excitement, their father, Song Yongfu, and mother, Lu Shufan, rushed to the courtyard, inquiring about the situation. When they learned that Song Qian had earned over 12,000, smiles spread across their faces, and they repeatedly praised him. Seeing his family so joyous brought a smile to Song Qian's face as well. Mom, Dad, little sister, the money I made today isn't substantial, it's merely the beginning. In the future, I shall earn much more. During the past 2 years of my illness, you all have cared for me. Now, it's my turn to support you. You deserve a break. As Song Qian spoke, he glanced around his yard. Once I start earning, we will demolish this dilapidated house and rebuild it. We shall have a lovely villa. Brother, stop boasting, Song Yao retorted, pouting and rolling her eyes at him. You were just lucky today to catch so many fish and sell them for over 10,000. Longquan Lake isn't that large. How can we expect to catch big fish every day? Let's be more realistic. Their father, Song Yongfu, added, it's good to have ambition, but your sister is right. We should remain grounded. All right, enough with the dampening of spirits, Lu Shufan interjected. The children are hungry, let us have dinner. The family gathered in the small living room to eat, as they typically did. In a few minutes, the little table was laden with delicious dishes. In addition to the soft-shelled turtle caught by Song Qian, his mother had prepared a pot of sauerkraut fish and simmered a nourishing old hen. The table was adorned with 7 or 8 delectable dishes, a feast for the eyes and palate. As the family sat together, laughter filled the air. Ever since Song Qian had been rendered mentally incapacitated, their lives had been overshadowed by despair, even during the New Year celebrations. Today, they could finally indulge in a hearty meal. In the office of the hospital director at Jiangxing Hospital, Miss Lu, following an MRI scan. It is confirmed that you are indeed in the advanced stages of cervical cancer, a situation of grave concern. You must prepare yourself mentally. Lu Muyun held the MRI film with vacant eyes, desperately hoping for a misdiagnosis. However, reality struck her like a harsh slap. Indeed, she was in the late stage of cervical cancer, and the severity surpassed her worst fears. Director Sun, is there still hope for me? After a long pause, Lu Muyun asked darkly. I did not wish to convey this in your presence, but since you are aware, I hope you brace yourself. In a small place like Jiangxing, your condition cannot be treated here. I recommend you book a flight abroad to consult with specialists. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope overseas. Director Sun's suggestion stemmed from a place of helplessness. A patient of Lu Muyun's caliber would generate significant revenue for the hospital if treated, yet Director Sun hesitated to proceed. Fearing complications. Chapter 35 Lu Muyun hesitated. As an oncology expert, Director Sun had seen many tumors. For advanced cervical cancer like Lu Muyun's, even a 1 in 50 chance of successful treatment would be considered remarkably high. He feared the repercussions of treating her, worried it would bring trouble to the hospital. Listening to Director Sun's words, Lu Muyun nearly collapsed. Standing beside her, Zhao Kiki supported her, anxious about her well-being. After a long silence, Lu Muyun asked again, Director Sun, I know Jiangxing Hospital has many oncology specialists. Could you summon them for a thorough consultation? Director Sun was indeed an expert in the field. He had a clear understanding of Lu Muyun's condition, and his words were entirely truthful. Faced with her request, he felt compelled to comply. Very well, Miss Lu. Please hold on. He took out his phone and made a call. All oncology specialists, You have 5 minutes to assemble in my office for a consultation. Latecomers will be dismissed. Minutes later, all the specialists gathered, esteemed figures in the field of oncology, each holding their phones, accessing the hospital system to review Lu Muyun's imaging results. After thoroughly examining the information for several minutes, they all lowered their heads. Miss Lu, we sincerely apologize. We must ask for your forgiveness. Our hospital's equipment is outdated, and we lack sufficient targeted therapy medications. We hope you can seek treatment abroad as soon as possible. Indeed, foreign medical facilities are more advanced, with a wider array of targeted therapies, giving you a chance, they lamented. Hearing the specialist's words, Lu Muyun's expression turned ashen. How could a woman in her 20s be diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer? Why was this happening to her? Noticing her pale countenance, Zhao Kiki supported Lu Muyun, urgently comforting her. Miss, let us return home and discuss this with your family. Then we can travel abroad quickly. Zhao Kiki helped Lu Muyun slowly exit the director's office. Once they reached the car, Lu Muyun remained silent. Miss, please don't frighten me. Although your condition is severe, it is not necessarily untreatable. Director Sun mentioned that even in late-stage cervical cancer, there is still a possibility of recovery. Lu Muyun stared blankly at the report in her hands. How could this happen? Was her life destined to conclude in such a manner? Director Sun had made it abundantly clear, her chances of recovery domestically were exceedingly slim. This statement could be interpreted differently. Essentially, it meant she could not be treated here. If she couldn't be treated at home, what hope did she have abroad? Wasn't all Western medicine fundamentally similar? Lu Muyun felt utterly despondent. At such a youthful age, why had she developed cervical cancer? Even more alarming was the fact that it was already in its advanced stages, an unimaginable predicament. Miss, please say something. Don't be so gloomy. Seeing you upset makes me feel terrible. Zhao Kiki sat in the driver's seat, hesitating to drive, unsure of where Lu Muyun wished to go. Should they return home to inform her family, or seek another hospital for a second opinion? But they had already sought one. The results were indisputable. Another examination would yield the same outcome. Lu Muyun remained unresponsive, nearly in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, she finally sighed. How could I, Lu Muyun, be so unfortunate? Why must I face such a calamity? Mustering her resolve, she retrieved her phone and called a friend in Kyoto, asking for assistance in locating the best doctor available. Half an hour later, Lu Muyun received a response. The outcome was precisely as Dean Sun had described. The renowned healer from Kyoto also advised her to seek treatment abroad without delay. At this moment, Lu Muyun felt utterly despondent. Could it be that my life is to end in such a manner? No, Song Qian had stated that I am in the late stages of cervical cancer, and he claimed that only he could cure me. I must call Song Qian. Just as Lu Muyun was about to make the call, Zhao Kiki interjected with another suggestion. Miss, I have a feeling that this Song Qian may not be trustworthy. Perhaps we should return home or expedite our journey abroad instead. Zhao Kiki then shifted her tone. Even if we decide to seek out Song Qian, we should first investigate him and gather his basic information before proceeding. Lu Muyun pondered this and found some merit in her words. Kiki, you take charge of this matter. Zhao Kiki promptly took out her phone and made the necessary arrangements. Shortly after, the investigation results were in. Miss, the findings are rather disconcerting. Song Qian is indeed a medical student, but 2 years ago, he was struck into a state of mental incapacity by young Master Xu, and his girlfriend has since become Xu's fiancée. It seems they are to be wed in the coming days. The investigation revealed that just days prior, Song Qian was still a fool. However, upon our recent encounter, he appeared lucid. Zhao Kiki relayed the entirety of the investigation's findings to Lu Muyun. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun's brow furrowed even deeper. He is a fool. Yet how could he so readily discern that I am in the late stages of cervical cancer? Can a fool possess such acuity? Miss, I truly believe that Song Qian is nothing but a grand charlatan. He also demanded a treatment fee of 1 million. Zhao Kiki's words plunged Lu Muyun into contemplation. Given the investigation's results, this possibility seemed plausible. What perplexed Lu Muyun the most was that during her interaction with Song Qian, he did not seem foolish at all and immediately recognized her ailment. Can a fool possess such prowess? Should I make this call? Should I trust Song Qian? At Song Qian's residence, he was engrossed in exploring the features of his newly purchased phone. Brother, my phone is ancient, slow, and cumbersome. When you earn some money, do get me a new one, Song Yao said, shaking her old phone. Song Qian nodded gently. In a few days, I will certainly buy you a beautiful new phone. Yours is indeed overdue for replacement. Upon hearing this, Song Yao beamed with joy. You are so kind to me, brother. Song Qian fiddled with the phone for quite some time. During the 2 years he had been mentally incapacitated, he had not used a phone. and some of its functions were quite bewildering to him. Just then, Song Yao's phone rang. She looked at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. Hesitating briefly, she answered the call. "Who are you trying to reach?" A woman's voice responded from the other end. "Hello, Miss Song. I am a bank representative, ID number 9527. The banking system indicates that there have been substantial transactions on your bank card in Australia in recent days. Were these purchases authorized by you?" Upon hearing this, Song Yao's expression darkened. She possessed only one bank card, which was kept in her wardrobe. How could she possibly have made purchases in Australia? The script of this scam call was rather poor. She had received several similar scam calls, and the dialogue was always the same. She had long since developed immunity to such tactics. Goodness, are telecommunication scams this brazen now? I am broke, so how could I have a bank card? Chapter 36. The elder miss is Lu Muyun. If you wish to scam, at least be professional about it. Target those corrupt officials. They have plenty of money. Just one corrupt official could yield billions. She advised them, "Do not call me again." After venting her frustration, Song Yao hung up. Observing her sister's furious demeanor, Song Qian offered some words of comfort. "Sister, it has been reported on television that those involved in telecommunication fraud often have armed guards. If you recognize a scam, there is no need to engage. Simply hang up." At this point, Song Qian shifted the conversation. While those corrupt officials may be wealthy, they are also exceedingly cunning. Scamming them is not as easy as it sounds. Not long after hanging up, Song Yao's phone rang again. "Oh dear, is this never ending today?" She checked the screen and saw that it was the same local number, but astonishingly, a name was displayed as well. Wow, these scammers are quite skilled. They even changed their number. Their disguise is rather impressive, she thought, frowning as she answered the call. "You damn scammer, how dare you call me again? I just told you not to call." After venting her indignation, Song Yao hung up once more. Unbeknownst to her, the caller was not a scammer, but rather Lu Muyun, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun was seething. The person who answered was a woman, hurling insults and curses. This woman must be experiencing severe hormonal imbalances. Her temper is even worse than mine. Lu Muyun had not anticipated that the phone number Song Qian had given her was, in fact, a false one, and the person who answered was a woman. The voice sounded relatively young, yet the temperament suggested she was likely in her 40s or 50s, possibly grappling with menopausal symptoms. Otherwise, she wouldn't have launched into insults upon answering the phone. "Miss, I told you that Song Qian is unreliable. Do you now believe me? Let us hurry home and prepare for our trip abroad." Lu Muyun's frown deepened, her anger escalating with every thought. It was an infuriating day. Her spirits were already at a low ebb after a collision with a tricycle, and now the number left behind was a fake. Unable to tolerate any further, she resolved to retaliate. Why should the other party be permitted to insult her without consequence? Wait, let me make one more call to thoroughly berate that menopausal woman before blocking her number. Lu Muyun took her phone and dialed again. At Song Qian's home, the siblings were engaged in conversation. Song Yao continued to express her frustrations about the telecommunication scams. Just then, her phone rang again. "Oh dear, the same number that I just cursed out is calling again. How audacious." Enraged, Song Yao began her tirade once more. Hearing her, Song Qian felt a surge of irritation. In a matter of minutes, they had received 3 scam calls. This was intolerable, and the audacity of these scammers was appalling. "Give me the phone. I will deal with them." Song Qian snatched the phone and was instantly taken aback. The number clearly belonged to Lu Muyun. How could it be classified as a scam call? He had just saved it that morning in Jijia town. "Are you certain this is a scam call?" Song Qian asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Song Yao nodded vigorously, her tone resolute. The methods of these scammers are truly sophisticated. Their disguise is impeccable. Not only is it a local number, but it also displays a name. It was indeed this scam number. Song Qian, exasperated, shook his head in disbelief. "This is my contact. It is not a scam." "No." Song Yao's expression stiffened. Song Qian, now thoroughly vexed, quickly answered the call. As the line connected, a voice erupted from the other end. "You old woman, are you experiencing menopausal symptoms? Why are you so aggressive? You are the scammer. Your entire family are scammers. Let me tell you, I am Lu Muyun, and you, the irate scammer, dared to insult me. Just wait, I will make you regret this." As soon as the call connected, Lu Muyun unleashed a torrent of invective. Such an unrestrained outburst was entirely at odds with her usual graceful demeanor. But her fury eclipsed any concern for propriety. The harshness of her voice left Song Qian momentarily speechless. He held the phone away from his ear, and before Lu Muyun could finish her tirade, he hastily interrupted her. "Miss Lu, I am Song Qian. I just misunderstood. Please, do not scold me." Upon hearing Song Qian's voice, There was a noticeable hesitation on the other end of the line. Song Qian, is that you? Lu Muyun held her phone, bewildered. What was unfolding? As Lu Muyun fell silent, Song Qian hastily clarified. Miss Lu, this phone belongs to my sister. She answered your call earlier. Just before your call, she received a scam call, so there was a misunderstanding. She thought you were the scammer. I apologize for the confusion. After speaking, Song Qian displayed a hint of embarrassment. Miss Lu, have you gone for a follow-up examination at the hospital? Once she confirmed it was indeed Song Qian on the line, Lu Muyun felt a bit awkward. She cleared her throat a couple of times before gathering her thoughts. I apologize. I received the follow-up results quite some time ago before calling you. As you mentioned, my condition is indeed quite severe. Song Qian, do you truly have confidence in curing me? Song Qian nodded with a smile. You have received the follow-up results. Whether I can cure you will depend on those results. I, Song Qian, am a man of my word. If Miss Lu feels uncertain, you can undergo treatment first and pay later. After I complete your treatment, you can return to the hospital for a follow-up examination and, upon receiving a recovery report, you may then pay the 1 million fee. I trust in your integrity, Miss Lu. You will honor your word. Here, Song Qian paused slightly. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, I will give you 2 days. If you wish to pursue treatment, come to Taohua village to find me. If you delay, there may be no opportunity left. Song Qian's insistence was meant to urge Lu Muyun. In truth, even if Lu Muyun's ailment were to linger for 2 or 3 more months, or even if she were on the brink of death, as long as Song Qian intervened, she would surely recover. However, at this moment, Song Qian was in dire need of funds. Curing Lu Muyun would yield a substantial income that could resolve many of his pressing issues. Before entering a deep slumber, the Lotus Immortal had repeatedly instructed him to find the fragmented divine consciousness Lotus within 3 years. Only with money could Song Qian embark on his quest. On the other end of the line, Lu Muyun remained silent. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Are you available now? We are coming to find you right away. If you can cure me, I will double the treatment fee. Upon hearing this, Song Qian immediately felt elated. Was this an unexpected windfall? Wealthy individuals are indeed generous, offering 2 million. That sounds splendid. I will be waiting for you at home in Taohua village, Jijia town. Please come quickly. All right, we are on our way. After hanging up, Song Qian used his newly purchased phone to call Lu Muyun again, asking her to save his new number and informing her to contact him on this number in future matters. On the other end, Lu Muyun felt a bit perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning behind this. Chapter 37. Something happened. Hurry to my house. Song Qian clearly had a phone, yet he insisted on giving his sister's number instead of his own. What could this mean? Lu Muyun was unaware that Song Qian had only recently acquired a phone after being foolish until yesterday and had never used one before. Hence, he had just bought a new number. Otherwise, such a misunderstanding would not have occurred. Lu Muyun hesitated but ultimately complied. Kiki, let us head to Taohua village now. Zhao Kiki started the car, still feeling somewhat hesitant. Miss, is Song Qian reliable? Lu Muyun hesitated slightly, but nodded. My current situation is dire. We might as well give it a try. Song Qian promised to treat me first, and then conduct a follow-up examination before receiving payment. Even if I were to be swindled for 2 million, it would not matter. I can afford it. As Lu Muyun spoke, she changed the subject. By the way, the front of the car is damaged. Moreover, since this is a sports car, the chassis might be too low for Taohua village. Let us return to the company, switch to another car, and have someone take this one for repairs. Lu Muyun spoke the truth. As the future heir to the Lu family and the current general manager of Lu Group, a few million was merely pocket change for her. As long as Song Qian could cure her, she would gladly pay even 1 million, or even 10 million, without hesitation. At this critical juncture, Lu Muyun felt hopeless, driven to trust Song Qian out of desperation. As she stated, it was merely a trial. Understood. Zhao Kiki nodded, and the car sped away. At Song Qian's home, Song Yao stared wide-eyed, filled with curiosity as she looked at Song Qian. Brother, when you called earlier, I vaguely heard that woman say she wanted you to help her with her illness, and you mentioned charging 1 million. What is going on? You're not planning to swindle her out of 1 million, are you? Song Qian lightly tapped Song Yao on the shoulder. What are you thinking? Have you been on the receiving end of too many scam calls? Don't forget, I treated our parents' ailments last night. Song Yao pondered for a moment, seeming to find some logic in his words. By the way, what illness does that woman have? Song Qian shook his head, not directly answering. What her illness is has nothing to do with you. Why are you so curious? Song Yao tilted her head, thinking slightly. But, regardless of what illness she has, charging her 1 million for treatment is rather exorbitant, don't you think? It's even more unscrupulous than those unethical doctors. As she spoke, Song Yao made a dismissive gesture towards Song Qian. Faced with his sister's disdain, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. My dear sister, your kind-heartedness is understandable. But Lu Muyun's ailment is not one that can be cured for a mere 1 million. Charging her that fee is not only fair, but considerably reasonable. After exchanging a few words, the siblings fell silent once more. Song Qian held his phone, continuing to explore its features. Though the phone was not valuable, it was new. And having not used one for over 2 years, Song Qian found it quite fascinating. Xiaoyao, lend me your phone. What for? Song Yao retorted. Without waiting for an answer, Song Qian took Song Yao's phone. He scrolled through the contacts until he found Xu Taohua's number. Ah, are you planning to call Sister Taohua? Sister Taohua is renowned for her beauty. You don't have a crush on her, do you? Song Yao teased, a mischievous grin on her face. Song Qian's expression darkened as he shot her a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Sister Taohua will not be pleased if she hears that. Just as he saved Xu Taohua's number, Song Yao's phone rang. Coincidentally, it was a call from Xu Taohua. Song Qian picked up immediately. Sister Taohua, is there something urgent? Song Qian, something has happened. Hurry to my house. Xu Taohua's voice on the line was filled with urgency, and amidst her words, Song Qian could hear other voices, one of which he recognized as Wang Mozi's. You incorrigible Wang Mozi, Song Qian cursed silently, before addressing the phone again. Please hold on, I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Song Qian tucked his phone away and dashed toward the door, with Song Yao trailing closely behind. What happened with Sister Taohua? I'm going with you. It's nothing serious, you don't need to come. Song Qian turned back, wanting to deter Song Yao from following. He did not want her to know about last night's events, nor did he wish for their parents to worry. I'm going with you. Song Yao pouted defiantly, running ahead of Song Qian. With no other choice, he allowed her to tag along. In the countryside, there were seldom any fresh happenings. Whether it was a significant event or a small one, villagers loved to gather and gossip. Who fell ill? Who just had a baby? Which family was getting married? Everyone would come to join in the excitement. Song Yao was no exception. She enjoyed the commotion. At Xu Taohua's home, her mother, Zhou Guiying, her brother, Su Xiaofei, and Wang Mozi surrounded her, creating quite the ruckus. Zhou Guiying stood with her hands on her hips, her expression fierce. Xu Taohua, do you believe I have given you face? I have already accepted Wang Tsongming's betrothal gifts, yet you refuse to marry him. What audacity do you possess? The Wang Tsongming spoken of by Zhou Guiying is, in truth, Wang Mozi. In Taohua village, people do not refer to him as Wang Tsongming. Rather, they habitually call him Wang Mozi due to the pockmarks that mar his face. Out of respect for her son-in-law, Zhou Guiying addresses him as Wang Tsongming. As soon as Zhou Guiying finished speaking, Su Xiaofei interjected. Sister, you have been widowed for over 2 years. Mother has arranged several suitors for you. But none would have you because of your status as a widow. Only Wang Tsongming, your brother-in-law, does not disdain you and has offered an impressive betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan. Why do you not cherish this opportunity? Hearing this, Xu Taohua's expression darkened. She furrowed her brow, glancing at her mother and brother before casting her gaze toward the distant Wang Mozi, her anger flaring. This scoundrel had been harassing her for the past 2 years. Just yesterday, beneath the waterfall at Longquan Mountain, he nearly succeeded in his advances. Had it not been for Xu Taohua's quick wit, she would have been ensnared. Beholding Wang Mozi's unattractive features, short, ugly, and pockmarked, sent chills down her spine. To marry such a man would be akin to death itself. Mother, do not meddle in my affairs. You accepted the betrothal gifts without my consent. If you wish to marry him, do so yourself. Do not involve me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guiying's temper flared. How dare Xu Taohua speak in such a manner? To suggest that she should marry him was absurd. I have already accepted Wang Tsongming's betrothal gift of 180,000 yuan. Do not dream of having me return it. I declare it now. I have chosen this good son-in-law, and you shall marry him. Xu Taohua, with a flick of her sleeve, shouted vehemently, impossible. The only way I would marry him is if I were dead. Resolute, she stormed into the kitchen, swiftly seizing a fruit knife and pressing it against her throat as she emerged into the courtyard. Su Xiaofei, witnessing this, grew anxious. Sister, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. Meanwhile, Wang Mozi remained silent. He had come not to force Xu Taohua into marriage, but rather to retrieve the betrothal gifts. If he could recover the gifts, then he would not pursue a wife he knew did not desire him. Wang Mozi, self-aware of his shortcomings, preferred to return the betrothal gifts rather than coerce her into a union. Additionally, matters with Song Qian were proving troublesome. The incident of tossing Song Qian into the Devil's Cave had yet to be settled, and while Song Qian's family was impoverished, they were not to be trifled with. He needed to recover the betrothal gifts first before addressing other issues. If Xu Taohua were willing to marry him, he would consider the betrothal gifts again. Otherwise, having them in Zhou Guiying's possession was not advantageous. However, when he called Zhou Guiying to discuss returning the betrothal gifts, she adamantly refused, insisting he come to Xu Taohua's home. Thus, Wang Matzi followed her there. Aunt Zhou, marriage should be based on mutual affection. I, Wang Matzi, am unworthy of Sister Taohua. Since she does not wish to marry me, please return my betrothal gifts. I do not wish to force her into despair. Zhou Guiying would not hear of it. What nonsense are you spouting? Once the gifts are in my hands, there is no question of returning them. I have already consented to your union with Xu Taohua, so you must figure it out. Zhou Guiying shouted vehemently, unwilling to return the gifts. Her son, Su Xiaofei, had also begun courting a girlfriend and had reached the stage of discussing marriage. She intended to reserve the 180,000 yuan for her son to wed. Su Xiaofei, standing nearby, was equally reluctant. His mother had promised him the 180,000 yuan for his marriage, with 80,000 designated as a betrothal gift and the remaining 100,000 combined with some of their savings, totaling around 200,000 yuan to secure a home. How could he marry without that money? Sister, just agree to marry Wang Matzi. Mother has already promised I would receive that 180,000 yuan for my marriage. Without it, I cannot find a wife. I beg of you, sister. Su Xiaofei's voice trembled. Nearly in tears, hearing her brother's plea caused Xu Taohua great distress. Her mother had accepted Wang Matzi's betrothal gifts without consulting her, and now was coercing her into marriage. Yet her brother, her own flesh and blood, was fixated on the 180,000 yuan, showing no regard for her lifelong happiness. Was this truly her brother? He resembled their mother, a money-hungry leech. Su Xiaofei, silence yourself. Faced with the prospect of not retrieving the betrothal gifts and Xu Taohua's refusal to marry, Wang Matzi grew frantic, his face etched with worry. What could he do? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Matzi resolutely declared, Aunt Zhou, since Taohua does not wish to marry me, please return my betrothal gifts. Not a single cent will be returned. Zhou Guiying declared, her voice firm as she glared at Wang Matzi. You better hurry and take that knife from her, then lead her to the bridal chamber at once. At that moment, Song Qian and Song Yao burst into the courtyard, having rushed to Xu Taohua's home. For Song Qian, reaching Xu Taohua's home merely required a leap, taking mere seconds. However, in the village during broad daylight, he could not showcase his abilities without alarming the villagers. Upon entering the courtyard, Song Qian saw Xu Taohua holding a sharp fruit knife to her neck, and his expression froze. Sister Taohua, do not do anything foolish. Seeing Song Qian's arrival eased Xu Taohua's tension slightly. She had no intention of taking her own life, but rather sought to pressure her mother. Song Qian, you have finally arrived. Had you come any later, I might not have been here. It is all because of my mother and the others. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Song Qian approached her, taking the knife from her grasp. Sister Taohua, what are you doing? Is there nothing that can be resolved without such measures? He turned to Zhou Guiying. Aunt Zhou, why are you forcing Sister Taohua? Look at the state you've put her in. What if something were to happen to her? Although Zhou Guiying was Xu Taohua's mother, her greed was evident. Yet Song Qian still spoke with respect. Foolish Song Qian, what business is it of yours? You are merely a simpleton. How dare you interfere in our family matters? Go play elsewhere. Zhou Guiying scolded, hands on her hips. Unbeknownst to her, Song Qian had shed his foolish persona. Song Yao, hearing this, was incensed. Since her brother's recovery, she despised hearing him referred to as a fool. Aunt Zhou, my brother has recovered, so speak with some respect. Who is the fool here? I believe it is you. You insist on forcing the beautiful Sister Taohua to marry the short and ugly Wang Matzi. If you are not foolish, then who is? Her words momentarily stunned Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei. Wasn't Song Qian known as the village fool? If he had recovered, when had that occurred? After a brief contemplation, Zhou Guiying dismissed their concerns, for she had no intention of returning Wang Matzi's betrothal gifts. I do not care whether you are fools or not. If you wish to stand up to me, then so be it. Xu Taohua need not marry Wang Matzi, but the 180,000 yuan betrothal gifts must be borne by both of you. Song Qian's complexion turned icy upon hearing this. Had it not been for Zhou Guiying, who is Xu Taohua's mother, he would have rushed forward and slapped Zhou Guiying to the ground. Even a tiger does not consume its offspring. What kind of mother is this? Forcing her daughter into a fire pit. Is she even human? Yet outwardly, Song Qian did not display his fury but directed his gaze towards Wang Matzi, his eyes ablaze with rage. Wang Matzi, it seems you have forgotten my earlier warning. As he spoke, Song Qian discreetly cast a paralyzing spell, and in an instant, Wang Matzi's body became rigid, unable to move or utter a word. After half a minute, Song Qian retracted the spell. At that moment, Wang Mozi's face turned ashen with fear. Fortunately, after the 2 incidents today, he was nearly certain that his paralysis was the doing of Song Qian. The only solace was that it did not last long. Realizing this, he decided to take a more aggressive approach and summon Wang Ergo from Jijia town, with whom he had some connections. Wang Ergo was a local thug, rumored to have committed murder. Yesterday, Wang Mozi had thrown Song Qian into the Devil's Cave, only to find that Song Qian had survived. He might as well call Wang Ergo to incapacitate Song Qian. With Song Qian out of the way, his affairs with Xu Taohua would likely come to fruition, and he could finally lay a long-standing worry to rest. Thinking along these lines, Wang Mozi took out his phone. Song Qian, do not be too arrogant. I have a friend who is quite skilled. Once I bring him here, you will see what happens. Song Qian merely responded with a cold laugh. If Wang Mozi could summon help, let him do so. It would provide the perfect opportunity to teach Wang Mozi a lesson and ensure his submission. Had it not been for Wang Mozi, Song Qian would not have been so courteous. He had been thrown into the Devil's Cave yesterday and had received the inheritance of the Lotus Immortal Emperor. Wang Mozi was a villain, but he could also be considered a benefactor. Without Wang Mozi, he might still be a fool today. However, failing to reprimand Wang Mozi was absolutely out of the question. Wang Mozi, since you wish to find someone, I will grant you the opportunity. Bring forth whatever thugs you can summon. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, Wang Mozi was inviting Wang Ergo. Had he known, he would have likely laughed aloud. Just wait. Wang Mozi began to make phone calls. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone, finally lifting his head. Song Qian, you disrupted my plans yesterday, and I have yet to settle the score with you. I never expected you to repeatedly sabotage my endeavors. Just wait, you will pay for this. At this moment, Xu Taohua grew anxious. It was because of her that Song Qian had been thrown into the Devil's Cave yesterday. If Wang Mozi were to bring in thugs today, it would spell trouble. Song Qian, I didn't know Wang Mozi could summon people. You should take Song Yao and leave quickly. Don't worry about my affairs. Just go, Xu Taohua said, pushing the siblings gently. Do not worry, Song Qian said calmly, unaffected by her urgency. He turned to Xu Taohua and spoke softly, let Wang Mozi call for help. What he does not realize is that I am not afraid of anyone. Xu Taohua could hardly absorb his words. She knew that even against Wang Mozi alone, Song Qian might not stand a chance against others. She had witnessed Wang Mozi easily overpowering Song Qian by the waterfall yesterday. Song Qian, listen to your sister-in-law. You and Song Yao should leave immediately. They won't dare to harm me. I truly do not want to involve you too. Xu Taohua's voice was laced with desperation, nearly bringing her to tears. Deep down, she cared for Song Qian and did not want to see him come to harm. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao interjected, Brother, should I call the village chief and have him bring people to resolve this? The issue did not lie with Wang Mozi, but rather with Zhou Ging, who had taken Wang Mozi's betrothal gifts and was unwilling to return them. This was the crux of the problem. As for Wang Mozi's summoned allies, Song Qian did not concern himself with them. No matter how many he brought, they would still be dealt with. He waved his hand dismissively. No need. Even if the village chief comes, it won't make a difference. I am not afraid of anyone today. Brother, 2 years ago, you injured your head and have only just recovered. You shouldn't act impulsively. Shouldn't we take sister-in-law Taohua and leave? Song Yao was worried and suggested once more. It was unrealistic to abandon Xu Taohua. The priority was to leave while they still had the chance before Wang Mozi's reinforcements arrived. Once they did, it would be too late. Xu Taohua did not want to drag the siblings into trouble and urgently protested. Song Qian, listen to sister-in-law. You both should leave quickly. My affairs do not concern you. I will be fine. At that moment, Xu Taohua felt regretful. Had she known Wang Mozi would call for help, she would not have invited Song Qian over. Now, Song Qian refused to leave, and she was at a loss for what to do. Enough, let us all speak less, she urged. Song Qian was unwilling to say more. He felt compelled to resolve this matter today. Just wait. Even the King of Heaven won't be able to help you. I am eager to see what tricks Wang Mozi has up his sleeve. As they waited, some time passed, and then the sound of a car engine echoed from outside. Soon, Song Qian saw Wang Ergo enter with 3 of his brothers, the same crew from the morning, heads held high. Although they had arrived, their demeanor lacked confidence. They bore the scars of their earlier defeat at Song Qian's hands, with Wang Ergo sporting visible bruises on his face. At that moment, Wang Ergo and his companions did not even notice Song Qian. Upon seeing Wang Ergo, Wang Mozi's face lit up. Dog brother, you finally made it. That scoundrel has thwarted my plans time and again. Hurry and have your brothers deal with him. Wang Mozi exclaimed, momentarily pausing. He noticed that Wang Ergo's group bore injuries, with 2 of his brothers sporting band-aids on their faces. However, Driven by the urgency to take care of Song Qian, Wang Matzi briefly forgot about their condition. To be frank, Wang Matzi was eager to confront Song Qian. Had it not been for him, he would have already been with Xu Taohua, avoiding the complications he faced now. Last night at Xu Taohua's home, Song Qian had caused chaos. Although Wang Matzi did not know whether the person he had encountered was the real Song Qian or an impostor, he knew that everything was connected to Song Qian. Pointing at Song Qian, Wang Matzi declared, "Get him." Wang Ergo, with his hands behind his back, squinted at Song Qian. The moment he recognized Song Qian, his expression froze. The floodwaters had breached the Dragon King Temple. He never imagined that the person Wang Matzi sought to deal with would be his nemesis, Song Qian. Earlier in Jiji Town, he had gone to great lengths to ingratiate himself with Song Qian, barely earning his forgiveness, only to find himself face to face with him again. This is disastrous. Behind Wang Matzi, his three brothers, upon seeing Song Qian, recalled the events of the morning and their lips twitched nervously. Oh no. We've encountered this calamity again. Dog brother had mentioned that their misfortunes this morning were entirely due to Song Qian's interference. Who would dare provoke this harbinger of misfortune? As they set out from town, the brothers had conspired to avoid Song Qian at all costs. Yet Wang Matzi had promised them 5,000 yuan for a minor favor. Just to handle someone. For that sum, they had reluctantly agreed to come. Who would have thought the target would be Song Qian? They were not here to capture him. They were walking right into his grasp. What should they do now? The group was in a state of panic. As several individuals remained inactive, Wang Matzi assumed they were preparing. Thus he turned to Wang Ergu and offered a reminder. Brother dog, you should quickly deal with Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu was immediately agitated. How could Wang Matzi, who fancied himself clever, be so oblivious? Was it not glaringly apparent? With a swift motion, Wang Ergu struck Wang Matzi across the face. Silence. Wang Matzi, clutching his stinging cheek, found himself bewildered. What was happening? Why had Brother Dog struck him? You misunderstood. I meant for you to deal with Song Qian, not me. You were invited by me. Swiftly eliminate Song Qian. Crack. Crack. Wang Ergu retaliated with 2 more slaps, sending Wang Matzi spinning. Once he regained his balance, he delivered a kick to Wang Matzi's abdomen. You fool. I told you to be quiet. Are you deaf? Wang Matzi collapsed to the ground, one hand rubbing his cheek, the other clutching his aching stomach, gasping in pain. Chapter 40. Utilizing Wang Ergu to handle Zhou Ging having been repeatedly slapped and kicked, Wang Matzi found the pain unbearable, his mind clouded with suspicion. Yet, as Wang Ergu commanded him to remain silent, he could only swallow his words, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Witnessing Wang Matzi being struck, Xu Taohua was utterly perplexed. Wasn't Wang Ergu brought in by Wang Matzi? Why was he now turning against Wang Matzi instead of confronting Song Qian? What was unfolding? Song Yao, wide-eyed, shared her disbelief. Glancing at the prone Wang Matzi before casting an inquiring look towards Xu Taohua, who was equally bewildered. However, the next scene left both women in utter shock. Wang Ergu, lowering his head and furrowing his brow, approached Song Qian with an obsequious demeanor, a smile of ingratiation plastered across his face. Brother Song, had I known that you were the one Wang Matzi intended for me to deal with, even with 100 times the courage, I would not have dared. Several of Wang Ergu's companions also approached Song Qian, expressing their own trepidation. Indeed, we thought it was someone else. Had we known it was you, we wouldn't have dared disturb your peace, even if carried on a grand palanquin. Exactly, please forgive us. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Ignorance is no sin. That fellow Wang Matzi is quite arrogant. Since he dared to deceive you, handle it as you see fit. Wang Ergu immediately grasped the situation. Rest assured, Brother Song. We know what to do. He signaled his 3 companions with a glance. Wang Matzi dared to deceive us. Let us teach him a lesson. The trio rolled up their sleeves, revealing bruised arms, and charged at Wang Matzi, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Wang Matzi lay on the ground, howling in anguish, pleading for mercy. Stop. I understand my mistake. Please spare me. Wang Ergu did not intervene, and the trio continued their assault, delivering blows as if they were striking a punching bag. I was wrong, spare me. Brother dog, tell them to stop. Wang Matzi trembled in fear, desperately begging for mercy. He could never have imagined that the notorious ruffian Wang Ergu would address Song Qian as Brother Song and heed his commands. Had the sun risen in the west? Clutching his head, Wang Matzi screamed in pain, utterly confounded as to why Wang Ergu would obey Song Qian. Zhou Guiying, witnessing Wang Matzi's beating, was equally alarmed. She had heard of Wang Ergu's reputation, yet he was clearly summoned by Wang Matzi. Why was he now assaulting him? If matters escalated, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Zhou Guiying's thoughts raced as she rushed towards Wang Matzi. Stop. You might kill him. One of Wang Ergu's subordinates pushed Zhou Guiying down. When brother dog is handling matters, it is not your place to intervene. Speak again, and you will be dealt with too. Seeing her mother fall, Su Xiaofei, though frightened, bravely approached to help her up. You are going too far. Why are you attacking people? Wang Ergu was taken aback by the audacity of this young man questioning him. He disregarded the inquiry and approached Su Xiaofei, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing her brother being struck, Xu Taohua felt an urge to intervene, but quickly reconsidered. She chose to close her eyes and refrain from getting involved. After all, her brother had never truly valued her. Perhaps a bit of hardship would serve him right. With Su Xiaofei downed, Wang Ergu remained unsatisfied and approached him again, stomping on him twice. You insolent brat! How dare you threaten me? After dispatching Su Xiaofei, Wang Ergu lowered his head and returned to Song Qian. Brother Song, how shall we proceed with the next steps? Observing Wang Ergu's submissive demeanor, Song Qian nodded, stroking his chin. Wang Ergu, your recognition of the situation is commendable, and I will not hold this against you. However, there are indeed matters that require your attention. Relieved that Song Qian would not pursue retribution, Wang Ergu turned to the three brothers still attending to Wang Matzi. Let him be for now. The trio ceased their assault and stepped back. At this juncture, Song Qian leisurely explained the situation regarding Zhou Guiying's dowry, Wang Matzi's attempt to retract it, and his desire to forcibly wed Xu Taohua. He succinctly articulated his demands. Upon hearing this, Wang Ergu's brow furrowed fiercely. He glared menacingly at Zhou Guiying. You, old hag, return the dowry, and this matter ends here. Otherwise, none of you will leave here unscathed today. Wang Ergu bellowed, casting a glance at his brothers. In an instant, they understood and swiftly seized Su Xiaofei, lifting him as one would a chick. They brought him before Zhou Guiying. Old woman, if you do not return the dowry and continue to pressure Xu Taohua into marrying Wang Matzi, I will ensure your son becomes a eunuch. Zhou Guiying's eyes widened in panic. Wang Ergu was a notorious thug, known for his ruthlessness. If provoked, he could very well harm Su Xiaofei. And if her son were to be mutilated, how could she ever hope for grandchildren? Brother dog, please don't go too far. I will return it. I will do it now. Su Xiaofei was her Achilles heel. If he were to be disabled, what use would the 18,000 be? Zhou Guiying dared not defy him. Make it quick, otherwise, I will end him, Wang Ergu snarled, startling Zhou Guiying. At this moment, Su Xiaofei was gripped by two burly men, trembling in fear. His face drained of color from the pain. Brother dog, release Xiaofei. The money is in the bank card, and it requires a phone transfer. Let him handle it. Zhou Guiying pleaded, her mouth twitching involuntarily. Witnessing her mother and brother suffer, Xu Taohua felt a pang of sorrow and tugged at Song Qian's sleeve, signaling him to intervene. Song Qian waved his hand, urging patience. Xu Taohua was still too kind-hearted. Although her mother and brother were being coerced, she should not be so soft-hearted. After all, when Zhou Guiying had pressured her, there had been no mercy, and it had nearly driven Xu Taohua to desperation. Such a mother and brother deserved a lesson. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, Xu Taohua continued, but I worry for my mother and brother's safety. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Do not fret. As long as they are not killed, I can see to their recovery. They nearly forced you to take your own life, so they must learn a lesson to remember. Zhou Guiying embodied the typical preference for sons over daughters. Even during the 2 years Song Qian had been incapacitated, he had encountered this scenario multiple times. Time and again, Zhou Guiying would pressure Xu Taohua to marry. The purpose is quite simple, to profit from Xu Taohua. In recent years, Xu Taohua has treated Song Qian well. Noticing his family's poor circumstances, and even purchasing 2 sets of clothes and a pair of sneakers for him. Chapter 41. Lu Muyun arrives at Taohua village during the busy farming season. She also assisted Song Qian's family with their work. Although Song Qian is somewhat simple-minded, he remembers Xu Taohua's kindness and cannot bear to see her bullied, vowing to stand up for her. Do not worry, without my permission, Wang Ergu and his ilk would not dare to act recklessly. Just wait and watch. Xu Taohua bit her lip and nodded gently. Song Yao, standing nearby, gazed at him with admiration. Just yesterday, Song Qian was seen as foolish, yet today he commands the likes of Wang Ergu, a local ruffian. What an impressive transformation. Song Yao could also sense that Wang Ergu and his companions were genuinely frightened of Song Qian. The reason eluded her. However, she preferred not to delve too deeply into the matter, focusing instead on resolving the immediate crisis. Brother, why are they willing to listen to you? Song Yao asked. Her large, watery eyes filled with awe. Song Qian stroked his chin and smiled slightly. Before I became foolish, I had some acquaintance with Wang Ergu. Song Yao believed his whimsical explanation. So that's how it is. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Wang Matzi, having received the 180,000 yuan betrothal gift back into his bank account, was howling in pain, forcing himself to sit up while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Casting a terrified glance at Song Qian. The transformation in Song Qian was too drastic. Yesterday he was a fool, and today he commands Wang Ergu. It seems Song Qian is far from simple, and he must steer clear of him, preferably at a great distance. This time, Wang Matzi had suffered a thorough defeat. Though he did not acquire Xu Taohua and nearly lost everything, he was fortunate enough to recover the betrothal money after enduring a beating, thus mitigating some of his losses. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside. Soon after, two graceful figures pushed open the wooden door of Xu Taohua's home and walked towards Song Qian. Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki had arrived. Upon seeing Lu Muyun, Wang Ergu was instantly taken aback. The young lady from the Lu family in Jiangqing had come to Taohua village. However, Lu Muyun appeared pale and weak, walking unsteadily as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Miss Lu, what brings you here? Wang Ergu awkwardly greeted her. Lu Muyun lifted her eyelids, casting a glance at Wang Ergu before returning her gaze to Song Qian in the distance. Zhao Kiki quickly interjected, "Do not block the way." Wang Ergu, feeling flustered, hurriedly stepped aside. The fact that Miss Lu Muyun of the Lu group had come to Taohua village was a dream come true for Wang Ergu, who had long admired her from afar. Previously, he had only seen her on television, but now, here she was in the flesh. Unfortunately, she seemed disinterested, not even willing to exchange a word with him. Even so, Wang Ergu felt a sense of happiness. Disregarding her indifference, he had finally seen his dream goddess in person. With cascading hair draped over her shoulders, long eyelashes framing her deep, bright eyes, and skin as delicate as a baby's, she was enchanting. With a beautifully sculpted chin that added to her allure. Just one glance at Lu Muyun left Wang Ergu trembling. That solitary moment was enough to leave a lasting impression on him. At last, he had met the goddess of his dreams, and she was stunning, captivating beyond measure. While Wang Ergu was lost in his reverie of Lu Muyun's beauty, she gracefully approached Song Qian, swaying her slender waist and stepping lightly. "Song Qian, can you truly help me?" Lu Muyun asked, her pallid face revealing her desperation. With a gentle smile, Song Qian regarded the pale Lu Muyun. "Miss Lu, since you have come to seek me out, I trust you have consulted numerous experts before resorting to me. It seems you have reached a point of no alternatives." Lu Muyun was taken aback by his insight. He was correct. She had indeed sought the counsel of many specialists and, upon realizing the bleak prospects, had come to Song Qian with a glimmer of hope. On her way, she had already booked a flight abroad under the guise of a business trip, intending to leave the day after tomorrow. If Song Qian could not provide a solution, she would immediately depart for overseas. Despite the severity of her condition and the slim chance of success, Lu Muyun was determined to take a risk for her life. "Then please, treat me," Lu Muyun said respectfully, her tone soft and earnest. She did not wish to linger on unnecessary details. Having come this far, she was resolved to give it a try. As for the two individuals crouching in the corner of Xu Taohua's yard, appearing injured, and one lying on the ground with blood trickling from his mouth, Lu Muyun felt no inclination to inquire further or show concern. Song Qian nodded lightly. "Very well." Wang Matzi, overhearing their conversation, was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Song Qian would know Lu Muyun. The young lady from the Lu group, worth millions, was treating Song Qian with such deference. How could this simpleton have struck such extraordinary fortune? Wang Matzi resolved that after this incident, he would no longer provoke Song Qian and would seek an opportunity to apologize. Wang Ergu, standing nearby, listened intently to their exchange, equally astonished to learn of Song Qian's connection with Lu Muyun. Earlier that morning, he had been bested by Song Qian and had feigned compliance, fearing he might fall victim to his supposed sorcery again. Inwardly, he had plotted revenge, but now he was thoroughly convinced. Lu Muyun's respectful demeanor towards Song Qian left Wang Ergu feeling utterly subdued. He, a mere ruffian, dared not cross paths with Song Qian any longer. Song Yao stood beside Song Qian, her eyes wide with disbelief. Earlier, while he was on the phone, she had joked about him being a con artist trying to swindle someone out of 1,000,000 yuan, never imagining a patient would truly arrive. Now, she felt immensely embarrassed. Just moments ago, she had been berating the caller, unaware that it was Miss Lu. It was mortifying to reflect upon, especially since Lu Muyun had later called to scold her. As she bit her lip, lowering her head slightly, she felt too shy to meet Lu Muyun's gaze or even look at Zhao Kiki. Fortunately, Lu Muyun seemed to have forgotten the misunderstanding, standing by without mentioning it. Xu Taohua wore a solemn expression, her palms sweaty. She occasionally glanced at Lu Muyun, noting her fair skin, tall stature, and a face that resembled a delicate almond shape. The young lady was undeniably stunning. Determined, Xu Taohua resolved that Song Qian was her Prince Charming, and she would seize any opportunity to win him over. Such a remarkable man was not to be missed. While Xu Taohua was lost in her thoughts, Song Qian's voice broke through. Sister Taohua, I hope it is not inconvenient to borrow a room for Miss Lu. She is unwell and needs a place for treatment. Xu Taohua smiled and nodded. There is no inconvenience at all. Which room would you like to use? I will tidy it up right away. Thank you. That would be helpful, Song Qian replied. Any room will do, as long as it is tidy. I will need at least half an hour. Take as long as you need, Xu Taohua said, turning to leave. Once Xu Taohua entered the house, Lu Muyun turned her attention to Wang Matzi and the others. Chapter 42. Xu Taohua's concern for Song Qian. Before them stood Wang Matzi, with numerous wounds adorning his body. Meanwhile, Zhou Guiying supported Su Xiaofei, both sporting tearful expressions, huddled in the corner of the courtyard, as if they had suffered a profound blow. Lu Muyun, turning to Song Qian, inquired about their predicament. What has transpired? Were they engaged in a brawl? A cold smile graced Song Qian's lips as he pointed towards Wang Matzi. That short fellow is from our village, known as Wang Matzi. He then directed his ire towards Zhou Guiying and Su Xiaofei, revealing, these two are Xu Taohua's mother and brother, and Wang Matzi is the one they brought along. He succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun's expression darkened. Zhou Guiying, Xu Taohua's mother, was utterly despicable, resorting to coercing her daughter into marrying this short fellow for the sake of an 180,000 yuan betrothal gift. Such a woman was truly contemptible. You all listen well, Lu Muyun declared, her voice firm. I am Lu Muyun from the Lu family of Jiangqing, the general manager of the Lu group. Song Qian is my friend. And Xu Taohua, his friend, is also my friend. Remember this. If any of you dare to trouble Xu Taohua again, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. Pointing specifically at Zhou Guiying and her son, she added, especially you two. If you continue to pressure Xu Taohua into marrying someone she does not love, I will be the first to take action against you. Despite her illness, Lu Muyun exuded an air of authority befitting a female CEO, her words laden with unspoken threats. Zhou Guiying and the others dared not retort, nodding vigorously in submission, muttering their apologies. Leave. I do not wish to see you here, Lu Muyun commanded, prompting Wang Matzi and the others to scurry away. Wang Matzi, having just endured a brutal beating, resembled a wounded dog as he crawled away in haste. In a matter of minutes, tranquility descended upon the courtyard. Song Qian, why did you not take me to your home for treatment, instead opting for a neighbor's house? Lu Muyun asked, her curiosity piqued. Upon arriving in Taohua village, she had first visited Song Qian's home, only to learn from his mother that the siblings had gone to Xu Taohua's residence. She found it puzzling that Song Qian, so confident in his ability to cure her cervical cancer, hailed from such a seemingly impoverished background. Song Qian, sensing her confusion, offered an awkward smile. To be frank, my family's circumstances are rather dire. I feared you might look down upon me, while Sister Taohua's family is comparatively better off, since it is merely a matter of treatment. I thought the environment here would be more suitable. Yet Lu Muyun's mind brimmed with questions that she felt were better left unasked. The priority now was the treatment. Regardless of the outcome, she would allow Song Qian the chance to prove himself before addressing her concerns. At that moment, Xu Taohua emerged from the house. Xiao Qian, the room has been tidied up. Please take Miss Lu inside. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement, leading Lu Muyun into the room. However, just as they entered, Xu Taohua called him back. In a different room, Xu Taohua's face was etched with worry. Xiao Qian, it's not that I don't believe in you, but your medical skills seem somewhat lacking. Are you certain you can handle this, considering she is Miss Lu? Song Qian, mistaking her concern for doubt, chuckled and reassured her. Sister Taohua, you need not worry at all. When Wang Matzi threw me into the devil's cave, not only did I survive, but I also recovered from my foolishness. Thus, I am confident in my abilities. Xu Taohua looked bewildered by his explanation. It's not that I doubt you, but I genuinely worry for you. Please, do not overestimate your abilities and risk harming her. Her anxiety was palpable as she reiterated her caution. Rest assured, I have it well in hand, he replied with a smile. After a brief conversation, they exited the room. At that moment, Zhao Kiki approached, her demeanor unfriendly as she glared at Song Qian. Let me warn you, it's fine if you cannot cure Our Lady, but you must not harm her. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Also, I should inform you that we have booked tickets to go abroad for treatment the day after tomorrow, so you had better tread carefully. Observing Zhao Qi's fierce expression, Song Qian felt an urge to laugh. This female driver seemed to be on edge. Earlier that morning in Jijia town, it was she who had recklessly collided with Zhang Yibei's tricycle, yet she sought to blame Zhang for damages. What a foolish girl. After a moment of contemplation, Song Qian quietly responded, "In that case, I can tell you now that you should cancel the tickets." With that, he turned and re-entered the house. Zhao Qiqi stood outside, her mouth twitching with frustration. "You foolish idiot. You haven't worked a day in a hospital, and you've been acting like a lunatic for the past 2 years. What gives you the courage to tell me to refund the tickets? If anything were to happen to the young lady, I will make you pay." Zhao Qiqi crossed her arms, huffing with indignation. Observing her ire, Xu Taohua felt a twinge of anxiety. "Miss Zhao, I have already warned Xiao Qian that even if he cannot cure Miss Lu, he will certainly not harm her." Zhao Qiqi scoffed at her assurances. That foolish Song Qian irked her, and had it not been for Lu Muyun's insistence on coming, she would not have wanted to see him at all. With a frown, Zhao Qiqi stepped into the courtyard. At that moment, Song Yao was seated on a small stool, her chin resting on her hands, gazing intently at the distant mountains. Upon hearing their approach, she turned her gaze back to them. "Sister Taohua, I know you are worried about my brother, but do not fret. After he recovered from his foolishness, he has become quite remarkable. Just last night, he returned home and used silver needles to treat our parents. Can you guess what happened? Did he cure uncle and aunt's ailments?" Xu Taohua asked, her voice dropping in disbelief. "Given that your father's leg was broken and your mother's facial nerves were injured, if he could easily cure them, they would have been healed long ago. If he truly can cure them, that would be astounding." As soon as she finished speaking, Song Yao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, not only did my brother cure my father, but he also healed the scars left from his leg injury. This morning, my father was already up and working." "Really?" Xu Taohua exclaimed, her astonishment evident. Song Yao rose, smiling brightly at Xu Taohua. "Sister Taohua, when have I ever lied to you? That's incredible." Xu Taohua praised, her thumb raised in admiration. "Your parents' ailments have been treated numerous times with little effect. Song Qian is truly remarkable." Chapter 43, The Lotus Petal Jade Pendant. Of course. Not only is my brother skilled in medicine, but he is also quite adept at fishing. This morning, he sold over 12,000 yuan worth of fish. "What? Over 12,000 yuan?" Xu Taohua was completely taken aback. How many fish must one catch to make that much money? Earlier that morning, Song Qian had brought her a soft-shell turtle, and she had casually asked him about his fishing endeavors, to which he had mentioned catching many large fish in Longquan Lake. At the time, she had thought little of it, assuming many meant perhaps a dozen at most. Little did she know he had sold more than 10,000 yuan worth of fish. Do these fish lack eyes, waiting for him to catch them? Zhao Qiqi, sitting on a small stool under the eaves, listened to their conversation. Her interest in Song Qian piqued. Could it be that his medical skills were genuinely impressive? It seemed unlikely, considering he had been a fool just days prior. Inside the room, Lu Muyun lay on the bed. "Song Qian, how should I cooperate with you?" Until this moment, Lu Muyun remained somewhat perplexed. Song Qian, as if performing a magic trick, suddenly produced silver needles from thin air, leaving Lu Muyun utterly astonished. She observed as Song Qian extended his hand, and the silver needles appeared in his grasp, the entire process akin to sorcery, executed with a breathtaking swiftness. Holding the silver needle, Song Qian gazed at Lu Muyun and instructed her to lift her clothing to expose her abdomen. Lu Muyun felt a twinge of embarrassment, remaining motionless for a while. Biting her crimson lip and with her eyes partially closed, she trembled slightly, casting a glance at Song Qian. "How do you intend to treat me?" Song Qian waved the silver needle in front of her, as if the answer was self-evident. "I will administer acupuncture." "Acupuncture?" Lu Muyun hesitated. "You mean to say that this can cure late-stage cervical cancer? Are you jesting?" Song Qian, with a smile, put away the silver needle. It seemed that this young lady from the Lu family, despite lying in bed, still harbored doubts about her own condition. At this critical juncture, having consulted numerous specialists with no viable solutions, she had sought out his help. Yet, why did she still lack faith in him? It appeared that the root of her skepticism lay in his lack of renown. Were he a famed healer with a history of miraculous successes, Lu Muyun would likely not be questioning him at all. If not for the prospect of profit, Song Qian would have preferred not to elaborate. "Some things I prefer not to explain in detail. Let's let the results speak for themselves. After all, you are already in the late stages of cervical cancer and have undergone 2 examinations. Once I have completed my treatment, you may verify the results at any time." Lu Muyun fell into contemplation, struggling to believe. Traditional Chinese medicine indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Yet this was her first encounter with the notion of using silver needles to treat late-stage cancer. At that moment, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. How could she be so foolish as to place her trust in Song Qian? Nevertheless, having come this far, she thought, what was the worst that could happen? If deceived out of 2 million, she could always confront him later if the treatment proved ineffective. Biting her lip, she hesitantly lifted her clothing just a bit higher, revealing her smooth, flat abdomen. Lu Muyun appeared exceedingly bashful, her face flushed, her eyelashes quivering, and her breathing noticeably erratic. Song Qian, if you fail to heal me and have seen my body, I will not let you off easily, she declared, still biting her lip. Song Qian maintained a stoic expression, letting out a dismissive snort. All right, do as you wish. He mused over Lu Muyun's myriad thoughts, if he wished to take advantage of her. All he needed was to activate his celestial vision. He could not only gaze upon her abdomen, but could choose to see wherever he desired. However, Song Qian would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Though Lu Muyun possessed an admirable figure, utilizing his celestial vision to secretly admire her form would be crossing a line. He held this thought, yet his eyes betrayed his intentions. Unbeknownst to him, he had activated his celestial vision. Lu Muyun's exquisite figure was laid bare before him. Such a physique, such skin, was truly breathtaking. Even lying on the bed, she exuded an allure that was hard to ignore. Song Qian swallowed hard, his thoughts wandering. How could this young woman be so perfect? Her heart-shaped face was complemented by supple skin, and her expressive eyes seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. He was on the verge of drooling. Just as he admired Lu Muyun's figure, his gaze faltered. He noticed a pendant hanging around her neck, partially concealed by her collar, a translucent petal resembling ice crystal. With the aid of his celestial vision, Song Qian discerned it clearly. Indeed, the pendant around Lu Muyun's neck was shaped like a petal, crystalline and vibrant. At that moment, the primordial lotus floating within Song Qian's dantian became exceedingly agitated, thrashing about as if in exuberance. This phenomenon had manifested several times that day. The first occurrence was when a tricycle collided with Lu Muyun, the moment Song Qian approached her. The primordial lotus had erupted in celebration. He had initially overlooked it. Then, upon Lu Muyun's arrival at Xu Taohua's residence, the lotus had once again reacted fervently, almost leaping from his dantian. Now, the lotus's fervor intensified. Could it be that the petal pendant around Lu Muyun's neck was a fragment of the Lotus Immortal's consciousness? What an extraordinary coincidence. Presently, Song Qian's fate was intertwined with that of the Lotus Immortal. He had to locate the consciousness fragment within 3 years, or he would face annihilation. Miss Lu, I must ask you to remove that pendant, as it may interfere with the treatment, he stated. Lu Muyun's expression shifted. This petal pendant was a treasured heirloom of her family, passed down for a millennium. Her ancestors had told her it was precious and to keep it hidden from outsiders. Ever since it had come into her possession, she had worn it continuously, even in the bath or while sleeping. Now, with Song Qian asking her to remove it, she hesitated. Is it absolutely necessary to take it off? She asked, her hands instinctively shielding the pendant as if protecting her food from theft. It is imperative, Song Qian insisted, shaking his head resolutely. My treatment is extraordinary. It must be removed for it to be effective. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Lu Muyun ultimately acquiesced. As one facing death, what did it matter if this pendant was valuable? Life itself was far more significant than any trinket. Song Qian accepted the pendant. Glancing at it briefly, the primordial lotus within him was crystalline and translucent, and this petal pendant bore an uncanny resemblance to it, vibrant and striking. Chapter 44. Treatment concludes. He held the pendant in his hand as the primordial lotus within him cheered enthusiastically, as if reunited with a loved one. Given this situation, Song Qian could nearly confirm that this radiant petal pendant was indeed a fragment of the Lotus Immortal's consciousness. What a fortuitous turn of events. He resolved to secure the pendant. Placing it aside, he began the treatment for Lu Muyun. He produced 3 silver needles and inserted them into her lower abdomen, then summoned the spiritual energy from his dantian, gradually channeling it into her body. Lu Muyun felt a warm sensation emanating from the silver needles, her eyelashes fluttering as she let out a soft moan, her face turning crimson. How could ordinary silver needles evoke such a feeling? From the tiny needles, she sensed unparalleled energy coursing through her, warming her abdomen. Song Qian, what kind of silver needles are these? Why are they so warm? I've had acupuncture before, but never like this, she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Song Qian anticipated her question. He channeled his energy through the needle's base into Lu Muyun's body, and even his fingers felt warm. Miss Lu, this is the unique aspect of my healing method. I assure you, My promise to restore your health is not a mere facade. The needles may feel a bit hot. Please bear with it, he replied calmly, manipulating the needles further and intensifying the flow of spiritual energy to eliminate the cancer cells. With the aid of his celestial vision, Song Qian could precisely locate the cervical cancer within her body, a method far more advanced than radiation therapy. Wherever the spiritual energy flowed, cancer cells met their demise. Listening to Song Qian's words, Lu Muyun nodded gently. I will cooperate with you. Half an hour later, the treatment concluded smoothly. Throughout the entire process, there were no unexpected developments. Song Qian removed the silver needles and placed them into the lotus space, then assisted Lu Muyun in tidying her attire before speaking at a leisurely pace. Miss Lu, you may rise. The treatment is complete. Is it over? Lu Muyun blinked in disbelief. Slowly, she sat up from the bed and felt an immediate sense of clarity. Moments ago, she had been reluctant to trust Song Qian. Yet now her attitude had transformed entirely. The experience of the treatment had been so extraordinary that perhaps Song Qian truly could heal her. Could it be that I am truly well? I feel so light. I've never experienced such comfort, especially in my lower abdomen. It feels warm inside, as if cradled by a hand warmer. She stepped down from the bed and slipped into her shoes. Filled with newfound energy, she took a few light jumps. I feel so unburdened, utterly invigorated. While Lu Muyun was astonished, Song Qian remained remarkably composed. His gaze fell upon the petal-shaped jade pendant nearby, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This was precisely what he sought. Yet how could he broach the topic with Lu Muyun? Given the current circumstances, she had yet to undergo a follow-up examination. She was unaware of her recovery. Speaking too soon might alert her to his intentions. Earlier, when he had asked her to remove the pendant, she had been quite sensitive about it. Thus, any thought of coveting it was, for the moment, untenable. Miss Lu, may I inquire about the origin of your exquisite petal jade pendant? Its clarity and beauty are truly remarkable, he inquired, testing the waters. Lu Muyun stepped forward, grasped the pendant from the table, and cautiously adorned her neck before his eyes. Well, it's a long story, she replied, adjusting her clothing and tucking the pendant close to her heart. Since you seem so intrigued by it, I initially hesitated to share, but once I undergo my follow-up examination, if you have indeed healed me, I will reveal its origins. Song Qian had merely asked out of curiosity, even if Lu Muyun chose not to divulge. He was confident that it was indeed the petal of the divine lotus. Given her reluctance to discuss it, he opted not to press further. Miss Lu, whether you believe it or not, your illness is cured. Please visit the hospital for a checkup, and upon receiving confirmation, kindly settle the 2 million medical fee. I am in need of funds. With a bold demeanor, he broached the subject of payment once again. Lu Muyun, adjusting her attire and gently rubbing her flushed cheeks, approached the mirror for a brief glance. The reflection revealed her rosy complexion, a stark contrast to her appearance upon arrival. On one hand, the treatment had left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, hence the blush. On the other hand, she felt remarkably comfortable, especially in her abdomen, where the discomfort she had felt yesterday had vanished. Her complexion had improved significantly, her face now radiating vitality. She gently patted her delicate cheeks and touched her chin, appearing invigorated, far removed from a terminal cancer patient. Could it be that I am truly healed? Lu Muyun pondered silently. She then picked up her phone from the bedside table, turned to Song Qian, and said, "Provide me your account number. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." Taken aback by her sudden offer, Song Qian was momentarily perplexed. Hadn't they agreed that payment would come after the follow-up examination? Miss Lu, are you certain you wish to proceed with the payment now? With a playful pout, Lu Muyun gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, waving her phone enticingly. Do you want it or not? Absolutely yes. Song Qian quickly retrieved his phone and shared his bank account details. After Lu Muyun entered the information with her slender fingers, it took less than half a minute before Song Qian received a text notification. 2 million has been credited to your account. Staring at the alert, Song Qian was astonished. Lu Muyun truly was generous. He had requested 1 million, yet she had bestowed upon him 2 million. Was the world of the affluent always so extravagant? Miss Lu, are you not concerned that your ailment may not have been resolved? With her phone in hand, Lu Muyun rolled her eyes at him. It's inconsequential. 2 million is merely a trifling sum for me. It is temporarily entrusted to you, and should you fail to heal me, I shall reclaim every penny and hold you accountable. Her words exuded confidence. As the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangqing, she possessed the means to follow through on her threat. Song Qian, a mere villager from Taohua village, would find no refuge from the Lu family's pursuit should he fail her. Therefore, Lu Muyun's advance payment posed no risk of him absconding. Moreover, after the recent treatment, She genuinely felt a significant improvement, as if she had truly regained her health. Very well, I hope you proceed with the follow-up examination soon. I, Song Qian, am a man of integrity. I shall not touch this money until after your checkup. At this juncture, Song Qian shifted the conversation. However, I must inform you that regardless of whether you undergo the examination, the outcome remains unchanged. You are indeed restored to health. With that, he turned to exit. Lu Muyun followed closely behind as they stepped into the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Muyun emerge, Zhao Kiki quickly rose. Miss, how do you feel? You weren't deceived, were you? Lu Muyun shook her head. Kiki, I feel utterly revitalized. I truly believe I may have recovered. Let us return to the hospital for a follow-up at once. Then let us depart, Zhao Kiki replied, turning away. Lu Muyun walked alongside her, and after a few steps, she glanced back at Song Qian. Song Qian, if my illness is genuinely cured, I shall return tomorrow, not only to express my gratitude, but also to request your assistance with something. A request for help? Song Qian hesitated slightly. Given Lu Muyun's assertion, he was confident she would return tomorrow. Perhaps it was fate that had entwined their paths, suggesting that certain matters would inevitably intertwine their destinies. Lu Muyun, holding the lotus pendant, was determined to have Song Qian acquire it. When she returned to thank him, she would also make her request, even if it meant repaying the 2 million treatment fee. She had to obtain the petal pendant. That pendant was crucial to her fate. Within 3 years, if the shards of the divine lotus were not gathered, both Song Qian and the Lotus Immortal would remain eternally lost to this world. Song Qian's words caused Lu Muyun to blush. She misinterpreted his meaning. When he spoke of entanglement, he referred to the jade pendant. While Lu Muyun's thoughts drifted towards matters of the heart, particularly recalling the intimacy of the treatment process, which left her feeling flustered. What absurd nonsense is this? She thought. How could I, Lu Muyun, possibly become entangled with Song Qian? Yet at that moment, she had no desire to retort. 2 minutes later, Lu Muyun's car sped away. Watching her departure, Xu Taohua and Song Yao gathered around Song Qian, bombarding him with questions. How did Lu Muyun fare during her treatment? We were so worried about you both, Xu Taohua inquired. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, Song Yao interjected, indeed. She is the eldest daughter of the Lu family. We cannot provoke her. Both Taohua and I were concerned about Lu Muyun posing a threat to you. What are you two thinking? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively, a radiant smile gracing his face. To speak frankly, Lu Muyun has been cured, and when I asked for 1 million in treatment fees, she generously offered 2 million. As he spoke, he displayed the bank notification to them. Song Yao was the first to snatch the phone, her eyes widening as she beheld the bank transfer notification. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 200,000, 2 million. My heavens. Brother, you truly received 2 million. Song Yao held the phone in her hands, bouncing with joy. Xu Taohua suddenly reached out, snatching the phone away. Goodness gracious. It's really 2 million. This is astonishingly wealthy. Xu Taohua held the phone, her hands trembling with excitement. In her lifetime, she had never seen such a sum of money. Yet, Song Qian had just recovered yesterday, and today earned 2 million. A miracle. Absolutely incredible. Well, Song Qian said nonchalantly. Observing their exuberant reactions, it's merely 2 million. Is it that thrilling? My health is restored, and I will earn much more in the future. Song Qian's reminder fell on deaf ears as the two continued to grasp the phone, repeatedly counting the numbers, confirming that indeed, 2 million had been credited. Their eyes sparkled with greed, even more animated than Song Qian. 2 million. Song Qian had truly earned 2 million. In the entire Taohua village, Song Qian had become the wealthiest individual. The ugly duckling had transformed into a beautiful swan. The fool had made a comeback. The dramatic ups and downs of life were astonishing. To have earned 2 million in the blink of an eye. Simply phenomenal. After 4 or 5 minutes, the two finally regained their composure. Song Yao reluctantly returned the phone to Song Qian. Brother, you have money now. You promised to buy me a phone. If not, just give me the money, and I'll buy it myself tomorrow. Song Yao said, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Xu Taohua gazed at Song Qian with a flirtatious smile. Half jokingly, little Qian, if you buy me a new phone, I'll consider it a dowry. If you don't mind me, I'll marry you. Oh, splendid. Song Yao clapped her hands in delight, then linked her arm with Xu Taohua. Sister Taohua, let us go buy phones together. If you marry my brother, you'll be my true sister-in-law. Xu Taohua's heart raced, glancing at Song Qian with intention. Her earlier words were a test for Song Qian. She wanted to see if he cared for her. This handsome young man was not only attractive, but also a brilliant medical student. If she could marry Song Qian, she would willingly pay the dowry. She was keen to observe his reaction to the phone proposal. With a smile, Song Qian looked at the two. Here, let me take out my phone. I'll give each of you 10,000 as a share of this fortune. You can go by your phones." As he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle, having just claimed he wouldn't spend a dime. Yet here he was, ready to spend. Upon hearing this, Song Yao's smile grew even brighter. She quickly pulled out her phone, searching for the QR code. Song Qian was quick to act. 10,000 was transferred immediately. His sister had endured much hardship over the past 2 years due to his circumstances. This money would not only buy her a new phone, but also a couple of new outfits, a small way to make amends for the difficulties she faced. Once the money was received, Song Yao was overjoyed. However, Xu Taohua stood there, hesitant. She had only pretended to test Song Qian and didn't genuinely want the money, feeling embarrassed to ask for it. Noticing Xu Taohua's hesitation, Song Qian prompted, "Sister Taohua, what are you doing? Quickly find the QR code." Xu Taohua snapped back to reality and smiled awkwardly. "Little Qian, I was just joking. You've worked hard to earn 2 million. How could I possibly take your money?" "No, it's all right." Xu Taohua lowered her head, unable to meet Song Qian's gaze. At that moment, Song Yao tugged at her arm playfully. "Sister Taohua, you can't do that. You promised that if my brother bought you a phone, you would truly become my sister-in-law. You can't go back on your word." Song Yao exclaimed as she snatched Xu Taohua's phone away. "No, I can't take your brother's money," Xu Taohua said, flustered, trying to reclaim her phone. Song Qian was swift, taking Xu Taohua's phone, adding her as a friend, and initiating the transfer. "Sister Taohua, during my illness these past 2 years, you took care of our family. This 10,000 is a small token of my gratitude. Furthermore, when I treated Lu Muyun, it was at your home. So if you still feel uncomfortable accepting this money, consider it a bed fee. You must accept it." Xu Taohua hesitated for a long moment before gently nodding. "All right then. I'll reluctantly accept this 10,000 for now. If you ever need money, I'll give it back immediately." Chapter 46. Calling you brother Song Qian. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Earning 2 million is merely the beginning. Before long, I will undoubtedly earn billions." He then added, "By the way, don't mention my earning 2 million to anyone in the village. I'd rather not deal with people asking for loans. It's quite bothersome." Xu Taohua and Song Yao both nodded in agreement. Song Yao released Xu Taohua and turned to Song Qian. "Brother, you've earned so much money. Let us hurry home and share this good news with our parents to bring them some joy." "All right, let us go home." Just as Song Qian was about to leave, Xu Taohua suggested, "Why not stay a bit longer? The giant turtle you gave me this morning is still unboiled. Why don't you both have dinner at my place first? We also have a giant turtle." Before Song Qian could respond, Song Yao interjected, "My mom boiled it this morning. There's still some left. Sister Taohua, why don't you just come to our house for dinner?" Xu Taohua pondered for a moment and suddenly had an idea. If she went to Song Qian's house for dinner, they could spend some time together after dinner. And when it got a bit later, she could have him drive her home. This way, she could execute her plan. Xu Taohua was determined to win over Song Qian. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he appeared, and now he was also capable of earning money. Where else could she find such a man? Having been widowed for over 2 years, she was in dire need of a partner. The present Song Qian was her ideal match. If they could be together, she might even wake up smiling in her sleep. "All right, I'll go to your house for dinner," Xu Taohua said with a bright smile as she quickened her pace to stand next to Song Yao. On the way, Song Qian contemplated the situation regarding today's 2 million earnings, deciding it was best not to tell their parents just yet. Otherwise, they might suspect the money's origins were dubious, and instead of bringing joy, it would only add to their worries. He explained the situation to Song Yao and Xu Taohua, who both found his reasoning sensible. In Taohua village, if a family could produce a few 100,000, the entire village would know, let alone Song Qian's 2 million. The sudden influx of wealth could be disclosed to their parents at a later time. Upon hearing this, both women readily agreed. At that moment, Song Qian's phone rang. He pulled it out to find that it was the village beauty, Zhang Yibei, calling. "Song Qian, I just saw a car pass by our house, and Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki were in it. They didn't cause you any trouble, did they?" Earlier that morning in town, Song Qian had boasted that Lu Muyun had cervical cancer and demanded 100,000 for treatment, assuring he would cure her. Upon seeing Lu Muyun and her companion, Zhang Yibei recalled the morning's events and worried they had come to cause trouble. Hearing the concern in Zhang Yibei's voice, Song Qian chuckled. "What are you worried about? I've already cured Lu Muyun's illness, and I asked for 100,000, but she actually gave me 2 million. "What? She gave you 2 million? Came Zhang Yibei's astonished voice from the other end, as she thought she had misheard and repeated the amount for confirmation. "What? Don't you believe me?" Song Qian retorted. "If you don't believe it, I can send you the transaction notification." On the other end, Zhang Yibei fell silent for a few seconds. Could it be that Song Qian truly earned 2 million? Such fortune seems too good to be true. After all, 2 million is not something that grows on trees. Doubt gnawed at her, compelling her to witness the truth with her own eyes. No need to delay. I'm on my way to find you, she announced. We shall wait for you on the road. Hurry over. A few minutes later, Zhang Yibei appeared before Song Qian and her companions, breathless, her ample bosom heaving. The moniker of the well-endowed sister indeed lived up to its reputation. Her cheeks flushed. She looked increasingly adorable to Song Qian. Show me your phone. You must be deceiving me, she urged. Zhang Yibei extended her delicate hand, snatching the phone from Song Qian's grasp to quickly locate the transaction details. She opened the message, and there it was, a solitary 2 followed by a multitude of zeros. Like Xu Taohua. She counted once more, and her astonishment was palpable. 2 million. It truly is 2 million. Her large, glistening eyes reflected envy. Thinking she must have misread, she prepared to count again. At that moment, Xu Taohua interjected, Yibei, there's no need to count again. Song Yao and I have verified it several times. It is indeed that amount. Yes, my brother treated Miss Liu, and the payment was made only after the treatment was successful. Song Yao chimed in with a beaming smile. Is it really cured? Zhang Yibei questioned, disbelief etched across her face. The notion of curing late-stage cervical cancer was unfathomable. Indeed, it is truly cured. Both Song Yao and Xu Taohua affirmed in unison. All right. Song Qian reclaimed her phone. No need for such astonishment. This is simply the reality. Lu Muyun has been cured, and the 2 million has indeed arrived. Now, let us proceed. Yibei, we have a stewed old hen and a large turtle at home. Why not join us for dinner? Zhang Yibei hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. However, as she prepared to follow, Xu Taohua's expression darkened. Yibei's presence could jeopardize her plans. Just then, Song Qian's voice broke through, recalling a previous conversation in Jijia town. Yibei, do you remember what we discussed? Of course. Zhang Yibei nodded vigorously. We agreed that if you cured Lu Muyun, I would call you brother since you're older than me. It wouldn't hurt to call you little Qian brother. At this, Zhang Yibei paused. While calling Song Qian brother was trivial, she had also promised to transfer her clinic to him. Though it held little value, she was somewhat reluctant. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. There's no buts about it. The clinic is mine as well. Do you intend to go back on our agreement? This was settled this morning, Song Qian said with mock seriousness to tease Zhang Yibei. Biting her silver teeth, Zhang Yibei struggled to respond. She had invested thousands in that clinic. Giving it to Song Qian would mean a loss of at least 10,000. At that precarious moment, Song Qian added, although the clinic is mine, I hereby appoint you as the head of the clinic. All operations will continue as usual, and the profits will be yours. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yibei's spirits lifted. Song Qian was merely teasing her. According to this arrangement, nothing had truly changed, and the clinic remained hers. This is what you said. No backing out. Chapter 47. Lu Muyun's follow-up examination. Song Qian smiled and nodded. I was only jesting. How could I possibly want your clinic? Wouldn't you agree? Shifting the topic, she continued, by the way, while I have no desire for your clinic, from now on, you must address me as Brother Qian whenever we meet. Zhang Yibei's cheeks flushed as she moved closer, tugging at Song Qian's sleeve. Yes, my little Qian brother, she replied playfully, her voice as melodious as a lark. After calling him little Qian brother, she playfully nudged his arm with her elbow, grinning mischievously. Upon returning home, her mother, Lu Shufan, had prepared a meal. The family gathered around, enjoying the feast for a full hour. After lunch, Lu Shufan headed to the kitchen to wash dishes while Song Qian and Xu Taohua sat chatting on the worn sofa in the living room. Suddenly, footsteps approached from outside. Moments later, a man resembling Wu Dalong, his face dotted with pockmarks, entered, carrying a large rooster in one hand and a ham in the other. It was Wang Mozi. Wang Mozi's forehead was bandaged, blood seeping through the gauze, and his face bore several bruises, with some areas adorned with band-aids. His bare arms were similarly marked with bruises. He placed his burdens down in the living room and took a seat on a wooden stool. Taohua, Yibei, you're here too? Upon seeing Wang Mozi's injuries, Xu Taohua instinctively turned her head away. Had it not been for Song Qian's assistance, she would have surely suffered at Wang Mozi's hands. Zhang Yibei stared wide-eyed, bewildered. Brother Mozi, what happened to you? Wang Mozi chuckled awkwardly, offering no explanation, instead directing his gaze towards Song Qian. Little Qian, I acknowledge that my actions yesterday at Longquan Mountain were inappropriate. I have come to apologize and seek your forgiveness. With his head bowed, he continued. I realize I acted excessively yesterday and was impulsive today, deepening our misunderstanding. Then, he glanced at the rooster and ham. I sincerely apologize and ask for your forgiveness. The rooster was just purchased from the street, and the ham was my own preparation. I only seek your pardon. His voice grew softer, almost inaudible by the end. With no other recourse, he had to come and apologize. Even now, he could not fathom the events surrounding Song Qian, especially when in her presence. His body grew rigid with fear. He genuinely worried she might one day take his life. Last night, he had burned paper money for her at home, but he did not know when she had appeared in his yard. Following that, she had threatened him with a knife at his throat, and then, astonishingly, she had floated out of his yard. Wang Matzi was certain that it was not a ghost. He recalled that he had seen Song Qian's chest rising and falling, and she had been breathing while speaking. This indicated that it was truly Song Qian. Her ability to float out of the yard was undeniably extraordinary. His only goal now was to earn her forgiveness. Seeing Wang Matzi's sincere apology and remembering that he had been brutally beaten earlier that day, Song Qian had no desire to hold a grudge or engage in lengthy discourse. Wang Matzi, you certainly acted excessively yesterday, but considering your genuine apology, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. What transpired last night at your home should remain confidential, should you dare to speak of it. I trust you understand the consequences. Of course not. Wang Matzi hastily shook his head, relieved to sense her willingness to forgive. He would never dare to speak out of turn. The incident of Song Qian floating away was not something he would ever disclose, as no one would believe him. And it would only invite trouble. Little Qian, since you've forgiven me, please accept the rooster and ham. I won't intrude upon you further. Thank you for your generosity. Wang Matzi stood, preparing to take his leave. Take those back. I have no need for them. Just as he turned, Song Qian's voice rang out. By the way, the betrothal gifts have been returned to you. I hope you will no longer trouble Sister Taohua. Otherwise, as she spoke, Song Qian subtly cast a binding spell. In an ephemeral moment, Wang Matzi resembled a frozen statue, immobilized not only in action but also in speech. After 5 seconds, that sensation dissipated. He turned around, hastily nodding and bowing, assuring, rest assured, I will no longer pursue Taohua. Deep within, Wang Matzi understood that Song Qian had temporarily immobilized him as a means of threat, and, more importantly, a warning. If he dared to act recklessly, he would surely face dire consequences. Xiao Qian, I genuinely come to apologize. Please, do not make me take back the rooster and ham. I am sincerely sorry. Anxiously, Wang Matzi turned and left the room. Once he departed, Song Yao and Zhang Yibei immediately surrounded Song Qian, inquiring why Wang Matzi had come to apologize. Song Qian fabricated a few sentences to placate them. As for the incident yesterday on Longquan Mountain, when Wang Matzi had tossed him into the demon's cave to bully Xu Taohua, Song Qian did not utter a word. Fortunately, these two were quite naive. They believed whatever he said. This matter was thus successfully brushed aside. Song Qian was confident that Wang Matzi would not dare to speak of what transpired on Longquan Mountain, and Xu Taohua was even less likely to reveal it. For now, he wished to keep this affair concealed, especially from his parents, who would undoubtedly worry if they learned of his experience in the demon's cave. After some conversation, Zhang Yibei insisted that they go fishing the next day and suggested inviting Xu Taohua and Song Yao to join them. Regardless of what Zhang Yibei said, Song Qian was unwilling to participate. Left with no other choice, Zhang Yibei could only sulk. The two girls, Zhang Yibei and Xu Taohua, decided to head home, standing up and requesting Song Qian to accompany them. Song Yao chimed in, encouraging Song Qian to follow. With no alternative, he reluctantly agreed to escort them. At Jiangqing Hospital, in the office of Director Sun, his trembling hands held Lu Miyun's examination report, causing his lips to twitch uncontrollably, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yesterday, Lu Miyun had come for a checkup, and it was only this morning that he received the report indicating that she was in the late stages of cervical cancer. Subsequently, he summoned Lu Miyun for a re-examination, only to receive the same diagnosis. However, the images in his hands revealed that Lu Miyun was perfectly healthy. Could it be that the previous two diagnoses were erroneous? As the eldest daughter of the Lu family, a misdiagnosis at Jiangqing Hospital would be catastrophic. She could easily dismantle the institution. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Director Sun struggled to maintain his composure, carefully placing the report down before lifting a cup of cold water to his lips. Miss Lu, it seems there may have been a malfunction with our equipment. If you would permit me, I could personally operate the machine for another examination. I sincerely hope you can forgive this oversight. Director Sun stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Observing Director Sun's expression, Lu Miyun was taken aback. Director Sun, has my condition worsened? Yet. Lu Miyun distinctly felt that the discomfort in her abdomen had vanished while in Taohua village. How could it possibly have worsened? Was this merely a fleeting moment of hope? Would she not survive much longer? The thought cast a shadow over her expression. Zhao Kiki, sitting nearby, wore a grim face. Wishing to inform Lu Muyun that Song Qian was nothing more than a charlatan, deceiving her both financially and romantically. On their way back, Lu Muyun shared the details of her treatment with Zhao Kiki, mentioning that Song Qian had administered acupuncture to her lower abdomen, and that she had handed over 200,000 in cash to him in the room. Seeing the look on Director Sun's face only solidified Zhao Kiki's belief that Song Qian was indeed a fraud, having duped their young lady. Tomorrow, they must journey to Taohua village and confront this swindler to alleviate their mistress's resentment. My lady, we truly should not have trusted Song Qian, Zhao Kiki declared. Indeed. Lu Muyun nodded weakly. I never imagined he could be such a person. We must seek him out tomorrow. Yes, we must find him, Zhao Kiki replied emphatically, grasping Lu Muyun's wrist in a gesture of comfort. At that moment, Director Sun interjected, Miss Lu, it appears there may have been an issue with our machinery. I kindly request another opportunity to re-examine you. No need. Lu Muyun waved her hand weakly. I have already booked a flight abroad, departing the day after tomorrow. Since my condition has worsened, it matters little whether I undergo further examinations. The outcome remains unchanged. Director Sun was momentarily confounded. Worsened? I never said such a thing. The results clearly indicate no illness. What do you mean by your condition has worsened? Miss Lu, your condition has not worsened. This examination clearly shows you are in good health. The results are entirely contradictory to this morning's findings. Both Lu Muyun and Zhao Kiki gasped in unison. Indeed. Director Sun reiterated, according to the report, you are indeed healthy. The results starkly contrast with the earlier ones. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun sprang to her feet. Sun Changda. She bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Director Sunday. Why didn't you tell me I was healthy? You nearly scared me to death. How can you run this hospital? You wretched Sun Changda. Is it true that I am healthy? Zhao Kiki asked, wide-eyed. Director Sun nodded emphatically, stating, based on this report, Miss Lu, you are certainly healthy. Given the drastic difference in results, there must have been a malfunction in our equipment. I kindly ask you to accompany me to the MRI room for a personal examination. I will ensure you receive a thorough explanation and bear all responsibility for any distress caused by this misdiagnosis. Director Sun remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Muyun was now well. He still believed the machinery was at fault. However, a radiant smile graced Lu Muyun's face as she exclaimed, No, it was not the machine that malfunctioned, but rather my body has healed. Song Qian did not deceive me. He truly healed me. I doubted him and frightened myself. Grasping Zhao Kiki's hand, she continued, Kiki, we truly misjudged Song Qian. He cured my illness. I cannot believe it. Lu Muyun was practically dancing with joy, her heart brimming with elation. Director Sun, bewildered, could only regard her with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Cured? Is that truly the case? Lu Muyun nodded earnestly, affirming, Yes, my late-stage cancer has undoubtedly been cured. I am certain of it. She squealed with delight, her face aglow with happiness. Director Sun, in disbelief, gazed at Lu Muyun, noticing the vibrancy in her cheeks, which stood in stark contrast to this morning's pallor. Miss Lu, would you kindly take a seat? I would like to check your pulse once more to confirm your recovery. With a cheerful countenance, Lu Muyun sat opposite Director Sun, extending her delicate wrist toward him. As Director Sun carefully examined her pulse, a mix of astonishment and trepidation filled him. The pulse indicated that Lu Muyun had indeed recovered. Well, Miss Lu, your pulse reflects a significant improvement. To ensure absolute certainty, I would like to conduct an MRI. With Director Sun's affirmation, Lu Muyun's smile grew even brighter. She was truly healed. From the moment she was diagnosed with cervical cancer to now, her recovery felt surreal, as if a dream had materialized into reality. An hour later, the fourth set of examination results arrived, confirming unequivocally that Lu Muyun had indeed recovered. In the office of the dean, Sun Changda was utterly astonished. Miss Lu, are you suggesting that the little divine doctor from Taohua village, Song Qian, cured you with just 2 acupuncture needles? Lu Muyun nodded emphatically, affirming the remarkable claim. With this confirmation, Sun Changda was left speechless. After 4 examinations, he was 100% certain that the hospital's machinery was functioning properly. The issue was that Lu Muyun's illness had indeed been cured. The simple act of inserting silver needles could eradicate late-stage cervical cancer. Such medical prowess could only be attributed to a celestial being descending from the heavens. That fool of a divine doctor, Song Qian, must indeed be a celestial being incarnate. Miss Lu, would you be so kind as to accompany me to Taohua village? I wish to meet Song Qian at the earliest opportunity. Sun Changda recalled that 2 years prior, there had been an intern named Song Qian at the hospital, who also hailed from Taohua village. However, he later heard that Song Qian had fallen ill, necessitating the transfer of his position to another doctor. Sun Changda had not paid much attention to this at the time. But now, 2 years later, he heard the name Song Qian again, and in such a stunning context. Let it be, Lu Muyun waved her hand. It is quite late now. I have arranged to express my gratitude to the divine doctor tomorrow. If Dean's son wishes to accompany me, we can go together in the morning. At this moment, Lu Muyun felt immense gratitude towards Song Qian, and her address had shifted from calling him by name to referring to him as the divine doctor. Sun Changda rose, clapping his hands in appreciation. Thank you, Miss Lu, for facilitating this. I shall meet you at the Lu group tomorrow morning. On the main road in Taohua village, Song Qian and Xu Taohua walked side by side. Originally, when escorting Zhang Yibei home, Song Qian should have taken Xu Taohua home first before returning Zhang Yibei. However, Xu Taohua had concocted an excuse, claiming that she felt a bit stuffed from dinner and wished to take a stroll, thus accompanying Song Qian to return Zhang Yibei home first and then walking back to her own residence. With no other option, Song Qian acquiesced. Having just returned from Zhang Yibei's house, the two walked together, appearing like a couple. Xu Taohua was determined to seize this rare opportunity and was intent on persuading Song Qian to visit her home afterward. Song Qian was also aware of Xu Taohua's intentions. She was renowned as the beautiful widow of Taohua village, possessing a figure and face that could be described as perfect. If Xu Taohua did not mind, Song Qian was willing to indulge her. After all, it was a matter of mutual affection. As they conversed, smiles adorned their faces. Xu Taohua was thrilled at the prospect of her plans succeeding that evening, and Song Qian was equally delighted. Having earned 2 million that day and discovered a petal of a divine consciousness lotus, the next step was to find a way to obtain the petal from Lu Muyun. As they continued their walk, they soon arrived at Zhao Tieju's doorstep. By coincidence, Zhao Taiju was smoking outside. Upon seeing Song Qian, he hurriedly approached. Xu Taohua, little Qian, where are you headed? Song Qian replied, Sister Taohua and Zhang Yibei had dinner at my place tonight. We just returned her home and are now heading back. Oh, I see, Zhao Taiju chuckled. I thought you had something going on. Why not come in for a while? Zhao Taiju stood at the door, smoking, pressured by Zhou Chuanhua's insistence. She had informed him that the chances of success with Song Qian were slim, thus he needed to improve the odds. Consequently, he was urged to seek out Song Qian. In the dead of night, Zhao Taiju felt embarrassed about the situation. Unexpectedly, as he was lost in thought, Song Qian appeared before him, and he realized this was fate. He must seize the moment. The only regret was the presence of Xu Taohua beside him. To be candid, the situation between Zhao Taiju and Song Qian seemed absurd. He was not entirely enthusiastic about it, especially tonight, with Zhou Chunhua pressing him again. Zhao Taiju felt a headache brewing. How could such a situation continue? If this attempt failed, he could accept it next month, but a repeat was quite disheartening. However, facing Zhou Chunhua's insistence, he felt powerless and could only begrudgingly agree with her, saying that it would have to be within the next couple of days at most. If all else failed, they would have to wait until the following month. Zhou Chunhua, resigned, could only reluctantly acquiesce. At Zhao Tieju's home, Zhou Chunhua's cheeks flushed slightly as she busily prepared cups of hot water for Song Qian and Xu Taohua. She then brought out sunflower seeds and fruit candies, arranging them on the wooden table in the living room before sitting down to chat with Xu Taohua. The evening's affair seemed rather complicated. She wanted to keep Song Qian alone, yet lacked a suitable excuse. However, she was reluctant to let him leave. What to do? She cast a glance toward Zhao Taiju, hoping he could devise a plan to send Xu Taohua away, thus creating an opportunity. Yet Zhao Taiju was at a loss for ideas. They all sat there, munching on seeds and sipping water, engaging in light conversation. After a while, Xu Taohua suddenly spoke up. Brother Taiju, there's something I wish to tell you, but I fear it may anger you. I have been holding it in for quite some time. Xu Taohua hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Chunhua inquired, Sister Taohua, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhao Taiju interjected, yes, we are all from the same village. If there is something, don't hesitate. It feels strange to be so reserved. Xu Taohua cracked open a sunflower seed, discarding the shell, and tossed the remaining seeds into the enamel bowl on the wooden table. She turned her gaze to Zhao Taiju. Brother Taiju, everyone in Taohua village knows of your ailment, which is rather difficult to discuss, and how you were deceived by unscrupulous doctors out of tens of thousands. In my opinion, you need not trust any doctor. There is a divine doctor right beside me who can help you heal. As she spoke, her eyes turned toward Song Qian. Song Qian nodded and took over, Brother Taiju. What Sister Taohua said is true. I can indeed cure your ailment. I mentioned it to you yesterday, but you did not believe me. which leaves me with no recourse. Xu Taohua's remarks left Zhao Taizhu feeling awkward. Men dread being perceived as inadequate, and Zhao Taizhu was genuinely afflicted by such a condition. Zhou Chunhua glanced at him with a pained expression. Her husband's shortcomings affected her as well. Over the years since marrying Zhao Taizhu, she had endured many disdainful looks from others. Zhou Chunhua bit her lip, uncertain how to broach the subject. While Song Qian and Xu Taohua's proposal had indeed been mentioned the day before, Zhao Taizhu's issue was one that even large hospitals could not resolve. How could a young man like Song Qian possibly succeed? Noticing the tension in Zhao Taizhu and his wife's expressions, Xu Taohua felt embarrassed and quickly sought to alleviate the awkwardness. Brother Taizhu, Sister Chunhua, I truly am not joking. Little Qian's medical skills surpass your imagination. Why not let him try helping you? Even if it doesn't work, there's no loss. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Taizhu shook his head and sighed. Taohua, I fear you will laugh at me, but I am regarded as the most useless man in everyone's eyes. I have even undergone IVF and was swindled out of tens of thousands. I am more aware of my condition than anyone. Zhou Chunhua's face darkened, and she too sighed. Yes, we are destined to remain childless in this lifetime. Taohua, we appreciate your good intentions, and I hold no ill will towards you. I have already lost hope in Taizhu's health. Listening to the conversation among the three, Song Qian felt somewhat speechless. The Iron Pillar brother and sister Chunhua seem reluctant to believe in themselves. They might as well give it a try. Why do they lack even the courage? It appears that years of toil have truly exhausted them. Iron Pillar brother, trust me just once. I will merely administer a silver needle. To be candid, both my mother and father's ailments were cured by me just last night. If you don't believe me, feel free to call them. Are you saying that, Zhao Taizhu? With wide eyes, incredulously gazed at Song Qian, asking if you had indeed cured your father's leg issue and your mother's facial spasms? Indeed. Song Qian nodded affirmatively. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Xu Taohua, saying, You can ask Sister Taohua. She and Zhang Yibei dined at my home tonight. Chapter 50. The requests of Zhao Taizhu and his wife, Xu Taohua, hastily nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. After a brief pause, she shifted the topic, saying, By the way, I almost forgot to tell you. Today at my house, Xiao Qian performed a miracle. You must have heard of Lu Muyun from the Lu family in Jiangqing. She is afflicted with cervical cancer and specifically sought out Song Qian for treatment. The revelation left Zhao Taizhu and his wife utterly astonished. Is that so? Zhao Taizhu inquired. Both Song Qian and Xu Taohua nodded, with Xu Taohua smiling. We are from the same village. Would I lie to you? Initially, Xu Taohua wished to disclose that Lu Muyun had given Song Qian 2 million for her treatment. However, she thought better of it and refrained, recalling that Song Qian had advised against publicizing the matter to prevent villagers from becoming envious and seeking loans from him. Zhao Taizhu and his wife listened, torn between belief and skepticism. After a considerable pause, an idea struck Zhao Taizhu. Sister Taohua, since you put it that way, I am willing to give it a try, but discussing such a condition is rather awkward for me. How about this? I will not keep you here any longer. I wish to converse privately with Song Qian regarding certain male issues. Zhao Taizhu's statement was laden with implication. It served as an opportunity to send Xu Taohua away while also allowing Song Qian to remain, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Zhou Chunhua raised her eyes in approval toward Zhao Taizhu, thinking her partner had finally shown some cleverness. Once Xu Taohua departed, she would be able to continue the previous conversation with Song Qian. A glimmer of desire flickered across Zhou Chunhua's face. Xu Taohua, feeling dismissed, was embarrassed but felt compelled to leave. After all, Zhao Taizhu had mentioned wanting to discuss male issues. As a widow, she could not shamelessly linger. Rolling her eyes at Song Qian, she declared, In that case, Xiao Qian, please take good care of Iron Pillar brother. Do not disappoint him. I shall return home now. With reluctance, she turned to leave. Zhou Chunhua stood and accompanied Xu Taohua to the door. Once Xu Taohua had gone, she closed the door and, with a heart fluttering like a deer, returned to the living room. Taizhu, I see that Sister Taohua has gone far. Why not step outside for a smoke and stroll about for half an hour before returning? Zhao Taizhu nodded and stood up. Song Qian abruptly grasped his arm, exclaiming, Iron Pillar brother, what are you doing? Zhao Taizhu brushed past Song Qian, saying, Xiao Qian, my sister and I have discussed this, regarding yesterday's matter. I plead with you once more. I will step outside for a smoke. You two can carry on. As Zhao Taizhu turned to leave, Song Qian seized him again. Iron Pillar brother, I can agree to your request, but I have a condition. You must allow me to treat you first tonight. And only after that can you go outside for a smoke. Is that acceptable? Zhao Taizhu hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement, reasoning that a mere silver needle would not result in dire consequences. After Song Qian completed his treatment, he could still step outside for a smoke. Very well. How should I cooperate with you? Song Qian casually grabbed a small stool, instructing Xu Taohua to sit with his back to her and to lift his shirt. At that moment, taking advantage of Xu Taohua's distraction, Song Qian summoned silver needles from the lotus space. As Song Qian revealed several silver needles, Xu Taohua stared in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. Song Qian commenced the treatment for Xu Taohua, which proceeded smoothly and concluded within 10 minutes. Afterward, Xu Taohua adjusted his clothing and reached into his pocket, discovering only 2 cigarettes remained. He approached the cabinet, retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and turned to exit. "Chunhua, call me when you're done," he said. Zhou Chunhua murmured, her cheeks flushed, watching Xu Taohua leave. She felt a mix of excitement and shame, her heart a tumult of emotions. This situation was somewhat absurd, yet for the sake of having a child, she was willing to go all in. Earlier that afternoon, she had calculated the dates, determining that today and tomorrow were optimal for success. Upon hearing Xu Taohua close the outer door, Zhou Chunhua rose, swaying her slender waist towards the living room door, where she locked it from the inside. After securing the door, she returned to face Song Qian. "Xiao Qian, Iron Pillar brother and I are pressing you into this. You 1T hold it against us. Will you? Please don't be angry." Song Qian thought to himself, why would I be angry? Though he and Xu Taohua referred to each other as brothers, they shared no blood ties. Xu Taohua was a Zhao, and he was a Song. "Sister Chunhua, I harbor no ill feelings, but I noticed Iron Pillar brother seemed unwell, and I worry he may resent me later." Zhou Chunhua glanced toward the door and raised her voice slightly. "Let him harbor resentment. I will deal with him. If he were not so useless, we wouldn't have to go through such trouble, nor would we have been easily deceived out of tens of thousands by unscrupulous hospitals. Wouldn't you agree?" Song Qian nodded, acknowledging the validity of her statement. "Sister Chunhua, however, I must emphasize that Iron Pillar brother has indeed been treated. If you are unwilling now, perhaps we should forego it." "Goodness!" Zhou Chunhua exclaimed. "Do you think I am unaware? You cannot simply jab a few needles and expect to cure his impotence. Who do you think you're fooling? What if I really do cure him?" Song Qian retorted. "Then so be it." Zhou Chunhua explained. "Even if you truly cure him, I 1T blame you for what has transpired these past few days." At this, Zhou Chunhua shifted her stance, rising from her seat. She swayed her curvaceous waist and approached Song Qian, linking her arm with his. "Let us find a more private place for a deeper discussion." Song Qian stood and followed Zhou Chunhua into the inner room. An hour later, they emerged, and Zhou Chunhua took out her phone to call Xu Taohua. It was over 10 minutes before he returned home. Song Qian repeatedly urged Xu Taohua to visit the hospital for a checkup in the coming days, reassuring him that his ailment was resolved. Xu Taohua, half believing, nodded in agreement and assured Song Qian that even if he had indeed recovered, he would not hold the recent absurdities against him, but rather express gratitude. When Song Qian departed, Xu Taohua presented him with a red envelope containing 600 yuan, promising an additional 888 yuan should matters proceed favorably. Song Qian, after some polite refusals, accepted the 600 yuan. Chapter 51. Xu Taohua's restless night. Song Qian returned home, clutching the red envelope, to find his parents and sister still awake. Noticing Song Qian's late return, Song Yao wore a mischievous grin and made a face at him. "My dear brother, after such a long absence, I almost thought Sister Taohua intended to keep you at her home overnight," chuckled Song Qian, playfully tapping Song Yao on the shoulder. "How can you speak so disrespectfully?" replied Song Yao, dismissing Song Qian's hand, her smile growing ever brighter. This afternoon, at Sister Taohua's house, she openly expressed that if he wished, she would consider herself my true sister-in-law. With such beauty as Sister Taohua possesses, should you be fortunate enough to wed such a stunning bride, our family would indeed be blessed, Song Yao remarked, her face radiating desire. In her mind, their family had always been impoverished, and if Xu Taohua were to marry Song Qian, it would truly be a stroke of good fortune for the Song family. Yet, at that moment, Song Yao completely overlooked the fact that earlier that very afternoon, Song Qian had earned 2 million, already establishing himself as a bona fide wealthy man. No sooner had Song Yao finished speaking than Lu Shufan hastily interjected. "Xiao Yao, it's one thing to jest with your brother, but such remarks in front of Xu Taohua should never be uttered again." "Humph," Song Yao retorted, rolling her eyes. "I was not speaking idly. I am not deceiving you. This afternoon, Sister Taohua herself acknowledged her desire to become my brother's wife." Song Yongfu stroked his chin, a smile gracing his face. Although Xu Taohua is a widow, she is undeniably beautiful and kind-hearted, making her an excellent daughter-in-law. If she does not mind our family's financial struggles, this would certainly be a commendable match. The prospect of Song Qian marrying Xu Taohua would undoubtedly bring glory to the Song family. However, Song Yongfu was hesitant to offer advice. Shufan, let the children navigate their own affairs. Xu Taohua has a good rapport with our family, and even if Xiaoyao spoke a bit too freely, she is unlikely to take offense. Enough of this topic, Song Qian said, waving his hand and looking at his parents. Mom and Dad, today I went fishing to sell, earning over 10,000 yuan. This afternoon, at Sister Taohua's house, I treated that female CEO, and she rewarded me with 200,000 yuan. Our house is in dire need of repair. Perhaps I should gather some people to renovate it. Song Qian mentioned 200,000, while actually referring to 2 million. He dared not disclose too much, fearing it might overwhelm his parents. Upon hearing this, the elderly couple's eyes widened in disbelief. Song Yongfu exclaimed, "What? You mean to say you made over 10,000 from fishing and earned another 200,000 from treating someone?" Song Yao chimed in. "My brother indeed earned over 200,000. Is it truly that much?" Lu Shufan gazed at him, her face a portrait of incredulity. The sum of 200,000 was beyond her wildest dreams. Song Qian nodded. "Why would I lie? I genuinely earned over 200,000. Zhang Yibei accompanied me to sell the fish. Feel free to ask her if you don't believe me." With Song Qian's confirmation, the couple's faces broke into smiles. Fortune often favors the naive. This child, having been ill for more than 2 years and recovering just yesterday, has already achieved such remarkable feats. Is this what they mean by surviving great tribulations leading to greater blessings? After a moment, Lu Shufan continued, "Let's discuss the house repairs later. We still owe 5,000 to your uncle's family, and your aunt is quite unreasonable. If she learns we have money to renovate, she certainly won't let it go easily." Song Qian shook his head, unconcerned. "So what if we owe 5,000? We can repay it. It is only right to repay debts. Even if my aunt can be difficult, we must honor our obligations." Besides, he now had money, though he preferred not to tell his parents about the more than 2 million in his account. "Mom, it's all right. If my aunt comes asking for money, we will repay her, and we can renovate the house later." The family continued discussing the house repairs for quite some time, ultimately deciding that renovations were necessary. However, Song Qian had other plans. When the time came to renovate, he intended to demolish the house and build a villa instead. He had a 3-year agreement with the Lotus Fairy Emperor, during which he must locate the fragments of the divine consciousness Lotus and piece them together. Failure to do so would result in his demise. Within these 3 years, he was determined to ensure his parents lived well. And constructing a new home was one of the significant steps toward that goal. After concluding their discussions, the family retired for the night. Meanwhile, in the secluded embroidery chamber of Xu Taohua's home, she lay in bed, tossing and turning. Tonight, her plan was to win over Song Qian. But it had been fraught with complications, first with Zhang Yibei's arrival, and then the unexpected presence of Zhao Taizhu and his wife. Had it not been for these three, her plans would surely have succeeded. Xu Taohua considered herself quite charming. She refused to believe that Song Qian could remain indifferent to her allure. Yet why did everything seem so difficult? "Silly Song Qian, you foolish boy. You don't even know if you've returned home, passing by my door without stopping to visit. You silly boy, look at that foolish expression of yours. You say you want candy and peaches, yet I have everything here. Why don't you come? Song Qian, remember, you cannot escape my grasp. Just wait, I am determined to win you over." Xu Taohua muttered to herself, rolling over, but after lying down for a while, her mind was still in turmoil, making sleep elusive. Turning on the light, she rose and walked towards the bathroom. After more than 10 minutes, she emerged refreshed from a shower and returned to her bedroom. Lying flat on her back, her head resting outside the covers, she pondered, "Song Qian, why can't you understand my feelings? You foolish boy." Xu Taohua pounded the quilt, then kicked her feet, burrowing fully under the covers, yet still feeling restless. She pulled the blankets tightly around her. Meanwhile, at Song Qian's home, he had just fallen asleep. From yesterday until now, he had experienced an overwhelming number of events, and reflecting on each one made him feel somewhat unreal. Lu Muyun had mentioned coming to his home the following day to personally express her gratitude and had hinted at needing his assistance. What could it possibly be? Additionally, Song Qian had another pressing matter. How could he retrieve the pendant that Lu Muyun wore around her neck? That was a family heirloom, and acquiring it with ease seemed a daunting task. Pondering this left him at a loss. Just then, his phone lit up. Grabbing it, he saw a voice message from Xu Taohua. "Little brother, I am lying here all alone, unable to sleep. Are you awake? Could you come over and keep me company for a while?" The message was followed by 2 enticing images of luscious red lips, and then a couple of playful gestures. Xu Taohua's voice was sweet and melodious, warm and soothing to the ear, stirring something within Song Qian. This Sister Taohua, with her striking beauty and captivating charm, had a figure that was truly alluring, with graceful curves. Not only was her appearance enchanting, but her voice was exquisite as well. The soft, tender tones of her voice would mesmerize any man, especially someone like Song Qian, bursting with youthful vigor and passion. Had it not been late, he might have considered sneaking over to her house to spend some time with her. "What's the matter, Sister Taohua?" he quickly replied. Within half a minute, Xu Taohua's voice message returned, "You rascal," pretending to be oblivious. Immediately after, she sent another message. "Little brother, I am all alone, with no strong man by my side. Why not come over and chat with me? I just can't seem to sleep." One message followed another, as Xu Taohua sent several more texts. Immediately following, a series of mocking expressions ensued. Listening to Xu Taohua's gentle and soothing voice, Song Qian found himself stirred, yet the hour was rather late. On another note, his parents and younger sister likely had not yet succumbed to slumber. Should he venture out now, it was inevitable that they would discover his absence. "Sister Taohua, I have just returned home after treating Brother Taiju for over an hour. My parents have only just fallen asleep, so it is rather inconvenient for me to come over now. Perhaps another day." With a swift motion, he sent his voice message. Moments later, Xu Taohua's voice returned to him. "Little Qian, you have been of tremendous help to me regarding Wang Matzi today. Shouldn't I express my gratitude properly? Besides, I have some delicious food here. You used to enjoy coming over to my house for a meal, so why not come now?" Xu Taohua, undeterred, continued to press him. "Sister Taohua, it truly isn't convenient today. You should rest early, and I promise to visit you another time. Do not find me bothersome then." As he dispatched his message, Xu Taohua hastily responded, "Not at all. The door to my home is always open for you." She emphasized the word door, slowing her pace and elevating her voice, accompanied by a playful giggle. Song Qian, not lacking in awareness, understood her implication. All right, I will certainly visit you another day." The following morning, as Song Qian washed his face, the sound of a car echoed from outside, screeching to a halt at his doorstep. The door swung open, and three figures emerged: his uncle, his aunt, and their son Lu Zhenxiong, who was also Song Qian's elder cousin. Song Qian bore no ill will towards his uncle, yet he was less than eager to see his aunt and cousin. Lu Zhenxiong was 2 years his senior, and during Song Qian's childhood, he often visited their home, each occasion marred by instances of bullying. Song Qian still vividly remembered those days. While he could overlook the childish antics of their youth, the fact remained that Lu Zhenxiong had not outgrown his malicious tendencies. Over the past 2 years, during Song Qian's struggles, Lu Zhenxiong had made numerous visits, each time seeking money, often accompanied by personal attacks. Though he was a cousin, he felt more like a stranger. As for his aunt, she epitomized the archetype of a shrew, rude and unreasonable. The 50,000 yuan borrowed by his uncle had been discreetly taken, and upon discovering this, his aunt frequently demanded repayment. Even when Song Qian was suffering from his affliction, her words were vicious, and the entire family had endured her tirades. With his sister Song Yao even having been struck by her hand. As the trio entered the dilapidated wooden gate of Song Qian's home, they found him at the wash basin. His aunt approached, squinting at him with disdain. "Foolish Song Qian, I hear that fools are often blessed. You caught quite a few fish yesterday, selling them for over 10,000 yuan. It's time to repay the debt to our family, isn't it? Who would have thought you could sell fish for so much?" Her tone dripped with condescension. Lu Zhenxiong interjected, "My foolish cousin, since you've earned money from selling fish, you should repay the 50,000 yuan you owe us, which has been outstanding for 2 years. Today, you must pay up." He extended his hand, demanding money. The commotion in the courtyard drew the attention of Song Qian's parents and sister, who emerged in response. Upon seeing his aunt, Song Yao shivered. She recalled the vicious woman who had struck her in the past for merely speaking out of turn, and instinctively took a step back, fear etched on her face. "Brother Yongfu," Lu Zhijun began, "please, let your family come inside. It would be improper to leave you standing out here." Lu Zhijun wore a dark expression. Unsure of what to say, he had been pressured by his wife and son to come and demand repayment. Song Qian's family was already struggling, and he felt ashamed to ask for money. However, he dared not defy his wife's wishes, especially since he had been the one to lend the money in the first place. Lu Zhijun and his sister Lu Shufan, Song Qian's mother, had a close bond growing up, and when they learned of her family's plight, he had offered to lend 50,000 yuan. 2 years ago, after Song Qian's condition worsened and his father was injured, they had to rely on that money. They had initially promised to repay it when they could, but as their situation deteriorated, even 5,000 yuan became an astronomical sum. Thus, the debt lingered. "Yongfu, I cannot bear to show my face at your home. I truly apologize, brother-in-law. If it would not be too much trouble, could we perhaps discuss the matter of the 50,000 yuan? Lu Zhijun broached the subject, sighing heavily. His shame palpable as he lowered his head. He was fearful of his wife, who had insisted he bring up the debt. Lu Zhijun's face was filled with embarrassment. They were not in urgent need of the money. It was merely the concern of his wife and son that their financial troubles would deepen, leading to an inability to repay the debt, which compelled them to keep asking. As Song Yongfu prepared to speak, Song Qian interjected, "Uncle, your 50,000 yuan loan has been a great help to my family. Since you are here, I will repay you now," he declared, pulling out his phone. "Uncle, please give me your payment code. I will transfer the money now, and we shall consider the matter settled. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience." Lu Zhijun could hardly believe his ears. They had heard that Song Qian had sold fish for over 10,000 yuan. But how could he possibly have 50,000 yuan? His behavior, while seemingly normal, struck Lu Zhijun as somewhat off. Yet he refrained from exposing the truth. "Little Qian, I understand your family's difficulties. Why not just repay 10,000 for now? We can discuss the rest later." "What are you saying? He claims he will repay 50,000. So how could it be only 10,000? Lu Zhijun's wife, Ding Yongmei, interrupted. Lu Zhenxiong crossed his arms, his expression one of contempt. "My foolish cousin has declared he will settle the 50,000 today. I am eager to see whether he is truly a fool or merely pretending." Mockery was etched across his face. "But speaking of which, my foolish cousin used to stutter. Yet today he seems quite articulate. I've heard that those who stutter recover after consuming dog feces. Ha ha ha, you wouldn't have actually eaten any, would you?" Lu Zhenxiong laughed heartily, while Ding Yongmei stood beside him, her face adorned with scorn. "Mind your language," Song Qian snapped, secretly employing a hypnotic technique on Lu Zhenxiong, determined to teach him a lesson. Lu Zhenxiong, barking like a dog, unwittingly fulfilled his own wish. In the astonished gazes of those present, he succumbed to the hypnosis, dropping to the ground and behaving like a dog, panting and barking. Woof woof. At first, Ding Yongmei believed her son was deliberately mocking Song Qian by lying on the ground and barking like a dog. Thus, she paid little attention to it, wearing a smile as she placed her hands on her hips, looking at Song Qian with increasing pride. However, the subsequent scene left both Ding Yongmei and Lu Zhijun in a state of panic. They observed Lu Zhenxiong on the ground, panting with his tongue out, swaying his rear end in a manner strikingly reminiscent of a dog. He barked and crawled towards Ding Yongmei, tugging at her pant leg with both hands. His actions surprisingly lifelike. "Xiao Xiong, what is wrong with you?" Ding Yongmei exclaimed in alarm, attempting to pull Lu Zhenxiong up. Yet, he remained firmly on the ground, as if an invisible force held him captive, only able to imitate a dog's bark. His behavior seemed entirely beyond his control. To be frank, Song Qian, who owed money, had no intention of behaving this way, but Lu Zhenxiong was truly insufferable. Song Qian had to confront him. "Come on, Lu Zhenxiong asking for money is entirely justified. I had already promised to give him the money, yet here he is barking like a lunatic. Not only that, but why must he humiliate others? Such a foul-mouthed individual deserved a lesson." Song Qian's parents and sister watched with curiosity as Lu Zhenxiong exhibited his bizarre behavior, beads of cold sweat forming on their backs. What was happening? Rabies? Or was Lu Zhenxiong doing this intentionally? If it were intentional, that would be outrageous. The three of them instinctively stepped back, fearing Lu Zhenxiong would approach them. Fortunately, he continued barking without advancing. Lu Zhijun and Ding Yongmei were in disarray, desperately trying to pull Lu Zhenxiong up. But he remained on the ground, barking and biting at the air. Song Qian stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face. Lu Zhenxiong deserved to suffer a bit. Subsequently, Song Qian picked up his phone and recorded a video. Lu Zhenxiong barked for 3 to 4 minutes before Song Qian released his hypnotic hold, causing Lu Zhenxiong to gradually regain his senses and awkwardly rise from the ground. "What happened? Why was I lying on the ground?" Ding Yongmei helped Lu Zhenxiong brush off the dust. "Child, have you been bitten by a dog recently?" Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, feeling utterly confused. "Mom, what was wrong with me just now?" "Oh, it's nothing. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Let us take you to the hospital for a thorough examination." Lu Zhenxiong shook his head, asserting he felt fine. At that moment, Song Qian glanced at his uncle Lu Zhijun. "Uncle, quickly give me the payment code. I'll return the money to your family." Lu Zhenxiong might have rabies. "We need to get him checked immediately." Lu Zhijun hesitated but handed over the payment code, just as Song Qian was about to scan it. Lu Zhenxiong began to shout again. "Dad, you believe a fool like him?" Lu Zhijun turned his head, glaring at Lu Zhenxiong. "You should say less. If he doesn't pay, you're barking for debts, and now that he has given money, you claim Song Qian has none. Song Qian scanned the code and completed the payment. Uncle, my cousin who has rabies has a profound impact on me. I've transferred the money, so I won't keep you any longer. Hearing Song Qian's dismissal, Lu Zhenxiong erupted in fury. Song Qian, are you foolish or am I? Do you think tapping this model phone a few times signifies you've repaid the debt? Song Qian smirked, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lu Zhenxiong. Whether the money has arrived can be confirmed through a notification text. Why are you barking like a mad dog here? Insulted by Song Qian's comparison to a dog, Lu Zhenxiong clenched his fists. Fine. I want to see how you can repay the 50,000 yuan debt when you only earned over 10,000 yesterday. If it doesn't arrive, I swear I'll deal with you today, you big fool, thinking we're as foolish as you. Lu Zhenxiong cursed vehemently as he seized the phone from his father's hand. Just then, the phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that indeed, 50,000 yuan had been credited. Song Qian had 50,000 yuan. How could that be? Where did this fool get that money? You stupid fool, even if the 50,000 yuan arrived, this matter isn't over. Your family has used that money for 5 years. You've merely repaid the principal. There's still interest, 10,000 a year. And you owe an additional 20,000 in interest, Lu Zhenxiong boasted loudly. Song Qian was taken aback. How could a so-called relative be like this? Demanding interest after repaying the principal? Did he have no shame? However, if mother and son approached the matter politely, like uncle, and offered them some interest, what would be the harm? At present, Song Qian was indifferent to a few million yuan. Chapter 54. Lu Zhenxiong bites. Nevertheless, Lu Zhenxiong, with his foul mouth, insisted on calling himself a fool. Why indulge such a person? Demanding interest was out of the question. Lu Zhenxiong, I believe you are mistaken. When uncle lent money to our family, there was no mention of interest. Now you demand 20,000 yuan in interest? Why don't you go rob someone? Lu Zhenxiong, fists clenched, was eager to hit Song Qian. 20,000 in interest is already quite generous. If you refuse to pay, I'll rob you today. What can you do about it? Lu Zhenxiong's arrogance continued to escalate. Song Qian's mother, Lu Shufan, found the situation unbearable. Had she known it would come to this, she would have rather gone bankrupt than lend that money. Initially, she hesitated to accept the funds, persuaded by her brother's incessant urging. However, this nephew's words were simply outrageous. Having given the principal, he now demanded interest. If they paid the interest, would he then expect compound interest? Moreover, the 50,000 yuan principal used over 2 years, with 10,000 yuan interest a year, was higher than extortionate loans. How could this be justified? Xiaoxiong, our Song Qian was a bit harsh in his tone. I apologize on his behalf, so you should say less, she suggested. Say less, Lu Zhenxiong retorted. Repaying debts is a matter of course, and collecting interest is entirely legitimate. Have I done anything wrong? You must pay the 20,000 in interest today, or else this will not end. Before Lu Zhenxiong could finish, Ding Yongmei interjected. Xiaoxiong is right. Borrowing money requires paying interest. If we hadn't lent you the money, we could have earned interest from the bank. Moreover, lending you money involved significant risk. We almost couldn't recover the principal. What is wrong with asking for a bit more interest? It's only reasonable. Besides, we've repeatedly come to your home for repayment. 2 of our car tires are worn out. Are we not entitled to our money? Ding Yongmei insisted that interest must be paid. Lu Jijun stood by, his face ashen. Had he known his wife and son would behave this way, he would never have lent the money. What was meant to be help for his sister's family had turned into this chaos. What a calamity. Ding Yongmei, Lu Zhenxiong, will you ever be satisfied? You have already received the 50,000. How can you still demand interest? Shut up, Ding Yongmei shouted. You have no place to speak here, you traitor. After being scolded by his wife, Lu Jijun could only remain silent. He swept his sleeve and turned to leave, intending to return to the car and distance himself from the current situation. Is that so? Song Qian asked coldly. You're raising the price. This 20,000 in interest must be collected? Lu Zhenxiong nodded emphatically. Of course. Collecting interest is entirely justified. Otherwise, why would we lend you money for 2 years? Ding Yongmei pointed at Song Qian, questioning him sternly. Ding Yongmei was astonished. Previously, Song Qian had been rather foolish, yet today he spoke fluently and with quick wit. Could it be that this fool truly had improved? A doctor had once said that Song Qian would never recover, destined to live a life of confusion. However, it now seems that he might genuinely recover. Otherwise, his thoughts would not be so agile. Looking at the arrogant mother and son duo, Song Qian's face was filled with rage. Since they were so shameless, he would teach them a severe lesson. For such ordinary people, Song Qian did not need to lay a hand on them. Secretly employing his hypnotic skills, as before, once the hypnosis took effect, Lu Jinxiong collapsed once again, barking like a dog. Simultaneously, he began to thrash about frantically, using all fours to charge towards the courtyard wall. With a loud thud, Lu Jinxiong crashed into the earthen wall, nearly toppling it. This scene left Ding Yongmei pale with fright. She rushed over and grabbed Lu Jinxiong, exclaiming, "Child, what is wrong with you?" Barking and howling, Lu Jinxiong let out a final howl, having sustained injuries from the collision, blood streaming from his head. "Lu Jijun, where are you?" Ding Yongmei shouted towards the door. "Our little Xiong has crashed into the wall. Hurry back, I can't hold him alone." No sooner had Ding Yongmei finished speaking than Lu Jinxiong began howling again, then dropped to all fours, raising his head to bite at Ding Yongmei's calf. She recoiled in shock, but her response was still a beat too slow. Lu Jinxiong bit down hard on her calf, prompting a scream from Ding Yongmei, who instinctively kicked forward. "Damn dog." However, as soon as the words left her lips, she realized her mistake. What stood before her was not a dog, but her own son, Lu Jinxiong. The pain radiating from her calf made her scream again. Just as she kicked Lu Jinxiong away, he charged at her once more. And before she could react, his other leg was also bitten. This bite was fierce and unyielding. Ding Yongmei was alarmed and struggled frantically. Yet, with Lu Jinxiong clinging to her, she could not escape. He shook his head vigorously, tearing at her, causing her to scream in pain. With all her strength, she finally pushed Lu Jinxiong away. It was at that moment that Lu Jijun arrived. Witnessing such a scene, he tightly embraced Lu Jinxiong. "What happened? How could this be?" Ding Yongmei cried out, taking a while to regain her composure. "Jijun, the child might have rabies. Hold him tightly. Be careful he doesn't bite you. Apparently, the rabies virus is contagious." At that moment, Ding Yongmei cradled her calf, her expression twisted in pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "If the child has rabies, it must not be transmitted to me," she thought, her heart racing with panic, contemplating when her child had fallen ill. However, she was unaware that this was all a punishment orchestrated by Song Qian. Lu Jinxiong did not have rabies, nor could she be infected. It was merely that the mother and son had spoken foully, prompting Song Qian to teach them a lesson. Lu Jijun nodded, his face grim. What a calamity! How could such a thing happen? Lu Jinxiong struggled desperately, attempting to bite. Lu Jijun, at a loss, could only cast a pleading look towards Song Yongfu, who stood nearby. "Yongfu, could you please fetch a rope to help tie the child up? If he continues to thrash about like this, something terrible will happen." Song Yongfu quickly responded. Turning to retrieve a rope from the house, Song Yao stood with her mother, both linking arms, watching Lu Jinxiong's antics with a hint of fear. Could it be that Lu Jinxiong truly has rabies? If so, that would be delightful. He has been so arrogant, spouting nonsense. Such a brazen individual deserves to be tormented and punished. Chapter 55, Ex-Girlfriend in Shuaman. It seemed that heaven could no longer tolerate Lu Jinxiong's behavior, punishing him in kind. Song Yao even wished for Lu Jinxiong never to recover. Soon, Song Yongfu returned with the rope. At that moment, Song Qian feigned concern. "Uncle, do you need my assistance? I possess considerable strength and can tie him up tightly." The three of them busily bound Lu Jinxiong. "Uncle, I do have some money on hand, though not much. Perhaps 30 to 50,000. Regarding the interest, if you believe we should pay it, I can transfer it to you immediately." Lu Jijun quickly waved his hand, feeling embarrassed to accept. With matters having escalated to this point, he could hardly face anyone, let alone accept interest from others. Besides, his sister's family was already struggling. Lu Jijun's initial intention was to assist his sister's family. However, his wife and son had gone too far, frequently pressuring him for debts and humiliating his sister's family. Truly a misfortune. "Little Qian, do you take me for someone who would accept your interest?" "Please do not mention the matter of interest again," Lu Jijun replied, leading the mother and son away. At that moment, Ding Yongmei, seeing Lu Jinxiong injured and herself bitten by him, could no longer concern herself with interest. Her face turned pale as she hurried after Lu Jijun. A few minutes later, the sound of a car engine echoed outside, gradually fading away. At last, Lu Jijun and his family departed. Song Qian pondered for a moment. While his aunt and cousin had been dealt with, it had embarrassed his uncle. Their initial intent was to borrow money to help their family. Thus, Song Qian transferred 10,000 yuan to his uncle, considering it both interest and a form of consolation. After all, that mother and son were wicked. But his uncle was not. How could there be such a disparity within a single family? After completing the transaction, Song Qian sent a warm message stating that this 10,000 yuan was a return for his uncle and should not be disclosed to the two of them, urging him to delete the message upon reading it. Through a hole in the courtyard wall, watching the car disappear, Song Yongfu exhaled a breath of relief. Little Qian, do you not have medical skills? What is the matter with Lu Zhenxiong? Why did he suddenly begin barking like a dog? Song Yongfu mused, considering that they were relatives. If Song Qian understood Lu Zhenxiong's condition, perhaps he could assist in curing him. Despite the humiliation Song Qian had endured, Song Yongfu, in the spirit of kinship, still wished to extend a helping hand. How would I know? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. It must be due to his utter lack of morals and arrogance. Heaven has taken it upon itself to punish him. Song Qian fabricated a story, unwilling to reveal to his parents that Lu Zhenxiong's current state was a direct result of his own punishment. Besides, the effects of hypnosis were time-limited. After a short while, Lu Zhenxiong would return to normal, as Song Qian had merely administered a slight reprimand. Song Yao, listening in, clapped her hands in delight. My brother is right. Lu Zhenxiong's wicked tongue must have angered heaven, prompting it to make him bark like a dog. And that old woman, my aunt, deserves to be bitten by a dog. As she recalled Ding Yongmei being bitten, a sense of satisfaction washed over her, a joyful smile gracing her face. Who told her to hit me? She got what she deserved, and by her own son's mad dog, no less. Just the thought of it brings comfort. Lu Shufan furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Lu Zhenxiong, who had arrived in good health, suddenly fell ill. Despite his arrogance, he was still her nephew. She could only hope that the child would not suffer any serious issues. Song Qian, Lu Zhenxiong has been quite unruly and has bullied you in the past. Regarding the matter of interest, he might still bring it up. In the future, keep your distance from him. Her mother's warning prompted Song Qian to smile and nod. Rest assured, I will maintain my distance from him. However, inwardly, Song Qian chuckled. If Lu Zhenxiong dared to approach him again, he would teach him a lesson every time he came. Once would not suffice. He would ensure it was 2 times, or even 10. Dealing with Lu Jijun required no physical confrontation. With a mere shift in thought, there were 1,000 ways to handle him. No sooner had Song Qian's voice faded than the sound of a car echoed outside once more. He initially thought it was his uncle's family returning, only to find it was someone else. The car came to a halt, and the doors swung open as a man and a woman stepped out. The woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, wore a radiant smile. The man exuded charm, accompanied by an air of arrogance. Upon seeing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. The woman was named Xu, his former girlfriend from university. 2 years ago, she had insisted on going for barbecue, feigning to be bullied. In his attempt to protect her, Song Qian was brutally beaten. Since then, he had suffered from a foolish affliction. 2 years had swiftly passed, and now, the sight of Xu ignited a firestorm of rage within him. What further fueled his anger was the presence of the man beside her, Xu Juanhao, the very individual who had harassed Xu at the barbecue and had assaulted Song Qian. The two had orchestrated the events leading to Song Qian's downfall over the past 2 years. His family had endured a bleak existence. His father suffered a broken leg, and his mother's facial nerves were injured. All of this was due to the machinations of these two. And Xu, what brings you here? She linked her arm with the man and approached slowly. Song Qian, allow me to introduce him. This is Xu Juanhao, the one who once harmed you. We are getting married. And Xuemon's face radiated happiness at the prospect of marrying Xu Juanhao. He embraced her waist, his demeanor haughty, confirming the engagement with a smirk. Song Qian, filled with the desire to confront them, restrained himself, pondering that their visit must hold more significance than mere bragging about their impending nuptials. He sought to uncover their intentions, while also yearning to ascertain the truth behind his assault 2 years prior. Wasn't Xuemon complicit in the scheme? Deep down, he was nearly certain that the incident at the barbecue was a well-conceived plot by the pair. Yet, he wished to hear their admissions. If they were indeed to wed, he envisioned presenting them with a unique blessing, one that they would remember for a lifetime, perhaps a wreath, or even a coffin. And Xuemon, we have no further ties. Since you are to be married, I wish you happiness in advance. You may leave now. He waved dismissively, feigning a dismissal he knew they would not heed, employing a tactic of feigned weakness to extract the truth from them. Chapter 56. Memories of 2 years ago. And Xuemon chuckled, her brows arching, lips curving upward as she clung to Xu Juanhao's arm, nearly merging their beings into one. Song Qian, I once agreed to be your girlfriend in university, but in retrospect, I was so blind. Fortunately, I pulled back from the brink and found happiness with Juanhao. Look, my position at Jiangqing Hospital was arranged by him. Song Qian's expression faltered, revealing a hint of distress. Had he not been assaulted that night, he would likely have been working at Jiangqing Hospital himself. According to his knowledge, there had been limited openings at the hospital 2 years ago, and Xuemon would not have had the chance to enter. Is that so? Congratulations then. His words dripped with insincerity. In truth, He would not deign to work at even the most prestigious hospitals now. He had evolved beyond their reach. Song Qian, I expected you to be enraged upon hearing of my position at Jiangxing Hospital, yet you remain that same timid soul. I wonder how I ever found you appealing. It truly was a lapse in judgment. She reminisced about the past, where he had once been a top student with countless admirers. Yet fate had led him to Inshuaman, resulting in his tragic downfall. Inshuaman, I must confess, I too was blind to have liked someone like you. The man beside you, Xu Taohua, caused untold suffering to my family. I was subjected to a brutal beating, which left me a fool. As he spoke, his eyes turned crimson. He glanced back at his family behind him. My father sought an explanation from Xu Taohua and ended up with a broken leg. Enduring 2 years of torment. My mother was slapped repeatedly, suffering nerve damage, living in agony ever since. His visage darkened. He suddenly pointed at Inshuaman and Xu Taohua. You two have brought such devastation upon my family, and now, as my former girlfriend, you choose to be with my enemy, flaunting it in front of me. What is your intention? Inshuaman released Xu Taohua, her laughter resounding like waves. You hit the nail on the head. I am indeed marrying him today to provoke you and your family. I brought Juanhao to your home to demonstrate just how misguided it was to have ever liked a pauper like you. At this juncture, she shifted her tone. Let me be frank. That night at the barbecue was a plot I had meticulously crafted. Knowing your impulsive nature, I deliberately allowed Juanhao to provoke you, which led to your beating. Her triumphant laugh echoed as she recounted her scheme, still basking in the glory of her deception. Oh, and another truth. Juanhao also works at Jiangxing Hospital and has become a chief physician. Had he not taken your spot, it would have been much harder for him to secure a position there. Xu Juanhao chimed in. Indeed, after I got into Jiangxing Hospital, I employed a few clever tactics to ensure Shuaman joined as well. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Song Qian's understanding crystallized. The brutal beating he endured at the barbecue was merely a means to secure a coveted position at Jiangxing Hospital. How malicious. For a mere position, they had nearly destroyed him. But why had they also targeted his family, leaving his father with a broken leg and causing his mother such suffering? Xu Juanhao, you truly deserve condemnation. Though Song Qian yearned to retaliate against them, he suppressed the fury within. They were to be married. He would let them revel in their madness for a few more days. The wedding would provide the perfect opportunity for vengeance. And Shuaman, I never imagined you could be so cruel. I am now fully aware of your true nature. You may leave. I cannot contend with you. He feigned weakness, stifling his inner turmoil. And Shuaman, hands on her hips, held her head high. Fool, I must admit, I was surprised to hear that your foolishness had subsided. Since you are no longer foolish, 3 days from now, Juanhao and I will be wed at the Jiangxing Imperial Hotel. I hope you can attend and witness my happiness. And see just how pitiful you have become. With her chin raised, she gazed upwards, her arrogance evident. Indeed, compared to the Song Qian of old, her choice 2 years prior seemed undeniably correct, for Xu Juanhao came from a well-to-do family, while Song Qian's was impoverished. Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, wore a grim expression throughout the exchange. Shuaman, why are you so vindictive? Knowing our family struggles, why come here to humiliate us? You and Song Qian were once in a relationship. Even if you cannot be lovers, must you become enemies? And Shuaman retorted angrily. I was blind to have ever liked Song Qian. The fact that I didn't finish him off that night at the barbecue was already an act of mercy. And Shuaman spoke, raising her head to survey the surroundings, and pointed at Song Yongfu. Just look at this dilapidated house of yours. A gust of wind could easily topple it. With your family's abject poverty, how could Song Qian possibly fancy me? And look at your attire, so shabby and unrefined. With patched clothes, each of you looking gaunt and malnourished. You must have been starving for the past 2 years. If I weren't blind to your flaws, would I have ever been attracted to Song Qian? And Shuamian's words grew increasingly venomous. As she reminisced about her time with Song Qian, the chilling memories sent shivers down her spine. Reflecting on it now, she realized that Song Qian only excelled academically. Beyond that, he possessed nothing of value. Why had she ever liked him? With every utterance, she exhibited mockery. Listening to Inshuamian's scornful remarks, Song Qian frowned slightly. During their relationship, he had never treated her poorly. On one occasion, when Inshuamian fractured her leg while hiking with classmates, it was Song Qian who carried her down the mountain. He traversed 2 hours of rugged terrain to ensure her safety. Even after delivering her to the hospital, he was so fatigued yet diligently handled the registration and payment, tirelessly attending to her for hours. In another instance, when Inshuamian was intoxicated and collapsed in an alley, nearly falling prey to ruffians, it was Song Qian who appeared just in time to fend them off. However, he paid a heavy price for it, suffering a beating that left him nursing injuries for a month. There was also the time when she suffered from a severe fever reaching 40 degrees Celsius. And he called for an ambulance and accompanied her to the hospital. Near graduation, on her birthday, Song Qian, pinching his pennies, bought her the latest smartphone, spending over 7,000 yuan. In the subsequent months, he endured a meager existence, surviving on instant noodles to make ends meet. Reflecting on these sacrifices, Song Qian realized how foolish he had been. His genuine affection had been met with treachery, and not only that, but it had also made him seem foolish and burdened his family. A cold smile crept across his face. And Xu, now that you disdain my poverty, how could you forget the kindness I once showed you? It was I who took you to the hospital when you broke your leg, and the doctor warned that a delay could have resulted in lifelong disability. It was I who rushed you to the hospital when you were gravely ill. I risked my life to save you from those ruffians when you were drunk. I spent over 7,000 yuan on your birthday gift, and then endured months of eating nothing but instant noodles. Have you forgotten all this? You look down on me now. But why did you accept my gifts and my care back then? And Xu dismissed his retorts, believing all of it was simply what he ought to have done as her boyfriend. After all, what was so remarkable about a 7,000 yuan phone? What of carrying her down the mountain? She felt that allowing Song Qian to hold her hand for such a long time had already granted him a significant advantage. Her delicate hand was not something just any man could grasp, and the things Song Qian did were trivial in comparison. With a scornful laugh, she scoffed, "You, a lovesick fool, did all those things out of obligation. What is there to boast about? And in the 2 years we were together, the most extravagant gift you gave me was that phone. Is 7,000 yuan really a lot? Do you not feel embarrassed to bring it up?" She emphasized, "Song Qian, I was blind to have dated you for over 2 years and let you hold my hand. Looking back, it's truly disgusting." With that, she shook her hand as if trying to rid herself of the lingering memory of his touch. Song Qian smiled coldly, "And Xu, if that's how you feel, let me enlighten you. You were blind then, and you remain blind now. You once sought to elevate yourself by being with me. And though I may currently be in a state of poverty, I am still beyond your reach." As his words echoed, their laughter filled the air. Beyond reach? What do you have to boast about? Song Qian clenched his fists, yearning to retaliate. However, he reconsidered. Striking them in front of his parents would only cause them concern. Moreover, he simply did not wish to engage physically. There were countless ways to deal with such individuals, and he decided to let them revel in their arrogance for now, planning to address them at the upcoming wedding. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Muyun. "Miss Lu, have you had your follow-up examination?" he inquired. On the other end, Lu Muyun's cheerful voice responded, "Dr. Song, I hope you don't mind me addressing you as such. I sincerely apologize for my previous doubts and disrespect. After returning from Taohua village yesterday afternoon, I immediately had my follow-up, and as you predicted, I am completely healed. I am now in Jijia town and will be at your home shortly to thank you in person." Song Qian smiled, replying, "Miss Lu, I await your arrival. Please drive safely. There is no need to rush." Lu Muyun's delightful laughter resonated through the phone. "Dr. Song, there is one thing I took the liberty to decide without your consent, and I hope you will agree. After my examination, Director Sun from Jiangxing Hospital insisted on meeting you as he heard that you were the one who treated me. The director is coming along? That is splendid." Song Qian enthusiastically agreed, welcoming the news. And Xu and Su Juanhao, who had been emphasizing their ties to Jiangxing Hospital, suddenly found someone to deal with them. Just moments ago, Song Qian had hesitated about employing minor tactics to teach these two a lesson, but now he felt relieved he wouldn't have to act himself. "Well then, let it be as it is. See you soon," he concluded before hanging up. And Xu, emboldened once more, sneered, "Song Qian, from what I gathered on the phone, you keep calling her Miss Lu. You're not referring to the esteemed Lu Muyun of the Lu family in Jiangxing, are you? You think you are worthy of knowing her?" "Indeed," Su Juanhao chimed in. "The Lu family heiress is renowned for her beauty, a goddess in the eyes of every man. Even I have only had the fortune of meeting her a couple of times." He raised his chin, reminiscing about their encounters with a blissful expression, recalling Lu Muyun's stunning figure, which in Xu could never hope to rival. Her delicate features, especially her pointed chin, could easily mislead one into thinking she had undergone cosmetic surgery, though she had not. Nevertheless, Su Juanhao decided to let it go. Having met her twice was already a stroke of luck. In contrast, while Xu may not match Lu Muyun in beauty, she was still undeniably exquisite in her own right. The words exchanged between the two left Song Qian merely smiling faintly. Chapter 58. Miss Lu arrives. It appears that Lu Muyun, the epitome of beauty, has an abundance of admirers. Merely mentioning her name incites lively discussions among people. Just as Song Qian was about to speak, Song Yao interjected. "You two may look down on my brother, But what is there to be so boastful about? Yesterday afternoon, not only did my brother meet Miss Lu, but I also had the honor of meeting her when she visited our village to seek my brother's medical expertise. As she spoke, Song Yao's face radiated pride. The stunning image of Lu Mu Yun flashed through her mind. This magnificent Xiao was as enchanting as a celestial being, ethereal and otherworldly. Her delicate skin, willow-like waist, and voluptuous figure were even more alluring than Zhang Yibei's. As a fellow woman, Song Yao couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Lu Mu Yun. She was simply too beautiful. After laughing, Song Yao felt a bit awkward. Just yesterday, she had scornfully accused Lu Mu Yun of being a fraud over the phone. Thankfully, Lu Mu Yun had been preoccupied and didn't bring it up. Otherwise, it would have led to an uncomfortable situation between them. Ha! As soon as Song Yao finished speaking, and Xuan Man burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a joke! It's laughable to think that you could ever meet a divine being like Lu Mu Yun." Su Junhao laughed uproariously, nearly in tears. These two siblings, Song Qian, may be foolish, but even the somewhat attractive Song Yao seemed to share the same foolishness. How could they ever expect to meet someone of Lu Mu Yun's caliber? Song Yao, you country bumpkin, are you blind or am I deaf? You actually met Miss Lu? You must have lost your mind. Su Junhao retorted. Before Song Qian could respond, and Xuan Man seized the moment. Song Qian, if that phone call truly was from Lu Mu Yun, I will kneel before you and call you grandpa. Upon hearing this, a playful smile danced across Song Qian's face. If you wish to call me grandpa, I shall indulge you. Remember what you said and make sure to call it out loud. Su Junhao clapped his hands in delight. All right. If the visitor isn't Miss Lu, you'll have to kneel and call me grandpa and her grandma. Make sure to call it out loud. Dear grandson, remember your words. Song Qian raised his voice. Let us see how long you can be so arrogant. Soon, both of you will kneel and call out loudly, and I will relish the feeling of being a grandparent. In truth, Song Qian had little desire to engage in their banter. To be frank, dealing with people like Xuan Man and Su Junhao, he could easily annihilate them without lifting a finger. However, such an easy victory would be too generous for them. He preferred to instill a sense of despair in evildoers, savoring their gradual downfall, for that was far more entertaining. For the next few minutes, and Xuan Man and Su Junhao continued their verbal onslaught, reiterating their insistence that Song Qian attend the wedding, ultimately seeking to irritate him. Throughout the ordeal, Song Qian occasionally interjected a word or two. At that moment, the sound of a car engine broke the air, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut. Soon after, hurried footsteps approached. Just as Song Qian intended to greet the esteemed Lu Mu Yun, he was taken aback as she entered, accompanied by Dean Sun and others. Today, Lu Mu Yun was clad in a form-fitting red outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, presenting an alluring silhouette. Her exquisite oval face seemed sculpted by a master artisan, with skin as delicate and fair as porcelain and her enchanting eyes sparkling with warmth. She was simply a breathtaking vision, capable of captivating nations. The instant Lu Mu Yun entered, Su Junhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his third close encounter with her. He was nearly swept away by her beauty, like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Su Junhao stared, nearly drooling, as Lu Mu Yun's devilish figure and angelic face left him utterly spellbound. Such a woman could only be admired from afar, never to be sullied by baseness. She stood out like a vibrant purple flower amidst a sea of red, dazzling and breathtakingly pure. Standing beside Su Junhao, and Xuan Man, witnessing her partner's folly, gently tugged at his sleeve. This foolish man lost his senses in the presence of beauty. While Lu Mu Yun was indeed stunning, she was not the only one of worth. Why was he so fixated on her? Such behavior was truly embarrassing. Within Xuan Man's gentle reminder, Su Junhao snapped back to reality. Their gaze shifted to Dean Sun, who had just arrived. Dean Sun, what brings you here? Upon seeing Dean Sun, Su Junhao hurriedly approached him, extending his greetings. Hello, Dean Sun. And Xuan Man rushed forward, adopting a submissive demeanor. Director Su, what are you doing here? Upon spotting Su Junhao, Dean Sun was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't mentioned his visit to Taohua village to anyone at the hospital this morning. What was going on? How had Su Junhao arrived first? And who was this woman beside him? She seemed somewhat familiar, yet her name eluded him. Su Junhao, equally puzzled by Dean Sun's presence, quickly pieced things together. Song Yao had mentioned that Lu Mu Yun had come to seek Song Qian's treatment the previous afternoon. But Lu Mu Yun had appeared perfectly healthy. This indicated that, perhaps by some twist of fate, Song Qian had deceived Lu Mu Yun, prompting her to bring Dean Sun to confront him. It seemed that Song Qian was about to face dire consequences. Miss Lu, Dean Sun, you've arrived at the perfect moment. This fool has been parading around deceiving everyone. We were just about to deal with him, Xu Junhao declared, pointing accusingly at Song Qian. No sooner had he finished speaking than Man chimed in. Dean's son, my name is Man, and I'm a doctor in the dermatology department at Jiangqing Hospital. Clearly, you might not recognize me due to the number of doctors at the hospital. Taking this opportunity to introduce herself, she gestured towards Song Qian. Dean's son, that fool Song Qian and I attended the same university. He often engages in deceitful schemes. Since you're here, please take care of him. Give him a good beating. Dean's son, upon hearing this, was seething with rage. He had not anticipated that this Man was also a doctor at Jiangqing Hospital. Why were they neglecting their duties to cause chaos here? Last night, Dean's son had exerted considerable effort to persuade Lu Muyun to accompany him to meet the famed Song Qian, only to find these two oblivious doctors had arrived first and were openly insulting the esteemed physician. These two imbeciles were practically courting disaster. Lu Muyun was suffering from advanced cervical cancer, a condition that Jiangqing Hospital could not remedy, yet Song Qian had managed to heal her with a mere silver needle. Chapter 59. A resounding slap. Even in the entire Dragon Country, Song Qian was a rarity. How could he be reduced to a fool in the mouths of these two miscreants? With a swift motion, Dean's son struck Man across the face. Doctorin, why aren't you at work? What are you doing here? Who permitted your presence? Who gave you the audacity to come? Dean's son, you must be mistaken. Man protested, her face contorted in pain from the slap. Seething with fury, Dean's son delivered two more resounding slaps to Man, causing sparks to fly. I'm hitting you. Stumbling back, Man winced, tears welling in her eyes. What is happening? Isn't Song Qian the fraud? Dean's son should be punishing him. I merely spoke the truth. Why am I being punished? Seeing his girlfriend struck, Xu Junhao rushed forward. Dean's son, you've made a mistake. It should be Song Qian who is punished, not Doctorin. Xu Junhao initially intended to mention that Xiuman was from the dermatology department of the hospital. But before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly kicked by Director Sunday. Ouch. That hurts. Xu Junhao exclaimed as he fell onto the ground, writhing momentarily before propping himself up with both hands. Director Sun, why did you hit me? At that moment, Xu Junhao was utterly bewildered, perplexed as to why he was the target instead of Song Qian. Just as both Xu Junhao and Xiuman were engulfed in confusion, Lu Muyun furrowed her brow and spoke softly. Director Sun, please manage your subordinates properly. If it weren't for your repeated pleas, I would never have brought you to meet Dr. Song. Yet, your subordinate has the audacity to humiliate my savior in front of me. As she spoke, Lu Muyun's frown deepened. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, it seems you will not be able to keep your position as director. Upon hearing this, Director Sun became frantic. Miss Lu, rest assured, I will provide you with a perfect explanation. If I fail to resolve this matter, I will leave it to you to handle. Although he was the head of the hospital, in front of Lu Muyun, he was merely a small figure, too intimidated to provoke her. One wrong word from Lu Muyun could cost him his position. As he spoke, Director Sun began dialing a number on his phone, determined to provide an account of the earlier incident to Miss Lu. Lu Muyun remained silent, her brow still furrowed. She had come to express her gratitude to Song Qian, only to witness an ungrateful individual insulting her savior at their first meeting. And Xiuman's cheek bore the imprint of fingers, a testament to the force with which Director Sun had struck her. At that moment, her face felt hot and swollen. She held her aching cheek, her mind muddled. She clearly understood Lu Muyun's words. Song Qian was her savior. This was utterly absurd. Lu Muyun, the pampered daughter of the Lu family, had a radiant complexion and a well-proportioned figure, her voice resonating with vitality. She was the epitome of health. As a medical student, and Xiuman could easily diagnose that Lu Muyun was in no way ill. The only conclusion she could draw was that Lu Muyun had been deceived by Song Qian. Moreover, she had been thoroughly misled. That scoundrel Song Qian, daring to deceive Lu Muyun, would face dire consequences once his deceit was exposed. As these thoughts raced through her mind, and Xiuman helped Xu Junhao to his feet, she leaned in and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing her, Xu Junhao's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. He dusted himself off and rubbed his sore stomach, then mustered the strength to stand upright and looked up at Lu Muyun. Miss Lu, I believe you are mistaken. Song Qian cannot possibly be your savior. He is merely a fool who engages in deceit. Do not fall for his tricks, and besides, you are in perfect health. Before Xu Junhao could finish, Zhao Kiki, who was beside Lu Muyun, could no longer contain herself and slapped Xu Junhao twice. How dare you insult Dr. Song? You clearly seek your own demise. You have no right to speak ill of our miss. Xu Taohua held his cheek, barely managing to stammer out a response, realizing that Zhao Kiki, being associated with Lu Muyun, wielded considerable influence. What do you mean? Zhao Kiki snapped, raising her delicate hand once more. Xu Taohua instinctively recoiled, cursing inwardly. This vile woman is truly tyrannical, abusing her power. If it weren't for her connection to Lu Muyun, I would make her pay dearly. Witnessing Xu Taohua's humiliation, and Xuemon could not swallow her indignation. She bit her lip and looked up at Lu Muyun, steeling herself. Miss Lu, we truly did not deceive you. Taohua, Song Qian and the three of us graduated from the same school. He is indeed a fraud. If you feel unwell, I strongly advise you to visit our hospital. Shut up, Zhao Kiki shouted, advancing toward Xuemon, raising her hand to deliver another slap. This time, Xuemon was prepared and quickly stepped back. Faced with Zhao Kiki's aggression, Xuemon felt at a loss. Why wouldn't these two listen to reason? Song Qian was clearly a fraud. That swindler had ensnared Lu Muyun, and once Lu Muyun came to her senses, she would surely seek vengeance upon them. Covering her face, Xuemon could only remain silent. Observing the altercation, Song Qian smiled faintly. Finally, someone was putting these two in their place, though he felt it was insufficient. However, in the presence of his parents, he refrained from intervening directly or retaliating in secret for fear of repercussions. Otherwise, these two would not be so brazen. Once Xu Taohua and Xuemon fell silent, Lu Muyun approached Song Qian, her smile radiant, her waist swaying gracefully. Dr. Song, thank you once again for healing me. Song Qian activated his Lotus Eye and glanced at Lu Muyun's heart center, noticing that she still wore the lotus pendant. This brought him a measure of relief. And he smiled, gently shaking his head. Miss Lu, there is no need for formalities. You have already expressed your gratitude with the generous treatment fee you provided yesterday. There is no need to keep reiterating your thanks. Lu Muyun giggled softly. Dr. Song, you are too polite. I feel as though I may have underpaid you. She then shifted the topic. Dr. Song, prior to your treatment yesterday, I had my doubts about you, even suspecting you might be a fraud. I hope you can forgive me. After Lu Muyun spoke, Zhao Kiki stepped forward. Dr. Song, until yesterday, after you treated Miss Lu, I still harbored doubts about you. I sincerely apologize, please forgive me. Also, I realize I spoke harshly yesterday, and I am truly sorry. The conversation reached Song Yao's ears, especially Lu Muyun's words, which left her astounded. The previous afternoon, Lu Muyun had given Song Qian 2 million, an astronomical sum. Yet, she spoke of it so casually, as if it were a mere 2 dimes. Were the wealthy truly this extravagant? Besides Song Yao, her father, Song Yongfu, and her mother, Lu Shufan, were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting their surprise. Song Qian had mentioned that the amount was 20,000. But for any ailment, surely one wouldn't require 20,000, right? The previous night, they had worried about Song Qian, fearing that Lu Muyun's generosity was merely a facade and that trouble might ensue. To their relief, Lu Muyun appeared exceedingly gracious. Observing Lu Muyun's beaming smile as she spoke to Song Qian with utmost politeness, their anxious hearts finally settled. Little did they know that the sum was indeed 2 million, but Song Qian had deliberately downplayed it to 20,000, fearing they might not accept the truth. Had they known he earned 2 million, they could only imagine how elated they would have been. Just then, Lu Muyun's voice broke through. Dr. Song, this lovely young lady must be your sister, and the two beside her are your esteemed parents, correct? Song Qian nodded and introduced them. Miss Lu, I nearly forgot to introduce them. This is my sister, Song Yao, and these are my parents. Mom, Dad, this is Miss Lu. Upon completing the introductions, Song Qian added. By the way, when you called me yesterday, my sister had just received a scam call, which led to a misunderstanding, and she may have said some unkind words to you. Hearing this, Song Yao's face turned crimson. She had been quite vigorous in her verbal assault during that call, and never imagined she had insulted the daughter of the Lu family. What a disaster. Miss Lu, I sincerely apologize. I just received a scam call before your call came in, which led me to mistakenly accuse you of being a fraud. Please forgive me. Song Yao said, her embarrassment palpable. Lu Muyun waved her hand, feeling a bit awkward herself. What are you saying, little sister? When you scolded me, I retorted that you were an ugly woman suffering from menopause. I didn't expect you to be even younger than I am. We were both mistaken. Let us consider it a jest, Lu Muyun chuckled. Her laughter instantly dispelled the awkwardness in the air. Xu Taohua and Xuemon stood to the side, quietly listening to the conversation between Song Qian and the others, their hearts racing in trepidation. What on earth is happening here? Lu Muyun's manner of speaking suggested that Song Qian had indeed treated her and had even given her a substantial sum of money. How could this foolish Song Qian possibly know Lu Muyun? Xu Juanhao was even more envious that a celestial beauty like Lu Muyun was conversing amiably with Song Qian, treating him with utmost courtesy. Previously, Xu Juanhao had dreamt that one day he would stand before the goddess Lu Muyun and exchange a few words with her. Even if she did not like him and gave him a beating, he would be willing. Yet today, the fool he looked down upon, Song Qian, was sharing laughter with Lu Muyun, who was exceedingly polite to him. Was the sun rising in the west? This was utterly beyond reason, and Xuemon stood aside, her mind awash with thoughts. Earlier, Song Qian had claimed to have met Lu Muyun yesterday, but Xuemon had dismissed it, insisting it was impossible for Song Qian to have met her. Yet now, she was being proven wrong in an instant. To make matters worse, she had just said that if Lu Muyun indeed knew Song Qian, she would kneel before him and call him grandfather. No, she could not bear such humiliation. In her eyes, Song Qian was a fool, a complete waste, a worthless scoundrel. To kneel before this fool and address him as grandfather would mean she had become the grandson of an imbecile. What a profound disgrace that would be. The more Xuemon thought about it, the more distressed she felt, casting a pleading glance at Xu Juanhao beside her. They exchanged glances, and through their eyes, Xu Juanhao conveyed that there was no way he would kneel to Song Qian or call him grandfather. Such an act would be a monumental disgrace. How could he, a fool, be addressed as grandfather? Just then, Director Sun returned with his phone. Xu Juanhao, you have accepted bribes from the families of patients during your work, amounting to over 600,000 in the past 2 years. You are hereby dismissed from the hospital. I have already notified the Medical Association to blacklist you from the industry starting today. From now on, do not expect to engage in any medical practice. Upon hearing this, Xu Juanhao was immediately thrown into a panic. How did Director Sun find out about his acceptance of bribes? Those transactions had been conducted quite discreetly. How could Director Sun uncover so much with just a phone call? This was disastrous. After working at Jiangxing Hospital for a year, with his mother's assistance, Xu Juanhao had advanced to the position of director, and his salary and status had risen accordingly. For certain serious illnesses, families would, to some extent, provide red envelopes out of concern, and Xu Juanhao had accepted them, leading to a slippery slope. The 600,000 mentioned by Director Sun was actually a conservative estimate. Based on Xu Juanhao's calculations, over the past 2 years at the hospital, he had received approximately 1.5 million in bribes. If he lost his job, who would still give him red envelopes? In recent years, the hospital had seen an influx of patients with severe and complicated cases almost every day. These were cash cows. Thus, year-end bonuses were quite generous. One could say that after a year of working at the hospital, his visible income was already in the hundreds of thousands, plus additional returns from collaborations with pharmaceutical companies, making it quite easy to earn over 1 million in a year. Moreover, there were always bribes to be taken. Xu Juanhao absolutely could not afford to lose this job. Director Sun, I beg you, this job is too important for me. Please do not dismiss me. Director Sun's face darkened as he flicked his sleeve. Xu Juanhao, were it not for your mother's reputation, I would not only dismiss you, but would also ensure your downfall. Dismissing you and blacklisting you is already a light punishment. I advise you to be sensible. Xu Juanhao's mother was the deputy director of the hospital. Under normal circumstances, a little bit of backdoor maneuvering would allow Xu Juanhao to secure a job at the hospital, yet he chose to take the unconventional route, insisting on taking Song Qian's spot. Director Sun, my mother is the deputy director. She is your colleague. I implore you, for my mother's sake, please do not fire me. Upon hearing this, Director Sun's frown deepened. Xu Juanhao, do you think I am unaware of your actions? Chapter 61. They kneel and apologize. As Director Sun spoke, he turned his gaze to Xuemon. Xuemon, you were helped by Xu Juanhao to secure a position here, and you are also dismissed, blacklisted from the industry. Xuemon's face turned pale, her body trembling. This job had cost her a great deal to obtain. If she were dismissed and blacklisted, how would she find work in the future? The benefits at Jiangxing Hospital were truly substantial. Xu Juanhao's acceptance of bribes was well known to her, and she had accepted some herself, albeit not much, around 100,000 to 200,000 a year. She could not afford to lose this job, or it would be the end for her. Director Sun, both Xu and I understand our mistakes. We implore you not to dismiss us. Please. We cannot be without this job. Get lost. Director Sun shouted. Dismissing these two is already a lenient punishment. The command to get lost startled Xuemon, causing her to tremble. This was it. They were completely finished. Had she known it would come to this, being on the verge of marriage, she wouldn't have sought out Song Qian, and thus would not be facing this predicament. It's all Song Qian's fault, that harbinger of disaster. Director Sun, Is there truly no room for negotiation? I beg you not to dismiss us. We genuinely understand our mistakes. We are willing to donate the 600,000 bribe that Xu received to the hospital. I will say it again, get lost. Director's son shouted, no longer wishing to engage with the two. Xu Taohua contemplated for a moment. Since matters had escalated to this point, it was best to vacate this place of chaos and then devise a plan. His mother was the deputy director, and his father worked in the government. He was determined to find a suitable job despite this setback. Xu Taohua raised his head slightly, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Song Qian. Song Qian, you are the reason we lost our jobs. This matter between us is far from over. Wait for it. I will make you pay. And Shuaman picked up where he left off, saying, this is all you're doing. I will not let you off either. You better be ready, humph. After they spoke, they turned to leave. Hold on. Song Qian interrupted. Xu Taohua turned back, glaring viciously at Song Qian. What do you want? Do you want us to stay and dine at your filthy place? I wouldn't want to stay here for another moment. Indeed, it's utterly disgusting. As they spoke, they prepared to leave again. Song Qian let out a cold smile, a hint of menace in his expression. Don't forget our earlier agreement. Who was supposed to call me grandfather? In the presence of Lu Muyun and director's son, Song Qian reiterated his earlier words, causing Lu Muyun and the others to find it amusing. Lu Muyun turned to look at them. You are Xu Taohua, correct? It is an honor for you both to become the grandsons of Dr. Song. Hurry and kneel to him. Zhao Kiki stepped forward, glaring at the two. Did you hear what our lady said? Xu Taohua and the others stood foolishly. The prospect of kneeling to Song Qian and calling him grandfather was simply too humiliating. What to do? Are you deaf? Zhao Kiki's scolding voice rang out. I told you to kneel and apologize, then call him grandfather. Have your ears gone numb? Faced with Zhao Kiki's coercion, the two remained motionless. At that moment, their legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, utterly incapable of bending. After all, he was Xu Taohua. How could he possibly kneel before Song Qian? Noticing their reluctance to move, Lu Muyun spoke again. Xu Taohua, should you dare to insult Master Song, you shall find yourself at odds with the Lu family. We will spare no expense to ensure you pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Xu Taohua felt a chill run down his spine. He held no fear of Song Qian, but Lu Muyun was another matter entirely. The Lu family of Jiangsheng wielded immense wealth and power. Should Lu Muyun be provoked, there was no telling the lengths she might go to. No, Miss Lu. I sincerely apologize. How could I dare oppose the Lu family? We will kneel and apologize immediately. Xu Taohua tugged at Shuaman, and together they knelt down. Song Qian, we were in the wrong. We beg for your forgiveness. Please allow us to leave. Although they uttered these words, their hearts were filled with disdain, and even their apology was laced with contempt. Deep down, they cursed Song Qian, vowing that one day he would pay for this humiliation. After their apologies, they prepared to rise. Hold on. Song Qian interjected. You two seem to have forgotten something. Call me grandfather at once. They turned back, feeling utterly miserable. This scoundrel Song Qian was relentless. Having already knelt, he still insisted they address him as grandfather. They vowed to make him pay dearly for this in the future. Yet, with Lu Muyun standing beside them, they dared not utter threats. After much hesitation, they complied. Grandfather, we acknowledge our mistakes. Their heads hung low, feeling a deep sense of humiliation. However, they had no choice. Lu Muyun was not someone they could afford to offend, and they would have to concede this time. As for Song Qian, they would seek their revenge when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, Song Qian's parents stood beneath the window in the living room, initially considering intervening, but ultimately shook their heads in unison. At this juncture, the enmity had been established. Even if they showed mercy now, it would not be appreciated. As they witnessed the two apologize, Song Qian smirked coldly. Today he had merely used Lu Muyun's hand to teach them a lesson, but true retribution awaited them. He was confident they would not let this slide. In turn, Song Qian harbored the same sentiment. He envisioned a cat-and-mouse game, where he was the cat and they were the mice, and he would take his time to outplay them. He waved his hand dismissively. You two, do not cross my path again, otherwise you will come to regret it. Now leave. Xu Taohua seethed, slowly lifting his head. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Shuaman before turning his gaze back to Song Qian. Song Qian, in 3 days, my wedding with Shuaman will take place. I hope you have the courage to attend and witness our happiness. Oh really? Song Qian replied with a sly smile. Having just lost my job and being blacklisted by the industry, how happy could you possibly be? Nevertheless, as it's your wedding, I must prepare a grand gift for you. One that you will never forget. Xu Taohua dismissed Song Qian's so-called grand gift. He was resolute that should Song Qian dare to show up, he would ensure his demise. Xu Juanhao knew he could not contend with Lu Muyun, but he was confident that finding a way to eliminate Song Qian would be a trivial task. I hope you dare to come, he laughed maniacally, departing with Shuamian. 2 minutes later, the sound of their car departing echoed outside. Inside the car, Xu Juanhao's face was ashen, his temples throbbing. Damn it, that fool Song Qian, I will not let you off the hook. I thought I had reduced you to a fool, never expecting you to recover. Now you've crossed the line, and I will ensure your end. He continued, and your sister, Song Yao, I will see to it that she is sold into servitude, forced to endure the company of 10 men each night. As he spoke, he rubbed his stomach and slammed his hand on the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve dangerously. Juanhao, and Shuamian called out, that scoundrel Song Qian, relying on Lu Muyun's backing, made us lose face today. We cannot let him off. Otherwise, this resentment will linger. Xu Juanhao nodded firmly. Rest assured, Shuamian, I will not spare Song Qian, nor his entire family. You are the best, Juanhao. Following you is the wisest choice I have ever made. Thank you for bringing me happiness, and Shuamian said, rubbing her bruised cheek, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying as she turned to Xu Juanhao. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, what will we do now that we have both been fired and blacklisted from the industry? No worries. Xu Juanhao replied confidently. Once we return, I will speak to my mother. Surely there will be an opportunity to return to the hospital. If not, we will find other jobs. His father worked in the government, and a few words could easily secure them positions. You are truly the best. And Shuamian beamed, suddenly feeling the pain in her cheek and gasping in discomfort. How could Song Qian possibly compete with you? She said, giving Xu Juanhao a thumbs up. Of course. Xu Juanhao's face brightened slightly. Let us keep today's kneeling and calling me grandfather a secret. Even if Song Qian were to speak of it, no one would believe him. And Shuamian thought this reasoning sound. Aside from Song Qian's family, only Lu Muyun and Dean's son were present. They would not spread rumors. Even if they did, there would be no evidence. This humiliating incident must remain confidential. Otherwise, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished. As Shuamian pondered, Xu Juanhao continued. I know some martial artists. I will call a 9th-tier warrior or even a martial arts master to deal with Song Qian easily. Why bother with a sledgehammer to crack a nut? That fool Song Qian wouldn't stand a chance against you, so why waste such power? In Shuamian's mind, Song Qian was a mere weakling. Even a 1st-tier warrior could easily trample him, let alone a 9th-tier warrior. It's merely a phone call, no waste involved. On our wedding day, I doubt Song Qian will even have the courage to show up, Xu Juanhao said, grinning with satisfaction. Inviting a 9th-tier warrior will ensure Song Qian's demise. Juanhao, you are incredible. You can actually invite a 9th-tier warrior. This time, Song Qian is as good as dead. And Shuamian exclaimed, feeling the earlier humiliation dissipate as she envisioned Song Qian being dealt with. Little did she know, Song Qian had become an invincible force in his own right. To him, 9th-tier warriors were akin to ants. At Song Qian's home, the atmosphere grew quieter after Xu Juanhao and Shuamian's departure. Song Qian invited Lu Muyun and the others to rest at his home. His dwelling was exceedingly modest, nearly devoid of furniture. Lu Muyun gazed at the sparse decor, feeling a deep admiration. Truly, Song Qian was a master healer, conducting himself with remarkable humility. Despite the simplicity of his home, he did not deem it necessary to embellish it. The four of them cohabited harmoniously in such a place. As they sipped tea and exchanged pleasantries, they reminisced about the previous day's phone call where Lu Muyun and Song Yao had exchanged heated words, leading to light-hearted banter and laughter. After a while, Lu Muyun rose, exchanging a glance with Dean's son, who promptly stood as well, followed by Zhao Kiki. Master Song, we brought some small gifts for your parents and your sister, Song Yao. We shall step out to fetch it. Please bear with us for a moment. As Lu Muyun concluded her statement, Dean's son seamlessly took over the conversation. I have brought along a small token of appreciation, especially to pay a visit to Dr. Song. I must admit, the commotion here caused me to momentarily forget to retrieve it. The Song family promptly rose to their feet in response. Miss Lu, Dean's son, there is no need for such formality. Your presence alone suffices, and I extend my gratitude in advance. The Song family then followed suit and exited the room. After a brief interlude, the group returned, laden with an array of items, including various nutritional supplements and clothing. The total expenditure incurred by Lu Muyun reached several tens of thousands. The day prior, she had first visited the Song family and subsequently the Xu family. Aware of the Song family's modest means, which prompted her to bring gifts. This gesture served dual purposes, to express gratitude and to foster closer ties. With such exceptional medical expertise as Song Qian possessed, he was an individual worth cultivating a relationship with. Moreover, She had her own requests of him. Following another round of thanks, Dean Sun finally broached the main topic. Dr. Song, based on my investigation, 2 years ago, there was an individual sharing your name, also hailing from Taohua village, who sought employment at our hospital. May I inquire if this was indeed you, or someone else? Song Qian nodded affirmatively, confirming. That person is indeed I. My enmity with Xu Taohua was established before our employment. Upon receiving this confirmation, Dean Sun silently lamented the lost opportunity. A physician of such unparalleled skill not joining Jiangxing Hospital was a loss for both the institution and its patients. Dean Sun longed to extend an invitation for Song Qian to return to work, yet he required further clarification. Dr. Song, I harbor a question that I hope you might elucidate. As he spoke, Dean Sun's gaze bore a hint of admiration as he turned his attention to Song Qian. The latter nodded, inviting him to proceed. It is said that Miss Liu informed me you diagnosed her with late-stage cervical cancer merely by a glance. Song Qian nodded, signaling for him to continue. Dean Sun pressed on. However, our hospital's MRI is essential for such a diagnosis. From my understanding, discerning her condition from just a fleeting glance is quite improbable. Dean Sun articulated all his inquiries, and only after he finished did Song Qian respond with a smile. Dean Sun, many aspects of traditional Chinese medicine are difficult to explain. Even if I did, you might find it hard to believe. Perhaps it is best to maintain a sense of mystery. Nevertheless, I assure you that traditional Chinese medicine is capable of such feats. Chapter 63. An invitation for Song Qian to work at Jiangxing Hospital. To Song Qian, his words were tantamount to mere formalities. This was precisely his intention, to remain ambiguous. He could not disclose to Dean Sun that he had inherited the teachings of the Lotus Immortal and mastered the 18 Needles of Yama to heal Lu Muyun. Even if he did, it was uncertain whether Dean Sun would accept it. Upon hearing Song Qian's reticence, Dean Sun recognized the unwillingness to elaborate further and refrained from pressing on. However, one thing was clear. Song Qian was far from ordinary. His medical prowess could rival that of any expert at Jiangxing Hospital, and if he could persuade him to return, it would be akin to discovering a treasure. Dr. Song, I have thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. You sought to join our hospital 2 years ago, and it seems fate has brought us together again in such a unique manner. At this juncture, Dean Sun paused slightly, seemingly contemplating a significant resolution. Dr. Song, would you consider taking a position at Jiangxing Hospital? I would offer you the role of deputy director, allowing you to oversee the other deputy directors. Aside from myself, you would be the second in command. Fearing rejection, Dean Sun hastily laid out his terms. Regarding remuneration, I present my utmost sincerity, a monthly salary of 1 million, and should you agree, I would provide you with a 4-bedroom apartment and a vehicle worth 500,000. After stating this, Dean Sun's eager gaze fixated on Song Qian, hoping to glean some hint of his response. This was his greatest sincerity. He had exerted every effort. A monthly salary of 1 million was unprecedented, and the added offer of housing and a car was a luxury even he, as a dean, had never experienced. Song Yao, overhearing this, was filled with excitement. My goodness, a monthly salary of 1 million, plus a house and a car. My brother is about to become wealthy. You must agree. She clenched her fists, rising with fervor. Song Yongfu, hearing this, thought he had misheard. Dean Sun, you cannot be joking. A monthly salary of 1 million? That amounts to 12 million a year, along with a house and a luxury car. It is simply beyond my wildest dreams. Throughout his life, Song Yongfu had toiled endlessly. With only a little over 50,000 in his bank account, which he had saved for Song Qian's education. Now, Dean Sun was offering an astronomical sum of 1 million a month to hire Song Qian as deputy director, an unexpected windfall. 12 million a year was something he could hardly fathom. Dean Sun nodded solemnly. Brother Song, Dr. Song's capabilities are remarkable. Having him join our hospital would be our honor. I have already lowered myself to offer such benefits, yet I fear they may still be insufficient. Is it truly 1 million a month? Lu Shufan's eyes widened, her lips twitching in disbelief, her palms clammy with excitement. To earn that much, how many fortunes would one amass? If this is the case, the Song family is truly set to soar to new heights thanks to Song Qian. Did you not hear correctly? Dean Sun reiterated, 1 million a month, with a year-end bonus of an additional million. A year-end bonus as well? Song Yao could no longer contain her enthusiasm, exclaiming, Brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly accept Dean Sun's offer. A monthly salary of 1 million. I never even dared to dream of such a thing. Both Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan gazed at Song Qian, their astonishment palpable. Such an unexpected windfall had taken them by surprise, and they fervently hoped for his acceptance. This was a monthly salary of 1 million, not an annual one. The Song family had longed for a single talent to emerge, not just 1 million a year, but 1 million monthly would warrant offerings to their ancestors with incense and reverence. Yet, amidst the eager gazes surrounding him, Song Qian shook his head. Dean's son, I appreciate your kindness, but I have numerous commitments at present and cannot dedicate time to work at the hospital. Song Qian's rejection was anticipated by Dean's son. Yet he had not expected such a decisive refusal. Dr. Song, the monthly salary of 1 million, along with a car and a house, represents my utmost sincerity. If the salary does not meet your expectations, I can explore other avenues. Unfortunately, that will not be necessary, Song Qian replied, shaking his head once more. I have been ill for over 2 years and have many matters to attend to. I truly cannot find the time to work there. It is not a matter of compensation. I hope for your understanding. Faced with this second rejection, Dean's son was compelled to concede. It was clear that no matter how much he offered, it would not resonate with Song Qian, who could effortlessly earn millions each month through his medical practice. Indeed, a monthly salary of 1 million was trivial in comparison. Dr. Song, this is indeed regrettable. However, I have a request. Should the hospital encounter any challenging cases and you happen to have time, would you be willing to assist? Compensation would be provided on a per-case basis. Song Qian pondered for a moment before smiling and nodding. If time permits, I would be open to considering it. This arrangement was ideal for him. Should the hospital face difficult cases and offer appropriate compensation, he would be willing to render his services. This was a more advantageous proposition than a monthly salary of 1 million. Thank you, Dr. Song, for your understanding. Dean's son stood up and shook hands with Song Qian, once again expressing his gratitude. On the side, Song Yao wore a rather displeased expression. Could it be that Song Qian had lost his senses again? He turned down 1 million monthly salary. Having rejected such an offer, was his mind befuddled? That amounted to over 12 million a year. Song Yao had long been dreaming of wealth. Yet today the opportunity had presented itself, and Song Qian had the audacity to refuse it? She bit her lip, feeling an urge to reprimand him. However, in the presence of others, she managed to restrain herself. Meanwhile, Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan also bore grim expressions. The opportunity was right before them, and the family was on the brink of soaring to new heights, yet they watched helplessly as Song Qian declined it. What a pity. Song Yongfu hesitated. Then after a moment's thought, he finally spoke up. You currently lack a proper job, and Dean's son's offer is indeed generous. Why not consider it? Song Yongfu, in a tone that suggested negotiation, attempted to persuade his son. After all, 1 million a month was no mere pipe dream. To let such an opportunity slip away would be truly regrettable. As a sanitation worker, Song Yongfu earned barely over 20,000 a year. But if Song Qian took the job, he could earn over 30,000 in just one day. A day's work for Song Qian would equal a year's earnings for him. Indeed, son, why not heed your father's advice? You currently have no job. So why not take the position at Jiangxing Hospital? Lu Shufan looked at Song Qian and added her encouragement. Just as Song Qian was about to respond, Song Yao interjected. Brother, why not listen to mom and dad? They would never steer you wrong. 1 million a month is not easy to come by. Song Yao yearned to express that if Song Qian was unwilling to take the job, she would gladly accept it for a mere 10,000 a month, and would be overjoyed, let alone 1 million. Song Qian shook his head. Mom, Dad, little sister, rest assured. If I decide to find a job, I will certainly secure one promptly. To soothe his parents, he shifted the conversation. Moreover, Dean's son's offer of 1 million a month does not mean I have to start immediately. Even if I decide to work at the hospital in a couple of months, I believe Dean's son would still welcome me. At this point, Song Qian looked towards Dean's Sunday. Isn't that right, Dean's son? Dean's son nodded eagerly, smiling. Absolutely. As long as Dr. Song is willing to join us, the doors of Jiangxing Hospital will always be open for you. You can come anytime. Upon hearing Dean's son's words, Song Yongfu and Lu Shufan, along with Song Yao, all breathed a sigh of relief. There was still hope. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Lu Muyun took the opportunity to interject. Dr. Song, may I request a moment of your time outside? I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was pleased, as he also had something to convey. Lu Muyun had initiated the conversation, so he readily agreed. Let us step outside then. We can talk in the car. I have matters to discuss with you as well, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun was momentarily taken aback. What could Dr. Song possibly want to discuss with her? Could it be related to her condition, perhaps indicating a new development? It seemed unlikely, as she had been told last night that she was already on the mend. What, then, did Dr. Song wish to say? With an anxious heart, she followed Song Qian, glancing back at Zhao Kiki and Dean Sunday. Please wait a moment. Dean's son waved his hand dismissively. No problem. This is a perfect opportunity for me to converse with Dr. Song's parents. He had longed for a chance to discuss with them and persuade them to encourage Song Qian to join Jiangqing Hospital. Once outside, the two did not enter the car. Song Qian led Lu Muyun to a secluded spot by the roadside, standing beneath a large tree, and turned to face her. "Miss Lu, let us converse here. I noticed you seemed hesitant earlier. Please feel free to speak your mind." At that moment, Lu Muyun bowed respectfully to Song Qian. After straightening up, she spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "Dr. Song, I implore you to save my grandfather." "Yes, the situation is as follows." Lu Muyun recounted her grandfather's condition. 3 months prior, he had suddenly lost his senses and was rushed to the hospital. Despite 3 months of treatment, there had been no improvement. Various doctors had attended him, and substantial sums had been spent, yet his condition remained erratic and deteriorating. At times, he could still recognize Lu Muyun, but in severe episodes, he could not even remember his own identity. In blunt terms, it resembled dementia, yet it was not quite that. In any case, the peculiar nature of his ailment left many esteemed doctors at a loss. The Lu family's situation was somewhat unique. Lu Muyun's father had married 3 times. His first wife, who was also Lu Muyun's mother, passed away from a terminal illness when Lu Muyun was 3. Subsequently, her father remarried a younger woman, who bore Lu Muyun a brother after a year. However, this bliss was short-lived, as the stepmother also died within a year, leaving Lu Muyun with a half-brother. Her father, still young, married again a few months later. This became Lu Muyun's second stepmother, who was young and beautiful, managing the household quite adeptly. Soon after, she gave birth to another brother for Lu Muyun. Thus, Lu Muyun had 2 brothers, both of whom shared the same fate of being motherless, with only the youngest brother experiencing a relatively happier childhood. However, Lu Muyun was exceptionally bright and beautiful from a young age, and her grandfather cherished her deeply, grooming her as the heir to the family. As she grew, Lu Muyun lived up to expectations, excelling in various aspects, outshining her brothers. Yet recently, the dynamics shifted. As her grandfather became increasingly disoriented, her brothers began to stir restlessly. Especially the youngest brother, emboldened by support from their stepmother, had become increasingly audacious, forming factions within the family and causing considerable upheaval. While Lu Muyun sought treatment for her grandfather, she also had to stabilize internal family matters. If her grandfather did not recover soon, the family business could descend into chaos. Fortunately, despite her brother's antics, the family's internal communications were tightly controlled, and little information about her grandfather's condition had leaked to the outside world. However, as time dragged on over the past 2 to 3 months, despite their attempts at secrecy, whispers of the situation had begun to circulate, affecting the family business. Lu Muyun exerted every effort to keep the family business afloat. But if the situation persisted, she feared she might not be able to hold on much longer. In this critical moment, Lu Muyun was also diagnosed with late-stage cervical cancer. Luckily, she had encountered Song Qian, which had helped her emerge from her nightmare. What Lu Muyun desired was for Song Qian to heal her grandfather. Upon hearing her story, Song Qian was equally moved. The complexities within the Lu family were indeed intricate. However, such instability might prove advantageous for him. He stroked his chin, feigning deep contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke slowly. "Miss Lu, having shared your family's circumstances and your grandfather's condition with me, it seems you genuinely believe in my abilities. If that is the case, allow me to reassure you, regardless of your beliefs, I speak nothing but the truth. There is no illness in this world that I cannot heal. Even if someone has been deceased for several hours, I possess the means to revive them." Song Qian's words were measured, yet they bore an air of confidence. The lineage of the Lotus Immortal's inheritance, the Yama's 18 Needles, could indeed resurrect the dead. And he was not merely boasting. If Song Qian claimed he could cure it, then he would. Lu Muyun listened, astonished. The fact that Song Qian had cured her cervical cancer in merely half an hour through the application of silver needles had already surpassed her expectations. Yet now, his proclamation transcended her comprehension. In this world, if there truly exists a miraculous medical practice capable of resurrecting the deceased, the affluent who have passed away would undoubtedly be the first to seek treatment. Despite numerous doubts, it is an undeniable fact that Song Qian managed to cure her own ailment. Moreover, given the unique circumstances surrounding her grandfather's condition, she had already consulted all the available doctors to no avail. To speak rather bluntly, her grandfather's illness seemed like a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. It was worth a try, as it was certainly better than doing nothing at all. Thus, the only option left was to place her trust in Song Qian. "Divine Healer Song, I believe in you. Please assist my grandfather in his recovery. Should he regain his health, I will ensure you are generously rewarded." Chapter 65. I am willing to devote myself. With eyes filled with hope, Lu Muyun could not help but gaze at Song Qian. She had already exhausted all conceivable methods. Only Song Qian could offer her a glimmer of hope. As for the reward, she would leave that to him. At this point, Song Qian added an additional condition. Miss Lu, I can assure you that I will cure your grandfather, but there are a few minor conditions. With that, he paused, shifting his gaze from afar back to Lu Muyun. As long as you can heal my grandfather, I will agree to any conditions you set forth, even if it means I would be willing to devote myself to you. Lu Muyun stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She bit her lower lip, a rosy hue gracing her face, her eyelashes fluttering shyly as she lowered her head. Even if it meant devoting myself, I am willing. Lu Muyun's words were hesitant, her face a blend of shyness and color. Though the Lu family appeared formidable, they were crumbling from within due to her grandfather's illness. If he did not recover, the situation would be dire, especially with her two brothers already making bold moves to seize control of the family business. Observing Lu Muyun's bashful demeanor, Song Qian smiled faintly. This Miss Lu was truly willing to go to great lengths for her grandfather's health, even considering such a drastic proposition. How commendable. After her grandfather's recovery, she must relay this event to him. The notion of her offering herself stirred something within Song Qian, yet it was not his primary concern. What truly captivated him was the pendant adorning her neck. As for this delicate beauty, it would be lovely to hold her close. But the urgent matter remained the jade pendant. Miss Lu, he gestured, the matter is not as you might envision. I can agree to your request and guarantee your grandfather's recovery, but you must also agree to 3 of my conditions. Lu Muyun nodded earnestly. 3 conditions? Even 300. I would accept. Divine Healer Song, please go on. Song Qian stroked his chin, casting a glance at Lu Muyun's lovely face. Then lowering his gaze to the necklace around her neck, and then to the area near her heart. His gaze made Lu Muyun blush profusely. She misinterpreted his intentions, believing he was captivated by her beauty. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Song Qian stated, among the 3 conditions, the first concerns the necklace and pendant you wear. It is not a matter of you offering yourself. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. My apologies. Lu Muyun laughed awkwardly at his words. Having thought Song Qian was like other men, drawn to her beauty, when in reality, he was focused on the pendant. Divine Healer Song, why do you want it? Lu Muyun stammered, clearly taken aback by his request for her ancestral treasure. This was a family heirloom. Why was Song Qian fixated on this necklace? Lu Muyun narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. Just yesterday, she had promised Song Qian that if he cured her grandfather, she would reveal the necklace's origin. Yet today, he was requesting it. Could it be that Song Qian understood its significance better than she did? Just as Lu Muyun was lost in thought, Song Qian spoke up. Miss Lu, I merely find this necklace beautiful and wish to take it to give it to my mother. Regrettably, Song Qian had to fabricate a story. He could not disclose that the pendant was a fragment of the divine consciousness of the lotus flower immortal emperor. That was a secret he must keep. Lu Muyun appeared skeptical of his explanation. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, what about the 2nd and 3rd conditions? Please share them as well. Song Qian shook his head. I have not yet conceived the latter 2 conditions. I will inform you once I have thought them through. It was not that he was unwilling to disclose them. Rather, he had not yet formulated them. The reason for proposing 3 conditions was to obscure the first. As for the latter 2, a modest financial compensation would suffice, with more being preferable. Lu Muyun pondered for a moment and nodded. I agree to your terms. Additionally, she added, I am willing to part with the necklace and pendant, but only after you have healed my grandfather. This was a family heirloom, and under normal circumstances, Lu Muyun should not have easily consented. Nevertheless, given the current predicament, she found herself at a disadvantage. Her grandfather's health was deteriorating rapidly. If timely treatment was not administered, the Lu family could face dire consequences, potentially leading to bankruptcy. What use was the pendant if it could not be utilized? Having previously valued the heirloom at several tens of millions, Lu Muyun concluded that losing it was a small price to pay in light of her grandfather's health. With a hearty smile, Song Qian nodded. It is settled then. I can commence treatment at any time. He was determined to acquire the necklace. Lu Muyun was still courteous. Thus he refrained from resorting to forceful measures. Should she dare to renege on their agreement, he would simply take it by other means. Ultimately, he was resolute in obtaining what he sought. Upon hearing Song Qian's agreement, Lu Muyun respectfully bowed, thanking him in advance. Let us depart at once. After you, Miss Lu. Song Qian gestured graciously. Lu Muyun proceeded ahead towards his home. Upon returning, Song Qian's father, Song Yongfu, pulled him aside into another room to discuss matters. The essence of the conversation was straightforward. He urged Song Qian to begin working at the Jiangxing hospital immediately. After some contemplation, Song Qian indirectly declined his father's suggestion, citing pressing matters to attend to in the coming days. His mother and sister also attempted to persuade him, but Song Qian shook his head, not allowing them the opportunity to speak. What a jest! A monthly salary of 1 million was enticing, and while he was indeed in need of money, he could not bring himself to accept the job. To be blunt, the Jiangxing hospital was a treacherous place, and Song Qian, akin to a bodhisattva, had no desire to wade into such murky waters. In contemporary hospitals, how many genuinely prioritize the well-being of patients? And among the physicians, how many truly have the patient's best interests at heart? Chapter 66, A Family Overturned. Everyone is driven by self-interest. While Song Qian aspires to earn a fortune, he is resolute in earning what is rightfully his, refusing to compromise his integrity or submit to the constraints imposed by the hospital. Should he choose to work there, the Lotus Immortal would surely scold him mercilessly for squandering his unparalleled medical skills in such a trivial establishment, a notion too absurd to fathom. As he stepped onto the roadside, a van sped towards him and came to a halt. Several individuals emerged from the vehicle, and upon recognizing them, Song Qian's expression darkened. Among them was his detestable cousin, Lu Zhenxiong. Fortunately, this time his uncle was absent. Besides Lu Zhenxiong and his aunt Ding Yongmei, there were 3 or 4 more burly men accompanying them. Lu Zhenxiong, with a white bandage on his head stained with fresh blood, swaggered towards Song Qian. Song Qian, you borrowed 50,000 from us and don't intend to pay a single cent in interest? Do you think it's that easy to get away with it? He proclaimed. I'm giving you one chance. Transfer 20,000 in interest. If you dare to fall short by even a penny, I'll have my brothers deal with you. 20,000 is hardly sufficient, Ding Yongmei interjected. Just now, Xiaoxiong crashed into a wall in your yard. The medical expenses alone will require at least another 10,000. This aunt truly believed herself to be a deity of wealth. After receiving the principal, she demanded an additional 20,000 in interest, and yet this was deemed insufficient. She also sought compensation for medical expenses. What outrageous reasoning! Ding Yongmei, you're overestimating your importance, Song Qian retorted, addressing her directly without a hint of respect. Unwilling to feign cordiality, the commotion outside attracted the attention of his family, and soon his parents and sister appeared at the roadside. Upon seeing Ding Yongmei and her entourage, Lu Shufan's countenance fell. Sister-in-law, please cease this ruckus. Xiaoqian has already returned the 50,000. Why must you create discord? Ding Yongmei, with a dismissive flourish of her sleeve, replied arrogantly, the principal has indeed been returned, but the interest remains unpaid. My son was injured at your home. The treatment costs are still outstanding. If we don't receive an additional 30,000 today, we want to leave, and I'll make sure the entire neighborhood knows. Lu Zhenxiong chimed in, exactly. This is what your family owes us. You think you can weasel out of it just because we're relatives? He touched the bandage on his head, still in pain from the bizarre ailment that had struck him unexpectedly, despite the hospital's assurance that there was no issue. At that moment, Lu Muyun turned to Song Qian and whispered, we don't have time to waste on them. Should I help you drive them away? These people are nothing but ruffians. Song Qian smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Having someone come to his aid was indeed a welcome prospect. Lu Muyun shifted her gaze to Zhao Kiki, who understood her cue and stepped forward, her eyes flashing with determination as she addressed the group. Who dares to bully the divine Dr. Song? Do you think you can obstruct our young lady's affairs without consequences? Ding Yongmei's displeasure was palpable. Who are you barking at? Before she could finish, Zhao Kiki struck her with 2 swift slaps. Who's the mad dog here? Clean up your language. Ding Yongmei, taken aback, stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Throwing a tantrum. Help. Someone is attacking me. Seeing his mother assaulted, Lu Zhenxiong could hardly contain his rage. He charged at Zhao Kiki. However, Zhao Kiki, a skilled driver and bodyguard trained in martial arts, was not intimidated. She delivered a swift kick to Lu Zhenxiong's thigh, causing him to tumble backward and slide 2 meters before coming to rest. The burly men accompanying him were momentarily stunned as they witnessed Lu Zhenxiong's fall. Upon exchanging glances, they attempted to surround Zhao Kiki, but she was quick to retaliate, swiftly overpowering them. Watching Zhao Kiki deal with the assailants, Song Qian couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This was a delightful spectacle, as he relished the thought of utilizing others to vanquish his foes. Since acquiring his inheritance, he had yet to engage in combat himself, fearing he might inadvertently cause serious harm to such weak opponents. Stop. Please, don't escalate this. His mother, Lu Shufan, rushed forward to prevent Zhao Kiki from going too far, concerned about the potential consequences. A lesson is sufficient. We can't afford to create a scandal. Lu Muyun waved her hand, signaling Zhao Qi to halt. That's enough. Just give them a taste of their own medicine. Afterward, she addressed the group. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Muyun of the Lu Group in Jiangqing. Song Qian is not only my friend, but also my savior. Should you wish to harm my benefactor's family, do not blame me for being ungracious. This is your final warning. Otherwise, I shall ensure your downfall. Lu Zhenxiong trembled at her words, wiping the blood from his mouth as he looked up to scrutinize Lu Muyun closely. His realization hit him like a thunderbolt. Indeed, she was Lu Muyun. In his haste to confront Song Qian, he had failed to recognize her beauty, but now, fear coursed through him. How could he provoke the Lu family? Regardless of their status, he could not afford to offend her. Stop. Don't speak recklessly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Zhenxiong hurriedly intervened. Mother, she is the young lady of the Lu family, affiliated with the Jiangqing Lu Group. We cannot afford to anger her. Chapter 67. The Lu family of Jiangqing. At this moment, Lu Zhenxiong comprehended the severity of the predicament. How had Song Qian, this fool, come to know Lu Muyun, the esteemed daughter of the Lu family? He could hardly bear to look her in the eye, yet here was Song Qian, standing proudly beside her. How had this foolish man struck such fortune, aligning himself with the Lu family's illustrious daughter? It was a dramatic turn of events indeed. If Lu Zhenxiong had known of their connection, he would not have dared to demand interest, let alone the principal. The Lu family's young lady was a force to be reckoned with, and he realized that Song Qian's repayment of the loan might have been facilitated by her support, indicating that Song Qian had potentially risen to prominence. Miss Lu, I apologize. My mother was unaware of your identity. Ignorance is no excuse, and I ask for your forgiveness on her behalf. From this moment forth, we shall no longer trouble the Song family. I implore you, Miss Lu, to spare us. Lu Zhenxiong's brothers also joined in the pleas. The floodwaters have overwhelmed the Dragon King Temple. They have inadvertently provoked Lu Muyun, a figure of great stature. Who are they to challenge her? Under Lu Zhenxiong's guidance, they all begged for mercy. Lu Muyun stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression frosty. Disregarding their supplications entirely, realizing their pleas were in vain, Lu Zhenxiong grew desperate. Ignoring his wounds and the searing pain radiating from his body, he crawled towards Song Qian. Grasping her calf, "Cousin, I am your elder brother. Our families are related. Please, speak a kind word on our behalf and persuade Miss Lu to forgive us." Song Qian remained unmoved, a disdainful snort escaping her lips. "I preferred your earlier arrogance. Just moments ago, you flaunted your bravado. Did you not recall our familial ties? Now you seek my favor? It is too late." Seeing Lu Zhenxiong's distress, Ding Yongmei felt a surge of anxiety. She had never anticipated that their actions would attract such formidable attention. She leaned forward, crawling to Song Qian. "Little Qian, I am your aunt. I have watched you grow. Please, utter a kind word and convince Miss Lu to pardon us." Song Qian's demeanor remained cold, a scoff escaping her. "Now you seek my assistance? Where is that arrogance now? This mother-son duo showcases the art of bullying the weak while fearing the strong, and now they recognize their vulnerability." With a chilling smile, Song Qian remained silent. As their pleas fell on deaf ears, Lu Zhenxiong turned in desperation towards Song Qian's parents and her younger sister. "Aunt, please speak a kind word for us. Uncle, we beg you. If Miss Lu does not forgive us, we may face dire consequences." Song Qian, not wishing to burden her parents further, finally spoke. "Lu Zhenxiong, Ding Yongmei, let me ask you this. The principal has been returned to your family. Do you still demand the 20,000 in interest?" Ding Yongmei shook her head frantically. No, absolutely not." Lu Zhenxiong feigned ignorance, shaking his head vigorously. "It was merely a misunderstanding. Since you have returned the principal, why would we demand interest? Please forgive us, cousin." With a faint smile, Song Qian pressed on. "Did you not sustain injuries at our home? What about the medical expenses?" Both shook their heads in unison. No. How could I demand medical fees?" Lu Zhenxiong exclaimed hastily. "I was only joking. I damaged your wall, and it is enough that you do not seek reparations." Waving his hand dismissively, Song Qian replied, "Forget it. Our crumbling wall was bound to collapse eventually. No need for your repairs." She then emphasized, "Cousin, this is the last time. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will bear the consequences alone, and I cannot protect you." Lu Zhenxiong nodded vigorously, his courage dissipated. "I assure you, it will not happen again." At that moment, Zhao Qi interjected, "Let me make it clear. Song Qian is the savior of our young lady. If you dare to misbehave again, it will be your undoing." The group trembled on the ground like frightened chicks in a slaughterhouse, fearful of losing their lives. "Leave." With Zhao Qi's command, they scrambled to their feet, hastily making their exit. Once they had departed, Song Qian approached her parents, offering a few final words before taking her seat in Lu Muyun's car. Inside, Lu Muyun briefly recounted the origins of the pendant. Upon hearing, Song Qian found it aligned with her earlier speculations. The pendant had been discovered by Lu's ancestors. Moreover, sitting beside Lu Muyun, the primordial lotus within Song Qian's dantian began to quiver involuntarily. This realization provided her with insight. Whenever fragments of the divine consciousness lotus appeared nearby, her primordial lotus would exhibit excitement. This revelation would facilitate her future quests for other fragments of divine consciousness lotus. In Jiangqing, the Dragon Garden Villa district boasts the most opulent villas, with prices ranging from tens of millions to over 100 million. Lu Muyun's family residence is situated here. Within the villa, Lu Muyun's grandfather, Lu Taichu, sat in a daze on his bed, awaiting a doctor's examination. Lu Muyun's two brothers, along with their stepmother Li Chunmei and father Lu Fuxing, crowded the room. Suddenly, Li Chunmei spoke up. Lu Muyun is neglecting her grandfather. I heard she went to Taohua village early this morning. What could she possibly be doing? As soon as she finished, her son Lu Ha chimed in. Since grandfather fell ill, she has become increasingly reckless, gallivanting around with her little bodyguard Zhao Kiki. I have witnessed her frequenting extravagant establishments, likely consorting with unsavory men. She is a disgrace to our family. Lu Ha's indignation was palpable. Among the three siblings, Lu Muyun, the eldest, and Lu Ji, the second, had lost their mother early on, leaving Lu Ha to feel the most fortunate. Logically, their grandfather should nurture him to inherit the family legacy. Yet Lu Ha found himself watching Lu Muyun seize control of the company. He could hardly stomach the sight of her gradually consolidating power. How can a girl manage a company? I am the rightful heir. Lu Ha thought bitterly, feeling resentful that their grandfather, in his old age, failed to recognize his worth. Lu Muyun will eventually marry, and when she does, the company will be handed over to someone else. Thus, while the three siblings maintained a facade of cordiality, beneath the surface, they each harbored ulterior motives. Listening to Lu Ha, Lu Ji remained silent until he finally voiced his own grievances. Although Lu Muyun is our elder sister, her actions are indeed questionable. With grandfather's condition so dire, she should not be indulging in leisure. Lu Ji's remarks aligned perfectly with Li Chunmei's intentions. Frowning, she feigned sorrow. If the Lu group does not rectify its internal management and allows Lu Muyun to squander resources, it will inevitably lead to ruin. Lu Fuxing furrowed his brow, acknowledging some validity in their complaints. Yet he knew that Lu Muyun's contributions over the past few months were evident. Had it not been for her efforts, the Lu group would have descended into chaos. Waving his hand, he admonished, "You all need to quiet down. Do not disturb the old man's rest. If you continue to babble, you can all leave." With that, the three fell silent. Their complaints had been aimed at Lu Fuxing, attempting to convey how unworthy they believed Lu Muyun to be, while simultaneously seeking to elevate Lu Ha's standing in his father's eyes for future endeavors. At that moment, Lu Fuxing's phone rang. He answered promptly. "Dr. Wang, have you arrived?" An elderly voice responded from the other end. "I am at the entrance of the community." Lu Fuxing's spirits lifted. He had invested a significant sum and gone to great lengths to secure Dr. Wang's assistance. Dr. Wang has arrived. Surely he will be able to cure my father's ailment. Once my father recovers, everything will soon return to normal, and the Lu group will not fall into crisis. No need. You three stay at home and wait. The busy tone echoed on the phone. Upon hanging up, Lu Fuxing's face broke into a joyful smile as he turned his gaze towards his wife and two sons. You three, make sure to cooperate well later. Think carefully about what should and should not be said in front of Dr. Wang. Lu Fuxing warned before descending the stairs. Although Dr. Wang had stated that it was unnecessary for him to go and greet him, it is the least respect and etiquette one can show. A few minutes later, Lu Fuxing returned. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Wang, Lu Fuxing said, leading Dr. Wang to his father's bedside. At that moment, the elder Lu Taichu had his eyes half closed, appearing drowsy and slightly swaying, on the verge of falling asleep. Dr. Wang approached Lu Taichu and began to take his pulse. The more he examined, the more furrowed his brow became. Such an unusual pulse was unlike anything he had ever encountered. This pulse is exceedingly strange. In all my years of traveling and practicing medicine, I have seen countless pulse patterns, but this… Dr. Wang spoke slowly, suddenly gasping in surprise. His brow furrowed deeply, almost as if he could crush a fly with it. Hearing Dr. Wang sigh, Lu Fuxing's heart leapt to his throat. Dr. Wang was his greatest hope. He could not bear the thought of disappointment. However, with Dr. Wang's sighs, Lu Fuxing felt that the situation was far from simple. At that moment, Dr. Wang's sigh echoed again. This is the soul lock pulse. Indeed, it is the soul lock pulse, Dr. Wang exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After years of practice, he had encountered the legendary soul lock pulse, a condition deemed beyond remedy. Dr. Wang released his grip and wiped away the cold sweat. This particular pulse signified that the king of hell had locked the patient's soul. The patient was destined to die without question. Dr. Wang took 2 steps back, shaking his head helplessly. Lu family head, I am truly sorry. But there is nothing I can do. You should prepare for the inevitable. Even a celestial being cannot help. As he spoke, Dr. Wang sighed again. Encountering such a pulse was indeed unfortunate for him. Listening to Dr. Wang's words, Lu Fuxing's expression darkened. What exactly is the soul lock pulse? Is there truly such a phenomenon? Since his father's illness, Lu Fuxing had seen many renowned physicians, yet he had never heard anyone mention it before. Dr. Wang. Lu Fuxing trembled with his words, his face turning pale. Among all the physicians I have invited, you are the most formidable. I implore you to save my father. Lu Fuxing pleaded, his voice quivering. If even Dr. Wang could not save his father, then who in the world could? Lu Fuxing felt despair creeping in. With his father incapacitated, the family was in turmoil, and the Lu group was precariously close to collapse. What would happen if his father could not recover? Dr. Wang shook his head. Lu family head, I am truly sorry. This is the soul lock pulse. The king of hell has already sealed his soul. Not even a divine being can intervene. I advise you to prepare for the inevitable. With that, Dr. Wang sighed heavily again. In the realm of medicine, there is a saying, encountering a soul lock pulse signifies that the physician's future will be fraught with misfortune. Diagnosing such a pulse is akin to provoking the king of hell. Yet, Dr. Wang, in his moment of indiscretion, had spoken it aloud. Lu Fuxing grasped Dr. Wang's hand, pleading once more, but no matter how he implored, Dr. Wang remained unmoved. There was simply no remedy. What could be done? Listening to Dr. Wang's words, Lu He revealed a barely perceptible smirk. The unfolding events were entirely within his control. If the elder were to pass, it was precisely what he desired. Lu Ji stood nearby, concern etched on his face. If grandfather were to meet an untimely demise, he needed to strategize quickly to avoid chaos and ensure his share of power within the Lu group. On the surface, Li Chunmei appeared worried. Yet beneath that facade lay a subtle smile, filled with both satisfaction and joy. Suddenly, Lu Fuxing interjected, Dr. Wang, I implore you to consider a solution. Initially, we agreed on a treatment fee of 10 million. If you can heal my father, I can offer you 20 million. I beg you. Dr. Wang sighed, his expression turning grave. If he had a solution, he would not have uttered such words earlier. Lu family head, I have said everything that needs to be said. You promised me 500,000. Whether or not you succeeded in treatment, I will not ask for it now. My sincerest apologies. Lu Taichu's condition was not merely a matter of finances. This illness was unprecedented for Dr. Wang, who had practiced medicine for decades. He felt utterly unfortunate. The soul lock pulse indicated that the patient's soul had been sealed by the king of hell, and with each passing moment, a portion of the soul was drawn away. Each person possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. As the souls diminish, the individual becomes foolish and delusional, suffering severe memory loss akin to dementia. Over time, once all 3 souls and 7 spirits are completely extracted, the individual meets their end. Currently, Lu Taichu's condition indicated that at least half of his souls had been drawn away, and this loss was accelerating. It would not be long before he met his demise. Dr. Wang sighed once more, preparing to turn and leave. Just then, footsteps approached from outside. The door swung open, and Lu Muyun burst in, accompanied by Song Qian. Her expression anxious as she spotted her grandfather on the sickbed. Grandfather, Muyun has come to see you. As Lu Muyun moved forward, Lu He stepped in her way. Lu Muyun, where have you been? You knew that father had invited Dr. Wang to treat grandfather, yet you disappeared early this morning. What are you up to? Do you even care about grandfather? Lu Muyun frowned, casting a cold glare at Lu He. Father indeed mentioned that he had invited a physician to treat grandfather in the coming days, but he did not specify when the physician would arrive. Moreover, given Lu Muyun's own terminal illness, she had somewhat neglected the matter of the physician's visit. After all, with so many family members present, it sufficed that someone was there to attend to grandfather. Her presence or absence would not impact the treatment. This morning, she had already been in Taohua village when her father informed her that treatment would occur today. However, she was engaged in a conversation with Song Qian and merely promised her father she would return promptly. Yet now, Lu He was accusing her outright. Faced with Lu He's interrogation, Lu Muyun did not offer a pleasant response, as their relationship had already soured in recent days. Where I go is none of your concern. Step aside, I want to see grandfather. As she spoke, Lu Muyun attempted to push past Lu Ha. Lu Ha spread his arms wide, still blocking her path. You are exceedingly unfilial. At such a crucial moment for grandfather's treatment, you are nowhere to be found. How could you forget how well grandfather treated you? If he knew you were such a person, he would surely be furious. As Lu Ha finished, Lu Ji interjected, Sister, Lu Ha is right. Your actions today have indeed gone too far. Dr. Wang is here to treat grandfather, and you haven't even shown your face. Have you forgotten all the kindness grandfather has shown you? Li Chunmei stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Lu Muyun. You wretched girl, your two brothers are correct. You must apologize to everyone for today's events. Otherwise, I shall represent grandfather and deliver 2 slaps to you. As she witnessed the 3 of them turning against her with their words, Lu Muyun felt her heart sink. Lu Muyun's expression darkened significantly. It seemed that her stepmother and her 2 younger brothers, Lu Ha, had conspired together, exhibiting an unusual hostility today. What had she done to provoke them? When their grandfather had fallen ill, Lu Muyun had gone to great lengths to summon renowned doctors from various places to treat him, during which time they were absent. Yet today, these individuals appeared as if they were ignited by gunpowder. The more they acted this way, the more Lu Muyun felt there was something amiss. Particularly with her stepmother and Lu Ha, who had been consistently confrontational since their grandfather's illness began. Their intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. Where I go is none of your concern. I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. Kindly step aside, Lu Muyun declared, her gaze shifting to her father, Lu Fuxing. Lu Fuxing waved his hand. Enough. Must you create such a ruckus in front of the old master and Dr. Wang? With their father's intervention, Lu Ha had no choice but to relent. He stepped aside, allowing Lu Muyun to approach Lu Taichu, gently linking her arm with the old man's. Grandfather, how are you feeling? Lu Taichu stared blankly, his eyelids drooping as he gazed at the ground. Lu Muyun's concern seemed to have gone unheard, as he remained motionless. Grandfather, please do not frighten me. It is Muyun. Speak to me and touch my hand, or stroke my head. As she spoke, Lu Muyun leaned closer, rubbing her forehead against Lu Taichu, yet he remained in a daze. Lost in thought. No matter what Lu Muyun said, Lu Taichu remained unresponsive. Releasing her grandfather, she turned her attention back to Lu Fuxing. Father, I left early this morning to invite a renowned doctor for grandfather. Dr. Song has already arrived. Let him treat grandfather. Shifting her gaze from her father, Lu Muyun addressed Dr. Song. Dr. Song, please examine my grandfather. Just as Dr. Song took a couple of steps forward, he was obstructed by Lu Ha. You claim to be a doctor? You look more like a fraud from the countryside, Lu Ha retorted, a mocking expression on his face. He scrutinized Dr. Song from head to toe, noting that despite his new attire, the young man appeared quite juvenile, likely around 20 years old. A person of your age cannot possibly be a doctor, he scoffed. Lu Ha, akin to a fly, had already been warned by Lu Muyun about his brother's troublesome nature, and she had advised him to avoid conflict until after their grandfather's recovery, at which point he could settle accounts with Lu Ha. Dr. Song regarded Lu Ha with a slight furrow of his brow. He too wished to discern whether Lu Muyun's 2 brothers and that stepmother were indeed of a similar ilk. Young Master Lu, would you kindly step aside? Dr. Song attempted to be courteous, probing the other party. Lu Ha blocked his path. You little brat. How dare you claim to be a doctor at such a young age? You should know your place. This is the Lu family. I advise you to leave at once. Lu Ha bellowed, pointing toward the door. At that moment, Lu Ji chimed in. You look to be around 20, possibly younger than I am. And yet you dare to call yourself a doctor? My grandfather's condition is unique and beyond your capabilities, so be on your way. Lu Muyun was incensed. Stepping closer to Lu Ha. Both of you, silence. The esteemed doctor I have painstakingly invited does not require your petty critiques. Dr. Wang, standing nearby, wore a cold smirk. He thought to himself how the world had changed. A mere youth dared to proclaim himself a doctor. Such pretentiousness would surely lead to his downfall in the future. At such a young age, why not focus on a proper career instead of masquerading as a doctor? A true professional would see through your charade in an instant. Moreover, this is the Lu family. Young man, I have already examined old Master Lu's condition. Not even a deity could save him. Do not seek to create further trouble. Dr. Wang spoke, maintaining a modicum of politeness. Just as Dr. Song was about to respond, Lu Fuxing interjected, Young man, given your youth and that you were invited by our Muyun, I shall overlook this matter. Kindly take your leave, my apologies. Chapter 70. Treatment encountering obstacles. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun became frantic. Father, what are you saying? She furrowed her brow, casting an apologetic glance at Dr. Song before returning her gaze to her father. Dr. Song's medical skills surpass those of any physician we have previously engaged. How can you dismiss him? This morning, She had personally gone to great lengths to invite Dr. Song, and now that he was present, he should at least be allowed to examine grandfather. At that moment, Lu Muyun longed to share her own experience of despair and subsequent recovery thanks to Dr. Song, but after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. The journey from her diagnosis of cervical cancer to her healing felt dreamlike. Even if she recounted it, it might not be believed. The pressing matter was to treat her grandfather, and prolonging the conversation would only waste precious time. She could only plead earnestly. Furthermore, Dr. Song had mentioned that there was no ailment he could not cure, asserting that even the dead could be revived. While her grandfather's condition was dire, it had not yet reached its worst, and Lu Muyun firmly believed that Dr. Song possessed the means to help. Earlier, when she had sat beside her grandfather, Dr. Song had nodded to her from the back of the crowd, signifying that he could indeed treat this illness. Lu Fuxing hesitated momentarily before continuing. In recent years, you have conducted yourself with diligence and prudence, qualities that your grandfather admires. However, you must not stir up trouble today. Lu Fuxing directed his gaze toward Dr. Song. Regardless of his perspective, Dr. Song was merely around 20 years old. Even if he possessed some medical knowledge, he would at most be considered an intern. If Dr. Wang had declared the situation hopeless, emphasizing preparations for the worst, what could this young man possibly accomplish? Father, how can I earn your trust? Lu Muyun stepped forward, her gaze intense. May I inquire, after all the renowned doctors you have summoned, who has successfully treated grandfather? If they have been unable to help, what harm is there in letting Dr. Song try? Why cling to your stubbornness? In truth, a slight trial would not be detrimental. Yet Lu Fuxing's thoughts diverged from this notion. Dr. Song was far too young, likely no more than an intern, and if he mishandled the situation, it could exacerbate grandfather's condition. That would be catastrophic. Dr. Wang had already suggested preparing for the worst. However, Lu Fuxing was resolute. He would not surrender until the final moment. His father was the backbone of the family business, and should anything happen to him, the entire corporation would be in jeopardy. Lu Fuxing understood that his two younger sons and Lu Muyun had been at odds lately, and if their grandfather were to pass, the family would descend into chaos. Therefore, for the sake of caution, it was prudent to keep unknown doctors at a distance from his father and refrain from using him as a test subject. Lu Fuxing's considerations were indeed thorough. Muyun, if you wish for this young man to treat your grandfather, that may be permissible. But allow me to pose a few questions first. Lu Fuxing turned his attention back to Dr. Song. Young man, how old are you? Where did you study medicine? Who was your mentor? Where are you currently employed? How many years of experience do you have? If your answers satisfy me, I shall permit you to treat my father. The barrage of inquiries left Dr. Song at a loss. In terms of work experience, he had none. Since graduating, he had been rendered senseless and had returned to his village, devoid of any professional history. Lu Muyun was aware of Song Qian's situation. If Song Qian were to answer honestly, it would require considerable effort, so she hurriedly interjected. Dad, please stop messing around. It's not easy for me. Before Lu Muyun could finish her sentence, Song Qian interrupted her. Miss Lu, since your father has asked, I shall respond truthfully. I have never worked in a hospital and possess no work experience. However, I can confidently assure you that I will heal your father. Lu Fuxing scoffed upon hearing this. With no work experience and never having worked in a hospital, how dare this young man boast that he could heal his father? His words were uttered without a moment's thought. If even the renowned Dr. Wang could not cure his father's ailment, what hope was there with this youth? Lu Fuxing felt a profound disappointment in Song Qian's response. Dr. Wang, listening from the side, found it amusing. Today's youth truly lack awareness of their limitations. To claim they can cure a mysterious ailment that has left even seasoned professionals helpless is exceedingly presumptuous. Young man, refrain from making overly grandiose claims. I have just examined Lu Laozhang's condition, and even I find myself at a loss. By what merit do you claim you can heal him? In response to Dr. Wang's probing question, Song Qian merely smiled faintly. The medical practices of Longhua have been passed down for 5,000 years, with traditional Chinese medicine being profound and vast. There are even legends that it can defy death. If you find yourself helpless, it merely reflects your own limitations, not those of others. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang's demeanor shifted. He was accustomed to admiration wherever he went, yet this young man, disregarding his advice, dared to speak such disrespectful words. Truly, it was the height of arrogance. Do you even know what illness Lu Laozhang suffers from? You have yet to examine him and already speak so boldly. Is that not a bit premature? Faced with Dr. Wang's doubts, Song Qian felt somewhat speechless. It seemed they would be engaged in a verbal sparring match for quite some time before he could attend to Lu Laozhang. Whether or not I can heal him is my concern. However, I guarantee you this. If I fail, you may handle me as you wish. But if I succeed, the fee for my services must not be diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian broached the topic of his fees. Since agreeing to Lu Muyun's request, he had only mentioned the lotus pendant once and had yet to discuss payment. Dr. Wang, feeling challenged, pressed further, "May I ask, if you so confidently claim you can heal him, what exactly is the ailment afflicting the old gentleman?" "That is not for you to concern yourself with," Song Qian replied, not wishing to elaborate. Just then, Dean Sun entered the room. He had been delayed due to traffic and had only just arrived. Upon seeing Dean Sun, Lu Fuxing hurried to greet him. "Dean Sun, what brings you here?" Dean Sun smiled and approached Song Qian. "I apologize for my tardiness, Dr. Song. I anticipated they would give you a hard time, but I did not expect the head of the Lu family to be so muddled. Dr. Song, you are truly magnanimous," Dean Sun praised, turning to Lu Fuxing. "Mr. Lu, Dr. Song was invited by your daughter. If you do not trust the doctor your daughter has brought, whom should you trust?" At Dean Sun's retort, Lu Fuxing's expression darkened. Indeed, he was compelled to question why he did not trust the doctor his daughter had engaged. "Dean Sun, is there a possibility of misunderstanding here?" Lu Fuxing suggested, glancing at Song Qian, who appeared far too young to be a doctor. "Misunderstanding?" Dean Sun countered. "Mr. Lu, if Dr. Song cannot heal Lu Laozhong, then no one can. Your short-sightedness is astonishing. This morning, I accompanied Miss Lu to Taohua village and offered Dr. Song a salary of 1 million a month, along with a car and housing, yet he showed no interest. Do you still think this is a misunderstanding?" Dean Sun's frustration was palpable. The reason Lu Laozhong's condition remains untreated is due to the Lu family's myopic perspective. Miss Lu has gone to great lengths to invite a divine healer, yet you obstruct him from providing care. It is utterly laughable. Though Dean Sun held a position of authority as the head of Jiangxing Hospital, he felt like a small figure before the Lu family's immense stature. However, even a clay figurine has its limits. The divine healer, whom he could not secure despite offering a handsome sum, was now here, yet unable to treat the patient. The absurdity was overwhelming. "Dr. Song, since the Lu family does not appreciate your talents, please consider visiting our hospital. Our doors are always open to you." Song Qian shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, Dean Sun, but I would prefer to focus on treating the patient now." He stepped forward, pushing Lu Ho aside. "Step aside. I've heard you're a bit arrogant. You'd best temper that around me, or I shall deal with you." Caught off guard by this sudden display of bravado, Lu Ho was taken aback. How did this young man become so audacious? If he continued in this manner, Lu Ho vowed to make him pay dearly if he failed to cure his grandfather. "Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain this arrogance in the Lu family. This is not your playground." "Silence!" Lu Muyun erupted, her voice booming. "Anyone who dares speak ill of Dr. Song, including my father, had best keep their mouths shut." Turning to Song Qian, she added, "I sincerely apologize. Please proceed with treating my grandfather. Thank you." Song Qian approached Lu Taichu and confirmed the dire state of his condition. However, to him, it was merely a trifling matter. "Everyone, please leave," he instructed. "I prefer to work undisturbed, and I would rather not have anyone chattering nearby. Except for Miss Lu, everyone else should exit." Despite Song Qian's directive, everyone remained. Lu Muyun, hands on her hips, embodied a fierce demeanor. "Did you not hear? Everyone out, including my father. No one enters without my permission." At that moment, Lu Fuxing, having been chastised by Dean Sun, found himself at a loss for words and chose to trust Lu Muyun. "What are you all waiting for? Out." Led by Lu Fuxing, the family made their way outside. Dr. Wang sighed and followed suit, while only Dean Sun remained. Casting a pleading glance at Song Qian, "Dr. Song, I realize my request may be excessive, but could you allow me to be your assistant? I assure you I will not cause any disruption." Dean Sun's mention of being an assistant was merely an excuse. He wished to stay by Song Qian's side to observe his medical practice and learn from him. "Apologies, but I must insist you step outside to rest, Dean Sunday. With Miss Lu present, I require no assistance," Song Qian responded, waving his hand dismissively. Lu Muyun nodded in agreement, directing her gaze toward Dean Sunday. "Please heed Dr. Song's instructions and step outside to rest. If we require your assistance, we will reach out." Swiftly, the door to the room closed. "Dr. Song, is there truly hope for my grandfather's recovery?" Lu Muyun's eyes, filled with uncertainty, flitted between her grandfather and Song Qian, revealing her profound concern. Song Qian nodded with a smile. "Since you choose to trust me, I shall offer you a reassurance that I can indeed heal your grandfather." At this juncture, Song Qian shifted the conversation. "Miss Lu, we have an agreement. Once I restore your grandfather's health, you will provide me with the petal pendant. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Upon receiving a positive affirmation from Song Qian, Lu Muyun exhaled in relief. Rest assured, it is merely a trinket. No matter its value as a family heirloom, it pales in comparison to my grandfather's life. Song Qian, feeling a surge of inspiration, retrieved the Yama's 18 needles from the lotus space. The sudden appearance of the silver needles left Lu Mu Yun momentarily stunned. She was eager to inquire about their origin, having clearly seen Song Qian produce the familiar pack of needles seemingly out of thin air. With a chuckle, Song Qian remarked, "I suppose you are curious about this? These needles are my tools of trade. Naturally, I carry them with me. When the need arises, they conveniently appear in my hand. There is no cause for alarm." After saying this, Song Qian's gaze shifted toward Lu Taichu. Simultaneously, he discreetly employed hypnosis. "Old sir, please lie down. I will attend to your ailment." Under Song Qian's subtle suggestion, Lu Taichu obediently reclined on the bed, akin to a docile child. This scene left Lu Mu Yun in a state of shock. Her grandfather's condition was dire. He had been largely unresponsive, even to her attempts at conversation. Yet, he complied with Song Qian's instructions. How peculiar. How did you manage that? Lu Mu Yun gazed at him with wide, admiring eyes. Song Qian offered a slight smile and fabricated a vague explanation, deflecting Lu Mu Yun's curiosity. By genuinely communicating with the patient, he naturally listens. Lu Mu Yun was reluctant to accept this rationale. Communicating sincerely? What sort of nonsense is that? Did I not just communicate with my grandfather with sincerity? Despite my efforts. He seemed oblivious to my words. Very well, I shall temporarily place my faith in you. Song Qian then commenced the treatment for the elderly gentleman. Miss Lu, there is something of great importance I need you to assist me with. I require an altar, an incense burner, 9 sheets of yellow paper, 9 incense sticks, and 2 pairs of 3-inch candles. He listed all the necessary items, ensuring Lu Mu Yun repeated them back to him for clarity. Once she had memorized the list, she fixed him with a questioning gaze. What affliction does my grandfather truly suffer from? Why the need for these items? It seemed as though the requisites were more suited for a shamanistic rite rather than a medical treatment. Despite her doubts, Lu Mu Yun phoned Zhao Kuku, requesting her to procure the items as swiftly as possible. Zhao Kuku assured her it would be ready within 10 minutes. In truth, Song Qian's intentions were merely to keep his methods under wraps. He did not wish for his medical expertise to become widely known. This was a matter of discretion. Furthermore, he had discerned that the so-called divine Dr. Wang possessed considerable skill, having diagnosed the old gentleman's condition. Since it was a case of the soul lock pulse, he would employ the soul returning needle. This approach served both to conceal his true capabilities and effectively treat Lu Taichu, albeit with a somewhat convoluted process. To clarify Lu Mu Yun's confusion, Song Qian explained, "Your grandfather is afflicted with 2 ailments. The first is a severe deterioration of health due to relentless suffering. The second, which is of utmost importance, is that he is not truly ill. Rather, he has fallen victim to a clandestine technique known as the soul-locking art." Soul locking art? Lu Mu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Isn't my grandfather sick? How could he have fallen prey to such a technique?" Song Qian, while continuing to treat the elderly man, elucidated, "As for what the soul-locking art entails, I believe it is best that you remain unaware. Your primary concern should be identifying who wishes to see your grandfather perish." Who? Lu Mu Yun's face was a mixture of astonishment and dawning realization, though she struggled to accept it. Song Qian furrowed his brow and added, "You likely have an inkling already. The internal strife within your family has put your grandfather in grave danger. Fortunately, you encountered me. Otherwise, he may not have survived." Though Lu Mu Yun was hesitant to accept this revelation, she could not dismiss it entirely. Song Qian's words had indeed sparked her awareness. Could those wishing harm upon her grandfather be 2 individuals she knew? Although she refrained from voicing her suspicions, they were clear in her mind. And she had pondered such thoughts previously, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate them. Song Qian nodded, affirming her thoughts. "You are correct in your assumptions." His confidence stemmed from the Lotus Immortal Emperor's legacy, which endowed him with the Lotus Celestial Eye. This extraordinary eye not only granted him the power of perception, but also allowed him to glimpse into the past and future. Thus, he could ascertain the deeds of Lu He with a mere glance. Earlier, upon encountering Lu He and his companions, Song Qian had seized the opportunity to converse with them while activating the Lotus Celestial Eye, thereby gaining valuable insights into their recent actions. Hence, he spoke with conviction. "Scoundrels!" Lu Mu Yun clenched her fists in anger. To vie for control of the company, they would stoop so low as to harm my grandfather. Once he recovers, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. After cursing under her breath, she turned to Song Qian, "Divine Dr. Song, I believe you speak the truth. But how can we procure evidence to prove their guilt? Let us focus on healing first." Song Qian replied nonchalantly. I will assist in restoring your grandfather's health. And in doing so, I will also aid you in this endeavor. I shall reveal the method later. Although he continued to speak, his hands were deftly engaged in treatment. Thank you, divine Dr. Song. Once my grandfather awakens, in addition to the pendant you desire, I shall offer you a generous reward. I implore you to exert your utmost efforts. With a mischievous smile, Song Qian looked up at Lu Muyun. Of course, I have mentioned 3 requests this morning. You are only aware of the first. The latter 2 include a financial aspect, as money is a valuable commodity. His remarks elicited laughter from Lu Muyun. She mused to herself, this divine Dr. Song does not strike me as greedy, yet he seems to have a penchant for mentioning money. Earlier, before the treatment, he had alluded to financial matters, and now he brought it up again. Rest assured, regarding the financial aspect, once my grandfather awakens, even if I do not provide you with compensation, he certainly will, she reassured him while they conversed, maintaining a light-hearted atmosphere. Lu Muyun possessed delicate skin and a charming, oval face, her pointed chin rendering her striking from any angle. Her figure was equally remarkable, proportionate in all the right places and devoid of excess. Glancing towards Lu Muyun always uplifted one's spirits. Her voice, akin to a celestial melody, made conversing with her feel like a symphony. Outside the room, Lu Fusheng and others stood with furrowed brows. At this moment, Li Chunmei suddenly addressed Lu Fusheng. That child, Lu Muyun, is prone to folly. She has invited a country bumpkin to treat her father. Her nonsense is one thing, but why do you join in on this farce? Before Li Chunmei could finish, Lu He interjected, my mother speaks truth. That young rascal Song Qian is merely around 20 years old, hardly older than I. How could he possibly heal anyone? Indeed, Lu Ji chimed in, it appears implausible. A person in their 20s cannot possess any real medical skills. As he spoke, he turned to look at Dean Sunday. Perhaps Dean Sun of Jiangxing Hospital has been bribed by Lu Muyun, which is why he chose to assist her at such a critical moment. Help if you must. But let us see how long Lu Muyun can cause a ruckus. The more she stirs up trouble, the less advantageous it is for her. If anything were to happen to grandfather, how would Lu Muyun face the consequences? After all, Dr. Wang has already indicated that preparations should be made for the worst. And should anything befall grandfather, all blame would be placed squarely on Lu Muyun. At that point, it would only take a slight instigation of the shareholders to oust her from the conglomerate, perhaps even banishing her from the Lu family altogether. Lu Ji chuckled to himself, thinking, Lu Muyun, you are indeed wise at times, yet foolish at others. Grandfather is on the brink of death, and you remain blissfully unaware of your precarious situation, openly opposing everyone. This is entirely of your own making. Once grandfather is gone, we shall certainly deal with you. A sinister smile crept across Lu Ji's face as he contemplated this. Lu Fusheng, hands clasped behind his back, grew increasingly anxious as he noticed the discussions reigniting among the onlookers. In a fit of irritation, he interjected, enough? You all should keep your comments to a minimum. Chapter 73. Suspicions of Lu Old Master's death. These 3 children, born of 3 different mothers, particularly the eldest, Lu Muyun, a girl who has been doted upon by the old master, faced exclusion from her 2 younger brothers. Lu Fusheng could only shake his head in dismay. Is it so difficult for 3 wives to coexist harmoniously, each raising their own children? At this moment, Dr. Wang suddenly spoke up. Dean's son, I overheard you mention that a young man named Song Qian possesses remarkable medical skills. What leads you to that conclusion? To be frank, Dean's son was reluctant to elaborate. However, after some contemplation, he provided a brief explanation. Dr. Wang, I cannot adequately describe Song's medical prowess, but I assure you, it is far from ordinary. Is that so? Dr. Wang retorted with a cold smile. Do you know what ailment the old master suffers from? Dean's son shook his head. I do not know, nor do I wish to. However, I am certain of one thing. Regardless of the old master's condition, should Song Qian choose to intervene, there is an 80 to 90% chance he can cure him. I have faith in him. Dean's son stroked his chin, deep in thought. He longed to share the news of Song Qian's successful treatment of Lu Muyun with everyone, but after some deliberation, he swallowed the words. Lu Muyun had emphasized that this matter should remain confidential, as it concerned her reputation and the entire Lu family. Dean's son was certain that, at this moment, even Lu Fusheng and the others were unaware that Lu Muyun had been suffering from advanced cervical cancer, only to be cured by Song Qian. Dr. Wang was displeased by Dean's son's words. During their earlier conversation, he had gleaned information about Dean's son's credentials as the director of Jiangxing Hospital, a position that suggested some level of competence. Yet how could he be so blindly trusting of a 20-year-old? Dean's son, have you taken leave of your senses? Could it be that Song Qian has bewitched you into such unwavering belief? Not at all. Dean Sun chuckled. You may choose not to believe me, but let the facts speak for themselves. I am almost certain that it won't be long before the old master recovers. Dr. Wang clapped his hands derisively. I was about to mention this, but you seemed unwilling to heed my words. I must tell you, the ailment afflicting the old master is no ordinary illness. His pulse is that of the soul-locking pulse, a condition that even a deity would find insurmountable. Dean Sun paused, his expression faltering. The soul-locking pulse. Is that not a legendary condition? How could it possibly exist in reality? Dr. Wang, Dean Sun stammered. Are you certain that the old master's pulse truly reflects the soul-locking pulse? Dr. Wang nodded vigorously. I assure you, I stake my medical career on this. If it is not the soul-locking pulse, I vow never to practice medicine again. Dean Sun's complexion turned grave. If this were indeed the case, the situation would be dire. Although he had faith in Song Qian's abilities, a condition like the soul-locking pulse would leave even the most skilled physician at a loss. It seemed the tides were turning in Jiangqing, and the Lu family might face decline. This is it. We are truly finished. Worry etched across Dean Sun's face as he sighed heavily. Lu He, overhearing, could hardly contain his glee. The old master's illness was orchestrated by him, and the practitioner of the secret technique had warned him that such methods were exceedingly lethal. Once a patient fell victim to the secret art, death was inevitable. Lu He had anticipated Song Qian to be formidable, but according to Dean Sun, he was merely average. Truly, it seems fate is favoring me. Once this old fool passes, the conglomerate will be mine. He chuckled inwardly, yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of concern, fearful that his treacherous schemes might be discovered by his father. Beside him, Lu Ji could not help but shake his head. The Lu group was on the brink of transformation. He must seize the moment to gather capable hands, and after the old master's departure, he would need to act decisively to retain a portion of the Lu group's shares. While he did not aim to seize control entirely, he intended to avoid being at a disadvantage and, if circumstances allowed, compete with Lu He. Li Chunmei stood nearby, nearly bursting into laughter. The old master's demise was now inevitable, and crucially, he would leave this world without a definitive diagnosis. Her son, Lu He, would undoubtedly gain control of the Lu group. At that moment, Zhao Kiki arrived, carrying items and accompanied by several others, preparing to enter the room. Kiki, what brings you here? Lu Fuxing questioned sharply upon seeing her. Zhao Kiki replied earnestly, reporting to you, Lu Zong, the young lady asked me to purchase some items. They will be useful shortly, so I hurried over. Lu Fuxing's expression darkened instantly. You impertinent wretches, who gave you the audacity to curse the old master? Are you tired of living? He roared, slapping his hand forward. Zhao Kiki, quick on her feet, managed to evade. Lu Zong, please do not be angry. We meant no harm. The young lady instructed me to buy these for medicinal purposes. Lu Fuxing, furious, retorted, nonsense. Do you need paper money and candles to treat the old master? This is clearly for sacrificial rites, not for healing. Observing the items in Zhao Kiki's possession, Lu He feigned sorrow. Grandfather, you cannot leave us. You misunderstand. Zhao Kiki exclaimed, exasperated. These items are genuinely for medicinal use. Lu Ji, his sleeves flaring, was visibly distressed. Grandfather, why did you leave us so soon? It is all Lu Muyun's fault. Had she not acted so stubbornly, you would surely be well. We will not let Lu Muyun off the hook. She shall pay for this. Nearby, Li Chunmei pretended to wipe her eyes, internally reveling in delight at the arrival of the sacrificial items, confirming the old master's impending death. Yet Lu Muyun, that wretched girl, still concealed the truth from everyone. Once the door opened, she would undoubtedly be dealt with harshly. Lu Fuxing, why are you still dawdling? The old master has passed. Let us hurry inside and capture that murderous lunatic, Song Qian. As Li Chunmei spoke, she reached for the door. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Lu Muyun, who shot a fierce glare at everyone present. What are you shouting about? Who permitted such uproar? Li Chunmei rushed forward, seizing Lu Muyun. You wretched girl. The old master treated you so well while he was alive, yet you have caused his demise. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Li Chunmei shouted, raising her hand to strike. Zhao Kiki, quick-witted, intervened just in time to halt Li Chunmei. Lu Muyun, taken aback by Li Chunmei's audacity to curse her grandfather and then attempt to strike her, felt a surge of anger. Seizing the moment while Zhao Kiki restrained Li Chunmei, she retaliated with a swift slap across Li Chunmei's face, igniting sparks of fury. Chapter 74. The soul rekindling needle. The audacity of that wretched creature to curse my grandfather. Lu Fuxing stepped forward and struck Lu Muyun across the face. You scoundrel! You caused your grandfather's demise and now dare to assault your stepmother? Just wait until I deal with you. At that moment, Song Qian appeared behind Lu Muyun. What is all this commotion about? The old man has recovered significantly. If you do not believe it, you may enter and see for yourselves. Song Qian had not anticipated that his request for Lu Muyun to prepare these items would lead to misunderstandings and a brawl among everyone. Not dead. How could he not be dead if we're burning paper money? Song Qian's temper flared at the remark. Miss Lu has already informed you that these are for medicinal purposes. Yet you refuse to believe. Go in and see for yourselves. He pulled Lu Muyun aside as the others surged into the old man's bedroom. Indeed, he lay in bed, blinking his eyes with a slightly brighter gaze. Upon seeing everyone enter, he raised his head slightly to glance at them before settling back down. All right. Since the old man is fine, you all may leave. I require no spectators during treatment, nor do I need your incessant chatter, like a swarm of flies. It is quite bothersome. Lu Fuxing and the others had no choice but to turn and exit. Just then, Dr. Wang suddenly exclaimed, "Is that the 18 Needles of Yama?" My heavens, it truly is. According to legend, the 18 Needles of Yama could resurrect the dead. Even if only bones remained, they could bring a person back to life. Seeing Dr. Wang's excitement, Director Sun could not contain his curiosity. What were these 18 Needles of Yama? He had never heard of such a thing. Was it truly that remarkable? Could someone who had been deceased for over 100 years, as long as their bones were intact, be revived? It seemed too exaggerated to be true. Yet, witnessing Dr. Wang's fervor, despite his doubts, Director Sun felt a sense of belief that perhaps a miracle was unfolding. Lu Ha gazed at the old man in bed, his expression darkening. Why had this old man not yet passed away? He had brought the paper money. Yet the grandfather still lingered. Lu Ha believed the words of the man. Even a deity could not save his grandfather's life, let alone a bumpkin like Song Qian. And what was Dr. Wang doing, joining in the ruckus? The grandfather's death was inevitable, yet he must maintain a facade of false concern, forcing a hypocritical smile. Grandfather, we thought you had met with misfortune. It is such a relief to see you well. Lu Ji sighed in relief. He truly smiled. As long as the grandfather lived, matters would not become dire. Should the grandfather die, Lu Muyun would inevitably face misfortune, and the power within the entire corporation would surely fall to Lu Ha. At that point, enmity might arise between him and Lu Ha. With the grandfather still alive, such outcomes would be postponed, perhaps for a while, granting him ample time to prepare. In truth, it was only recently that Lu Ji began contemplating the shares of the company, as he saw his grandfather's condition worsening. He had not considered it before. Grandfather, I hope for your swift recovery, Lu Ji said, stepping forward to express his concern for Lu Taichu. Leave, Song Qian said discontentedly. Your noise is causing a ruckus and hindering the patient's recovery. Out, 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 Lu Muyun echoed, losing her temper and shouting at everyone to leave. At that moment, Dr. Wang interjected, Song Qian, may I remain silent and witness this miracle? I wish to see it with my own eyes. I hope you will allow it. Thank you. Hearing this, Director Sun added, I, too, wish to remain silent and observe. May I stay? Song Qian pondered for a moment, feigning reluctance. He then nodded gently, very well. You too may stay, but you must stand by the door, keeping a distance and remaining silent to avoid disturbing my treatment. He then turned to Lu Fuxing. As for the rest of you, leave immediately. I do not fear offending you. You bark like mad dogs. Even Lu Fuxing received no courtesy from Song Qian. He reserved his respect for those deserving, such as his father, but Lu Fuxing lacked any initiative or masculine spirit. Even extending courtesy to him would be in vain. Lu Fuxing, accompanied by several others, turned to exit. Just as he was about to close the door, Song Qian added, and no one is allowed to enter without my permission. Should anyone dare to knock or cause a disturbance, do not blame me for being impolite. After a brief pause, he looked at Zhao Kiki. Miss Zhao, please guard the door firmly. Without my permission, not even a fly is to enter. If anyone dares to intrude, you have my permission to deal with them harshly. Rest assured, should anything go awry, I, along with Miss Lu, will take responsibility. With the door shut, Song Qian resumed his treatment. Dr. Wang and others were prepared to assist. Song Qian directed them to arrange the table and set out the incense burner and paper money, filling the room with a fragrant aroma. He produced 2 silver needles and inserted them into the old man's body. At this moment, he approached the table, picked up several sheets of paper money, and began to chant incoherent phrases resembling a Taoist priest. Miss Lu, please open the window. Lu Muyun complied and opened the window in the room. Is this sufficient? Yes, Song Qian nodded in approval. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The 3 souls are the fetal light, the refreshing spirit, and the spectral essence. The 7 spirits are the foul lung, the purging essence, the non-toxic, the devouring thief. the sparrow's shadow, the hidden arrow, and the corpse dog. When the 3 souls and 7 spirits depart from the body, one becomes akin to a living corpse. Yama. Return the soul of Lu Taichu entirely. If you refuse, I shall seek you in the underworld. I know your name. Hasten over 1,000 miles, swiftly. As per the law. With fervor, Song Qian gestured dramatically, performing as though it were a genuine spectacle. Upon completing the incantation, he ignited several sheets of yellow paper and tossed them into a yellow basin, smoke billowing and enveloping the atmosphere. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. Outside the window, 6 wisps of black smoke appeared, each resembling a human head, trailing tails behind them. The smoke hesitated outside, darting about erratically. Song Qian shouted, "Return the souls and fetal light to their rightful places." Chapter 75. Grandfather, you have awoken. As the words left his lips, a wisp of black smoke surged through the window's crevice, merging into Lu Taichu's body. Song Qian waved his hand again, returned the refreshing spirit. In the astonished gazes of Lu Muyun and the others, yet another wisp of black smoke, similar in size to the previous one, flew in through the window, entering Lu Taichu's body in an instant. The foul lung returns. The purging essence returns. The non-toxic returns. With each proclamation from Song Qian, wisps of black smoke streamed in from outside, orderly and seamlessly, entering Lu Taichu's form. Such an eerie sight left Lu Muyun in a state of shock. Was this truly the legendary soul? Having lost so many souls, it was no wonder her grandfather appeared devoid of life, akin to a living corpse. It was utterly staggering. If all the souls were lost, did it not imply that the person had drawn their last breath, and her grandfather could never return? The thought sent shivers down Lu Muyun's spine. Director Sun stood at the door, observing everything from a distance. As a doctor dedicated to healing, he had never imagined that treatment could involve such mystical methods. It was indeed astonishing. It is indeed a revelation. Who is this Dr. Song, the miraculous healer? What extraordinary abilities does he possess that leave one in disbelief? Should the opportunity arise for Song Qian to work at Jiangxing Hospital, a multitude of perplexing ailments would surely be resolved with ease. Patients from across the nation might flock to Jiangxing, seeking Dr. Song's treatment. Alas, it is regrettable that Song Qian remains unwilling to compromise. Dr. Wang gazed in astonishment, feeling bewildered after years of traveling far and wide. Today he found himself akin to a fool, woefully ignorant. When Song Qian first arrived, he had been skeptical, warning the youth against the futility of treating the elderly gentleman's illness. Subsequently, he dismissed Song Qian with scornful remarks, cloaked in veiled ridicule. Yet now, reflecting on his past behavior, he recognized the folly of his actions, feeling both foolish and despicable. Song Qian, in his wisdom, did not even feel the need to offer an explanation. Such is the demeanor of a true master, embodying grace and integrity, a paragon of virtue. Today, Dr. Wang learned a lesson, imparted by the very young man he had underestimated. It dawned upon him that beyond every mountain, there are greater mountains, and beyond every person, there are greater individuals. No one should ever be underestimated, lest one find themselves humiliated. Previously, accustomed to adulation, Dr. Wang believed that if he could not cure a particular ailment, no one else could. However, today he faced a harsh reality check. His face turned an unsightly shade as he grappled with profound shame, wishing to disappear into the earth. Outside the room, Zhao Kiki stood guard at the door. Not far from her, Lu Fuxing furrowed his brow, uncertain of what would transpire next. He could only hope for his father's recovery. However, entrusting that hope to Song Qian left Lu Fuxing perplexed and doubtful. What capability could such a young man possess? Li Chunmei stood nearby, her expression grim throughout the ordeal, unsure whether the events unfolding were fortuitous or disastrous. She merely wished for Song Qian not to complicate matters further. In fact, she hoped Song Qian's interference would lead to the elders' demise, deeming it a tremendous boon for them. Lu Fuxing, I hear a commotion inside. As if Song Qian is performing some sort of spectacle. He is no healer, merely a charlatan, Li Chunmei murmured, troubled by the thought. She pondered whether Song Qian's earlier outburst, forbidding entry, might disrupt his work, potentially affecting the elder's condition. Lu Ha scratched his head, thoughts racing. Father, perhaps mother is right. Allowing Lu Muyun and Song Qian to continue their antics could lead to trouble. We cannot permit this madness to persist. We must intervene and stop Song Qian. Lu Ha approached the door. Young master, Dr. Song has instructed that no one may approach. I must insist that you stand back. Zhao Kiki replied firmly, her demeanor unyielding. Get out of my way. Lu Ha shouted, indignantly asserting her position. You are merely a dog in our family. How dare you speak to me so? Young Master Lu, Please do not make this difficult for me. Zhao Qi's face hardened, discomfort by the insult. This Lu He has long been an eyesore to her. Had it not been for the eldest miss intervening, she might have acted on her impulses long ago. Now, she held back her frustrations. Seeing Zhao Qi's refusal to budge, Lu He fumed. Zhao Qi, I command you to step aside. Zhao Qi stood resolute, showing no intent to yield. As long as the eldest miss did not give the word, she would not relent today. If you refuse to move, I'll deal with you. Lu He called downstairs, summoning the bodyguards. Enough, Lu He, exercise restraint. Lu Fuxing interjected, fearing a confrontation between them. Father, do not dissuade me. Lu He insisted. My actions are for grandfather's safety. I must prevent Song Qian from proceeding. That scoundrel, if he truly has the ability to heal, why does he not allow us to witness? Why hide his methods? There must be something amiss. I even suspect Song Qian is an undercover agent sent by a rival, intent on harming grandfather and undermining our Lu family. Li Chunmei added, her voice taut with concern. Indeed, the more I reflect, the more suspicious it seems. Is it not merely a matter of treating an illness? What secrets could there possibly be? We cannot delay any longer. We must enter, even if just to observe silently. That would provide some reassurance. Li Chunmei's words struck a chord with Lu Fuxing. It made sense. Why would Song Qian conceal his treatment? Could he truly be a rival-less operative? If that were the case, the situation would spiral beyond their control. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fuxing replied slowly. Let us wait a little longer, 10 more minutes. If there is no improvement, we will proceed inside. Father, Lu He exclaimed, insisting, we only wish to observe. We would not interfere. If we delay, it may be too late. Grandfather's condition is critical, and we must be cautious. At that moment, Lu Fuxing felt like a leaf blown by the wind, lacking conviction, as if every argument bore merit yet contradicted itself. Inside the room, Song Qian was diligently administering treatment. The spirits of the elderly Lu had returned, and he was nearly restored, albeit still weak and in need of further fortification. Mu Yun, what has happened to me? The elder Lu opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Lu Mu Yun at the bedside. Grandfather, you're awake. Hearing her grandfather call her name, Lu Mu Yun felt tears welling in her eyes. She hurriedly turned, grasping his hand. Chapter 76. Lu Taichu's recovery in recent weeks. Her grandfather had been in a state of confusion, failing to recognize even himself, let alone recall her name. Grandfather Lu, you are unwell, and I am treating you. Please hold on just a little longer and try not to move. Upon Song Qian's reminder, Lu Taichu noticed the numerous silver needles still embedded in his body and complied, lying still. This scene left Dr. Wang and Dean Sun in a state of fervent excitement as they rushed toward the bedside. A miracle, truly a miracle. Doctor, Wang exclaimed as he beheld Lu Taichu on the bed. Just moments ago, he had deemed the elder's condition hopeless, instructing the family to prepare for the worst. Yet here he was, recovering. After years of traveling, today had opened Dr. Wang's eyes. Dr. Song, please allow me to pay my respects. Doctor. Wang bowed deeply to Song Qian. Upon our first meeting, I spoke thoughtlessly and disrespectfully. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Dean Sun's lips quivered with excitement as he gazed at Lu Taichu, then shifted his adoring gaze towards Song Qian. As the hospital director, he had witnessed many miracles, yet none compared to the spectacle before him. The wonders he had seen before paled in comparison to this extraordinary event. Song Qian's medical prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Such unparalleled skills. Dean Sun was certain that not even the most esteemed experts in the entire Dragon Nation could rival Song Qian. This young man is exceptional. Despite his youth, he possesses remarkable medical expertise. Given time, he will undoubtedly perform many miracles, garnering widespread acclaim and recognition. Impressive. If yesterday's healing of Lu Mu Yun was a miracle, then today's event is a myth among miracles. So many renowned physicians have diagnosed Lu Taichu, declaring his illness beyond cure. Yet, in a mere span of minutes, Song Qian miraculously healed him. Such extraordinary prowess commands profound admiration. Today, Song the Divine Physician has truly broadened our horizons. My heartfelt gratitude for your generosity, allowing me and Physician Wang to learn by your side. Director Sun spoke, his face a canvas of reverence. At this moment, Lu Muyun's heart swelled with excitement. She had placed her bet wisely. While no other healer could mend her grandfather's ailment, Song the Divine Physician employed an incantation coupled with acupuncture, ultimately restoring her grandfather to health. Just yesterday, Lu Muyun harbored doubts about Song Qian's ability to cure her. However, during her moment of hesitation, she had spent 2 million and was healed. Today, her grandfather too had been cured. The accident yesterday was not merely a car crash, It was a fortuitous encounter, a serendipitous collision of happiness. Had it not been for the accident, she might have boarded a flight abroad, desperately seeking treatment. How fortunate, how blissful this collision of fate. Thank you, Song the Divine Physician. Lu Muyun released her grandfather and stepped back, one hand behind her, the other placed respectfully on her chest. Offering a salute to Song Qian, he chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. Miss Lu, there is no need to adhere to such formalities. With a smile, he shifted the conversation. While niceties can be overlooked, practical matters deserve attention and must indeed be addressed. Lu Muyun understood his implication. The practical matter referred to the pendant around her neck. Since she had promised Song Qian, and with her grandfather's recovery, her word must hold true. Even if the pendant was a treasured heirloom, it must be given to him. However, her grandfather was still undergoing treatment. Presenting the pendant before him might overly excite him, potentially jeopardizing his recovery. Rest assured, Song the Divine Physician, my integrity is unwavering. I will uphold my promise. Lu Muyun assured. That is reassuring. Song Qian nodded with a smile, grateful for Lu Muyun's understanding. I am quite forthright. I hope you will bear with me. As he continued to treat Lu Taichu, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the sounds of a fierce struggle. Song Qian activated his spiritual sight to glance out. He observed Zhao Kiki, back to the door, fiercely fending off several approaching bodyguards. Yet, it was evident to Song Qian that while Zhao Kiki was formidable, the bodyguards were no pushovers, robust and intimidating. It wouldn't be long before she was overwhelmed. The noise reached Lu Muyun's ears, knitting her brows in concern as she looked to Song Qian. Forgive the interruption, I shall intervene. Song Qian shook his head, retracting his gaze from the door. No need. They will likely breach the threshold shortly. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and Zhao Kiki stumbled in, clearly outmatched. Lu Muyun rushed forward, pointing at the intruders. Who permitted this? Liu he charged ahead. Lu Muyun, don't think we are unaware of your intentions to harm grandfather. We want to let you escape unscathed. However, before he could finish, he was rendered speechless. Lu Taichu, with Song Qian's assistance, sat up slowly, wide-eyed, taking in the scene. Liu Fuxing, Liu He, have you both grown bold? Do you dare disregard me, your elder? Seeing his father back to normal, even scolding him, Liu Fuxing rushed forward with a grin. Father, you are finally well. Wretched child, do not call me father. I have no son like you. Lu Taichu retorted, his brow furrowed in anger. What madness is this? Why are you attacking? Why barge in? Grandfather, we thought. Liu he began to explain but faltered, the words choking in his throat. How could this be? The master had claimed that once ensnared by the soul-locking art, even deities could not intervene. Yet here was Lu Taichu, restored, calling out his name. Would he still have a peaceful existence? If the old man discovered that it was he who had orchestrated the soul-locking, would he not dismember him and feed him to the dogs? The more Liu he pondered, the more fear consumed him. Having committed such a grave error, he resolved to ensure Lu Taichu met his end before the truth surfaced. There was no turning back. He must tread this dark path to its conclusion. Chapter 77. Lu Muyun confronts her two brothers Liu He. We shall settle this later. Lu Taichu continued, cooperating with Song Qian's treatment. Divine Physician, I am in your debt. Song Qian gently shook his head. There is no need for such formality, elder. It is Miss Lu who recognized my capabilities and implored me to assist. If gratitude is due, it is for having such a perceptive granddaughter who saved your life. Song Qian remarked, turning his gaze to Physician Wang. This is Physician Wang, reputed for his medical prowess, yet he had declared your condition terminal, prompting your family to prepare for your passing. Physician Wang bowed his head, deeply embarrassed. My lack of expertise nearly cost Lu Taichu his life. I beg your forgiveness, elder. I humbly offer my apologies. He bowed deeply, a mixture of relief and joy swelling within him. Initially, upon diagnosing the soul-locking pulse, his heart had nearly leaped into his throat, for encountering such a condition foretold misfortune. Now, with Lu Taichu healed and the soul-locking pulse eradicated, perhaps his own future was also brightened. Lu Taichu, unfamiliar with Physician Wang, seemed to have forgotten the earlier events and showed little concern. After a few more minutes, the treatment concluded. Lu Taichu rose from the bed, vibrant and rejuvenated, the wrinkles on his face considerably diminished. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Divine Physician. Lu Taichu turned his gaze to Lu Muyun. Muyun, within that cabinet lies a bank card containing 10 million. Please retrieve it for Song the Divine Physician. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's face lit up with delight. Yet, he maintained a facade of modesty. Elder Lu, Miss Lu has already promised me a reward. 10 million is quite excessive. I would feel undeserving. Such words. It is but a trifling sum. I implore you, divine physician, accept it graciously, Lu Taichu insisted. Of course, Song Qian accepted. To refuse money would be a disservice to his efforts. Just the other day, he had boldly engaged Lu Muyun, claiming she was in the late stages of cervical cancer, and endured their scorn, all to draw closer to her and seek a financial gain. Lu Taichu, since you have made such a generous offer, to decline further would be rather uncouth. Therefore, I shall graciously accept this 10 million. Indeed, it must be accepted. Lu Muyun approached Song Qian, presenting the bank card with both hands. The bank card belonging to my grandfather was procured with my assistance, and the password consists of 6 sixes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Song for his efforts. Once again, thank you. Song Qian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement as he accepted the card. At last, he was financially secure. Coupled with the 2 million he acquired yesterday, he now possessed nearly 12 million. With this wealth, he could finally construct a villa for his family and purchase a vehicle to facilitate future endeavors. The doors to prosperity had swung wide open for him. It was indeed exhilarating. Song Qian had previously contemplated that merely retrieving Lu Muyun's pendant during his medical practice would suffice as a significant achievement. To his astonishment, he had unexpectedly gained an additional 10 million. In a word, it was delightful. Wealthy individuals are often extravagant, and their actions reflect a certain generosity, with expenditures ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. For the affluent, accumulating wealth is a breezy endeavor. Thank you, Miss Lu. Song Qian glanced briefly at the card, noticing that it was indeed a black card, before tucking it away securely. Lu Fuxing's expression shifted dramatically, his face changing in an instant. He stood there, dazed and filled with regret, realizing that he had nearly dismissed the miraculous physician Lu Muyun had summoned. Yet fortunately, the physician bore no ill will. Gathering his courage, he approached Song Qian to apologize. Dr. Song, I should not have impeded your treatment of my father. It could have led to a grave mistake. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Despite his desire to voice a few criticisms, Song Qian refrained, considering the recent influx of 10 million. It was merely a minor misunderstanding. Had he been in Lu Fuxing's position, he might have acted similarly, driven by concern for Elder Lu's well-being. This statement granted Lu Fuxing ample face, and not only did Song Qian pardon him, but he also bestowed a compliment upon him. After all, receiving 10 million from someone, what harm could there be in a few words of reproach? It was not worth dwelling on. The prospect of profit outweighed any trivial grievances. Thank you for your understanding. Dr. Song, Lu Fuxing sighed in relief, directing his gaze towards Lu He and Lu Ji, as well as his daughter-in-law, Li Chunmei. The three of them exchanged knowing glances and offered their apologies to Song Qian. However, Song Qian wore a stern expression, unwilling to grant them any leniency. You need not apologize to me. I cannot bear it. The one to whom you owe an apology is Miss Lu Muyun. She has shouldered immense pressure to allow me to treat Elder Lu, and you owe her a sincere apology. Including Li Chunmei, they could only grit their teeth in remorse. Lu Muyun took a few steps forward, positioning herself beside Lu He, and with a graceful motion, delivered a resounding slap. After Zhao Kiki had been struck, Lu Muyun had been seething with anger, as Lu He had repeatedly disrupted the treatment under the guise of caring for their grandfather. This was an opportunity to teach him a lesson, while also avenging Zhao Kiki. I refuse to accept your apology. Though you are my brother, your despicable words are disheartening, she exclaimed, pointing at Zhao Kiki. Look at what you have done to my personal bodyguard, Zhao Kiki. Another slap followed as she turned to Lu Ji. I had warned you repeatedly that no one was to enter without my consent. Did you take my words lightly? Thankfully, my grandfather's treatment was not affected. Had it been even slightly compromised, I would have made you pay dearly. At this moment, Lu Muyun's fury erupted completely. With her grandfather now recovered, she felt no need to hold back from reprimanding these two miscreants, particularly since she had her grandfather's support. During her grandfather's illness, her two brothers and stepmother had caused her no end of trouble, leaving her overwhelmed. Now was the time to demand some recompense. As the two brothers received their punishment, they hung their heads, remaining silent, yet their hearts brimmed with resentment towards Lu Muyun. Well done. At that moment, Lu Taichu's voice rang out. You are the elder sister. They are your younger brothers. If they misbehave, you should teach them a lesson to ensure they learn. Keep going. The notion of learning a lesson clearly implied discipline. With her grandfather's approval, Lu Muyun wasted no time, using both hands to deliver another round of punishment, leaving both brothers bruised and battered. Chapter 78. Dr. Wang seeks apprenticeship. The two brothers cried out in pain, desperately pleading for mercy. Although they harbored thoughts of vengeance against Lu Muyun, they dared not act out in front of their grandfather, submitting to her wrath. Li Chunmei stood by, watching helplessly as her sons faced their punishment, gritting her teeth in frustration and casting glances at Lu Fuxing, urging him to intervene. At that moment, Lu Fuxing was rendered speechless. He feared that if he dared to speak, he might also incur their father's wrath. In his father's presence, even as a middle-aged man, he felt like a child. If his father chose to reprimand him, he could only endure it. Moreover, all parties involved had acted improperly, especially him, who had repeatedly obstructed his daughter and spoken disrespectfully to Dr. Song, nearly jeopardizing his father's treatment opportunity. He was grateful that Song Qian had chosen not to hold a grudge and ultimately treated his father. Otherwise, Lu Fuxing feared he would have been preparing for funeral arrangements. With Lu Fuxing silent, Li Chunmei felt exasperated. She had no choice but to remain silent, her heart seething with anger towards Lu Muyun. Given the chance, she would have relished the opportunity to return those slaps in kind. As for Song Qian, while he had healed Elder Lu, this was far from a favorable outcome. It had disrupted Lu He's meticulously crafted plans. After months of strategizing, just when victory seemed assured, Song Qian had intervened, pulling the elderly man back from the brink of death. Now, everything had unraveled. Healing Elder Lu was one thing, but Song Qian's provocative remarks had incited Lu Muyun's fury. Li Chunmei would not forget this grudge. If given the opportunity, she would ensure both Lu Muyun and Song Qian faced retribution. However, for the time being, she dared not act, as doing so could jeopardize her son's future. Under the current circumstances, she could only suppress her anger. All right. Just then, Dr. Wang interjected. Let us set aside the familial disputes in the presence of Dean Su and myself. It is best to move on. Dean's son, feeling awkward, quickly chimed in. The two young gentlemen have indeed erred, but they have acknowledged their mistakes. Let us grant them a temporary reprieve. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Fuxing seized the opportunity to support this notion. Father, Miyun, perhaps we should heed their counsel. It is somewhat embarrassing in front of outsiders. And they both recognized their errors. Lu Taichu, hands clasped behind his back, approached Lu Ha and his brother. He scrutinized both of them before turning his gaze to Lu Muyun. Let it go for today. I shall spare them this time. With their grandfather's endorsement, Lu Ha and his brother sighed in relief, their nightmare temporarily suspended. The two of them shielded their faces, distancing themselves from Lu Muyun. At that moment, Dr. Wang made a surprising move. With an audacious demeanor, he knelt before Song Qian, exclaiming, Dr. Song, I am in awe of your prowess. Please do not dismiss me. I humbly request to be your apprentice. This scene left everyone astonished. The illustrious Dr. Wang, kneeling before Song Qian as a disciple. What was happening? Could it be that Song Qian truly possessed extraordinary skills? What had transpired within the confines of that room? Was it possible that he had miraculously healed Elder Lu using mere paper money? Confusion spread across the faces of onlookers. Not far from the hospital bed, the table remained set, the incense burner still emitting wisps of smoke, while two candles flickered gently. Suddenly, Song Qian found himself momentarily bewildered. Is it truly permissible to accept Dr. Wang as a disciple? At that moment, Lu Muyun suddenly spoke up. Dr. Song, may I offer you a piece of advice? Although Dr. Wang's medical skills may not rival yours, his reputation is well established. Taking him on as your apprentice could be beneficial for you. Lu Muyun's reasoning held merit. Beside them, Song Qian, despite his impressive medical prowess, lacked recognition. If he were to accept Dr. Wang as a disciple, he would gain a formidable ally. Furthermore, with Dr. Wang's presence, the earlier scene where Song Qian's two brothers and father repeatedly discouraged him would likely not recur. Lu Muyun's suggestion caught Song Qian off guard. Why would he take an elderly man as a disciple? What advantages would that bring him? As he pondered these thoughts, Dr. Wang's voice interrupted his musings. Dr. Song, I implore you to accept me as your apprentice. I do not seek to learn from your vast knowledge. I only wish to assist you when needed. And that alone would suffice to make me content. Noticing Song Qian's silence, Lu Taichu added, Dr. Song, Dr. Wang is genuinely sincere. Why not consider accepting him? Lu Taichu, the current president of the Lu Group, had navigated the business world for many years and understood the importance of leveraging mutual strengths. The collaboration between Song Qian and Dr. Wang could yield great benefits. For Song Qian, accepting this apprentice posed no harm and offered potential rewards. He would have complete control over what knowledge, if any, he chose to impart. Though uncertain, Song Qian nodded in agreement. Dr. Wang, in light of Miss Lu and Mr. Lu's respect, I shall take you as my apprentice. However, heed my words. I may not share my medical knowledge with you, so do not harbor excessive hopes. It was not that Song Qian was unwilling to teach, but rather that much of his expertise could not easily be conveyed. At least for now. He had yet to fully grasp the inheritance from the Lotus Fairy and was unsure how to impart such knowledge to another. For instance, in treating patients, Song Qian often relied on the spiritual energy from the Dantian, which Dr. Wang lacked. Even if Dr. Wang were to be genuinely moved, Song Qian knew that any attempt to teach would be futile, as he was not yet capable of doing so. Thus, he preemptively closed off that avenue. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang's face broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, Master, for accepting me as your apprentice. Your guidance will forever remain etched in my heart. As long as I can be by your side, even without the gift of knowledge, I will be utterly content." Your disciple bows before you. In the presence of Mr. Liu and the Liu family, Dr. Wang respectfully presented tea, fully embracing his role as a disciple. Subsequently, he introduced himself. "My name is Wang Chuan. I am 58 years old, and I began practicing medicine in my 20s. I have been in this field for nearly 40 years and have gained a modest reputation." Wang Chuan's humility belied the fact that his renown within Longwo was quite significant. He had successfully treated no fewer than 8,000 patients. Financially, his worth extended into the billions. Upon hearing this, Song Qian smiled broadly. It appeared that accepting this disciple would yield favorable returns. Should he find himself in need of funds in the future, acquiring millions from Wang Chuan would not be an issue. Thus, he graciously accepted the apprenticeship. Chapter 79. He is definitely not an ordinary individual to express his respect. Dr. Wang brought no gifts, but instead transferred 660,000 via his phone as a token of appreciation. Song Qian gladly accepted this gesture. After a brief ceremony of apprenticeship, everyone applauded cheerfully. Once everything concluded, Lu Muyun, with Song Qian's permission, collected the incense burners, paper money, and other items from the room. Shortly afterward, Lu Taichu retained Lu Muyun in the room to discuss the recent operations of the company and various occurrences during that time. After listening, Lu Taichu's brow furrowed. Fortunately, he had recovered in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Muyun, you are not a child anymore. It is time you considered a partner. I see that Dr. Song is young and handsome. He is certainly not an ordinary person and could be a rare find as a husband. You must seize this opportunity." Lu Muyun felt her face flush at this remark. "Grandfather, you are being rather inappropriate. Matters of the heart should be planned by the individuals involved. Please do not meddle, or I shall ignore you." Lu Muyun said these words with some reluctance. To be frank, over the years, she had attracted the attention of nearly 1,000 suitors, including over 100 wealthy heirs. Yet, she had found none of them appealing. Most pursued her for her beauty or the wealth of the Lu group, coveting its shares. In short, no one had captured her interest. The more earnest suitors did not meet her standards, while the charming and articulate ones were often frivolous, frequenting dubious venues, entirely fitting the mold of a scion. Look at you, blushing. At your age, are you intending to remain unmarried? You should take my advice seriously. Dr. Song is a coveted individual, and if you let this chance slip away, it may never return. Lu Taichu, ever the astute fox, recognized the situation clearly. Indeed, as he pointed out, there was more than one person vying for Dr. Song's attention. Xu Taohua from Peach Blossom Village had unwaveringly set her sights on him, and the village beauty, Zhang Yibei, was also quite evident in her interest. By order of priority, Lu Muyun would rank third. Dr. Song was indeed a sought-after catch. Enough. You need not be so shameless. Lu Muyun's cheeks burned a deep crimson, and she averted her gaze from Lu Taichu, hastily changing the subject. "Grandfather, if there is nothing else, let us go out. You have recovered today, and since Dr. Song has taken on an apprentice, we should invite them over for a meal and enjoy a family gathering." "Very well, let us go." Lu Taichu rose and took a few steps forward, but paused to turn back and reiterate. "Muyun, please take my words to heart. Dr. Song is a prized individual, and you must grasp this opportunity." The more he emphasized this, the more flustered Lu Muyun became, her bashful demeanor resembling the delicate hues of a sunset. Her face flushed from her neck to her ears. "Grandfather, you must cease this talk," Lu Muyun complained, then tilted her head in contemplation. "Grandfather, there is something I decided without your consent, and there is no room for change. The reason why the esteemed Dr. Song agreed to treat you was that he requested 3 conditions from me, one of which pertains to the petal pendant around my neck. I had no choice but to promise him that once you recover, I would relinquish the pendant to him. I do not wish to offend Dr. Song. I implore you to acquiesce to my request. This decision is indeed significant. The pendant adorning Lu Muyun's neck is worth at least several million. If Dr. Song were to demand such an amount, Lu Taichu would willingly pay, even if it meant parting with a bit more. However, giving away the pendant is truly a dilemma. This heirloom has been passed down through generations. Lu Taichu cannot even recall from which ancestor it originated. Can one truly part with something bequeathed by one's forebears? After contemplating, Lu Taichu gently nodded. Our Lu family values reputation above all. Since you have made a promise, let it be done. Sighing, he lamented the fate of the pendant, which has traversed so many generations only to reach its terminus with Lu Muyun. One must not go back on their word. So be it. Grandfather, you won't hold it against me, will you? Lu Muyun spoke softly, her countenance somewhat troubled. To save her grandfather's life, she felt compelled to comply with Dr. Song's demands. If grandfather has a wish, all you need do is ensure Dr. Song becomes our Lu family's illustrious son-in-law. Whether the pendant adorns his neck or yours makes little difference. Lu Muyun was taken aback by this notion. Within the restaurant, a lavish feast was prepared. Everyone gathered around the table, their thoughts diverging. Lu Ha, Lu Ji, and Li Chunmei wore forced smiles. On one hand, Lu Ha and Lu Ji had endured humiliation, leaving them in a foul mood. On the other hand, Lu Yi's meticulously crafted plans were entirely undone by Dr. Song's unexpected arrival. How could he possibly find joy in this? Only Lu Muyun and Lu Taichu expressed genuine happiness. After the meal, Lu Muyun fabricated an excuse, claiming she needed to consult Dr. Song, and led him upstairs for a private conversation. In the living room above, the two sat upon the sofa. Lu Muyun, in Dr. Song's presence, unbuttoned one of her garments, casually tossing her hair aside before kneeling before him. Dr. Song, this pendant is now yours, but I would appreciate it if you could remove it from my neck yourself. Lu Muyun's form exuded a subtle fragrance. As she knelt, her delicate back was revealed, with one hand resting on her knee and the other brushing her hair aside, exposing her alabaster skin to Dr. Song's gaze. The heady aroma overwhelmed him, momentarily leaving him in a daze. This Miss Lu was breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure, her visage, and her flawless skin were akin to exquisite jade, utterly perfect. Dr. Song hesitated to touch her, for to unfasten the necklace, he would have to make contact with her skin. The moment his hand approached, he felt a wave of warmth. Dr. Song, please assist me in removing it, Lu Muyun implored, still half squatting, her legs beginning to ache from the position. Miss Lu, we must maintain decorum between the sexes. Perhaps you could take it off instead? We wouldn't want any misunderstandings, he suggested awkwardly, his hand frozen in the air. Lu Muyun turned her head, playfully biting her lower lip. Why should I fear misunderstandings when you, a grown man, are so hesitant? As she spoke, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yesterday, during your treatment, you needled me in my abdomen. And not only did you see my body, but you also touched it. Though slightly bashful, she teased him. Embarrassed, Dr. Song could only smile sheepishly. Miss Lu, please, let us not jest. To treat you, I had no choice but to make contact. I kindly ask you to remove the pendant. Rising, Lu Muyun fastened her collar. Her face still flushed. I'll give you another chance. If you do not personally remove the pendant, I shall not part with it, she declared with a playful huff. Hands on her hips, Dr. Song relented, nodding in agreement. Very well, Miss Lu, please kneel before me once more, and I shall remove it promptly. However, Lu Muyun met his gaze directly. Dr. Song, whether you take it from behind or in front, the outcome is the same. Why not remove it from the front? She suggested with a mischievous smile. This was a bold move for Lu Muyun, who understood her grandfather's wisdom. Dr. Song was no ordinary man, and she intended to create an opportunity. Removing it from the front would mean reaching beneath her clothing, a challenge indeed. A hint of embarrassment crossed Dr. Song's face. Lu Muyun was too captivating, like a beautiful lotus emerging from a serene lake. He could only admire her from afar, too shy to approach closely. Were she like Zhang Yibei, someone he was familiar with, he could joke and banter freely. But Lu Muyun was still a recent acquaintance. Dr. Song felt a sense of discomfort. Moreover, his interactions with women were few, and the persistent attentions of Xu Taohua often left him feeling awkward. Now, Lu Muyun was being rather assertive, subtly enticing him under the guise of removing the pendant. Perhaps, Miss Lu, you should turn around as before. I will remove it immediately. Lu Muyun had posed a conundrum, yet it was equally an opportunity. With a light laugh, Lu Muyun chose not to turn away but elegantly seated herself on the sofa. Dr. Song, I was kneeling before you, and you dawdled, causing my calves to ache. If you wish me to kneel again, I wouldn't mind, but my legs are weary. So do assist me with a little treatment, she said, extending her leg towards him. Dr. Song, slightly flustered, placed his hand on her calf, performing a brief, symbolic massage. Lu Muyun's eyes sparkled with mischief as she giggled. I was merely teasing you. I shall take it off myself. With that, she lifted her hair and swiftly removed the pendant. Holding it in one hand, she took Dr. Song's hand with the other, solemnly placing the pendant into his palm. It is yours now. Dr. Song, elated, felt a surge of excitement that surpassed even the joy of receiving 10 million from Lu Laozu. From the moment he had spotted the pendant on Lu Muyun, he had been devising a plan to acquire it. Now, it was finally his. The fragment of the Lotus Immortal's consciousness was within reach. Time had flown over the past 3 years, and much work remained ahead. He must continue to strive towards his goal. The next steps involved earning a living and swiftly seeking fragments of consciousness, aiming to gather them all in the shortest time possible. Once united, the Lotus Immortal would awaken. In just a few days since recovering from his affliction, Dr. Song's life had been transformed dramatically, all thanks to the Lotus Immortal. He needed to remain diligent to ensure the Immortal's swift revival. With great care, he tucked the pendant into his pocket. Thank you, Miss Lu. Lu Muyun lifted her chin, smiling at Dr. Song. Dr. Song, the pendant still carries my warmth. Why not wear it around your neck? This playful side of Lu Muyun was unexpected. She herself was unsure of this sudden change in demeanor. In the past, she would not have acted thus. No need. I shall simply keep it in my pocket. As the conversation progressed, Song Qian shifted his tone, addressing Miss Lu with urgency about a pressing matter that required immediate attention. After a brief pause, he continued, Your grandfather's illness, although cured, raises a question. Are you not curious as to how he fell victim to the soul lock technique? This inquiry struck a chord. Even if Song Qian had not posed the question, Lu Muyun would have inevitably sought answers herself. Indeed, she was eager to uncover the means by which her grandfather had been ensnared by such a technique, believing that the root of the problem must be addressed. With a subtle smile, Song Qian indicated, The answer lies within your grandfather's room. In my grandfather's room? Lu Muyun was taken aback. He proceeded to succinctly relay the circumstances surrounding the matter. Upon hearing the explanation, Lu Muyun sprang to her feet. In that case, let us hasten to my grandfather's room. Song Qian rose as well, urging, Let us go. I hope the item is still there. Lu Taichu's room was located on the 4th floor, while the dining area was on the 2nd. At that moment, Lu Muyun and Song Qian found themselves on the 3rd floor. Earlier, Song Qian had been discreetly observant, gauging whether Lu He would stealthily make his way to the elder's quarters, but Lu He remained inactive. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they entered the elder's room. Song Qian employed his Lotus Eye to check for the item, confirming its presence. Miss Lu, I sense that the item is still here. Although I am aware that it was placed here by Lu He, he would never admit to it outright. He leaned closer, whispering a plan into Lu Muyun's ear. After listening, she raised her thumb in approval and took action. She exited the room to fetch a spare phone, subsequently activating the camera and positioning it as instructed by Song Qian, concealing it afterward. Once everything was set, they departed. While descending the stairs, Song Qian seized a moment when Lu Muyun was distracted to discreetly store the petal pendant within the lotus space. Upon arriving in the living room on the 1st floor, the atmosphere was lively, with laughter and conversation. Lu He and Lu Ji feigned cheerfulness to align with the ambience. Suddenly, Lu He's expression faltered as he recalled that Lu Muyun had always worn a pendant around her neck, a treasured heirloom known to the family. Yet now, it had mysteriously vanished. This pendant symbolized status and identity, worn by the heirs of the Lu family. Why was it missing? Seizing the opportunity, Lu He remarked, If I am not mistaken, grandfather bestowed a family heirloom upon you, which was always around your neck. Where is it? At his prompting, all eyes turned to Lu Muyun's neck, causing her considerable embarrassment. Just as she was about to respond, Lu Taichu interjected. It was I who asked Muyun to remove it. There is no need for you to inquire further. Lu Chunmei, surprised, chimed in, Father, if I recall correctly, that pendant is a family treasure and should not be easily removed. Why was it taken off? Lu Ji, sitting nearby, also appeared intrigued. Since learning that the pendant had been given to Lu Muyun, he had never seen it removed, especially on such a fortuitous day when grandfather had just recovered. My decisions are not for you to question. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Taichu was reluctant to elaborate further. Now that the pendant had been given to Song Qian, any explanation would only intensify their doubts. Noticing his grandfather's displeasure, Lu He felt increasingly puzzled. The pendant had been given to Lu Muyun and could not be reclaimed unless passed to another, suggesting it was still with her. Rubbing his temples in contemplation, Lu He suddenly had a realization. I remember now, he said tentatively. During dinner, I clearly saw that pendant still adorning Lu Muyun's neck. Now that it is absent, could it be that it was given to the esteemed Dr. Song? In truth, Lu He was merely probing. Lu Ji, picking up on Lu He's hint, added, Indeed. Lu Muyun took Dr. Song upstairs to discuss something, and upon her return, the pendant was gone. Lu He's theory is not without merit. His gaze shifted towards Song Qian. Li Chunmei fanned the flames. Lu Muyun, that pendant is a family heirloom. Surely, you haven't truly given it to Dr. Song? The atmosphere grew awkward as these inquiries were made. Lu Taichu frowned, his lips twitching, aware that while Lu Muyun had acted on her own accord, she had previously discussed the pendant with him, to which he had consented. With the family's suspicions mounting, Lu Taichu decided to clarify the situation. He stroked his beard and rose from his seat, casting a commanding gaze over those who dared to stir trouble. Since you are so eager to know, I shall be candid. Yes, with my consent, the pendant has indeed been given to Dr. Song. As Lu Taichu laid bare the truth, Lu Muyun took the opportunity to succinctly explain the circumstances surrounding the matter. This is the situation. Dr. Song agreed to treat my grandfather on the condition that he receive this pendant. Though its value is immense, it pales in comparison to my grandfather's health. Even if it were worth 10 such pendants, it would be a worthy exchange. My decisions are not up for your scrutiny. Song Qian was taken aback by Lu Ha's perceptiveness. In an instant, he realized the pendant was no longer concealed. And with the truth now revealed, there was no need for subterfuge. The pendant was securely in his possession, beyond anyone's reach. Indeed, the pendant has been entrusted to me. However, this was a prerequisite for treating the elder, and now that he has recovered, is there any issue with my retaining it? Originally, Song Qian's success in curing the elder had disrupted his plans, and now, with the pendant in his possession, Lu Ha was unwilling to let it go. Dr. Song, you treated my grandfather, but why demand the pendant specifically? I now suspect that your involvement may have contributed to my grandfather's ailment. Silence. Lu Taichu bellowed, astonished that anyone would dare to slander Dr. Song. Who gave you the audacity? Do you wish to meet your end? Song Qian was the savior of the Lu family, having rescued both Lu Taichu and Lu Muyun. Yet Lu Ha dared to cast aspersions upon him. Faced with Lu Taichu's wrath, Lu Ha hesitated but pressed on, determined to exploit the situation. Grandfather, whether you strike or scold me, I must voice my concerns. That pendant is a treasured legacy of the Lu family, passed down through generations. How could it be so casually bestowed upon an outsider? Without it, it feels as though we have lost the blessings of our ancestors. Lu Fuxing sat nearby, torn between his thoughts. It was true that the elder's decision was questionable, and the pendant should not have been given to an outsider. However, he lacked the courage to speak out. The elder's actions were flawed, and so too were his own. Enough, Lu Taichu shouted. Dr. Song's agreement to treat me was contingent upon the pendant. There is nothing more to discuss. Song Qian's eyes narrowed as he regarded Lu Ha. This young man had persistently opposed him. It was time to deliver a lesson. Young Master Lu, you previously claimed that my actions led to your grandfather's illness. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? Lu Ha remained blissfully unaware of the impending consequences of his words. Hearing Song Qian's challenge, he could not help but grin, relishing the prospect of a verbal sparring match. Dr. Song, may I inquire about the pendant worn by Lu Muyun? It hangs around her neck, with only the necklace visible. You are well aware that treating my grandfather could yield substantial monetary gain, so why the fixation on the pendant? This question is indeed quite intricate and indirectly reveals that prior to the treatment, Song Qian harbored an intense desire for the pendant, even recognizing its worth. Song Qian's expression grew icy, a glint of malice flickering in his gaze. The unfolding events need no extensive explanation. If young Master Lu harbors suspicions, it would be more straightforward to address them directly. Lu Taichu was about to speak, but Song Qian gestured for him to allow Lu Ha to finish his statement. Lu Ha, arms crossed and eyes fixed intently on Song Qian, stepped forward, declaring that since Dr. Song had made such assertions, he would not hold back. He voiced his suspicion that before his grandfather fell ill, Song Qian had already set his sights on the pendant and, through some clandestine method, caused his grandfather's ailment to later present demands for treatment. The motive was simple, to acquire the pendant. Lu He's words were astute, successfully shifting the focus of conflict onto Song Qian. Should the elderly gentleman ever discover that his affliction stemmed from a soul-locking technique, Lu Ha could easily accuse Song Qian of premeditated malice, additionally tarnishing Lu Muyun's reputation by alleging collusion. You are slandering me. Lu Muyun discerned the implication directed at her, urging Lu Ha to continue. Song Qian responded with a cold smile. Lu Ha, emboldened by what he perceived as their unease, boldly questioned whether his grandfather's illness was indeed part of Song Qian's long-standing scheme. Will you confess or not? Be honest. With a derisive chuckle, Song Qian surveyed the assembly. Lu Ha, your ancestors are surely watching you from the heavens. Do you not fear their retribution for such slander? His words were a prelude to the forthcoming events, strategically positioning him to deal with Lu Ha. Oblivious to the underlying strategy, Lu Ha retorted, I have committed no wrongdoing. And my ancestors are not blind. How could they punish me? He boasted, reveling in his perceived immunity. Since you claim innocence, will you dare to swear an oath to the heavens? To your ancestors? Song Qian challenged. Lu He dismissed the notion of oaths as mere childish play, scoffing at their significance. As Lu He prepared to make his solemn vow, Song Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. The audacious are destined to face consequences for their arrogance. Initially, Lu Muyun had a phone hidden in Lu Laoye's room to gather evidence against Lu He, but now Song Qian resolved to adopt a different approach. Young Master Lu, since you are so bold, please swear to the heavens and your ancestors that my grandfather's illness is unrelated to you, that all blame lies with me. Song Qian, let your ancestors deal with me. Lu He found this amusing. What was a mere oath? He doubted that after swearing, his ancestors would punish him. If they had any sense, they would chastise Lu Muyun, for a woman should not hold dominion over the Lu family enterprise. Clearing his throat, Lu He tilted his head back, eyes half closed, preparing to make a grave oath. Lu Taichu, seated nearby, felt a pang of curiosity. Why would such a skilled physician engage in this trivial game with Lu He? What was the underlying intention? Lu Muyun stood, perplexed, unable to comprehend Song Qian's motives. Did oaths hold any real power? If they did, countless men swearing to their girlfriends would have long since met with divine retribution. Lu Muyun was bewildered, her thoughts a muddled haze. What was Dr. Song's true intention? Dr. Wang, Director Sun, and several others gazed in astonishment, finding the situation absurdly humorous. Oaths were mere nonsense. Who could believe them? Then, Lu He's voice rang out. I swear to the heavens and my ancestors that my grandfather's illness is unrelated to me. I have done him no wrong. If I speak falsely, may heaven punish me. May my ancestors punish me. No sooner had he uttered these words than he clutched his throat as if possessed, collapsing to the ground with a cry. The scene left everyone stunned. What was happening? Had he been punished by his ancestors? Li Chunmei's brow furrowed in concern. What could have caused her son, seemingly well moments ago, to behave so erratically? She rushed forward to assist Lu He. Do not touch him, Song Qian interjected urgently. I suspect Lu He may have wronged the elderly gentleman and is now being punished by your family's ancestors. Do not interfere, it could endanger him. Let him finish speaking. Lu He writhed on the floor, hands gripping his throat, howling in agony, his eyes bulging and face contorted. The horrific cries sent everyone retreating. Even the seasoned Lu Taichu was taken aback by the bizarre spectacle, something he had never encountered before. Lu Muyun stood aghast, her complexion pale. She could not fathom why Lu He was acting so strangely. Could it be true that he was being punished as Song Qian suggested? If their ancestors could manifest power, why not do so sooner? Her mind swirled in confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Lu He's condition was entirely orchestrated by Song Qian through hypnosis, rendering him unable to resist. Observing Lu He's plight, Song Qian smiled coldly, silently thinking that Lu He was far too naive to engage in a battle of wits with him. For someone like Lu He, Song Qian had countless methods at his disposal to deal with him, each capable of leading to his demise. As Lu He continued to clutch at his throat, his facial muscles twitching in distress, he was compelled to speak through the agony. Grandfather, I am sorry, it was I who harmed you. You fell victim to the soul-locking technique, which I arranged through considerable expenditure. His face twisted in torment. He sought to suppress the truth, but his lips betrayed him, revealing the hidden secret. Li Chunmei's heart dropped in panic. She had been complicit in Lu He's schemes. If he disclosed everything, they would be doomed. Desperate, she lunged at Lu He, one hand pressing down on his head while the other covered his mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? Let go. Let him speak. Lu Taichu shouted in anger. Li Chunmei, gripped by fear, dared not release her hold, still attempting to stifle Lu He's voice, terrified he might reveal more. Did you hear that? Step aside. Lu Taichu's voice boomed again, but Li Chunmei remained resolute. Dad, Lu He might be unwell. He is speaking nonsense. Don't listen to him. We need to call an ambulance, she exclaimed, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. In the midst of the chaos, two doctors were present at the scene. One was the esteemed Director Sun Changda of Jiangxing Hospital, and the other was Song Qian. In a moment of desperation, she turned her gaze towards Sun Changda. Director Sun, Lu He may be experiencing an epileptic episode. Please, you must help him. He is in danger of strangling himself, she implored. Sun Changda's eyes, filled with concern, sought out Song Qian. She waved her hand dismissively and said to Li Chunmei, Lu He is undoubtedly suffering the consequences of our ancestors' wrath. Once the punishment is complete, he should recover on his own. I fear that no one can save him now. At that moment, Lu Taichu directed his attention toward Lu Fuxing and Lu Ji. You two, quickly pull Li Chunmei away. If Lu He loses control, it could lead to an attack on his mother, which would be dire. In a matter of moments, Li Chunmei was pulled back. Then, Lu He began to mutter to himself, in my grandfather's room, there is a bonsai that conceals a puppet, a gift from the master, inscribed with my grandfather's name. Upon hearing this, Li Chunmei collapsed in despair. It's over. Everything is ruined. These scoundrels have revealed everything. Had I known, I should have seized the opportunity to destroy that puppet and eliminate the evidence. Furious, Lu Taichu's face flushed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Come, let us ascend and uncover the truth behind this wretched child's words. I must see for myself if there is indeed something to find. Li Chunmei scrambled to her feet and rushed before the elderly patriarch. Father, Lu He is speaking nonsense. You cannot believe him. Call for an ambulance and take Lu He to the hospital immediately. If we delay, he may lose his life. We must prioritize saving him. If her father took the others upstairs, it would spell disaster. Stopping Lu Taichu was their only hope. Get out of my way. Lu Taichu bellowed, turning and striding forward, followed closely by the others as they made their way to the 4th floor. Curiosity hung in the air as they arrived at the room. Inside, there were a few bonsai plants, and in a fit of rage, Lu Taichu overturned one, sending soil spilling everywhere. It was then that an astonishing sight unfolded. As the second bonsai toppled, a palm-sized puppet fell from its surface, entirely black, with Lu Taichu's name inscribed in red on its back, marked with a bold cross. The puppet was also pierced by 10 steel needles. This scene felt eerily surreal to everyone present. Dr. Wang and Director Sun furrowed their brows, grappling with disbelief. Such a spectacle seemed more suited to the realm of television than reality. It was chilling. The sinister black puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly figure, emanating a bone-chilling aura that sent shivers down their spines. Lu Muyun, witnessing the unfolding drama, felt her hairs stand on end. Although Song Qian had previously mentioned there was something amiss in the room, seeing it manifested before her eyes was a different matter entirely, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. This very puppet had cost the family tens of millions in medical expenses, led to the loss of a pendant, and nearly resulted in her grandfather's demise. The internal economic toll on the group was staggering, amounting to billions. Lu He, that wretched scoundrel, was utterly inhumane. Prioritizing the family's power over his grandfather's life, he was nothing short of a monster. The more Lu Muyun reflected, the more her anger swelled, wishing nothing more than to see Lu He suffer. At that moment, she began to grasp a troubling realization. Earlier, Song Qian had compelled Lu He to swear an oath, and then Lu He had spoken the truth. Could it be that Lu He's honesty was orchestrated by Song Qian? How had she managed to do so? Furthermore, based on the sequence of events, Lu Muyun was certain that Lu He's so-called punishment from the ancestors was indeed a scheme devised by Song Qian. As she looked at Song Qian, her admiration deepened, finding her increasingly captivating. This individual possessed remarkable abilities. Lu Muyun was determined to uncover the vast array of secrets that Song Qian harbored. Lu Taichu was seething with rage. Realizing that Lu He's claims held a ring of truth, everything was indeed his doing. He was intent on exacting vengeance. You wretched child. I will ensure your demise today. Lu Taichu stormed downstairs, clutching the puppet in his hand. Upon reaching the living room, he found Lu He kneeling, still sobbing. Just then, Song Qian withdrew her hypnosis, and Lu He slumped to the ground, regaining his senses, bewildered. Why am I sitting on the floor? Lu Taichu approached and kicked Lu He, who yelped in surprise, unable to rise. You little beast, do you truly wish to destroy me? Lu Taichu berated him, throwing the concealed black puppet at Lu He's feet. The sight of it sent Lu He into a panic. That puppet was hidden in my grandfather's room. How could it be here? He was utterly perplexed. Puppet, how is it here? Before Lu He could finish his sentence, he realized he had inadvertently revealed too much and hastily turned his head away, avoiding the puppet. No, I do not recognize this puppet. The more he protested, the more everyone believed he was undeniably connected to it. Moreover, having been hypnotized by Song Qian, he had disclosed everything he should not have. Explanations were futile. Confess where this puppet came from and who provided it to you. Dare to utter a single falsehood, and I will end you. Lu Taichu's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lu He, ready to unleash his wrath if Lu He did not speak the truth. In a desperate bid to protect her son, Li Chunmei suddenly interjected. She fell to her knees before Lu Taichu. Father, this matter is entirely my doing. I instructed someone to place the puppet. I had no idea it would escalate to this severity. I am responsible, so please punish me instead. Do not involve Lu He. Chapter 84. Lu Ji's two demands Li Chunmei attempted to assume responsibility, but it was a futile effort, as Lu Ha had already confessed to placing the puppet. She sought to distance Lu Ha from the incident, yet Lu Taichu was not easily swayed by her words. His anger intensified as he processed her admission. You, Li Chunmei. So you were involved in this as well. Tell me the truth. Where did the puppet come from? And why did you do this? Li Chunmei knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. The ramifications for Lu Ha were severe. If not handled properly, he might lose not only his claim to the Lu family's power, but also the shares he held, which could be reclaimed by the patriarch. Father, we were foolish, blinded by greed, and misled by others. Please forgive us. Lu Ha clung to Lu Taichu's leg, begging for mercy. Grandfather, my mother and I realize our mistakes. Please grant us one chance. We will never act this way again. At this juncture, Lu Ha had no choice but to plead for leniency. All he hoped was to defuse the immediate crisis. With time, he believed he would have the opportunity to rise again. In this moment of desperation, he wished only for Lu Taichu's heart to soften, allowing them to escape unscathed even if only with a slight reprimand. As he begged for forgiveness, Lu Ha found himself utterly bewildered. He vaguely remembered swearing an oath before the heavens, and then everything had spiraled out of control. Now, he was unsure how he had ended up in this predicament, only to find himself kicked by his grandfather and faced with the ominous black puppet. What on earth was happening? Lu Ha racked his brains, but could not comprehend the situation. It had to be Song Qian's doing. Once he resolved the immediate crisis, he must hold Song Qian accountable. He was determined to eliminate this pest. Cursed Song Qian, time and again he had thwarted Lu He's endeavors, and now he had escalated matters to his grandfather. This scoundrel! How had he not been brought to heel? Lu Ha pleaded for mercy, yet his mind seethed with hatred for Song Qian. Lu Ji stood by, engulfed in mixed emotions. He could hardly fathom that his grandfather's illness was orchestrated by Lu Ha. The cruelty exhibited by Lu Ha and his stepmother was appalling. To endanger their grandfather's life for the sake of corporate power was a treachery that warranted vigilance. If he could harm their grandfather today, what would stop him from targeting Lu Ji tomorrow? Such a person was terrifying, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Fortunately, the crisis had passed without dire consequences. Grandfather had finally recovered. This incident would undoubtedly tarnish Lu He's standing. Lu Ji realized he must seize this opportunity to present himself favorably before his grandfather if he hoped to gain control of the corporate empire. Among the three siblings, he had always been the least influential. Given the current circumstances, Lu Ha would surely be sidelined for the foreseeable future, or perhaps for life. Lu Muyun remained his most formidable rival for the company's future authority. With Lu Ha out of the picture, Lu Ji felt a weight lift from his shoulders. In response to the pleas of the two, Lu Taichu remained silent. What a calamity! He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of his daughter-in-law and grandson. Such brazen treachery was beyond comprehension. He had to reclaim his life. Henceforth, all shares held by Lu Ho would revert to the corporation, and he would be barred from holding any position within the company. Guards, take this mother-son duo back to their quarters and confine them. They are not to step outside without my consent. Despite their desperate pleas, they were forcibly removed. For a fleeting moment, Lu Taichu entertained thoughts of vengeance. He had labored tirelessly to strengthen the company, ensuring the family had no worries, yet he had nearly lost his life to Lu Ha. At that moment, Lu Ji spoke up. Grandfather, both my stepmother and Lu Ha have indeed gone too far. Their intent to harm you is simply unacceptable. Thankfully, Sister Mu Yun, with her keen insight and immense pressure, summoned Dr. Song to our home and cured you. Lu Ji then shifted his tone. However, grandfather, while Dr. Song is our savior, compensating him with that heirloom pendant inherited from our ancestors is simply inappropriate. I hope you do not take offense at my words. Giving such a precious family relic to Dr. Song leaves me unsettled. Lu Taichu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He had weighed the matter of the pendant carefully. Lu Ji's words had crossed his mind before, yet he could not go back on his word. Moreover, the pendant had already been given to Song Qian. This matter has been settled. If it were not for this pendant, Dr. Song would never have come to my aid. Since it has been bestowed upon him, it rightfully belongs to him. There is no need to discuss this further. Lu Taichu's tone was resolute and left no room for debate. As the head of the Lu group, it was unthinkable to go back on his word, especially since the pendant was a prerequisite for his treatment. The treasures left by ancestors should serve a purpose rather than merely serve as decorative items passed down through generations. Grandfather, Lu Ji interjected, I cannot abide by this. If the pendant is to be given to Dr. Song, I must have his assurance that he will assist our company in two matters before I can truly accept this. Lu Ji's statement posed a challenge to Song Qian and, more significantly, created trouble for Lu Muyun. Lu Muyun's expression darkened, and she shot a glare at Lu Ji. Lu Ji, do not overstep your bounds. Dr. Song is not an employee of the company. Why should he assist us? He has not promised you anything. Why must he comply with your demands? That pendant is also a rare treasure. Having received the pendant from Lu Muyun, Song Qian had also accepted a sum of 10 million from the elder, feeling slightly guilty. Since Lu Ji had made demands, he would hear them out first. Young Master Lu, please state your requests. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji felt a surge of excitement. If Song Qian were to agree to his terms, it would provide him an opportunity to maneuver in the shadows. Furthermore, it would complicate matters for Lu Muyun. Dr. Song, I realize this may place you in a difficult position, but that pendant is indeed a family heirloom. I have just two modest requests. First, the Zhao Group in Jiangqing owes our Lu Group 100 million. I would appreciate your assistance in recovering this debt. Lu Ji added, rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Should you recover this sum, I will grant you a 20% commission. Lu Muyun's anger flared upon hearing this. Lu Ji, have you lost your senses? The Zhao Group's debt has become a debt account. Grandfather has already given up on it. How can you demand Dr. Song's assistance? If you are so capable, why not pursue it yourself? Lu Taichu sighed, his expression grim. Lu Muyun was right. They had long since given up on that debt, especially since the Zhao family was not to be trifled with. The others in the Lu family began to murmur in agreement. Indeed, since it has become a debt account, the Zhao family is unlikely to pay. This truly places an undue burden on Dr. Song. He has been a benefactor to our family, and we should not impose such demands upon him. Perhaps we should reconsider the request. It would ease the burden on Dr. Song and allow young Master Lu to move past this. Considering Lu Muyun's perspective, Song Qian contemplated the request. Since it had been made, he would allocate some time to resolve this minor inconvenience. After all, it was just a matter of collecting a debt. How difficult could it be? If the other party was agreeable, he would grant them the courtesy they deserved. If they were uncooperative, he would resort to more forceful measures. With the unparalleled legacy he had inherited, Song Qian's skills were extraordinary. He was already unrivaled in the world, and it was time to flex his muscles. As for the Zhao Group, he would make contact. Moreover, recovering the funds would yield a 20% commission, amounting to 20 million, a substantial sum. Currently, Song Qian was on a quest for the Lotus fragments. The only way forward was to engage with more individuals. Without connections, how could he search? He had no leads on the other fragments. Going to the Zhao family for money would also allow him to establish connections with them. Young Master Lu, is there a time constraint? Within half a month, Lu Ji replied. Half a month was ample time. Song Qian probed further. Can the Zhao Group indeed produce 100 million? The crux of the matter was whether the Zhao Group had the financial means. If they were broke, even annihilating the Zhao Group would be futile. They would never be able to pay the debt. Of course they can, Lu Ji confidently asserted. The Zhao Group remains a formidable entity. Not only can they produce 100 million, even if you demanded 1 billion, they would not blink an eye. Song Qian's spirits lifted at this. As long as the other party had funds, the debt was as good as reclaimed. Very well, I accept your request. Song Qian readily agreed and turned his attention back to Lu Ji. Now, please present your second request. Lu Ji had not anticipated that Song Qian would acquiesce so readily. While Song Qian was indeed a skilled physician, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. Everyone had remarked that even if grandfather intervened, retrieving the debt from the Zhao family would be uncertain, yet Song Qian had boldly agreed. A sly grin crept across Lu Ji's face as he relished the prospect of his cunning plan coming to fruition. My second condition is that the group needs to find a first-line female celebrity as a spokesperson, with a budget of only 1 million. I hope Dr. Song can fulfill this request. Upon hearing this, Lu Muyun furrowed her brows once again. The Lu Group indeed required a celebrity endorsement, yet due to various issues, they had been searching for half a year without success. In Jiangcheng, the Lu Group is quite reputable, possessing assets worth billions, but on a national scale. It is merely a small enterprise. How could top-tier celebrities possibly endorse a small company? It is not merely a matter of money. They fear the risks involved, especially with a mere budget of 1 million. Who among those prominent stars would value such a paltry sum? Lu Ji, have you lost your senses? To think one could engage a first-line star for 1 million, even with 10 million, it might not be achievable. Lu Muyun glared fiercely at Lu Ji, her frustration evident. What chaos are you stirring up now, Lu Ji? However, this conversation struck a chord with Song Qian, as if it had opened the door to a new world. A first-line female celebrity, how splendid. The Lotus Immortal once mentioned that the fragments of divine consciousness fell into the hands of 9 beautiful women. Thus, interacting with a female celebrity could present an opportunity. With that in mind, I shall tentatively agree. Song Qian inquired further. Is there a time constraint for hiring the celebrity? Within a month, Lu Ji replied indifferently. Song Qian nodded. Very well, it is settled. These two questions, while seemingly challenging him, indirectly assisted Song Qian in his quest for the divine consciousness fragments. Ultimately, whether he succeeded or not was of little concern to him. Should he achieve it, it would be a joyous occasion for all. If he failed, the pendant would remain in his possession, and he would not be obliged to return it. He could simply agree for now and resolve it later. Since Song Qian had agreed, Lu Taichu had no further objections, aiming instead to help Song Qian resolve these two issues within the given time frame. Even if Song Qian could not succeed, it would not matter. At this critical juncture, Lu Ji dared to create trouble. When the time came, he would deal with this troublesome being. He truly had no regard for the savior of their family. Lu Taichu stepped forward, picked up the black puppet, and presented it to Song Qian, asking how it should be handled. Song Qian accepted the puppet, acknowledging that it indeed required attention. Otherwise, leaving it unattended would be detrimental to one's health. Thank you, Dr. Song, Lu Taichu expressed politely. No need for such formality. Old sir, I will handle it right away, Song Qian replied, cradling the black puppet in his left hand while inscribing runes on it with his right. Speaking with an air of an enlightened master. Lu Muyun and the others were uncertain about Song Qian's intentions, yet they felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Under Lu Muyun's direction, the family retreated. Approximately half a minute later, a miraculous scene unfolded. Black smoke began to envelop the puppet, gradually wrapping it in a shroud. As it slowly detached from Song Qian's left hand and began to hover above it. What kind of technique is this? Dr. Wang stood by, momentarily stunned. Just who is the master he has recently pledged to? This is astonishing. Witnessing Song Qian's extraordinary display, Dr. Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. Earlier, when Lu Ji posed a challenge to Song Qian, Dr. Wang considered intervening, but ultimately chose silence. It wasn't that he was unwilling to step in. Rather, he believed that with such exceptional medical skills, those two minor issues should not pose a challenge for him. As for collecting debts, Dr. Wang lacked the means. But he had some connections for hiring a celebrity. He was confident that with a few phone calls and a modest expenditure, he could manage to secure a female star. As he observed Song Qian's actions, he grew increasingly astonished, feeling as if he had never witnessed such grandeur. Dean Sun's eyes were also wide with disbelief. The enigmatic doctor. Song was becoming increasingly unfathomable to him. Chapter 86. Pleas for mercy from the great immortal. Could it be that doctor? Song is not only a reincarnated divine physician, but also a legendary martial cultivator? That would be extraordinarily impressive. Amidst his astonishment, Dean Sun was filled with anticipation, hoping for the day when Song Qian would join Jiangqing Hospital. If that day were to come, the hospital's reputation would soar, becoming the premier medical institution among nearby cities. Dean Sun thought to himself that he should seize the opportunity to have a private conversation with Song Qian later, perhaps to negotiate a higher salary in hopes of securing his services. Meanwhile, Lu Taichu, Lu Muyun, and the members of the Lu family watched in awe. As if witnessing something extraordinary, Song Qian stood in the center of the crowd, chanting incantations, with the black puppet still hovering above his palm. At the Jiangqing Imperial Hotel, in a luxurious suite, an elderly Taoist in his 60s, clad in a blue robe and a matching cap, sat cross-legged on the bed with a whisk in his hand. Beside him stood two young acolytes, their youthful faces still innocent, likely around 11 or 12 years old. At that moment, the old Taoist's face turned pale with shock. No, someone has broken my soul-locking technique. What? One of the acolytes exclaimed. Isn't the master's soul-locking technique unbreakable? Who possesses such power? Another acolyte, eyes wide with worry, asked in disbelief. It can't be. Who has the capability? Great immortal, spare me. The old Taoist cried out in fear, enduring immense pain as he shifted from a seated to a kneeling position, trembling on the bed. Master, what is wrong? Master, please don't scare us. The two acolytes rushed to his side, panic-stricken and drenched in cold sweat. Just then, the acolyte's voice had barely faded when the old Taoist suddenly coughed up blood, his temples throbbing, his face a mask of horror. Great immortal, spare me. At the Lu residence in Jiangqing, the black puppet above Song Qian's left hand continued to float and spin slowly, the surrounding black smoke growing denser. Go. Song Qian uttered two words casually. The black puppet, as if imbued with a soul, soared out of the house, enveloped in black smoke, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Song Qian continued his incantation. His mind was akin to a drone tracking the puppet, following it to the Jiangqing Imperial Hotel. The puppet entered a room where the old Taoist lay trembling on the bed, bloodstains evident on the bedding. The two acolytes stood frozen in horror, bewildered. The puppet transformed into a swirling black mist and entered the old Taoist's body, causing him to lose consciousness and collapse onto the bed. Witnessing this, Song Qian smirked coldly. The matter of the puppet has been resolved. Upon hearing this, Lu Taichu sighed in relief, hastily stepping forward to grasp Song Qian's hand tightly. Dr. Song, I cannot thank you enough. Song Qian shook Lu Taichu's hand before releasing it. There is no need for such gratitude, old sir. It is my duty. Once again, congratulations on your complete recovery. Thank you, Dr. Song. Lu Muyun extended her delicate hand to shake Song Qian's, then turned to Lu Taichu. Grandfather, you are finally well again. I need no longer live in fear. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Throughout her grandfather's illness, she had been anxious, juggling the responsibilities of seeking treatment for him while managing family affairs. Her efforts had not been in vain. Today, her wish had finally come true. Master, what kind of spell was that? It was truly remarkable. Dr. Wang gazed at Song Qian, his face filled with admiration, observing the astonished expressions of those around him. Song Qian merely smiled faintly. To others, it seemed like an extraordinary ability, yet to him, it was merely a trivial task. The legacy of the Lotus Flower Immortal Emperor was indeed formidable. Even the simplest display of skill could leave the world in awe. The sensation of such impressive prowess was undeniably exhilarating. It was merely a minor feat, and there was no need for such exaggerated reactions. However, the onlookers did not share his nonchalance. In the eyes of the Lu family, he appeared almost divine. The majority present held him in high esteem. At that moment, Lu Taichu suddenly spoke up. Dr. Song is a practitioner of extraordinary skill, not only in medicine but also in spells that could shake the heavens and stir the souls. I advise anyone from the Lu family to show utmost respect. Should anyone dare to disrespect him, I shall be the first to take action against them. Lu Taichu's eyes blazed with fury as he directed his gaze towards Lu Ji. Especially you. It would be wise to temper your behavior. Should you dare to play any tricks, do not blame this old man for being ruthless. Lu Ji lowered his head, remaining silent. Just moments ago, he had made 2 requests of Song Qian, but he never anticipated that Song Qian possessed both exceptional medical skills and magical abilities. This predicament had become quite troublesome. Old master, there is no need to intimidate him, Song Qian said lightly, his gaze fixed on Lu Ji. For Miss Lu Muyun's sake, I shall not hold you accountable for the time being. However, he paused for effect. Should you attempt any clandestine maneuvers, rest assured, I shall know all. Lu Ji, being astute, refrained from acting recklessly. He lifted his head, feigning sincerity as he addressed Song Qian. Rest assured, Dr. Song, I shall fulfill the 2 requests you agreed to. I would never dare to play any tricks. Yet, his thoughts were far from sincere. How could Song Qian possibly reclaim the Zhao family's wealth? Once he arrived at the Zhao residence, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. At that juncture, Lu Ji could seize the opportunity to turn the tables on Lu Muyun. It was a classic case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Members of the Lu family gradually dispersed to attend to their affairs. Dr. Wang and Dean Sun also departed, each with their own matters to address. Dr. Song, regarding the situation within Xueman and Su Junhao, it may pose some complications. Do you require my assistance? Lu Muyun expressed her concern. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. I will handle that matter myself. What matter? Allow Muyun to assist you, Lu Taichu interjected from the side, then turned to Lu Muyun. Muyun, Dr. Song is a benefactor to our family. Henceforth, whenever he encounters difficulties, you must do everything in your power to aid him. Lu Muyun nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Grandpa, I know what to do. Even without her grandfather's urging, Lu Muyun would have acted similarly. Chapter 87. A new car for you at this point. Lu Muyun shifted the conversation. Grandpa, Lu Ji's requests are indeed too burdensome for Dr. Song. I believe it would be best to let it go and teach Lu Ji a lesson instead. Lu Taichu stroked his beard thoughtfully. He was also curious to see what other abilities Song Qian possessed beyond his medical expertise. These 2 requests would serve as a test for him. If he succeeded, Lu Muyun would be promised to him. While Song Qian's medical skills had already surpassed the highest expectations for a son-in-law of the Lu family, Lu Taichu believed that the more exceptional the future son-in-law, the better. He wished to delve deeper into Song Qian's secrets. How many more mysteries did this man hold? Lu Ji's requests could be considered a form of assessment. Regardless of whether Song Qian succeeded or failed, Lu Taichu would not blame him. If he succeeded, it would be a joyous occasion, and if not, it would merely be a matter of laughter. Very well, since Dr. Song has already agreed in front of everyone, let him have a go at it first. And then we shall see, Lu Taichu declared, directing his gaze at Lu Muyun. By the way, regarding the debt collection and inviting celebrities, You must fully cooperate with Dr. Song. Whatever he requires, you must provide support. Understood, Lu Muyun replied with a smile and a nod. Lu Taichu stood up from his seat and stretched lazily. Muyun, since I have not visited the company since falling ill, I shall go take a look. You stay here and keep Dr. Song company. With that, he turned and walked towards the door. It had been a long time since he had visited the company, and he genuinely wished to see how things were. Moreover, as an elderly man, sitting among two young individuals could hinder their conversation. His departure would afford them ample space. Little Qian, where did that black wooden puppet go after Grandpa left? Lu Muyun suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. Song Qian smiled. It has gone to where it belongs. As for its exact whereabouts, I believe it is better if you remain unaware. Seeing that Song Qian was unwilling to divulge more, Lu Muyun refrained from pressing further. She rose from her seat, swaying her slender waist, and sat closely beside Song Qian. Little Qian, I heard you mention that Shui Man was your ex-girlfriend. So, I presume you are currently single? Song Qian nodded, slightly embarrassed. Indeed, you have visited my home twice and seen the dilapidated state of my family's house. With such poverty, who would look favorably upon someone like me? Before he could finish, Lu Muyun quickly placed her delicate hand over his mouth. Do not belittle yourself. After a brief pause, she continued, you still haven't directly answered my previous question. Are you single? What of it? Song Qian retorted. Are you interested in pursuing me? The unexpected reply caused Lu Muyun's cheeks to flush. She hadn't anticipated such directness from him. After a few moments of contemplation, she turned to face Song Qian. Compared to my ex-girlfriend Shui Man, who do you think is prettier, her or me? Song Qian turned to her, gazing earnestly. In every aspect, she cannot compare to you. She is not even worthy to carry your shoes, let alone be compared. Lu Muyun was stunning, both in figure and face, possessing a beauty that could captivate any onlooker. And Shui Man paled in comparison. Lu Muyun's delicate jawline, exquisite oval face, could evoke envy from men wherever she went. How could someone like Shui Man compete with her? Is that so? Lu Muyun chuckled. While I appreciate your flattery, it's not entirely accurate. Yet, I do consider myself a beauty, and I quite enjoy hearing that. She added, by the way, your ex-girlfriend is getting married the day after tomorrow. They have repeatedly emphasized the need for you to attend. How about I accompany you to avoid any embarrassment over your single status? Song Qian chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Thank you, Sister Muyun, but the matter between my ex-girlfriend and me is personal, and it is best I handle it myself. I appreciate your kindness. In that case, I want to insist, Lu Muyun replied, then shifted the topic. By the way, now that you have cured my cervical cancer, I have yet to properly thank you. I am planning to give you a new car as a token of my gratitude. I hope you will not refuse. Let us go buy one now. As she spoke, she pulled Song Qian to his feet. The reason for gifting him a car was twofold, to express her gratitude and to facilitate his upcoming debt collection. For having his own vehicle would make the process much more convenient. What? A new car? Though Song Qian stood up, he was still somewhat taken aback. He had contemplated buying a car for himself, but not at this moment. In the confines of his home, Song Qian resolved to construct a villa. However, he found himself devoid of time to seek a construction team, leading him to purchase a car without a designated parking space. Even if he intended to buy a vehicle, it would be prudent to build the house first. At this juncture, Song Qian possessed a considerable sum of money. Thus, simultaneously erecting a residence and acquiring a new car posed no financial dilemma. Nevertheless, it was essential to inform his parents about these plans. Indeed, I shall accompany you to purchase a car, declared Lu Muyun, as she confidently linked her arm with Song Qian's. Sister Muyun, perhaps it would be wiser to postpone the car purchase. Our house is in disrepair. I should return home to focus on the construction before considering a vehicle, he replied. With a charming smile, Lu Muyun insisted, building a house and buying a car are not mutually exclusive. Besides, the car is a gift from me to you. You cannot refuse. Her assertiveness compelled Song Qian to relent after a few polite objections. Buying a car was inevitable, so he acquiesced. In the vehicle, Zhao Kiki was at the wheel, while Song Qian and Lu Muyun occupied the back seat. Kiki, to the Jiangxing Auto World, Lu Muyun instructed. Understood, Mississippi, rest assured. Zhao Kiki replied, igniting the engine and swiftly departing. At that moment, Lu Muyun added, by the way, regarding your family's house construction, I have a construction team I can recommend. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's spirits lifted. This Miss Lu truly possessed an understanding heart. Thank you, Sister Muyun. I appreciate your assistance. Lu Muyun produced her phone and began making arrangements. After a few minutes, she concluded the call and announced, it's all set. They will arrive at your house tomorrow with a design team to assess the site for planning. Under normal circumstances, construction can commence tomorrow. Such promptness? Song Qian beamed with joy. The two conversed merrily until they arrived at the auto world. After parking, the trio exited the vehicle. Xiao Qian, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom, Lu Muyun remarked, turning toward the facilities. I'll go too. Miss, wait for me. Zhao Kiki followed closely behind her. Very well. I shall explore the main hall in the meantime, Song Qian decided. As he entered the exhibition hall, he unexpectedly encountered two familiar faces, Xu and Su Juanhao. Their presence was an unwelcome surprise, and Song Qian contemplated leaving to visit another dealership. However, Xu spotted him first. Oh my, isn't this the fool from Teotihuacan? Song Qian, she exclaimed, sauntering towards him while clinging to Su Juanhao's arm. What brings you here, fool? Are you here to steal something? You won't be able to take any cars from here. Seeing Song Qian, Xu seized the opportunity to unleash her pent-up disdain. Having knelt before him the previous day under Lu Muyun's pressure. Without missing a beat, Su Juanhao chimed in, Song Qian, you smelly idiot. Are you following us because you knew we were buying a car, hoping to extort some money from us? In response to their ridicule, Song Qian merely smiled coldly. This is the auto world. You can buy a car, so why can't I be here? Xu scoffed, what a joke. Do you even know where you are? This is Jiangxing Auto World, a luxury car sales center where even the cheapest vehicles cost hundreds of thousands. You, a recently recovered fool, surely cannot afford a car. Exactly. Su Juanhao echoed. You're such a fool that even purchasing a bicycle would be challenging for you. Song Qian was taken aback by their audacity. Su Juanhao and Xu. Our accounts are far from settled, yet you two seem overly confident. I wonder how long your arrogance will last. Despite his desire to retaliate, he ultimately held back, reasoning that their comeuppance should occur on their wedding day. If memory serves, your wedding is in 2 days. As individuals about to marry, it would be wise to maintain some decorum to avoid divine retribution. Ha. Su Juanhao laughed heartily. Divine retribution? Have you been watching too much internet nonsense? What divine retribution could possibly befall you? And Xu crossed her arms, disdainfully regarding Song Qian. Indeed, if there were such a thing, it would first target you, fool. Misfortune seeks out the wretched, and that certainly describes you. In her eyes, Song Qian was insignificant, utterly incomparable to Su Juanhao. Just then, Su Juanhao gestured to a nearby security guard, summoning them with a wave. Come here, there's someone causing a disturbance. In response to his call, several security personnel approached promptly. Who dares to create chaos here? The lead security guard, wielding a rubber baton, glared at Song Qian. Upon noticing Su Juanhao, he exclaimed, Isn't this Director Su from Jiangxing Hospital? Surprised that the guard recognized him, Su Juanhao replied, I used to work at Jiangxing Hospital. I resigned just yesterday. The guard, filled with admiration, remarked, Director Su, so young and with such vast potential. Resigning for a better opportunity is commendable. Congratulations. Unbeknownst to the guard, Su Juanhao and Xu were dismissed employees. The security guard's praise caused Su Juanhao's expression to darken, while Xu demeanor shifted, growing somewhat embarrassed. She quickly pointed at Song Qian, attempting to redirect the guard's attention. Officer, this man is a fool. How did he even get in here? He offends my eyes. Hurry and throw him out. Su Juanhao, understanding the cue, added, Not only is he a fool, but he's also a country bumpkin. You should beat him up. The lead guard scrutinized Song Qian's ordinary attire. He felt compelled to please Su Juanhao, having once received assistance from him for his mother's medical treatment at the hospital. Who let you in, you fool? The guard demanded, brandishing the baton menacingly at Song Qian. Step back, Song Qian feigned fear, secretly employing a hypnotic technique. Instantly, the guards fell under his influence, and the lead guard swung the baton, striking Su Juanhao. Ouch! Su Juanhao yelped, stumbling backward in shock, ready to retaliate verbally. To his astonishment, other guards quickly turned their batons on him, toppling him to the ground. How dare you hit me? As Su Juanhao protested, and Xu, confused by the unfolding chaos, rushed to intervene, attempting to pull the guards away. The guards, however, retaliated against her with their batons. Ouch, that hurts, and Xu cried, shielding her head in fear of sustaining any injuries. With their wedding imminent, she worried about how she would wear a beautiful wedding dress if her face bore any marks. Song Qian stood aside, arms crossed, observing the scene with a cold smile. Watching the two of them toppled to the ground, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he had initially refrained from retaliating, their provocation was too tempting to resist. As the commotion attracted a crowd, the car dealership's manager and staff rushed over to mediate. Within a minute, the guards were separated from the fray. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qian reclaimed his hypnotic influence. The head of security, coming back to his senses, was instantly bewildered. What had just transpired? He had intended to strike the person behind him, yet he ended up hitting Director Xu instead. Even more unfortunate, he had also struck his female companion. Director Xu. I don't know what happened. The manager of the car dealership, Zhang Chong, assisted Su Juanhao and his companion, expressing concern and profuse apologies. Su Juanhao winced in pain, gritting his teeth. You brutes, why did you hit me? The security guards hung their heads, too intimidated to explain. At that moment, Song Qian remarked sarcastically, I did say one shouldn't be too arrogant. It might bring divine retribution. Is it possible that they simply took a disliking to you too? Chapter 89. Purchasing a luxury car. As Song Qian spoke, he swiftly changed the subject. Su Juanhao, the day after tomorrow marks your wedding. I wish you both happiness in advance. I shall prepare a grand gift for you. He chuckled coldly before turning to leave. Behind him, Su Juanhao's voice echoed. Song fool, I fear you won't dare show up. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Exiting, Song Qian encountered Lu Muyun and her companion. Sister Muyun, I was just about to come find you. You didn't fall into the restroom, did you? Why have you been gone so long? He jested upon seeing them. Lu Muyun's expression darkened as she approached and pinched Song Qian. You're the one who fell into the restroom. At this point, Lu Muyun switched topics, asking, by the way, how did you come out from here? Didn't you say you were going over there? She gestured towards the nearby BMW dealership. It seemed she recalled that when they went to the restroom, Song Qian intended to visit the BMW store. Upon returning, they had gone straight into the BMW dealership, but after a thorough search, they had not seen him. Song Qian shook his head. I meant the Audi dealership. It was then that he realized he had gone to Audi while they had gone to BMW, explaining their prolonged wait. Do you prefer Audi? Lu Muyun inquired. I was merely browsing, Song Qian waved dismissively. Since you just visited the BMW store, let us go take a look there. The trio engaged in conversation as they walked into the BMW dealership. The sales personnel greeted them with smiles. Welcome. I am salesperson Xiao Lu. Which model are you interested in? Allow me to introduce it to you. Pointing at the BMW X6, Song Qian remarked, this one looks excellent. You have a discerning eye, sir. This model boasts ample power, spacious interiors, a high chassis, and exceptional off-road capabilities, Xiao Lu enthusiastically explained. Meanwhile, Su Juanhao and Shuimian had taken some time to recover, still wincing from their injuries. Brother Juanhao, what just happened? Those despicable security guards were supposed to hit Song Qian, yet they ended up attacking us. And Shuimian furrowed her brow, massaging her sore spots. This is utterly baffling. Su Juanhao shouted, I too find it strange. Why did they strike us instead of Song Qian? He rolled up his pant leg to inspect his calf, noticing some abrasions from the earlier scuffle. Those damn security guards. He couldn't comprehend how the head of security had been jovial when called over, only to turn violent in an instant. This is truly inexplicable. Brother Hao, could it be that what Song Qian mentioned about divine retribution is real? And Shuimian hesitated, sensing the pain throughout her body. Fortunately, she protected her head fiercely. Though she bore some bruises, her face remained unscathed. Otherwise, how could she face others at her wedding the day after tomorrow? Nonsense about divine retribution. Su Juanhao cursed. Do you really believe what that fool Song Qian says? If there were such a thing, he would have perished long ago. How could a fool like him survive until now? They vented their frustrations for a while, and fortunately, the Audi dealership promptly compensated them with 50,000 yuan, allowing the matter to settle. Brother Juanhao and Shuimian, disregarding her pain, gently linked her arm with his, playfully declaring, You promised to buy me an Audi A4, yet look at what those foul security guards did to us. Why not buy me a BMW 5 Series instead? The Audi A4 costs no more than 300,000 yuan, while the BMW 5 Series approaches 500,000, a leap of 200,000 yuan. Furthermore, driving a 5 Series carries a certain prestige. As a wedding gift, and Shuimian was determined to secure the best. Moreover, having been assaulted by the Audi guards, the thought of driving an A4 would forever remind her of that unpleasant encounter. After contemplating, Su Juanhao nodded. All right then, we shall purchase the BMW 5 Series. Wow. And Shuimian squealed, Brother Juanhao, you are the best. I could just love you even more. Ignoring her pain, she burst into laughter. Compared to the earlier confrontation, her spirits had lifted. Had it not been for the earlier incident, she might not have been able to afford a more luxurious vehicle. Su Juanhao had initially promised her a car priced no more than 300,000 yuan, yet now they were looking at one nearing 500,000. The couple stood up from their seats, and under the guidance of the Audi store manager, they were finally ushered out of the dealership as if they were banishing a plague. Brother Hao is so good to me, unlike that fool Song Qian, who only gifted me a phone, so stingy. Soon, She would be driving a BMW 5 Series. Unlike Song Qian, who would struggle to afford even a tractor. Being with Xu Taohua ensured a life of luxury. A few minutes later, they arrived at the BMW dealership. The staff approached with cheerful greetings. Welcome, esteemed guests. What type of vehicle would you like to see? Please show us the BMW 5 Series, Xu Taohua requested. This way, please, the staff gestured, leading them forward. Passing by a BMW X7, and Xu Taohua gazed at the sizable vehicle with envy. How much is this one? The staff replied with a smile. This is the original imported BMW X7. All paperwork included, it costs a little over 2 million. Upon hearing this, and Xu Taohua's heart raced with excitement. If only I could drive a luxury car like that someday. A vehicle worth over 2 million would be incredibly comfortable. At that moment, the staff continued. Earlier, a Mr. Song purchased one outright. He has gone to pick it up from the garage and should return shortly. This model offers excellent value for money. Mr. Song? And Xu Taohua paused, contemplating. Which affluent family could he belong to? He was extraordinarily wealthy. If only she could become acquainted with such a wealthy individual, it would be splendid. Someone who could buy a 2 million yuan car outright must be worth millions. And Xu Taohua's eyes gleamed with avarice, filled with desire. In the BMW storage area, Song Qian was testing the vehicle. Sister Muyun, I initially considered the BMW X6, but I ended up purchasing an X7, nearly doubling the price. Is this expenditure excessive? Song Qian turned to the passenger seat, where Lu Muyun sat. Lu Muyun waved her hand dismissively. What is the difference between 1 million and 2 million? If you're buying a new car, you might as well get a better one. As she spoke, Lu Muyun shifted the topic.